Chapter 501. After watching the video, everyone's expression was no different from when Suhi finished watching it. Even though they had seen all kinds of strange things over the years, and experienced all kinds of disgusting things. But this kind of fear was really soul-piercing. Su Yaching felt a little uncomfortable. These children looked about the same age as Sheila. Suhi paused the computer video and handed everyone a cup of milk tea. What happened after you went in? Xia Xiaochen held the milk tea as a hand warmer, and slowly told everyone about the situation inside. At that time, after the two arrived at the destination in advance, they were very curious about this alien base that had never been made public and was hidden deep. They were all young people under the age of 20, and it was normal for them to be curious and want to see it. In addition, they were skilled and bold, thinking that now they had a 10th level and a king level ability, and they could solve any problem. So after finding the entrance, the two went in without waiting for Suhi. After entering, there was a long passage, and at the end was a large elevator. However, the elevator had been destroyed, leaving only a huge elevator shaft, which was empty, and the depth could not be seen clearly. In order to prevent the two from encountering something terrible when they jumped down, Mu Yuan used the surrounding metal to rub a steel bar on the spot, and the two slowly descended along the continuously extending steel bar. At first, there was nothing. Although it was dark inside, it did not hinder their vision. It was very quiet inside. As the vision became darker and darker, some spray-like blood stains began to appear on the walls of the elevator shaft, handprints scratched in panic, and some unknown claw marks. After descending for about 10 minutes, they found the elevator box stuck in the middle. There was nothing inside except dried blood stains and the stench of decay. The curiosity of the two people reached its peak. Following the side of the elevator car, they saw a door. "Let's go in and take a look," Xia Xiaochen recalled. It was obviously full of rotten smell, but there was no body or bone found. It was obviously destroyed inside, and everything was thrown on the ground in a mess. We continued to move forward along the smell. There were compartments on both sides, which looked like a prison. It seemed that something was locked before, but now the door locks were destroyed by external forces, and we couldn't see what was inside. Feng Jinyan was a little surprised. Are those little monsters also locked up? It felt that his idea was not mature enough when he said it. With the destructive power of those little monsters, how could they be locked up? We did find the first little monster in a small compartment. Mu Yuan thought of the scene at that time and clenched his fingers in fear. Fortunately, Zhao Weiming's meat system was not afraid of pain, so he could pick it casually. As long as it could relieve Mu Yuan's nervousness and fear, he would not care about removing the meat on his arm. But the door of the compartment had been broken for a long time, and the little monster was lying in a baby basket inside the compartment, making a baby humming sound. Xiaochen and I felt strange. After all, that was not a place where a child would appear. So we didn't plan to get close, and wanted to hide behind and observe. As a result, when we turned around, we stepped on a piece of broken glass, and the little monster inside was instantly awakened, screaming and rushing towards us. I used a steel nail to knock the one in front of me out, but who knew that the little monster's scream woke up all its brothers and sisters. Mu Yuan couldn't continue talking here. All he could see was the ferocious expression and piercing cry of the little monster. Xia Xiaochen drank a sip of red day tea and continued with Mu Yuan's words. After we killed the first one, we thought it was all right. Just as we breathed a sigh of relief, the whole underground base was instantly filled with the cry of babies. Countless little monsters crawled over from all directions, and we couldn't stop them at all. We were buried by them when we didn't pay attention. Everyone imagined it, and instantly got goosebumps all over their bodies. The wounds on the two of them were all bitten at that time. Those little monsters seemed to have been hungry for a long time. They would not let go after biting, and they would hold on tightly with their little hands and tear. The two shook off one after another, and when they killed one, more than a dozen of them pounced on them. The number of little monsters was as large as an ant nest. There was no way to finish them. There was no way to finish them. Fortunately, Mu Yuan and Xia Xiaochen cooperated well. Xia Xiaochen endured the pain and built a row of earth walls on the spot. At the moment when the earth wall was sealed, Mu Yuan threw several crystal core bombs. Then he took out two super large shields and protected himself and Xiaochen inside like a clam shell. Fortunately, the two came straight in from the elevator shaft without taking a detour. With the impact of the bomb, they broke through the blockade of the little monsters and went directly to the elevator shaft. The two dragged the original steel bars and ran up, and the little monsters below followed closely. Their shape was like the bread slices entering the koi pond, but the ones below were not koi, but man-eating monsters. Mu Yuan activated his superpowers, and the steel bars quickly pulled the two up. Not fast enough, still not fast enough. Many little monsters were like geckos, running up the elevator shaft wall, stepping on the bodies of their brothers and sisters. Mu Yuan had no choice but to continue throwing crystal core bombs down, and only then did he have a little time to breathe. Only then could the two of them escape back to the spaceship and come back alive. After the two finished talking, the room was quiet. Suddenly, Feng Lu upstairs started crying again because he didn't change his diaper in time after pooping. The cry of wow startled everyone. Sui covered his pounding heart. Are these little monsters all king level? Mu Yuan shook his head with certainty. No, the crystal core bomb is only level 8, and it shattered a piece, which means that these are not more than level 8. As for why their teeth can bite through Xiaochen and me directly, and can also scratch the spacecraft, I don't know. Xia Xiaochen also recalled as much as possible. I seemed to crush a few of them directly with my hands at that time. They seemed to have only hard teeth on their bodies. If there were not too many of them, Mu Yuan and I would not be injured. Humans have a natural instinct to protect babies, and when you want to break through this instinct, it will cause great psychological pressure on yourself. Now Mu Yuan and Xia Xiaochen are like this. If only the teeth are hard, could it be a special enhanced mutation of the key parts of the organism? Sui felt that there was something strange in it, and so did the others. Su Yaqing didn't know what she thought of, so she reopened the video and watched it from the beginning that Sui copied, fast-forwarding. With so many little monsters, they should need a lot of food. Why didn't we see them outside looking for food at the beginning? Not even one. Chapter 502. They are not locked up. Under normal circumstances, zombies should live like cattle and sheep, following water and grass, and follow human flesh. But they are like animals living in nests. If Mu Yuan and Xia Xiaochen hadn't gone in, they wouldn't have come out. Zombies are not cave dwellers. As long as there is no obstruction, they will keep looking for human flesh. Could it be that there is food in the underground base? That's even more impossible. Zombies won't keep food and wait for the next meal to heat it up before eating. Zombies are leaders in healthy eating. They only eat fresh and hot food for every meal. If the food has been dead for an hour, they will be disgusted and won't open their mouths. Is it possible that when we went there, it was not their foraging time? Xia Xiaochen looked at the little monster on the screen. The eyes were completely black without any white, which made people feel more and more uncomfortable. When we went there, we approached that area, and there were no zombies or mutant monsters around. It was clean and lifeless. When we entered the underground and found the first little monster, its state was similar to that of a human child sleeping and resting. So I guess, are they nocturnal? Even after becoming zombies, they still retain their original living habits, going back during the day and coming out at night to find food. Sui also thought, Martin said that biological experiments are being conducted underground. If these children were born in the dark underground, they might really not like the sun. Moreover, so many children, all of whom seem to be born in the same month, are probably the product of biological experiments. Under natural conditions, a person can only give birth to triplets or quadruplets at most at a time. There seem to be at least 1,000 children. How many pregnant women would have to give birth at the same time to raise so many children? Everyone was staring at the computer, and none of them had figured out what to do. Martin said that the underground place was huge, comparable to a whole city. Oh, Martin! A group of people who knew nothing were guessing here, and they almost forgot that they brought back an insider. Call Martin over and ask him to tell us in detail what the situation was down there. I don't know. Martin answered very straightforwardly. I really don't know. I haven't been down there either. Well, the clue was broken again. Those little monsters must have been created by biological experiments. If you don't know the situation and force your way in, you may still get hurt. Moreover, after Mu Yuan's bombs went down, we don't know what the situation is underground. Whether the alien information they want is still there is another matter. However, my family should have detailed information about the underground base. When Martin said this, everyone turned their heads in unison. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where is your home? Take us to see it. Martin asked everyone not to get excited. Listen to me first. At that time, Trinity, the biologist, gave me a secret document. When the government came to investigate, I kept it. After all, many of our family's businesses are involved with the government. The more we can get the government's handles, the better. The more I said the last words, the more I felt like a quibble. I always felt that there was some contempt for myself in the eyes of these young people in front of me. For things at the national level, ordinary people can't change anything, but it doesn't prevent us from using this to threaten the government to seek convenience for ourselves. Sui didn't care about the Anderson family. So the data is still in your house? Is it enough to just get it? Martin was a little embarrassed. I'm not sure if I can get it. The place where our family stores the data should have been flattened by the earthquake and tsunami if nothing unexpected happened. Even if the data kept in the basement was not affected, it seems that the things saved in the USB flash drive cannot be used after the end of the world. I brought it up just to try my luck, so don't hold too much hope. He immediately stood up. Let's go and look for it. If it is something brought out from the alien base, it may use alien technology. If it can be preserved, it may still be useful. If not, just go out to relax. Mu Yuan and Xia Shaochen stood up and wanted to go together, but He stopped them with a look. You all stay at home and replenish your blood. I will take Sihui with me. Others, think about whether there is any good solution first. No matter whether there are still things in the alien base, those little monsters must be dealt with. Otherwise, when they grow up and can run far away, they will also be a threat to our zombie hunting team in America. As soon as they said they would leave, He drove the spaceship and took Martin away again and returned to America. At home, Su Yacheng carried Feng Lu to Aunt May's house. Feng Lu was in a noisy state now, crying from time to time. As long as he cried, Mu Yuan and Xia Shaochen would be scared, which was not conducive to rest. So, Su Yacheng took the child directly to Aunt May's place. The distance was far, and they could not hear. Ren Yuchen looked at the two people on the sofa stuffing jujube and wolfberry into their mouths, and was worried. It's not like they haven't been injured before. Why do they look so miserable this time? Are they too scared? Jiang Mo was helping Ren Yuchen make soup in the kitchen, and whispered, they were definitely scared. They haven't been injured for a long time, since the king-level zombie. They were injured by superpowers before, but this time, they were directly bitten, and not just by one, but all over their bodies. Jia said that Shaochen fainted not because of exhaustion of superpowers, but because of excessive blood loss. Think about it, I thought I would be safe with superpowers. But I found out that in that situation, I couldn't even resist a small monster. How can I not be scared? Ren Yuchen added a lot of ingredients to the soup pot, and they felt a little creepy just watching the video. How scared must the two children be when they were buried by the group of small monsters? But this kind of psychological shadow, no matter what the people around do, the person involved has to take the initiative to get out of it. Otherwise, this will be a lifelong thing. You will probably be scared to retreat when you see a baby in the future. There are many pregnant women in the city now, and there will be pregnant women giving birth in the future. Could it be that they will not go out? In order to prevent them from seeing Feng Lu, Su Yacheng let Jiang Mo take the child and fly out of the window when she left. On the sofa, Zhao Weiming and Si Jiajia were on each side, trying their best to chat with them. Trying to divert their attention from the little monster to the warm atmosphere of the home, Yuan Bao also came over and lay in Xuchen's arms very rarely. It's a bargain for you, I give you a touch. Everyone's excessive enthusiasm almost made Mu Yuan and Xia Shaochen unable to resist. It was Xia Shaochen who first proposed, we are really fine now, really. You make us feel like we are not weaned. Being able to joke means that it's really okay. Chapter 503. So everyone changed their actions from being overt to being covert, showing concern in secret. Sometimes they handed over a piece of fruit, sometimes a doll, and the water in the teacup was refilled as soon as they took a sip. The two had no choice but to accept it. But after this incident, it is estimated that they will never act rashly in this life. On the other side, He and Martin, who were driving the spaceship directly to the Anderson family's old house in America, were looking at each other awkwardly on the spaceship. He sat on a chair, and Sihui behind him lay at his feet, acting as a big dog's footrest. Don't look at me, Anderson, I know you recognize me. Do you have a lot of questions? Martin Anderson breathed a sigh of relief. She finally asked. No problem, you are alive is a very happy thing for me. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone about the previous things. The Anderson family knows nothing about you. If you don't trust me, you can take my life. This is said very frankly, which means he really thinks so. He threw him a bag of snacks, and saw that Martin was almost as thin as a drug addict. No, your life is valuable only when you are alive. For your Anderson family, I don't need to kill innocent people. Martin looked at He with a look like looking at his daughter, a little greasy. He, do you want me or my family to help you do something? With the word valuable, Martin knew that He had other plans. He was also willing to contribute to He's plan. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Martin could see that He was a man of principles and bottom line. Just now, when the spaceship landed in King's Landing, which is He's own base, the prosperous scene in the city is astonishing. Everything inside seems to have never been here in the end of the world. The people who arranged to receive him also had ruddy faces, and they looked like they had eaten 3 meals a day. There was also drinking water in the residence, which could be used at will, and everything showed the same thing, follows Soo-hee, and you don't have to worry about food. Their crazy lion base is still in a state of picking up garbage everywhere to eat, but they can already buy vegetables in the base supermarket. Vegetables. Those are vegetables. Green and lush. What a difference. If Soo-hee doesn't intend to kill him to silence him, then he will follow Soo-hee. As long as he is obedient and willing to work, Soo-hee will definitely not treat him badly. Soo-hee was very satisfied with Martin's current state of being very sensible. Well, you also know about the aliens, but the Earth is so big, I need to develop my own power in different places. I think your family is good. If you are willing to be a subsidiary of our King's Landing, I can support you. What is there to be unwilling about? Martin could not wait to agree. Yes, I promise there will be no objection from the family. Soo-hee adjusted the course of the spacecraft with his hand, thinking, there is no need to agree so quickly. The Anderson family may not necessarily agree. After all, they have been in the upper class for so many years, and they may not be willing to be controlled by others. Maybe they would rather eat coarse food and pick up garbage than be someone else's little follower. But Soo-hee did not say much, and now he said this just to tell Martin in advance, and there was nothing to talk about now. The spaceship was very fast, and after a chat, they arrived at the Anderson family's hometown. After getting off the spaceship, Soo-hee looked at the messy, snow-covered mountaintop and asked, where is your home? Whose ancestral home is built on the hillside of a mountain by the sea? This location is just right to face the tsunami that was all over the sky. The waves of dozens of meters high rushed over. Even the pyramids built with huge stones might not be able to withstand it. Martin explained awkwardly, when our family got rich, it was during the civil war in the country, and the situation was unstable. This place is far away from the city, and it is shielded by the surrounding environment, and the place is open, so we chose this place. But since the accident, Martin has never come back. Now he looks at the snow all over the ground, and even feels that he has come to the wrong place. Where is our big hillside manor? Where is the big villa? Where is the big iron gate? Where is the courtyard wall? There is nothing, and even the trees on this side of the mountain have been washed away by the tsunami, and they are all bald. He looked for a long time according to his impression of the location of the old house. Lord Soo, if I remember correctly, the entrance to the basement where we store the documents should be under the spaceship. Just now, I didn't know the situation here. If I landed directly, the snow below could not bear the weight of the spaceship, and it would be bad if there were any extra accidents. So the spaceship was hovering, and there was still 20 to 30 centimeters away from the snow on the ground. Soo-hee got on the ship, lifted the spaceship directly into the air, and then flew down. Soo-hee was already using his supernatural power to measure the soil layer under the snow. Because the basement was filled with important items related to the development of the family, the solidity and safety were extremely high. Martin activated his fire ability to melt the snow on the surrounding surface to facilitate the search. Lord Soo, judging from the scene, the basement may not have been destroyed. At the beginning, we found the team that built the safe house for the president of Lifeon Country to build it, and went deep into the mountain behind. Now only half of the mountain is gone, and this depth is not yet the depth of the basement. How come Martin is a little proud when he speaks? The basement is so deep, you just dug out the core of this mountain. Ouch. Soo-hee felt that there was a gap under the soil layer here. While reminding Soo-hee, it activated its ability, and started digging directly. After the soil here was moved away for about 5 meters, a circular passage similar to reinforced concrete was found. Martin's eyes lit up. That's it. The other side of the passage is the basement. Soo-hee used the space blade to cut a big hole in the passage directly. The passage was very clean, without water ingress and no collapse. She went down directly, and just as she was about to move forward, she stopped and turned back, asking Martin, "You don't have any strange things in your basement, do you?" After getting Martin's assurance that there were no strange things, Soo-hee asked Soo-hee to keep watch outside, and she and Martin went in. Soo-hee squatted there obediently. In fact, it knew that it was mainly because the pipe was too thin that it could not get in, so the master asked it to wait there. Oh, if the body could grow and shrink like Yuanbao, it would be very inconvenient sometimes. In the pipe, Soo-hee did not take a flashlight, but only relied on her eyes to move forward. After walking a few steps, she was blocked by a big door. Martin felt around on the surrounding walls. This door was not opened by electricity, but opened and closed by ancient mechanical techniques. But seeing the increasingly embarrassed smile on Martin's face, it was clear that the mechanism was broken. Chapter 504. Soo-hee pushed with her hand, and it was just a stone slab weighing a few thousand pounds. She threw 2 space blades, and a small door that could accommodate 1 person was dug open. You don't think Soo-hee wants to break the big stone with her bare hands, do you? How is it possible? This is something a lady can do? She did want to try it just now, but she was worried that without the support of such a large stone slab, if it collapsed, she would have to find something from the pile of rocks. That would really be a loss. The basement was still well preserved. After all, no one would have thought that some people were magnificent on the surface, but secretly hollowed out the mountains and secretly took small notebooks to keep grudges. Looking at the rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, they were full of things. Soo-hee really wanted to ask how many people's black materials and handles were recorded here. Where is the thing? Martin walked to the last row of bookshelves in the basement with ease, picked up a book from the bookshelf at the edge, and inserted it into a gap next to it. Click. Click. With a slight sound, a small door opened in the back wall. If nothing else, this family is really cautious. Martin introduced enthusiastically. Confidential information about the government should be placed in a safer place, which is inside. Soo-hee walked in. The space inside was very small, just as big as a library bookshelf. The things inside were a bit messy, with all kinds of strange things, and even a spittoon. Is it convenient to spit to express dissatisfaction when seeing someone's dirty laundry? Martin seemed to have forgotten where he put the things, and looked here and there. Soo-hee took out a large flashlight from the space to help him illuminate. After searching for 5 or 6 minutes, Martin finally took out a card from the bottom of a box in a corner. It was pitch black, similar to the memory card of a digital camera. This is it, but I've never opened it. Many cards have tracking functions, and they will be recognized as long as they are connected to the device. So, for safety reasons, we just left it there. Soo-hee took out a computer upgraded by Mu Yuan from the space and inserted the memory card from the side. The two stared at the computer screen intently, hoping that this card would work. Recognition successful. Please open the memory card. These words appeared on the computer screen, and Soo-hee immediately clicked to open it. There was a long list of video files inside. Each file was neatly arranged in chronological order, and it looked usable. Soo-hee quickly copied and pasted 2 copies to the computer for backup, in case this card was disposable, and it would be bad if it was self-destructed when unplugged. This is all from watching spy movies. Everything is ready. Soo-hee opens the first video below. Judging from the time, this is the earliest one. It is estimated that the video was shot by some unauthorized means. The shaking is terrible, and the image quality is terrible. The first person I saw was a blonde girl wearing a white lab coat. She first took the filming equipment and turned 360 degrees in her small dormitory. While turning, she introduced, "This is where I will live next. My mobile phone and other communication equipment have been taken away. But fortunately, I like to record my daily habits, and I actually left a small camera in my pocket." Great. As she spoke, the blonde girl placed the camera on the small cabinet beside the bed. Seeing that the height was not enough, she found something to pat it. "Oh my god, I'm really super excited. I didn't expect there are really aliens in the world. I can actually work with aliens. This is really exciting." In the dim lens, the girl's eyes were shining. As expected, she couldn't suppress her excitement. She covered her mouth and tried to keep her voice down. "But the management here is too strict. I can't let them find my cute little camera. Without this, I might lose a lot of happiness." After saying a word, she would look up at the door, for fear that someone would suddenly come in and take the camera away from her. "I briefly visited this base today. Of course, it is limited to the place where I will work in the future. I have no right to enter many areas here. I have to say that the universe is really amazing, and the state of cosmic creatures is more colorful than we imagined." Next, the girl talked about her own thoughts for about 5 or 6 minutes. Her excitement could be felt across the screen. Okay, I have to rest for tomorrow's work. Thanks to that soldier for forgetting my camera, I will definitely record this time. Of course, confidential matters must not be told. Good night, Trinity." The video ended. Trinity. Why is this name so familiar? Soo-hee turned around and looked at Martin. Martin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, she is the biologist who came to us, a biological genius who graduated with a doctorate before the age of 20. A 20-year-old doctor. So awesome." Soo-hee once again felt that he was born to make up the numbers in the human world. However, he thought that those who could be brought to this base for study and research must be the light of mankind. Otherwise, with a brain like Soo-hee, he He would probably only be able to clean and wash dishes. Suhi clicked on the computer and opened the next video. This video was much shorter than yesterday's, only 3 minutes long, and Trinity was visibly tired and haggard. It seems that aliens also know how to exploit labor, and they have made people so tired. In the next dozen videos, Trinity shared only some daily life, most of which were complaints. What food tasted like shit, and wanted to go out for fried chicken. What aliens here have weird tempers, and are difficult to communicate, doing an experiment, and have no idea what the other party is explaining. Suhi fast-forwarded until he clicked on a video that was shaking like a sieve. She spread the fast-forward button, trying to see it as clearly as possible. On the screen, human women were tied to the beds in the laboratory, with oxygen masks on their faces, and something similar to a dog collar around their necks. In the screen, Suhi roughly counted at least 30, and all of them were pregnant. Their stomachs were surprisingly big, and there were at least triplets or even quadruplets inside. These pregnant women looked terrible, their bodies were thinner than firewood, and they probably couldn't even boil water. There was a special nurse next to them, who was feeding them through the nose with a syringe. Chapter 505. Suhi had heard the teacher say in class that some patients, who cannot eat on their own, can have liquid food fed directly into their stomachs through their noses. It should be that the bodies of these pregnant women are dragged down by the fetus, and nasogastric feeding is performed to maintain the lives of the pregnant women. Suhi felt uncomfortable watching this. This is using these people as tools for reproduction. What is the difference between these pregnant women on the bed and the sows in the pigsty? Trinity, the pregnant woman in the delivery room 03, is about to give birth. Hurry over to help. Okay. I'd be right there. Trinity answered. The screen went black, but the sound of running and the sound of the camera rubbing against the fabric were very clear. In a hurry, she should have put the camera in her pocket. Ah! Help! It hurts! As Trinity ran, the wailing sounds got closer and louder. Trinity finally stopped. I don't know what situation she was facing. Her voice was very urgent. Hurry up and do a cesarean section. If this goes on, these pregnant women will die. Scalpel. Scalpel. After a flurry of activity, the cry of a baby was finally heard in the video. Wow! Wow! But Trinity's voice was still very urgent. Hemostat. Adrenaline. Hurry! The pregnant women are dying. Trinity, these people are dying. Give up. Another voice appeared in the darkness. It could only be heard that it was a woman's. Trinity, these babies have absorbed all the nutrients of the pregnant women. Their bodies can't even stop bleeding now. Let go, for them, death is a relief. Trinity did not stop. No, this is their life. Why should we decide for them to be free or not? It is already unfair for them to be caught and do these experiments. The two seemed to be pushing each other. Snap. Trinity stopped. It seemed that the other party slapped Trinity. Even if they survive, they can't get out alive. Their end is to die in here, don't you understand? The government will not let the news from here spread, and the end of them living here is to be sent to do other experiments. Trinity, wake up. Trinity quieted down. I'm sorry, I'm really in too much pain. However, after a few breaths of silence, there were bursts of pain and panic in the delivery room, and Trinity was busy again. 2 hours later, the camera ran out of power, and the video ended. Suhi rubbed his temple. The video was full of pain and screams, babies crying, and pregnant women crying in despair. Even after experiencing the end of the world twice, she still felt that the wailing here was too painful. Martin asked tentatively, why don't you wait a while before watching? Suhi put his hand down from his temple and waved, I'm fine. What Trinity wants to tell us should be related to these pregnant women. The babies in the underground base should be the product of this research. As she said, she continued to click on the video and watched it down. Time passed bit by bit, and the last video was finally finished. Suhi closed the computer and put it away, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. We are going back. Do you need to take these things from your hometown? I can help you take some. Martin looked around, took a box, and pried up the floor under the table, revealing a golden color. Awesome, gold floor tiles. Martin took out the gold piece by piece and stacked them neatly. Some elders in the family always think that we, the younger generation, will ruin the family. So some hard currency is stored here, so that even if something bad happens, the ambitious people in the family can use this wealth to make a fortune again. Suhi picked up a gold brick and weighed it, at least 2 pounds apiece. She thought that only people in China liked to hide wealth everywhere, but she didn't expect that all humans were the same. After taking out the gold, Martin walked to another corner and started to knock holes. 10 minutes later, There were more jewelry in the box next to him. This is not a grudge hut, this is a treasure room. Seeing Martin searching here and knocking there, Suhi couldn't help but want to join this treasure hunting game. It doesn't matter if he is rich or not, he just likes the feeling of opening a blind box. An hour passed, and Martin finally prepared everything he should take. These things were piled up as high as a person. The important things are here, take them away. Suhi waved his hand and put all the things into the space. I will return them to you when I go back. Martin walked forward without looking back. No, these are all for you. You saved our entire family, and saved my son Parker. These things are just a little gift from me. Suhi thought, this is what your ancestors left behind. If you give it away, you don't have to worry about your great-grandfather hitting you with slippers in your dream in the middle of the night. I'm not short of money, so I leave these to your crazy lion base. As long as you work hard for me in the future, it will be the best reward for me. After walking out 2 steps, the sun had not completely set. Sihui was staring at the entrance of the secret room. After Martin came out, he knelt on one knee very solemnly. On behalf of our Anderson family, I swear to be loyal to Lord Suhi until death. Suhi was stunned for a moment, but there was no need to be so solemn. Besides, your ancestors should not be from Europe, right? How can you, a citizen of the free will of the fierce wind country, act like a European knight? Suhi recalled the scene in the movie and took out a long sword from the space. Normal should be a knight's sword, but in Suhi's space, in addition to the long sword, there are very practical weapons such as axes and meteor hammers. In order not to destroy the solemn atmosphere, it is better to use a long knife. She took the long knife and tapped Anderson's shoulders. Just consider it as accepting your loyalty. Okay, I hope you won't disappoint the city lord. Get up. Martin stood up and followed Suhi. Sihui, who was watching just now, was puzzled. I thought this man had done something wrong to the wolf leader just now, and the wolf leader wanted to chop off his head with a knife. I didn't expect it to be just 2 taps? What does this mean? Why does it feel like the wolf leader has accepted this person? Then do I not need to open my mouth to twist this person's head off? Sihui was still struggling, and Suhi was already urging him to leave. Go home. Sihui. Awuh. Here it comes. The human world is really troublesome. Chapter 506. Suhi drove the spaceship back to King's Landing. It was already dark. After letting Martin go back to his residence to rest, she went straight to the castle living room. Everyone was still waiting for Suhi to finish his meal. Looking at the hot food, Suhi paused as he took out the computer. Let's eat first. If I show everyone what's inside first, I guess they won't be able to eat. Aunt May took Feng Le back to her home to take care of her, so Renyuchen and Jiang Yamo made dinner. Su Yaqing helped at rice, and Feng Jingyang took chopsticks to set it up. Zhao Weiming cracked a walnut with his bare hands, carefully peeled it, and then put it in front of Mu Yuan. Captain, you're back. Did you encounter zombies? He stepped forward and grabbed 2 walnut kernels in front of Mu Yuan. Fresh walnuts are delicious. No, Martin's ancestral home is actually on the seashore. After the tsunami, only half of the mountain is left. There are no zombies, and no mutant monsters. Everything went smoothly. Renyuchen brought the last dish to the table. Captain, let's eat first. Looking at the table full of red food, Mu Yuan and Xia Shaochen both looked a little weird. Wolfberry and pork liver soup, no soup, all wolfberry. Mao Shui Wang, only blood, no wang, no hair. Chili fried pork blood, just 2 leeks. Red bean blood glutinous rice cooked rice, full of dates. Red sugar glutinous rice meatballs, even the meatballs are red. What's more outrageous is the stew pot. If I guess correctly, it should be ginseng chicken soup. The rough ginseng was thrown in directly like a radish. Smelling it from a distance, there is an urge to nourish it and bleed from the nose. Xia Shaochen covered her stomach and tried to escape. I feel full from the snacks just now, you guys take your time. But before she could turn around, Zhao Weiming lifted her arm and pressed her and Mu Yuan right in front of the dining table. Eat everything up. How can you be so weak? The 2 of them took spoons and put small bites into their mouths. Renyuchen's cooking skills were amazing, but the 2 of them were under great pressure to eat at this moment. Suhi picked up a piece of pig blood for Mu Yuan. You 2 have the same tragic expression, as if you were eating the last meal of execution. Take these things out. Any one of them will be enough for people to fight over. Eat quickly. Mu Yuan swallowed the pig blood into his stomach. Sister, do you want to try this chicken soup? The ginseng tastes too strong. It's all ginseng. How can it not taste strong? It's useless to act cute now. Mu Yuan and Xia Shaochen were forced to eat the meal voluntarily under everyone's surveillance. As for the others, Renyuchen made bobo chicken, which they ate very comfortably. At the reception, Martin was also arranged very well. He had fried potatoes and a large bowl of wide noodles for dinner. He didn't know how to use chopsticks, but with the food in front of him, he used the chopsticks as a fork and kept putting the wide noodles into his mouth. The food here was delicious. He felt a little guilty. The people in his family were still struggling to make ends meet, but he was eating so deliciously. It was delicious and I wanted another bowl. I also wanted a portion of fried potatoes. Thank you. After dinner, He saw that everyone was in good condition, so he took out the information he got today. While turning on the camera, he reminded, "Some scenes may be bloody, you better be mentally prepared." Su Yaching, who was about to open a bag of potato chips, quietly put the chips back on the coffee table. If the potato chips are scattered because the content in the video is too explosive, it will be really sad. Facts have proved that Su Yaching's approach is right. "Captain, what do these aliens think of humans? Breeding pigs?" After watching the video, everyone was very angry. Jiang Mo covered his chest, feeling depressed and even a little nauseous. Breeding pigs only give birth twice a year, but these pregnant women and embryos that have been transformed here have the genes of the queen ant. As long as they are alive, they can give birth all the time. There is no time to rest in between. This is the secret that Trinity risked her life to run out and wanted to reveal. Aliens are breeding humans, the earth is a piece of land, and humans are the fruits of the earth. Because the number of free humans provided to aliens by governments on Earth is too small, it can't meet the aliens' demand for humans at all. In addition, the human fertility rate has dropped rapidly in recent years. No one wants to have children, so the number of humans available is even smaller. So they want to increase the human fertility rate, preferably to the point where 800 children are born at a time. But the problem is that the human species has a long reproductive cycle, and it takes 10 months to conceive once. The number of children born is also small, and even with the addition of technology, at most only 3 or 4 children are born at a time. The aliens will definitely not be happy. So what should they do? Change the human beings. In recent years, aliens have been constantly changing the genes of humans in underground bases, and have also incorporated the genes of other life forms on Earth. Normally, after human birth, the genetic state is stable, and unless in extremely special circumstances, the genes will not change. However, aliens are far superior to humans in terms of technology and medical care. Things that are extremely difficult in the human world are easy for them. They first modified pregnant women, that is, human women, so that human women can produce eggs all the time. You know, the number of eggs that human women can produce in their lifetime is basically fixed, about 400 to 500. Once they are ovulated, there are no more. Moreover, after successful conception, humans generally do not ovulate until the child is born. Therefore, in order not to waste time, this process has also been modified. Some people must want to ask, then the alien technology is so advanced, can't they just make an artificial womb and raise the fertilized embryo in the artificial womb? It's so troublesome, and everyone is very hard. No! Aliens believe that only children born through the original human womb can have better results. Children bred in artificial wombs are like assembly line products in factories, without souls. Therefore, we first change the mother, and then the placenta. The placenta connects the mother on one side, and the baby on the other. This is a very important thing. If the placenta does not function properly, it will not be able to transport nutrients from the pregnant woman to the embryo. In addition, if the pregnant woman's body is damaged, the biological priority of protecting her own life will suppress the placenta and cause miscarriage. That won't work. The placenta must be firmly attached to the pregnant woman's uterus until the baby is born. Finally, it is about the transformation of the embryo. Chapter 507. I don't know if you have heard of identical twins. Identical twins, or monozygotic twins, are a fertilized egg produced by the combination of a sperm and an egg. This fertilized egg splits into two, forming two embryos. Because they come from the same fertilized egg, they receive exactly the same chromosomes and genetic material. Therefore, they are of the same gender and look like they came from the same mold, and sometimes even their parents can hardly tell them apart. However, the frequency of identical twins, even with human intervention, is relatively low. But it is precisely because identical twins are split from the same fertilized egg, so for aliens, it is equivalent to having one more identical experimental subject. Therefore, the stomachs of those pregnant women in the underground laboratory are all filled with identical twins. No, they have already increased the number to 8. Originally, they wanted to continue adding, but the human body has limited endurance, and they gave up to prevent the birth of inferior babies. During these experiments, the most painful thing was the women who were captured to serve as reproductive machines. They were betrayed by their own country and became the prey of others, without even a hope. It can be said that they were more miserable than Xiaoli, who was tied up in the laboratory by Professor Go. At least Xiaoli was willing, and he was supported by the great belief of saving mankind. Later, Xiaoli was rescued by Suhi. And those women, until they died, could not escape from there. The miserable conditions of those people in the video are simply beyond description. Suhi, who watched the video twice, felt a little uncomfortable. The little monsters that Mu Yuan and Xiaochen encountered underground in the base should be the mutations of these babies. As for why the teeth are so sharp, it should be some strange mutation. Although there is still little information in the data, at least we know the origin. Mu Yuan stared at the screen. If I remember correctly, we should not have reached the place where Trinity showed it. This should be further underground. The side we went to should only be the cells on the surface. Xia Xiaochen took out a bucket of iced black tea from the refrigerator and drank it in small sips. The food just now was too nutritious and a little hot. But if we want to go down, we must first deal with the little monsters. These little things are too difficult to deal with. I don't know if there will be other more terrible things below. The underground base is very deep. In order to facilitate the aliens to live here, a large area has been hollowed out. Such a large area is not familiar to everyone. If you go down rashly like Mu Yuan and others, you are likely to get hurt. Feng Zhenyang calmly analyzed. We can get rid of the little guys in advance. Didn't Xiaochen say that they might come out to look for food? At night, we can get some fresh blood and flesh in the open area to attract them out, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. The main reason why Xiaochen and Mu Yuan were injured was that the terrain below was too narrow, and they didn't even have room to react. We have the advantage if we come out to fight. Su Yaqing also thought of something. Yes, why do we have to go down? We have Earth-type ability users. Can't we just dig it up? Digging graves. No. Didn't archaeologists in the past just dig up the graves? Anyway, there are no restrictions there. Just open it all and dig as big a hole as you want. Whoever we find will be killed right away. The air was a little quiet. Mu Yuan and Xia Xiaochen looked at each other helplessly. Why do I feel that our previous actions were even more stupid? Xia Xiaochen didn't want to admit it, but nodded. She is an Earth-type mutant. Level 10. Why did she go to such great lengths to drill a hole? Has her brain been completely buried in the earth before? Every failure makes us wiser, so we didn't gain nothing. At least we learned a lesson. In fact, no one else thought of this. According to inertial thinking, if there is an entrance, then everyone will enter from the entrance. Go in, get what you need, leave, and then end. No one would think of dismantling it completely. After the mine was opened, everyone immediately had a way to deal with it. Even thinking about staying up late at night to finish this matter. But the next plan requires some manpower to dig a hole, so it is tentatively scheduled to set off at noon tomorrow. Now, go back and have a good sleep. Mu Yuan looked at Zhao Weiming, who was walking step by step behind him. Brother Ming, your room is on the other side. Zhao Weiming pushed Mu Yuan forward. I know, I accompany you tonight, so you don't get scared. Mu Yuan was not very willing because Zhao Weiming snored and he couldn't sleep. But seeing the concern in his eyes, thank you, Brother Ming, I leave you tonight. Zhao Weiming curled up on the soft couch next to Mu Yuan's bed. This soft couch was not much bigger than a sofa, and was usually used to lie on it to play with mobile phones and iPad. Suhi liked this furniture very much, so he arranged one in each room. Zhao Weiming's large body looked even larger on the soft couch. Mu Yuan secretly asked, Brother Ming, how about sleeping on the bed together? Zhao Weiming also felt that the soft couch was not comfortable, but sleeping on the bed was not an option. He was not honest when sleeping, and it was very likely that Mu Yuan, who was small in size, would be kicked off the bed. Or he would turn over and punch Mu Yuan and seriously injure him. No, I asked the captain for a cushion here. Seeing this, Mu Yuan no longer insisted, washed up, and lay on the bed. Zhao Weiming also spread his things beside the bed and slept on the floor, and lit a few scented candles on the bedside table. It was obvious that they were given by Suhi, used for calming the nerves and hypnosis, with the smell of lavender. Compared to this side, Xia Xiaochen's situation was slightly better. Jia hugged a big bear doll and an iPad and got into her bed. Two sweet and soft girls in one bed, the picture couldn't be better. The next morning, Suhi went to Junyu City first. There was still a whole space of zombie corpses in her space that had not been dumped out. Hurry up, arrange the work, and don't let anyone be idle. Huang Mingdong and Qiao Yuanwu heard that someone in the Singularity team was injured and were very worried. It was Su-hee who took them to see Mu-yuan and Xia Shaochen, who were fine, and then they were relieved. In the morning, the Earth-type superpowers in the city were summoned and set off together to the alien base. As for Feng Lu and Aunt May, they couldn't follow this time. Whether it was dangerous or not was another matter. The main reason was that Feng Li's cute crying would make Mu-yuan and Xia Shaochen stressed. Reorganize the team and set off again. In the afternoon, several spaceships were already parked in the air outside the alien base. They are not someone else's. They are all Su-hee's family's spaceships. Chapter 508. Gao received Su-hee's order in advance and rushed here, with the team fighting zombies elsewhere for a joint operation. First, the trapping operation was carried out. Su-hee took out a basket of fresh, bloody human flesh from the space. They were all in stock, so the less they were used, the less they were used. She personally carried the basket and came to the entrance of the base. Behind her, the weight activated the wind power and blew the smell of fresh human blood into the base. With such a strong smell of blood, I don't believe you won't be shaken. 1 minute passed. The surroundings were still very quiet. Just as Su-hee was hesitating whether to go inside again, some strange cries came from deep in the underground base. Wow! Ah! Then, a group of baby monsters crawled out with their hands and feet. It was much more exciting to see it with my own eyes than in the video. Su-hee carried the basket, turned around and ran out. Until they came to a huge stone pit, they threw the human flesh in without hesitation. Looking closely, there were scattered human flesh around the pit, all to attract the little monsters in. Those little monsters were not surprised, and rushed out from the entrance of the base like a blowout. Following the smell, they chased directly into the mine. The huge mine was filled up in a short time. Standing in the air, the superpowers of King's Landing, who were suspended by the spacecraft in a basket, looked at the big pot of babies. Some people turned their heads and covered their mouths, trying not to vomit. Seeing that the little monsters behind were still running out, the number was even more than everyone expected. Start fighting. Su-hee gave an order, and everyone quickly used their superpowers on the mine, and for a moment, the mine was bloody. Everyone stared at the bottom, fearing that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. The city lord said that this little monster had sharp teeth and a sharp mouth, and it really bit people. If one was missed, a companion might have a piece of meat bitten off. If the position was wrong, a bite would kill him. That wouldn't work. In the bombardment, Su Yaching suddenly found something unusual. Captain, these little monsters. They are. This is. Looking in the direction indicated by Su Yaching, these little guys were like ants in a fire. They were gathered together, and the outermost layer used their flesh to resist the attack and protect the innermost individuals to survive. The direction they moved was the entrance of the base. Pop! A long wooden vine whip rose from the ground and directly pulled the ball of the little monster to the center. This is. Su-hee also saw that even if it was only for a moment, the surrounding little monsters gathered together again. But she could see clearly that the one in the center was not a small monster, but the basket of human flesh that she had just thrown away as bait. Zombies don't have the habit of bringing food with them. Why would these small monsters not eat a single bite of human flesh and take them away? Su-hee was surprised but didn't dare to act rashly. No matter what they did, these small monsters must die. These are zombies. Unless the great Luo Immortal comes to turn them into humans, otherwise, they are just zombies on the opposite side of humans. With a group of thugs, the battle ended quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the last small monster died. But when he died, he was still holding a piece of human flesh in his mouth like a puppy, looking at the entrance, and his dark eyes were full of desire. It was as if there was something inside, waiting for him to return. Su-hee couldn't bear it. Wait until the battle is over, cremate them properly, and bury them together. These might all be brothers and sisters. Jiang Mo and Ren Yuchen arranged for Earth-type superpowers to start digging the ground. The sea urchin used vines to roll up a relatively complete corpse of a small monster and put it in front of Su-hee. The corpse of the small monster curled up, just like a sleeping baby. Su-hee put on gloves, took out tweezers, and carefully opened the mouth of the small monster. Although some of the characteristics enhanced by superpowers may disappear after the zombies die, Su-hee is really curious about what is going on. Teeth. Babies will start to grow teeth at around 6 months old. The size of these small monsters should be around 6 months old. But because this is a zombie, it cannot be judged by the standards of normal babies. It's full of teeth. Each small tooth is as white and cute as a corn kernel. I knocked and pinched it with tweezers, but I couldn't feel anything. Su-hee used force on her hands, and was able to pull it off without much effort. She found a large plastic bag, put the body of the little monster in it, and went back to have someone study it. Si Jiajia watched from the side and asked curiously, "Captain, is there anything unusual?" Suhi shook his head, put the things into the space, and took off his gloves. Normally, babies of this month only have their front teeth emerging, and they are small. But in the mouth of this little monster, the teeth have grown out, and they are quite hard. However, in addition to the teeth themselves, it can bite through Muyuan's skin and cause damage to the spacecraft. There should be a blessing of supernatural power. Superpower? Muyuan came over and asked, "Sister, the weights just dug out the crystal cores, but they only dug out the 5th and 6th level ones. How could they have such a strong explosive force and bite off my flesh in one bite?" Suhi had no way to answer. If he knew why, he wouldn't have to pull out his teeth and ask someone to study them. Si Jiajia looked at the little monsters, who look similar. By the way, haven't they been genetically modified? Is it possible that this is the result of genetic modification? Current biological research shows that 80% of human genes are not activated. That is to say, you have only used 20% of the good stuff in your body. If all are unlocked, scientists assert that even cancer can be easily overcome by humans. But, can genetic modification be so powerful? He couldn't assert that this thing was too manly, and even the term genetic modification was a bit far-fetched. We can't rule out this possibility. Let's dig first. Maybe there's an answer down there. If not, we can only think of a way after we go back. The digging work was going on very quickly. They were all superpowered people, and they were more useful than large mechanized tools. With a thought, the soil was piled up far away, which was not a problem at all. The people of the Singularity team chatted for a while here, and the surface layer had already appeared over there. There was a circle of people around who were nervously looking inside, fearing that some monster would run out again. The pet team was patrolling around, and Muyuan and Xia Shaochen were forcibly dragged back to the spaceship by Suhi to rest. "It's already very good to bring you here, and I want to move forward. My body hasn't recovered yet, and my lips are still pale." Chapter 509. Muyuan fiddled with the crystal core detector on the Singularity, aiming it at the base below. 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots. Looking at the dense dots on the screen, Muyuan felt a little scalp. "Sister, tell people to be careful. There seem to be a lot of zombies and monsters at the bottom." Suhi took a look and was scared. If Muyuan and Xia Shaochen hadn't reacted quickly at that time, with this number, they probably wouldn't have been left with anything. "You know to check the crystal core detector now. Why didn't you think of it before?" The words were sarcastic, intentional, just to annoy Muyuan. "Let you be reckless." Muyuan lowered his head and muttered softly, "I really know I was wrong. Captain, I am also responsible." Xia Shaochen came over and pulled Suhi's clothes. Muyuan was a sister control, and he was probably crying in his heart when Suhi said that. "Don't talk about Muyuan outside." Suhi pulled back the corner of his clothes and poked Xia Shaochen's forehead. "You two are good at sticking together. Don't worry, the psychics are all in the hanging basket on the spaceship, with guardrails and high above the ground. If there is any problem, the spaceship will take the Earth's psychics to the air as soon as possible. The psychics on alert around will wipe out the things inside. Bringing more people is convenient, and can divide the work. A super large pit has been dug below, and the radius of this pit is getting bigger and bigger. This scale is simply an oversized underground city. The Earth psychics opened the ceiling layer by layer, and then other psychics looted all the useful things in this layer. Documents, packages, boxes, and the like were piled far away and would be examined later. It was unclear what was going on underground, so digging and studying like an archaeologist was a risk. An hour later, everyone dug to a layer that had collapsed more severely, with a large amount of broken space. Muyuan pointed to that layer. "We should have been here before. This is the trace left by the crystal core bomb." Crystal core bombs are much more powerful than conventional bombs, but the buildings here are obviously reinforced with alien technology, and there are only a few floors in a pit. If it was a building outside, it would probably be thrown in the middle, and the explosion would leave no foundation. There are not only traces of bombs, but also a lot of blood. The bomb was so powerful that the small monsters gathered around should have been blown to pieces. But, where are the bodies? Except for some bloodstains on the ground that have not yet dried, there is not a single piece of meat left. Zombies do not eat zombie meat, but only fresh blood and flesh. Are there still things that eat rotten flesh down there? Responsible for cleaning to prevent mold, this floor, along with several floors below, was blown up, and the things that were taken out, except for some large iron doors and iron fences, were useless. Zombies and monsters did not appear either. With so many people, wouldn't the smell of human flesh attract them? Could it be that they were not zombies? Time passed by, and the sky gradually darkened. They didn't plan to stop working when it got dark, and they had to work overtime, and not stop until the work was finished. As for eating, they took turns. Old capitalists, they worked overtime. He hung dozens of super large spotlights on the spaceship, illuminating the area below as if it were daytime. It was so bright that there was no worry about anything coming. Within a radius of 10 miles, those who could breathe and those who couldn't were already eaten by the little monsters in the underground base. There was no grass growing, only soil and stones. He held a compressed biscuit in her hand. She hadn't eaten it for a long time. Just now, she saw others eating it happily, and she couldn't help but touch one. She opened her mouth and took a bite. The taste was really bad. She handed it to Brother Biao, and the sandwich was better. Brother Biao accepted everything. Eat it. Eat what the master gave it. The compressed biscuit was too small. In Brother Biao's mouth, it went into his stomach without any taste. The rest of the team was eating in the spaceship. He took out pies and lean meat porridge, as well as some meat floss bread. Even if they ate simply, it was better than others. Most of the superpowers in the city could only eat compressed biscuits when they went out. As the city lord, it was embarrassing to feast in front of him. So he took people into the spaceship to eat, so as not to make people jealous. After eating, the digging work below was still going on. Watching the big pit below getting deeper and deeper, how come a zombie came out? Doesn't the human flesh outside taste fresh? What are you doing hiding down there? Aren't you going to eat? We are all starting to eat. He frowned and looked at the light spots on the screen. He didn't know if it was because there were too many light spots, so they didn't move much. Boom! When a superpower was moving the soil, there was a sudden collapse, and dust flew for a while. Digging from top to bottom layer by layer, it actually collapsed. Jiang Mo used the wind to sweep the dust away, so as not to blind other people and block their vision. Mu Yuan adjusted the direction of the spotlight to make it easier for everyone to see inside. Just as the smoke was about to dissipate, a skinny, hairless, long-armed gorilla in a khaki color suddenly jumped out from below. They acted quickly, and the moment they appeared, the psychics around them immediately held their foreheads in pain. Psychics. Psychic attacks are irreversible. He hurriedly called out to everyone. The spaceship is taking off, Yuchun. Protect everyone. All attacks have distance limits, and psychic attacks are no exception. The moment he gave the order, the spaceship immediately rose several hundred meters, and everyone's expressions changed from psychic attacks to psychic fear. How could they not be afraid? The spaceship went straight up and down, just like a bungee jumper. Although the bungee jumper goes down, it's not a good feeling to go up at this instant. Gawingda and others grabbed the edge of the hanging basket to prevent themselves from falling down again if the hanging basket was unstable. The person in the middle of the hanging basket didn't care about his image at this time, and grabbed his companion's trouser leg. Hey, my pants are falling off. Just hold my legs. Why are you pinching my flesh? Although they were complaining, the people in the hanging basket held their companions tightly. The superpowers of King's Landing have formed an insurmountable comradeship after fighting side by side for such a long time. Only by uniting with each other can we have a greater chance of winning in the fight against zombies. The people here are temporarily safe, and the people patrolling and guarding below have to retreat. Ren Yuchen activated the mental shield and covered the circle of people below as if they were a dish. The others also launched an attack immediately when the hairless gorilla appeared. Chapter 510. The people of the Singularity team had been under Ren Yuchen's mental attack training for a long time, but they were not injured. But the others were completely defenseless, and their heads were dizzy, but they still insisted on launching their superpowers. For a moment, the colorful attacks in the deep pit exploded, which was more beautiful than fireworks. Jiang Mo used the wind group to push these people to a distance to slow down, and click. Sizzle. A piece of electric net came down. Feng Xingyang turned into a large flamethrower, fearing that another one would come out. Ah! Ah! The gorillas screamed a few times, and then there was no movement. Gawingda covered his forehead. Just now, it felt like someone had set off a firecracker in his brain. It was difficult to open his eyes. The other superpowers were similar. If he hadn't reacted quickly, these people would have become fools if they stayed under the attack for a while. After everything was settled, there was only the sound of some burning debris around. He cursed secretly. It's really hard to collect some information about aliens. What kind of weird things did these aliens do underground before? They mutated and are so difficult to deal with. Brother Biao dragged a gorilla corpse out from the edge of the pit. Everyone in the Singularity team looked over. This is not a gorilla, this is a human. It's just because he has no clothes on. His skin is a kind of earthy gray, he is bald and hairy, his body is thin, but his belly is like a beer belly. This gives people the illusion of discovering hairless gorillas. Si Jia asked puzzledly, Captain, these hairless gorillas don't look like zombies. I've already said they're humans. Why are you still calling them gorillas? Si Jia pouted, it's easier to call them that. Sui took out the gloves again. Let's call them hairless gorillas first. The skin of these hairless gorillas is in good condition. Although there is a stench, it's not the rotten stench of zombies, but the stench of mold that has not seen the sun for years. The eyes are the same as the little monsters that appeared at the beginning, the eyelids are pure black, and the eyeballs can't be seen. It shouldn't be a zombie, just a mutant human with a stronger aggression. I can't figure it out after looking at it this way. Thinking about it the other way around, the little monsters before shouldn't be zombies either. The skin of zombies is torn and tattered like a rag doll that has wandered half the world. The skin of these creatures that appeared in the pit is in good condition, and there is no rotten meat. If they are not zombies, why are they so bloodthirsty? At this moment, the spaceship slowly came back with people, and stopped not far away, letting everyone get down to earth and calm down. If you want to vomit, don't hold it in, just vomit. If you want to pull up your pants, tighten your belt and expose your buttocks. The wind-type supernatural person blew away all the dust in the pit, and the situation inside the pit was gradually exposed. Jiang Mo saw it clearly first, but he didn't know how to describe the things inside. Hey, grape trees? What kind of grapes grow underground? Xiao Weiming leaned forward to take a look. It's obviously jabuticaba. Su He, who was standing not far away, heard it, and wondered why there were fruit trees. Whether it was grape trees or jabuticaba, they were plants that liked the sun more. It's so dark down there that the light can't even get in. How can anything grow? Everyone came over and looked into the pit. My God, it's really a jaboticaba tree. Below is a picture of a jaboticaba tree. Be careful if you have a fear of dense trees. I saw that the collapsed layer, on the walls, on the floor, on the pillars. It was densely packed with black spheres as big as a person's arms. Because of the distance problem, at first glance, it really would be mistaken for jaboticaba. I strictly suspect that those hairless gorillas rushed out just now to protect their fruits. If a stranger opened the roof of your house, and you happened to have a bag of gold at home, you would also pick up a weapon to fight the other party. It just happened that Su He's side was too strong. This time, he lost his life. Su He raised his legs and walked inside. Mu Yuan and Xia Shaoqi raised their hands like door gods. Where are you going? Su He pointed down. What can I do? Of course, I'm going to go down and take a look. The hairless gorillas are trying their best to protect these black eggs. It must be something very important to them. It's so far away, it's too unclear. The pit has been dug down for nearly 100 meters. It takes nearly a minute to go down by elevator. It's so dark that you can only see roughly. But Mu Yuan and Xia Shaoqi were scared out of their psychological defense by the little monster before, so they were naturally very nervous. We will go down with you. Although Mu Yuan stuttered for a while, his tone was very firm. Su He looked at them helplessly and said, let's go together. If they can defeat the things below by themselves, they probably won't have any psychological shadows in the future. Let's go down together. Brother Biao, you guys keep alert around. Ingda, you take everyone back to the spaceship and wait for orders. Everyone took action immediately. Martin Anderson, who was on the Singularity, was already surprised by the efficiency of these people. Whatever he said, he was the base commander of the Crazy Lion base. A base commander, here, can't do anything, can only wait for tea in the spaceship. This treatment is good, but it's frustrating. The gap between people is too big. Everyone didn't care about Martin's little idea. Others wanted to drink tea on the Singularity, but they couldn't get up. Outside, it was going on in an orderly manner. Many searchlights were hung on the walls of the excavated mines. Even deep-sea searchlights were hung, just to see clearly. If you only hang lights on yourself, your vision will be deceived by the lights in front of you, and you will ignore the dangers around you that are not illuminated by the lights. After everything was ready, Su He and Jiang Mo led the team to a free fall and jumped into the pit. As soon as they landed, Su Yaqing covered her nose. It smells so bad. Su He took out a pack of masks. What good smell can there be in a place that has not seen the sun for years? Everyone be careful, pay attention to your feet and your surroundings. Si Jia looked around. There are a few black balls smashed by gravel over there. Let's go and have a look. Just as she was about to move, she was pulled by Su Yaqing, who solemnly asked everyone not to move. Be quiet. Others cooperated very well, and Zhao Weiming put his raised legs in the air, fearing that there would be a sound when he landed. Ignoring everyone's curious eyes, Su Yaqing slowly walked towards the black egg closest to her, and after standing still, she put her hand on the black egg. Everyone was very nervous, secretly mobilizing their superpowers, and as long as there was a little movement, they would immediately destroy this place, and pull Su Yaqing away. Chapter 511. There was an eerie silence in the air. 2 seconds later, a small handprint appeared on the black egg touched by Su Yaqing, slowly pushed up the skin of the black egg, and touched Su Yaqing's hand through the black egg. Horror! This scene instantly reminded everyone of Feng Li's fetal movement when he was still in Su Yaqing's belly. Feng Li's little hands and feet sometimes pushed up Su Yaqing's pregnant belly to interact with everyone. That scene is exactly the same as now. Su Yaqing trembled and retracted her hand, and her voice was a little floating. These black eggs, there are babies inside. She communicated with everyone in the spiritual chat room, and everyone noticed it when they followed her gaze. The roots of these black eggs are connected by dense tissues, just like a pregnant woman. When everyone came down just now, in order not to step on anything they shouldn't step on after falling, they fell on the collapsed gravel. No one noticed it at the first time. These black eggs are connected by the same thing, and this thing spreads from deeper underground. Infant and child hatchery? But didn't Trinity say that the aliens felt that the children raised in artificial wombs had no souls, and were not useful? Could it be that they changed their minds later? Renyuchen also noticed that under the rubble, a half-baby arm was exposed in a smashed black egg. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. That half-arm told everyone that these black eggs were not hatching ordinary babies, but little monsters. Little monsters with sharp teeth and sharp mouths, biting people painfully. Mu Yuan was about to make a gesture on his neck when Suhi slapped him. I know what you mean, kid. If we start now, what if another batch of things comes out? Wait until we go up. These babies are definitely not simple. We can't let our softness for a moment cause any serious consequences in the future. This is also the experience of the previous life. As she was talking, Su Yaqing suddenly walked in another direction. I feel there is a human here. I heard her voice. Human? What kind of human can live in such a dangerous place? Superman? Feng Xingyang followed closely behind Su Yaqing. Walk slowly and watch your feet. Everyone followed closely. As for the black eggs here now, they will be dealt with later when we go up. Su He has been floating like a female ghost. Since she can fly, she feels that floating in the air is the most convenient. There will definitely be no situation where she turns around and steps on something. Under the leadership of Su Yaqing, everyone walked down cautiously. Su He tried to float among everyone, so that if she encountered something uncontrollable, she could collect everyone into the space at once and take them away. There are stairs here, rotating down layer by layer. Zhao Weiming complained in the spiritual chat room. Did these aliens dig to the center of the earth? These stairs are almost making me dizzy. Probably considering the space problem, the stairs were built so crowded and shaky that they felt like donkeys pulling a millstone when they went down. Dizzy? Su Yaqing stopped after walking for a while to feel the direction of the person who spoke her mind. We be there in a little while, Sister Chen. Please detect if there is anything strange ahead. The spiritual power can be used to detect anything in front of you, just like a radar. It can scan everything without the other party noticing. Renyuchen's spiritual detection has been fully used. This place is small, and it is difficult to turn around. You must know something in advance. No problem for now. After walking for a while, before everyone saw stars in front of their eyes, Su Yaqing finally stopped. Which idiot designed this staircase? If it is like this, you will get yourself dizzy first when there is danger, and then you will not know the pain after you faint, right? Su Yaqing did not rush to open the door, but stood there for a while. Su He took out a bag of ice cubes from the space and gave one to everyone. Bing Bing refreshed her mind and went in dizzy. If there was any attack, she didn't know which direction to avoid. 3 minutes later, Zhao Weiming stepped forward and gently opened the small door at the corner. In fact, it was a normal door, but for Zhao Weiming's body size, it was really like a dog hole. Just now, inside the stairs, everyone had adapted to the darkness, and even without lights, they could still see something. Everyone came in one by one, and everywhere they looked, there were still black eggs one after another. However, the density of the black eggs here was much higher than those above. They were so close together that it was difficult to move. Jiang Yimou still led everyone with the wind group, and Su He carried Zhao Weiming in his hand. It was easy for Jiang Yimou to not be able to take care of so many people by himself, so Su He helped him to reduce the burden. Su Yaqing continued to point the way, and Jiang Mo moved the wind group according to the direction she indicated. Suddenly, Ren Yuchen called everyone in the chat room. There seems to be something in front. Everyone be alert. They didn't make any sound since they came in, and even when they pushed the door, Jiang Mo used the wind wall to block the sound in advance. So, they shouldn't be discovered by things in the distance. Suhi didn't sense the danger. Yuchen, what is it? Ren Yuchen used his psychic ability to carefully detect. It should be hairless gorillas. There are quite a lot of them. Behind the wall over there. Su Yaqing interrupted, with a surprised tone. Hey, the voice I heard is also behind that wall. Suhi said Zhao Weiming to Jiang Mo's wind group, wait for me. She flew over quietly, and turned to the back of the wall. There was a huge room here. But the door had been destroyed, leaving only the broken door frame. Inside the room, a group of hairless gorillas were picking fruits. They were picking some black eggs from the tissue below, and transporting them to the other direction. Miraculously, the black egg was taken off without any problem. It did not break, and the muscle tissue connected to it healed quickly. Seeing the black egg being carefully held by these hairless gorillas, Suhi followed them to see what they were going to do. These hairless gorillas are spiritual, and they may have a sense of each other. If Suhi cannot get rid of them all at once, it is very likely to attract those hiding in the dark. Be cautious, be cautious. What if these things have teeth like the little monsters? It hurts to think about it. After telling his teammates, Suhi followed the gorilla gang inside. The smell of human flesh did not stimulate the gorillas in front of him, so Suhi followed boldly. Chapter 512. But I didn't dare to get too close. Even if someone's nose is not working well, they can still feel it if you fly in front of their nose. After a while, they arrived at another room behind the room. The hairless gorillas put the black balls on a table and walked out. These black balls did not change. They were just like picked apples, lying there, motionless. Pick them, and leave them alone. Suhi waited for a while, but didn't see the hairless gorillas coming back. So he planned to get closer to satisfy his curiosity. Wait, there are other people in this room. Suhi heard the sound of breathing. She looked suddenly at the center of the room, and there was actually a person, but this person was integrated with the surroundings, and his breath was very weak, so he couldn't see it if he didn't look carefully. Suhi shifted his attention from the black balls on the table to this person. She was not afraid of this person fighting with her, because this person was attached to the tissues on the ground. Her entire lower body, from the navel down, was wrapped up. Only the upper body was exposed, with long hair scattered around the body, and the breasts on the chest revealed the gender of this person. It was a woman. Suhi took a look and initially determined that this woman was not a zombie. If it was a zombie, the moment Suhi approached, it should have roared and attacked Suhi, tearing Suhi into pieces and eating him. She did nothing except breathing. Even breathing was a bit difficult for her. But whether she was still a human or not was yet to be determined. Yaqing, there is nothing here now, come over here. Su Yaqing came over to talk to this woman. It would be very difficult for her to speak in her current state. But she could still speak from her heart. After a while, the other members of the Singularity team also came over. He had already described the appearance of the person in the room to them in advance, so no one showed much surprise. But, why did this strange organization trap this person here? Didn't they eat half of it? Su Yaqing used her supernatural power, and pulled this person into the mental chat room. Hello, what's your situation now? What's your name? She had heard this person's inner thoughts before, but they were very faint, and she couldn't hear what they said even with supernatural powers. But for the sake of caution, she didn't take the initiative to communicate with the other party. Now it was considered a formal conversation. Everyone was waiting for the other party's answer. The other party seemed to have not heard the human voice for too long, and there was no reaction at first. When Su Yaqing talked to her again, she realized that there was really someone, not her hallucination. She tried to open her eyes and check in the dark. Feng Zhengyan lit a small flame on his fingertips, so that she could see clearly. It was indeed a person. The excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. Su Yaqing quickly reminded her, "You look too weak now. If you have anything to say, you can say it in your heart. We can hear it. Don't die in excitement, otherwise they would have just walked around the stairs for nothing. My name is Trinity, and I was captured here. You, please kill me." Trinity. It was the sunny girl who ran out of the underground base and found the Anderson family. But she looked so miserable now that she really couldn't get in touch with the people in the video. Moreover, most people's first reaction when seeing someone is to ask for help. Why ask for death? He took out some diluted spiritual spring water and planned to give her a few sips. But Trinity gritted her teeth and shook her head firmly. "Don't tempt me, I can't live, I must die." In this way, Only in this way, the monster with me will die. There are monsters? What kind? Su Yacheng comforted. We are very powerful, don't worry, we can definitely save you. After explaining why the Singularity team appeared here, and why they were really not bad people. But Trinity gritted her teeth and still resisted. Even though her desire for the clean water in front of her was about to shatter her will. It seems that you don't know what happened here. Although I also believe what you said, there are changes outside. After all, I have become like this, which is beyond the control of those aliens. But, this beautiful lady, please put away the water. I can't hold on for a few more glances. Please put it away, and I will tell you again. Since Trinity insisted, Suhi had to put it away. Then let's listen to you first. Without the temptation, Trinity breathed a sigh of relief, and then she told Suhi and others. Since you said you have seen the things I sent out, I won't say the previous ones. After I was captured, the aliens wanted to torture me to death. But I was pregnant, and they thought I was a woman with a baby, so they sent me to do experiments. Su Yacheng was a little surprised. Pregnancy? Is this part of their torture? Trinity was a little embarrassed and regretful. The pregnancy happened when I escaped, not the test tube baby injected by the aliens. Life was a little boring when I was on the run, and I developed feelings for the captain of the bodyguards, who followed me, so... Got it. The two fell in love, and the child appeared after a night of passion. When I was captured, the child was only 1 month old, and I didn't feel anything. If I had known that I would be captured, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. What's the saying? When love comes, what can stop it? Moreover, she may not have known that she would be captured at the beginning, so of course she enjoyed life and handsome men. It's normal for a weak woman to fall in love with the strong men of the Anderson family. After the aliens discovered Trinity's value, they immediately sent her to the operating table. After all, in the underground base, there are very few human babies born from natural conception. Although the government will provide some humans to the aliens, it does not provide pregnant women. When a pregnant woman goes missing, it will harm at least 2 families, which has a huge impact on society. So the baby in Trinity's belly is particularly important. Moreover, the pregnancy period is very short, so there is a lot of room for transformation. Those transformation experiments were carried out again and again on Trinity, and the baby in her belly, who was still an embryo. The pain was so intense that Trinity was thinking of dying. But her hands and feet were tied, and her body was too weak due to the excessive amount of anesthetics, so she couldn't die even if she wanted to. Chapter 513. The colleague who worked with her before couldn't stand it, and wanted to secretly relieve her. But the colleague's action was discovered by an alien and the colleague died. The aliens kept a stricter watch on Trinity, not only to prevent her companions from helping her. More importantly, all kinds of experiments on Trinity were very successful. She is the most successful experimental subject so far, perfect. Trinity was plugged with various instruments, just to save her life and let the small test product in her belly be born successfully. 9 months later, a human baby was born by natural delivery. It was a daughter. In order to give Trinity a little idea of living, the aliens let Trinity raise the child herself. For a long time after giving birth, human women's bodies are controlled by hormones. You will find that some pregnant women will like babies very much, even if they didn't like children before. But after the child is born, her eyes will light up when she sees the child. There are also old people who say, I don't like children now, but I will like them after they are born. This statement is scientifically based, and not nonsense. Of course, this only represents the majority. There are also many people who throw their children away after they are born. This is just in most cases. Coincidentally, Trinity is the case in most cases. After the child was born, her maternal light was very dazzling, and her mind was on her daughter every moment. In addition, the child was too cute, smiling when he saw people, and never crying. Even if it was not his own child, he would want to hold him up and caress him, not to mention Trinity, who had the filter of a biological mother. Trinity also named her daughter Bella. It means a smart, beautiful and noble girl. But the aliens only call Bella number 0, because Bella's body was the most successfully transformed. All future experiments will be based on Bella, so she is number 0. Bella's successful birth made Trinity think of escaping again. As a mother, she didn't want her child to be trapped in the dark underground and suffer inhuman torture every day. But the mother and daughter, one was trapped on the operating table, and the other only knew to cry when hungry, and couldn't even crawl. Wanting to escape is simply a foolish dream. 1 month after Bella was born, Trinity was pregnant again. This time it was a test tube baby injected by aliens, using Bella's genes. They wanted to create more number 0 from Trinity. This time Trinity cooperated very well. She knew that only by cooperating, the aliens would not keep injecting her with anesthetics and make her drowsy. Only by staying awake can we think of ways to escape. This lasted until 6 months later, and then it was March 2061. Yes, it was the night of 0 degrees. The night of 0 degrees when zombies and mutants appeared. All creatures on the Earth were changing rapidly and visibly, including the creatures in the alien underground base. The underground base quickly went out of control, and the aliens did not want to abandon such a good test subject, so they planned to take away number 0, that is, Bella. Because if they wanted to take Trinity away normally, they needed a lot of things to maintain her normal life. There was not so much space on the spaceship. In such a chaotic situation, there was no way to take away all the instruments at once. So, we could only take away the most convenient ones first. Bella, who was already 6 months old, was still a baby, but she also sensed that the aliens holding her wanted to separate her from her mother. Bella kept crying, and Trinity also struggled to get off the experimental bed. Seeing that the mother and daughter were about to be separated, the alien holding Bella suddenly threw Bella out. He covered his arm, and some unknown liquid flowed out of it. The alien was bitten. The moment Bella was thrown out, Trinity also opened the instruments on the bed and hugged Bella in her arms without hesitation. The aliens wanted to move forward, but something seemed to be urging them from behind. After checking the wound of the alien, who was bitten, they left directly. He guessed. The aliens probably thought Bella had turned into a zombie, so it was important to escape. Trinity shook her head. I saw the zombies you mentioned later. Bella is not a zombie, she just mutated. After the aliens left, Trinity held Bella and comforted her for a long time. When she was feeding Bella, she felt something was wrong. Only then did she realize that there were teeth in Bella's mouth. But Bella didn't bite Trinity at all, she just tried hard to suck her mother's milk. Trinity held Bella. She had no idea what was happening outside. But according to the nature of the aliens, they would not evacuate for no reason, and in such a hurry. Something extraordinary must have happened outside. Trinity didn't dare to act rashly. She closed the door and windows of the laboratory cautiously, and took Bella to hide in a cabinet. Roar! Ah! There were constant roars coming from outside, accompanied by various collisions, cries for help, screams. Trinity could only cover Bella's ears, and coax her gently. She thought something had driven the aliens away, and she could be rescued. Now it seems that the situation outside is definitely not a good thing. At least, it's not life-saving. Bella was very well behaved in her mother's arms, and Trinity also took a few packets of nutrient solution with her in advance. She was so weak now that she couldn't run away with Bella at all, just when her mind was in a mess. Bang! The door of the laboratory was actually knocked open. Trinity subconsciously stuffed her nipple into Bella's mouth so that Bella wouldn't cry and make any sound. She also held her breath and looked through the gap in the cabinet to see what was happening outside. Ah! Humans with blood all over their bodies were wandering around inside. Those closest to the cabinet were still using their noses to carefully identify the smell of human flesh in the air. Trinity was so frightened by the scene that she covered her mouth. Zombies, isn't this something that only appears in movies? But the reality didn't allow her to continue to be surprised. The zombies were about to walk to the cabinet. Trinity could only hold her breath and hold the edge of the cabinet tightly from the inside to prevent the smell of herself and Bella from spreading out. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't open the cabinet. Although they smelled the smell of human flesh, they didn't find anyone. After wandering around for a while, they slowly wandered to other places to look for food. And Trinity had fainted because of the long-term tension. Chapter 514. When she woke up again, there were no zombies outside. Bella was also sleeping in her arms, not crying, very well behaved. The lights in the laboratory were still on, and she stepped forward lightly, and closed the door of the laboratory again. She found a few heavier boxes, and placed them in front of the door. After doing all this, Trinity was sweating and exhausted. But she didn't dare to rest, and put all the things that could be used in the cabinet in the laboratory. Then she turned off the lights, climbed into the cabinet, took a few sips of the nutrient solution, and fell asleep again. Seeing that the lights outside were still on, it meant that the underground power system was still operating normally. As long as the power was still there, the air underground would circulate continuously, and she would not suffocate to death. When Trinity woke up again, she was awakened by hunger. She now had a 5-month-old baby in her belly, and Bella was still breastfeeding, so her body consumption was very huge. Trinity grabbed the bag of nutrient solution and drank it in big gulps. Bella didn't understand what was going on, but with her mother by her side, she felt safe and satisfied. However, Trinity felt that her belly was much bigger than before. The loose lab coat was now a little bit unable to restrain her. Moreover, after sleeping for a while, Bella was able to sit up and even crawl freely. This was impossible for a 6-month-old baby. All these strange phenomena made Trinity, a biological genius, have to be alert. But it was useless to be alert. Her belly was visibly getting bigger, so big that she couldn't stand up by herself. Trinity could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. She saw the scalpel on the test bench not far away. She secretly decided to give herself an abortion. She would be crushed to death by this belly anyway, so she might as well give herself a knife. Dig the child out and give herself and Bella some hope of survival. She was not a doctor by profession, she studied biological genes, but after coming to the underground base, she was forced to learn some. She didn't expect that it would be used on herself. After the cesarean section, if it gets better, she can walk around in 24 hours. There are nutrient solution and disinfectant around now, and surgical supplies are all available. Oh, anesthesia. She can't give herself anesthesia, as it will affect her judgment. She can only have a cesarean section. She put Bella on the crib. This laboratory is where the mother and daughter have been living. Bella has a small crib. She found a milk bottle, mixed some milk powder with nutrient solution, and put it next to Bella. If she was hungry, she could try to drink milk by herself. She could also climb on top of him. For convenience, Trinity even took off all her clothes. Although she only had 2 lab coats. She struggled to climb to the test bench and began to look for tools for her cesarean section. She got the scalpel and poured disinfectant on her stomach like it was free. She took a deep breath and bit her clothes, fearing that she would scream out in pain, which would attract all the things outside. As for the smell of blood during the operation, Trinity used something to plug the crack in the door, so it wouldn't leak out for a while. The cold scalpel was about to touch her belly, which felt like she was pregnant with an elephant, when she suddenly felt a sharp pain. It was as if the baby in her belly was protesting, trying to stop Trinity from killing her. But Trinity had no choice. If her belly continued to grow, all 3 would die. The palms and backs of her hands were made of flesh. Although the baby in her belly was not her own will, it was still a child. The situation was special now, so she could only give up one. As if she had sensed her mother's decision, her belly didn't hurt anymore. Just as Trinity mustered up her courage again and put the scalpel on her belly, she felt another sharp pain, even worse than before. She fainted from the pain and lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Trinity finally woke up. It was pitch black around her. She wanted to move her body, but found that she couldn't move. After a few minutes, when her eyes adapted to the darkness, Trinity finally realized that she wasn't unable to move, but was bound. The thing that bound her, which others might not believe if she told them, was her placenta. The placenta that connected her to her baby. At first, a large part of her body was transformed by aliens. Unexpectedly, on the night of 0 degrees, Trinity did not get superpowers, but instead made the placenta grow wisdom. After sensing that Trinity was going to hurt herself, the placenta began to absorb Trinity's energy crazily, broke out of the uterus, and took the dominant position. In order to prevent herself from getting hurt again, the placenta actually tied up Trinity. Trinity struggled in vain, and suddenly thought, what should Bella do after such a long time? Bella! Bella! She shouted loudly, venting her inner pain. Bella was a little baby, and she was unconscious for such a long time. She must have died. A long time ago. Suddenly, Trinity felt a pair of small hands touching her chest. She looked down and saw that it was Bella. Wait. How could there be 2? No. 3. No. So many Bellas? What happened? The babies in front of her were all exactly the same, and she couldn't tell which one was the real Bella. After a long time, Trinity finally had a clue. Perhaps these babies were all Bella. Or perhaps none of these babies were Bella. Because the baby connected to the other end of the placenta was a 100% replica of Bella's genes. There were so many babies, and no one knew how they survived. Could there be food outside? Soon, this question was answered. Every once in a while, the Bellas would hold blood and flesh in their mouths, like puppies, and feed them to the placenta not far away. The placenta could be said to be a mass of tissue. After this mass of tissue came into contact with the blood and flesh, it devoured the blood and flesh and converted it into energy to supply itself and the surrounding embryos. Those embryos will soon mature and fall off the tissue, and then the new little Bella will crawl out of it. The fighting power of the Bellas should be good, and they bring back rich flesh and blood every day. Later, some embryos actually differentiated and produced individuals like hairless gorillas. used to take care of the embryos, protect the placenta and Trinity. It may be because when genetic modification is carried out, the main purpose of the placenta is to maintain the life of the mother and the embryo. So even if it has mutated into a strange thing, the placenta will reversely supply me with energy. Later, the surrounding flesh and blood was probably eaten up by the bellas, and less was brought back. But the placenta will still give priority to supplying the energy, so I guess that if I die, everything connected to the placenta will die instantly. Chapter 515. Hearing this, the people in the Singularity team, especially the girls, felt a chill. Su Yaqing even wondered how she dealt with the placenta when she gave birth to Feng Le. Was it cremated or buried? Go back and ask Feng Xingyang if he would turn into such a strange thing to scare people. She looked around and didn't seem to see anything stranger. But it seems that you are the only one around here. What about that thing that your placenta turned into? Trinity pointed upwards. It's up there. The steps you took went straight to the bottom. I guess my placenta can feel my strong aversion to it, so it ran away. It can still move. Everyone looked around vigilantly. Don't rush over suddenly. Su, he had the lightning ready. How fast does that thing move? How powerful is it? Trinity explained. I remember it moved very slowly. Now it doesn't have enough energy, so it can only lie there. I don't know about its power. I haven't felt it. But it has been away from here for a long time, and I'm not sure what changes have taken place during this time. Just when everyone wanted to continue asking something, Renyuchen suddenly said, Captain, dozens of hairless gorillas are coming this way. What should we do? Trinity was also in the chat room. She urged anxiously, hurry, kill me quickly. If they find you, you won't survive. By the way, the information about the underground base you need is on the other side. The entire base is in AU shape, and the other side is the space where aliens live. Trinity was a little flustered. She didn't want to go on like this. It was too painful. After a long period of loneliness and hopeless waiting, she only had one thought now, which was to end it all. Please! Please kill me! Because of excitement, she shouted these words directly from her throat. Her throat had not been used for a long time, and it was almost as slow as a drake. But just by shouting like this, the hairless gorillas moved faster. Suhi made a prompt decision and took out an extra-long machete. The moment Trinity saw the weapon, a relieved smile appeared on her face. Suhi used the knife smoothly and poked a hole in the ceiling. Renyuchen activated his supernatural power and used his mental power to condense a shield to protect everyone together. The hairless gorillas suddenly went crazy and launched a desperate mental attack on this side. But with Renyuchen's defensive shield, everyone was not hurt at all. Feng Xingyang spewed out flames, like you feel the warmth of the light. Boom! Instantly, all the surroundings were ignited by flames, including the hairless gorillas. Roar! They wailed and rolled in the flames, as if they wanted to summon more companions. However, all members of the Singularity team were present, and no matter how many hairless gorillas there were, they were just numbers, and nothing could stop the joint attack of the Singularity team. After setting the fire, Suhi led everyone to fly to the upper floor through the hole they had just poked. I don't want to walk up the stairs anyway. I feel dizzy. The goal has been achieved, and the only way is to fight up. It's just right to see where the thing that the placenta has turned into is, and catch it and kill it. There is nothing on this floor. There was nothing on the next level up. Swoosh. The human flesh tissues connected to the black eggs on the ground suddenly moved. It seems that without Trinity, these things will not die. Raising Trinity should be just the result of genetic control. Looking at these muscle tissues shaking more and more violently, they finally couldn't help but show up, right? But the reaction of these muscle tissues was not to attack, but to shrink in a certain direction with these intact black eggs, that is, embryos. Maternal protection? But this is a placenta. Can there be such a high-level emotion? Zhao Weiming held a knife in his hand and cut off a piece of tissue directly. Captain, are we going to solve it here before going up? Suhi originally thought so, but suddenly changed his mind. No, this thing looks like it wants to play hide-and-seek with us. Let's keep digging, dig to the end, and see where it will hide. Trinity said that this is the laboratory, and the real valuable is on the side where the aliens live. In this case, there is no need to be too cautious. Suhi moved his mind and sent the space boomerang upwards, and a skylight immediately appeared on the ceiling. The light from outside came through the skylight that was separated by dozens of floors, like a beam of hope piercing the darkness. But this beam of light really came too late. Back on the ground, Suhi gave an order, and the psychics continued to dig, full of energy. Xia Shaochen also joined the digging team, and soon, Brother Biao, who was standing by the side to supervise, woof. There, Before everyone's attack fell, these black and blood-red muscle tissues actually bounced out like a large meatball. All the attacks were absorbed. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it was still growing. Suhi looked at this thing. It was interesting. He instantly reached level 10, and after thinking about it, there was only one way. That was the placenta, which absorbed all the embryos. Just now, I was thinking it was some kind of maternal protection. Suhi really overestimated it. Since other attacks didn't work, try this. Crack. Suhi threw a lightning bolt. It was not big. If a meatball could absorb everything, then it was not an attack, it was a meal. Sizzle. The meatball was burnt by electricity, and the color was even uglier. The twisting surface showed that this thing was in great pain now, but it might be because it had no mouth, so there was no sound. Since the lightning bolt worked, Suhi didn't hesitate at all, and gave the meatball an oven massage. After a few seconds, it really became a meatball, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, the kind that was fully cooked. Of course, the cautious Suhi did not stop there. She directly split the meatball. It was restored to meat filling, and the crystal core in the middle of the meat filling was taken away. It was level 10 in pink. It looked pretty good. The meatball was finally dead. Muyuan pursed his lips. That's it? He had a great reputation in his life, but he didn't expect that he would be ruined by the meatball. Suhi put away the pink crystal core. Yes, the little monsters are really hard to deal with, that is, Bella. Trinity's words just now reminded me that the reason why Bella has such sharp teeth is not only because she was genetically modified by aliens, but also because of another reason. Everyone came over curiously. What is it? It's a bond. Suhi suddenly became philosophical, shaking his head like an old scholar. As the saying goes, mother and child are connected by heart. The mother and child who had never been separated were forcibly separated, which stimulated the potential in Bella's body. Bella mutated into a mouthful of fangs for her mother. And later, the abilities of the Bellas continued to improve, and the fangs also evolved. In fact, humans have a lot of potential in their infancy. Once it is stimulated, they are sometimes more invincible than adults. Chapter 516. Xia Shaochen agreed with Suhi's idea. There are indeed many such examples in nature. But generally mothers show strength and burst beyond their own in order to keep their cubs alive. There are relatively few cubs like this that evolve. Su Yacheng cares more about other things. Anyway, there are already enough strange things in this world, so it's not surprising that this kind of thing can happen. Feng Xingyang, where's my placenta? Tell me quickly how you dealt with it. Feng Xingyang was also confused. What placenta? He remembered that his wife tortured him, as if he had given birth to a child, and then took the child home. I don't know anything else. It was Si Jiajia who spoke up. This should have been handled by Dr. Nie Tao. Yours is medical waste, and it is usually thrown into the crematorium over there in the hospital for cremation. Ren Yuchen joked, your body has not been modified, so you won't become such a monster, don't worry. After a joke, everyone continued to the next step without stopping. Find another exit. The place where the aliens live is on the other side. If you want to get in, you can either dig from this side or look for it on the ground. Suhi plans to do both at the same time to save time. Without the worry of the little monster, everyone works much faster. The laboratory was quickly dismantled, and the other side was also opened. Lord City Lord. There are several spaceships here. They should be their parking lot. Do you want to come down and take a look? On the Singularity, the people below sent a message to Suhi. The people of the Singularity team were drinking tea. How come they are all people at the level of the City Lord? As long as you assign a task, someone will do it, and there is no need for a supervisor. Suhi put down the milk tea cup. Let's go and take a look. There are only a few spaceships here, with different shapes, and they should belong to different planets. I heard from the two little gray men on Bo Lai Star that there are many alien races on Earth. Most of them are bad guys. Suhi had some doubts in his mind. Weren't they escaping? They didn't even take the spaceship with them, running with their legs, but when he walked to the front, he found the problem. The messy state around indicated that there had been a battle here. Gawingdal led people to check City Lord. Although the defense doors below and the test area are locked, there are still many traces of fighting around. I guess that before the doors were closed, there should be a lot of zombie monsters chasing after them and fighting. So, the owners of these spaceships are most likely to have been eaten to death, so fragile. But when he turned around and thought about it, it was very sad. Humans can actually be controlled and threatened by such fragile things. At this time, Mu Yuan, who went up to check the spaceship, also came to a conclusion. There are almost dry bodies of aliens in these, with obvious wounds on the bodies. It seems that they are seriously injured and can't start the spaceship at all. The two on the side are completely broken due to magnetic field problems and can't be started. The ones over there are empty, with nothing inside. However, judging from the location of these spaceships, there should be spaceships that have successfully left. This is a bit difficult to deal with. There are also those who left. What if they go back and tip off? Who knows what is waiting for the Earth? Xiao Weimeng is a little worried. Captain. Suhi's attitude was very calm, not anxious at all. Mainly, there was no point in being anxious. Don't worry, even if they can send information back, we can fight with our current strength even in the universe. And how did you make up your mind that they would come back to such a dangerous place? Feng Zhengyang didn't think so. When the benefits were big enough, he would want to try even if there was danger. Captain, these aliens on Earth are scum in the universe, but they have people above them. If they report the information of the Earth to a higher authority, then we will not only deal with scum. Others nodded, it made sense. After sending away the King of Hell, another Ma Zhongfei came, which was even more difficult to deal with. Suhi analyzed with everyone. We were not a cosmic civilization before. According to cosmic rules, interfering with planetary civilizations that are not cosmic civilizations is a serious crime in the universe. What's more, they not only interfered, but also oppressed, and they dared not admit it. If they report to a higher authority, they will be exposed for concealing a planetary civilization and doing so many bad things. They probably can't bear the responsibility. Seeing that Su Yaqing seemed to want to say something, Suhi directly blocked her words and continued, of course, it is normal for intelligent life to go along with the flow and find helpers, but we can't panic first. According to the information provided by the two little gray men on Bo Lai Star, the Earth should now be considered a high-level civilization. Because we all have superpowers, and the level of superpowers is very high. As long as they don't blow up the Earth all at once, we still have a chance of winning. There is one more thing Suhi didn't say. Even if they blow up the Earth all at once, she will bring everyone to survive. Bombing the Earth won't affect their own space. They can find another place to live after the bombing. As long as people are alive, there is hope. When facing an enemy that is much stronger than themselves, avoid its edge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. They, the superpowers, can wait for decades or even hundreds of years, let alone 10 years. When the time comes, whoever blows up the Earth, Suhi guarantees that their entire galaxy will be blown up like fireworks. Even a eukaryotic organism will be split in half. Let them know what the seeds of hatred are. Xia Shaochen seemed to be thinking, what if the Earth really blows up? Good guy, you are so quick to destroy. Ren Yuchen rubbed Xia Shuchen's head. His tone was calm but very powerful. If it blows up, it blows up. That's a matter for the future. Who can predict the future? We will all die in the future, so can we stop breathing and eating now? As long as we unite as one and make preparations for everything, nothing will be a problem. What do you think? Jiang Yamo nodded frantically. I think my wife is right. Instantly, I felt like I was being fed dog food. The tense atmosphere was completely broken by Jiang Mo's show of affection, and everyone turned around and went about their business. Mu Yuan pulled Suhi. Sister, these spaceships have different civilization technologies. You helped me install them. I'm going to go back and take a good look. Maybe there will be even bigger discoveries. This excited look is simply amazing. Put away the spaceship, and take away all the useful information around. Although it's an alien language, it's okay, they still have a little gray man locked up there. Chapter 517. This alien is in the tower of Boreai Star. In order to prevent this fragile little thing from committing suicide or dying accidentally, Suhi has put a lot of thought into it. Not only are there psychics taking turns to control him 24 hours a day, but he is also required to eat and rest on time. He eats the food they brought on their spaceship. Suhi was afraid that it would not be enough, so he took a few pieces and asked people to analyze the ingredients, and finally copied some of them. This little thing is very important. When Mu Yuan was working on the spaceship before, there were too many things he didn't understand, so he dragged Huang Mingdong to ask him. As for the alien language, they have a universal language, the cosmic language. After all, not everyone can communicate with each other, and most of the time they still rely on speaking. So language is necessary. In outer space, when two spaceships meet, they can't all speak in dialect. Thunder Monkey. Where are you going? Just thinking about it makes me feel that this picture is a bit funny. It's okay if you can understand it, but if you can't, we can't all rely on gestures. What if I say hello to you, but you think I'm going to scold you, and it will trigger a battle between the planets to maintain dignity? That's really not good. However, Through the joint efforts of Su Yaqing and Huang Mingdong, the cosmic language textbook has taken shape, and it can be published after further improvement. Everyone feels a little irritable when they think that they have to learn another foreign language when they grow up. In the team, the only person who can understand the cosmic language is Mu Yuan, and he is forced to do so. If you can't understand the cosmic language, you can't understand the information on the spacecraft. All the spacecrafts in this place use the cosmic language. It seems that the ruler of this space is very good and knows how to unify the language in writing. After putting away the spaceship, everyone started to pack up other things. After all, it is a place where aliens have lived, and there must be a lot of information in it. Moreover, they retreated in a hurry at the beginning, and they probably didn't have time to take away many things. Everyone dug and packed up layer by layer. This side is very clean, without monsters and zombies. After digging the bottom layer, the east was already turning pale. Fortunately, when we came, we dumped all the zombie bodies in the space, otherwise these dug things would not fit. Galingda and his superpowers continued to fight zombies on this continent, and he took the Singularity team back to King's Landing. These things still need to be classified and studied, and the task is more difficult than fighting zombies. In the middle, the Singularity team also turned around and went to the Crazy Lion base. The forces that should be gathered naturally have to be controlled in their own hands to feel at ease. Martin Anderson went out and returned to his base, his eyes full of disgust. The Crazy Lion base is really not even as good as a brick in King's Landing. With Martin here, the cooperation talks went smoothly, and Suhi also promised to bring people here to help them build the base. Just the wall of this base, Xiao Weiming can push it down with his little finger. It's really dangerous, it's useless. Of course, it's not free help. The transaction requires paying crystal cores and materials. We must not cultivate the unhealthy trend of asking for help from others. When we returned to King's Landing after a busy day, it was almost evening. Everyone had eaten on the spaceship, but they were not in a hurry to have dinner. At the Cosmic Civilization Research Center, everyone was busy. Fortunately, Suhi had some people learn the cosmic language in advance, so it was not difficult for them to classify things now. As for those who really didn't understand, Su Yaqing and Huang Mingdong could go to the control tower to answer. As soon as Mu Yuan came back, he took the spaceship to the research room. Judging from the momentum, it would not be over until every part of these spaceships was disassembled. What Suhi could do was naturally up to him. However, this time Suhi really found someone for Mu Yuan and specifically told him to eat. How could you expect a child who is immersed in toys to eat on time? Because Huang Mingdong had to go back to the Cosmic Civilization Research Center to help. Junyu City had no one to look after it, but it needed someone to take care of it. Suhi said Guozhengyi there, as the acting city lord. There was nothing big going on there, because the previous policies were well done, and the work arrangements were very reasonable. The residents also cherished this hard-won opportunity, so there were few conflicts. The main task of the acting city lord is to coordinate various tasks in the city, and handle various orders. Guozhengyi is fully competent. After finishing everything, Suhi lay on the sofa, so tired. Aunt May, I want to eat some watermelon ice. After shouting, he remembered that Aunt May took Feng Le back to her home to take care of him. Ren Yuchen stood up. I go? Xia Shaochen came to Feng Zhenyang. Brother Yang, shall we go and pick up Xiao Le? Feng Zhenyang handed Xia Shaochen a cup of wolfberry tea. Forget it. Wait for you and Mu Yuan to take care of him. If Feng Le howled, the two of them would be startled again, which would not be suitable for them to rest. That's what Mu Yuan and I said. We're fine now. Xia Shaochen didn't even bother to drink the wolfberry tea in his hand, and put it on the table. We were scared before. Didn't we think we had encountered some monsters? It turned out that those little monsters were Bellas. They became like that because they didn't want to be separated from their mothers, and didn't want their mothers to die. It's so heartbreaking, so we're not scared anymore. Feng Zhenyang still felt that it was not going well. Then let Aunt May take care of him for another 2 days. Xia Shaochen insisted, let's go now. It's really fine now. I was walking in the city just now, and met a few crying children. I didn't react. Really. In fact, Xia Shaochen asked Feng Zhenyang to bring Feng Le back for another reason. Feng Le is a strong boy. I don't know if it's because He gave him too much food to supplement his superpowers during Su Yaqing's pregnancy. If he makes a fuss, Aunt May, an ordinary person without superpowers, really can't control him. Feng Le had been fussing because of colic before, and that posture was more terrifying than dealing with zombies. Considering Aunt May, who is over 50 years old, it is better to bring Feng Le back. Feng Le always sleeps with his parents at night, just in case there is separation anxiety again. Seeing Xia Xiaochen so insistent, Jiang Yimou also persuaded, Yangzi, why don't you let Xiaochen go with you to Aunt May's house to pick up Sheila? As long as she is not afraid, it will not be too late to bring her back. Feng Jingyang had no choice but to take Xia Xiaochen out. Su Yaqing was helping at the Cosmic Civilization Research Center at the moment, and it is estimated that she will not be able to come back to rest in the next few days. While eating the smoothie, Su He was still thinking about the next step in his mind. The zombies in front of him were not enough evidence. Now the global encirclement and suppression has begun. It is only a matter of time to kill the last zombie. Su He felt that the reconstruction of the home after the end of the world had been completed 100%. Chapter 518. King's Landing and Junyu City complement each other. Even if they don't trade, they can still achieve self-sufficiency. Moreover, under the leadership of Mu Yuan, the technology of King's Landing has made leaps and bounds. The biggest problem still comes from the outside, that is, the threat of alien civilization. Earthlings are so popular that these alien scum will never let go easily. Su He is definitely not a person who sits and waits for others to kill him. Space Patrol? This was proposed by Si Jiejia. Yes, we have spaceships now, and going to outer space is just a matter of pressing a button. There is a constant ecosystem inside the spaceship, and the safety of the crew is definitely guaranteed. Moreover, our ship uses all alien technology, and the speed is the same. If we find an invasion, we can run back in time. We can also receive news of invasion in advance. The earlier the better, and we can be more or less prepared. But Space Patrol also requires manpower and material resources. Although King's Landing is rich, there are not enough people. Those who can be sent up must be superpowers. Those who are slightly inferior are not acceptable. They must be at least level 7 or 8, right? Since they are going out for patrol, one spaceship is definitely not enough. At least 3 or 5 are needed. You can't just put one person on a ship. One person looking at the stars in the boundless universe for 3 months will definitely have psychological problems. There are at least 4 or 5 people on a ship. In addition, the patrol range must be limited. There should be no astronomers in this city, and no one who has been to the sky before. This is easier said than done. Su He's face didn't get better, but looked even more upset. Jiang Yimou wanted to say something to comfort Su He, but after thinking for more than a minute, he couldn't think of anything to help. Feng Jingyang, Aunt May, and Xia Xiaochen came back with Feng Lu. Feng Lu hadn't seen his father for more than a day, and now he was in his father's arms, so happy. Xia Xiaochen also changed his previous fear of children and teased Xiao Lu with toys. Aunt May came in later, and seeing the atmosphere in the room, she couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Miss He He, you look upset. Do you want some dessert?" Ren Yuchen quickly stopped. "Goodbye, Aunt May, the captain just ate a whole bowl of watermelon smoothie, and some dessert. I guess his stomach can't stand it." As she said that, she also explained why Su He was upset just now. Aunt May is her own person. She can say anything, and her mouth is tight. After listening, Aunt May walked up to Su He and said, "Space Patrol? I can do that." Su He was very grateful to Aunt May for relieving her worries. "Thank you, Aunt May, but it's still too dangerous outside the space you. I'm an astronaut, and have been to space." Aunt May's words shocked everyone. "Although I'm a little older now, I know a lot about space and how to read star maps. I can help you train astronauts, or I can go directly." Su He couldn't believe it. "Aunt May, if you are an astronaut, how could you? How could you not be able to raise a child and come to my house to be a nanny? You are so tight-lipped. We don't know anything." Seeing everyone gathered together with a curious look on their faces, Aunt May had to explain. At the beginning, Ingda's father had an accident, and Ingda had just been born and no one took care of him. I was completely overwhelmed. You also know that the mentality of an astronaut is very important. I couldn't calm down at all due to the huge changes in my life. After making several mistakes, I resigned. After resigning, Ingda and I soon lost our income, and by chance, we came to your house. Su He really felt that Aunt May had wasted her talent for so many years. Astronaut? He was willing to be a nanny. This legendary life can be written into a novel. Then why haven't you mentioned it? Aunt May was busy cleaning up the smoothie that Su He had finished eating, and said nonchalantly, "It's all in the past. Besides, quitting halfway is not a glorious thing. Anyway, I learned a lot of information about the spacecraft from Master Mu Yuan. Although it is very different from what I have come into contact with before, at least I have been trained. If Miss He wants to form an outer space patrol team, I can help." No wonder Mu Yuan always chats with Aunt May so happily. It turns out that you both have little secrets in private. Suhi suddenly thought of Muyuan teaching Aunt May to fly a spacecraft. That's right. How can ordinary people learn it in one lesson? Moreover, he can scare Muyuan so much that his face turns pale, which must be some special stunt used by astronauts. Si Jiejia was a little curious. Aunt May, the astronauts in the past did not have special powers, and the spacecraft technology was not good. Now the spacecraft made by Muyuan is like driving a car, and the life support system inside is also very stable. Do we still need to train people like before? Aunt May put the bowl in the kitchen dishwasher, then came back and sat on the sofa. Training is basically not necessary. The physical fitness of people with special abilities is definitely better than that of trained astronauts. However, in space, you need to look at the star map. If you run far away, you need to know which planet you are on. If the spacecraft breaks down, how to deal with it urgently. Wait, astronauts can't just be in good health, they also need to have a good brain. Professional things should be left to professionals, and the Space Patrol team's affairs should be left to Aunt May. In order to prevent these arrogant people with special abilities from looking down on Aunt May, Suhi also assigned Sea Urchin and Yuan Bao to her. If anyone disobeys, Sea Urchin will take action and beat him. Yuan Bao went there to make Sea Urchin less bored. 2 days later, Xia Xiaochen took a group of people with special abilities to the Crazy Lion base to help them improve their home accommodation conditions and help build a few greenhouses. Aunt May also arranged the plan for the Space Patrol. Suhi looked at. Such a thorough schedule instantly made Aunt May look more impressive. Aunt May, how did you find the time? You haven't worked less these past 2 days. You cook all our meals. How do you still have time to make a schedule? Suhi wanted Aunt May to get busy with the Space Patrol, but Aunt May said she wouldn't fight a battle without preparation. She said she would go to the office Suhi prepared for her after she finished making the plan. Who knew that Aunt May made the plan while cooking? Yes, with time, the plan will come out. Moreover, since Muyuan made the spaceship, I knew there would be such a day. I have imagined some things when I was free, and now I just use those ideas. It was easy to say, but Suhi didn't have the ability to do so. The Space Patrol's plan was so perfect. From resource allocation to personnel training and voyage direction, it was very detailed. Chapter 519. Suhi felt that all he could think of was to send a few people to wander around in space. But Aunt May even came up with the idea of where to monitor the spacecraft and the outpost, to protect the Earth from all angles. Moreover, the Space Patrol team must be affiliated with King's Landing, and Suhi is the highest commander. The reason is that militarized management can unify the military spirit and prevent someone from running away with the spacecraft or rebelling. Aunt May, your talent is trapped in my kitchen, which is a waste of talent. You are simply a pillar of the country. Aunt May looked at Suhi's expression and couldn't help pinching her nose, like she did when she was a child. I can't be a pillar of the country, and it's my luck to meet your family. You don't know how happy it is to cook for you. Now I can use my previous knowledge to help you, which is also very good. Suhi was super cute when he was a child. When he ate delicious food, he would say to Aunt May in a milky voice, Aunt May, you are a fairy in the fairy tale. What you cook is so delicious. When he praised people, his eyes would narrow into a slit, as cute as he could be. In order to facilitate Aunt May's training, Suhi asked someone to open up another place outside the city. After all, you can't fly a spaceship in the city. What if an unskilled person rushes around and hurts someone? As for the conditions for recruiting people, Aunt May has the final say. These people not only came from King's Landing, but also sent notices to other bases. Of course, all mankind should work together to protect the Earth. Suhi didn't intervene in details. Everyone is capable, just let them play freely. A good leader knows how to appoint people based on their merits, rather than doing everything himself. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't stand the tossing of trivial matters. Look at Qin Shi Huang. After unifying the country, he got up earlier than chickens, and slept later than dogs every day, and he had to decide everything himself. His body was not good at a young age, otherwise he wouldn't have sent people to find the elixir of immortality. These are all lessons. So what did Suhi do? Of course, he went to chase zombies. The zombie elimination plan has not been completed yet. Now we need to improve efficiency and speed up. Suhi went out early and came back late, which enriched the lives of the residents of Junlin City and Junyu City. How could it not be enriched? In addition to his main job, he also had to work part-time to dig crystal cores, clean up corpses, and cook for the zombie expeditionary army. But everyone was enthusiastic. Having a job means making money, which is a good thing. Many people have saved enough money to live in a large flat, but now they are too busy to change houses. After working so hard for more than 3 months, the mango trees outside the city are blooming again. Each tree is densely covered with small fruits. Xiongda and Xiong'er carried a bucket and watered the fruit trees with spiritual spring water. 1 tree, 1 bucket of water. When the spiritual spring water in the bucket ran out, Xiong'er poured some more from his own space. He was so careful, afraid that it would spill out. A good farmer in the end of the world. It was all taught by Suhi. In addition, there was just a little bit of food temptation. Suhi stood on the wall of the orchard, very satisfied. Tonight, I will give these 2 bear workers a snack. We have not found a suitable person to take care of the orchard. Such a large orchard would definitely require a lot of manpower. When there are too many people, people will be distracted, and money will attract people's attention. If the people who come to take care of it are greedy, they will run away with the fruit trees, or steal the fruits, which will be a big loss. So, after thinking about it, it is better to let the pet team take care of it. After inspecting the orchard, Suhi turned around and went to Junyu City again. As the mayor of the city, the management of the 2 cities should still be taken seriously. She led people to chase the zombie tide around the world for more than 3 months, and even fought zombies while eating. She chewed a hamburger with one hand, and controlled the space boomerang with the other hand to slash and kill crazily in the zombie pile, which did not affect her appetite at all. Now the large-scale zombie tide around the world has become the ashes and nutrients in the star mango forest. Suhi can also stop, take a rest, and check the harvest in the city during this period. The warehouse is full. The greenhouse is a good harvest. The factory is on the assembly line. Suddenly I understand why the ancient emperors liked to go out of the palace. Who wouldn't want to see this row of prosperous scenes? Wait, why are there still people arguing? At the intersection of the street ahead, a man and a woman were arguing fiercely. The man looked sad, clenched his fists, and was heartbroken. We have been through such difficult times, and finally waited for good days. You actually. He stumbled for several times, and couldn't say it out. The people around him were nervous when they heard it. What? What did this woman do? Hurry up, it's so anxious. The man didn't plan to say anything, turned his head and wanted to leave, but the woman knelt down on the ground and hugged the man's thigh. Husband, believe me. I didn't. This denial made the man jump up and down. You didn't? You didn't? Then what about the baby in your belly? These few months, I got up early and worked late, and did several odd jobs, but I didn't touch you at all. In anger, the man pulled the woman's hand away and left angrily, leaving the woman alone crying on the street. People around also accused the woman. She is so shameless. Her husband dug crystal cores to save money for her to buy a big house, and she even cheated on him. I saw that they were very loving before, but I didn't expect that this woman would cheat on him. This man really loves his wife so much that he can run a horse on his head, but he just turned around and left. Call me. Why don't you beat her up to vent your anger? Jun Yucheng is an ordinary person without superpowers, but the words he said are even colder than superpower attacks. The accusations made the woman even more miserable. She was at a loss to defend herself. I'm not. I didn't. She fainted in excitement. It happened that the patrol team of the city defense army came and sent the person to the hospital. Only when people are alive can they create value. If they die, there will be one less labor force. What's more, there is another one in her belly. Suhi was wearing casual clothes today and a mask. The residents of Junyu City didn't recognize her, so she happened to see the excitement. But this outfit is useless in front of acquaintances. Look, Guizhini came. In order not to be watched by people on the street, the 2 of them went to the city lord's office one after another. As soon as Suhi sat down, before he took off his mask, Guizhini said with a self-blame on his face, Lord City Lord, this matter is my responsibility. Suhi stopped taking off his mask, and he still didn't believe it in his heart. Guizhini looked serious. How could he do something like destroying a family? Although everyone doesn't have much morality after the end of the world, but this is very explosive when it comes to Guizhini. He is one of the few people with high morals. Okay. Chapter 520. Suhi asked tentatively, that is the child yours? When this was said, Guizhini's heart broke. He waved his hands and denied. No, 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 I have nothing to do with that woman. Suhi was a little confused. That child is not yours? Guizhini took a long time to find what he wanted to say. City Lord, I had nothing to do with that woman, and the child is not mine. Suhi took off his mask. Then you said it was your responsibility. You don't want to take responsibility, do you? That person is too miserable. Even if you can't help yourself, and... Listening to Suhi's words, Guizhini realized how misunderstood what he said just now was. City Lord, listen to me first. Soo-hee paused. After all, this was a matter of style, and it was not easy for others to judge. You tell me. Gwizheng quickly explained with gestures. City Lord, many women in the city have suddenly become pregnant recently. Soo-hee's eyes changed a little. Could it be you who did it? But she did not interrupt Gwizheng this time and listened quietly. Gwizheng looked at Soo-hee gratefully. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for not speaking. We suspect that there may be flower thieves in the city who specifically pick beautiful women to attack. As for what happened on the street today, it has happened no less than 5 or 6 times this month. But we have searched for more than a week and found no clues. We guessed that it was done by a superpower. Huh? There are gangsters in her city? When did you find out? Gwizheng picked up a pile of information from another table in the City Lord's office and handed it to Soo-hee. The main desk in the City Lord's office is reserved for Soo-hee. When the acting City Lord comes, he also consciously works at the small desk next to him. About a week ago. First, the patrol team complained that there were more family disputes on the street recently, and then the hospital also submitted an abnormal report. It is said that there are many more beautiful women who go to the hospital to have abortions secretly recently. Their conditions are almost the same, that is, they hate the child very much. They are determined to abort the child. After the end of the world, humans can hardly have children. But with the blessing of Soo-hee's spiritual spring water, the birth rate in Junlin City and Junyu City is still quite high. With a stable life, everyone is willing to have children and feel the joy of family. In addition, there are subsidies for having children, so almost no one will abort the child. However, Soo-hee has always been humane. If you don't want a child, you can abort it. The hospital provides abortion services. In fact, this is also Soo-hee's selfishness. She hopes that all children will be born in a loving environment. If a mother doesn't want to get pregnant but gets pregnant, the child will be a burden to her, and both the adult and the child will suffer. Soo-hee looked through the information and it was true. Regardless of whether they were married or not, they were all beautiful women. Didn't the surveillance cameras on the street capture this person? In order to reduce crime, Soo-hee asked people to monitor in public places. Gwizheng shook his head. There was nothing unusual. We asked the female members of the City Defense Army to secretly contact these victims. They had no memory of being violated. Moreover, according to the time when they were pregnant, we checked the surveillance and found nothing. When asked if they had come into contact with any strange people, they had no impression. This is a perfect crime. Moreover, in order not to cause large-scale panic, this matter cannot be investigated in a big way. However, this matter is not without a solution. Come on, Soo-yacheng. During this period, Soo-yacheng has been cooperating with everyone in the Cosmic Civilization Research Center. As long as the immortality is used, it must be used to the end. Research on the things in the alien underground base. Moreover, except for the Singularity team, no one should know that Soo-yacheng has the ability to hear other people's thoughts in addition to telepathic communication. Adhering to the principle that crimes must be. The principle of returning to the crime scene, Soo-yacheng, who was wearing makeup, planned to transform into a street urchin. Recommend new beauty projects on the streets. Approach beautiful women when you see them, and get close to pretty ones. As long as you control the prey, you will not be afraid of not catching the hunter. Soo-yacheng patted her chest and promised Soo-hee, in less than 3 days, I will definitely catch that scumbag. Soo-hee looked at her face with makeup that looked like a scoundrel, and he couldn't tell her original appearance at all. Go out for a walk, and she is the most dazzling one. No need, I see that you are in this state now, maybe you can succeed tonight. A young, beautiful, unarmed girl living alone is definitely a perfect prey. On the first day, Soo-yacheng was silent. For safety, Soo-hee slept with her, but she was holding Yuan Bao, so no one would notice. Nothing happened overnight, Soo-yacheng complained. Could it be that she was not as charming as before after giving birth to a child? Can't even attract a flower thief? The next day, she wandered the streets even harder, and even went to the hottest snack street in Junyu City at night, eating from beginning to end. Soo-hee seriously suspected that she was eating and drinking here under the pretext of working. Back in the city where Gwizheng arranged for her, Soo-yacheng lay on the bed and complained to the air. It would be great if I could eat without getting fat. I ate so much today that my waistline got a little thicker. Soo-hee, who was hiding on the seat next to her with Yuanbao in her arms, looked at Soo-yacheng's slender waist. How thick is it? Just looking at this figure, who can tell that she has just given birth for less than a year? There is not even a bit of fat. Soo-hee seriously suspected that this was Versailles, but she didn't say anything, and was communicating with Soo-yacheng in the mind chat room. If the other party also has the invisibility skill, then their chat will arouse suspicion. At night, Su Yaching was sleeping sweetly on the bed, and a face suddenly appeared on the wall near the bed. The man looked around, and after confirming that the person on the bed was indeed asleep, he walked out of the wall. He also pulled out a helper from the wall. A team of flower thieves? The two men had obscene expressions on their faces. Looking at Su Yaching, they were more excited than a dog seeing shit. Both of them looked very ordinary. One was 1.7 meters tall, and the other was 1.5 meters tall. The one who could see through the wall was 1.5 meters tall, just like the modern version of Tu Xingxuan. Su He watched quietly, and Su Yaching on the bed also felt someone coming around. After all, he was a level 10 superpower user. How could he not even know that someone was approaching? The two of them didn't take action until now, just to see what superpowers these two flower thieves used to harm those girls. Chapter 521. Tu Xingxuan's ability is understood. He should be a mutated earth ability. He can pass through walls, and can also carry people through walls. The buildings in Junyu City, except for the outer city wall and several public places inside, which were built by Xia Shaochen, who has a level 10 ability, are mostly built by level 5 and 6 ability users. The texture is soft, so this level 6 Tu Xingxuan can move freely in these residential buildings. The ability of the 1.7 meter tall man was also revealed soon, which is the mental system. No wonder the victims have no impression, and there are no clues around. They don't take the usual path, and they also control the victims mentally. Without the memory of this victim, they naturally can't remember when this happened to them. Just when Tu Xingxuan's hand was about to touch Su Yaching's bed, Su He used a space blade. Cut off the brother's legs from the knees. Ah! Ah! The two people maintained the same posture of holding the wound, rolling back and forth on the floor, blood flowing all over the floor. Su Yaching also climbed up from the bed. Lying down pretending to sleep was really hard. Tu Xingxuan wanted to run away without legs, but no matter how he used his supernatural power, the floor under him did not change. Of course, it was useless. This bedroom was only more than 20 square meters, all under Su He's external space control. Want to escape from this area? Dream. He panicked and began to beg for mercy. We just want to steal something. Really? I have to say, this man's brain is really fast. Stealing something and harming residents are not the same level of crime. He was sent out after being punished for stealing. According to the laws of Junyu City, if someone harms residents, he will be sentenced to half his life at the least, depending on the severity of the crime. If they knew that so many girls were harmed, they would probably have killed one of them. The 1.7 meter tall guy lost his legs and might only be 1.2 meters tall now. He was also very scared. It's him, I was hired. I really don't know what happened. He still wanted to deny it after all this, so Su He called someone to send him directly to the interrogation room. We have to give an explanation to those destroyed families, and let people know that those women are victims, not the ones who made mistakes. Victims should not be blamed. Su Yaching looked at the blood under her feet with disdain. Really, a level 6 earth system, and a level 7 spirit system can cause so many troubles. 2 rat shits. Su He put the 4 legs into the space container, fresh, and may be useful in the future. Junyu City is full of ordinary people, so they took advantage of the loophole. It seems that we must strictly control the superpowers here to prevent ordinary people from being bullied. As he said, early the next morning, Su He arranged for people to install a crystal core display at the gate of Junyu City. Superpowers who want to live in Junyu City must strictly classify their superpowers. Of course, even if they come to play or do business, they are no exception. Once it is discovered that they concealed the truth, it would be fine if they did not commit a crime. If they did commit a crime, they would not only be punished. If they are still alive after the punishment, they will be driven out of Junyu City forever, and they will not be allowed to enter Junlin City. As soon as this policy came out, many superpowers in Junyu City complained. What if others know about our superpowers, and come to deal with us specifically? That's right, we are all law-abiding citizens who don't do bad things. Su He personally came forward, and with a look, he scared those chattering superpowers so much that they dared not say anything. Everyone knows that Junyu City was not built for superpowers. This is the living space for ordinary people. They work diligently, but they are still bullied and harmed by superpowers. What's the point of Junyu City's existence? This is just short of shouting at them directly, saying that if you don't want to be here, just get out. The people below still have opinions, but they have to shut up because of Su He's ability. Su Yaching saw this. Okay, it's my turn to play the good cop. We have no choice but to do this, mainly for the safety of Junyu City. Everyone, don't worry, Your superpower level and type are not displayed on your ID card on a daily basis, and only our city lord has the authority to view it. Unless something bad happens in the city, we won't look at it. The emotions of the residents outside were obviously much calmer, and Su Yaching struck while the iron was hot. Besides, everyone comes to Junyu City for a safe and secure life, right? Our safety level has been raised, so everyone can sleep peacefully at night, right? After some persuasion, almost no one objected. Compared with Junlin City, Junyu City has less competition. Many people who are only level 3 or 4 superpowers in this life do not want to endure the ridicule of others, so they come to Junyu City to plant crops and move bricks. Level 3 metal superpowers may not find a good job in Junlin City. After all, only level 6 superpowers can tighten screws there. It's all for safety and quality. There are so many superpowers in Junlin City. If you push them carelessly, the wall will fall down and the screws will break. You will have to redo the work every day. It is better to do it right from the beginning. But in Junyu City, you don't have to worry at all. You can help people repair sewer pipes and install iron doors. Anyway, there are plenty of jobs. Everyone is quite polite and speaks well. Watching the superpowers who raised objections disperse, Su Yaching and Su He also walked towards the office. Captain, how about setting up one in Junlin City? This method seems to be very convenient for management. Su He bought 2 strings of rice cake meatballs on the street, and the 2 of them ate while walking. If this happened in Junlin City, I guess half of the people in the city would be gone that day. Su Yaching didn't understand. Why? Isn't it all for public security? Su He explained to Su Yaching like a teacher. Not everything is good, and as a manager, you have to consider the class you manage. More than 90% of Junyu City's people are ordinary people without any superpowers. Even if there are superpowers, they are here to live. Naturally, they will live as peacefully as possible. Junlin City is different. More than 80% of the people who go there are superpowers, and superpowers restrain each other because of their superpowers. They will live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife when they go out, so of course they are not happy. Su Yaching nodded as if she understood, and put it into her mind. If she were a person in Junlin City, she didn't seem to want people to know her real superpowers. Even if the other party promised to keep it confidential. I seem to understand. Captain, you are really a good city lord, and your brain is really good. Sudden rainbow fart. Su He smiled. Su Yaching loves to eat and play, and has never been exposed to these things since childhood, so she has no experience in management. Chapter 522. However, she is thoughtful, and will become a qualified city lord sooner or later. Not only her, but also the rest of the team. Su He carefully taught his teammates what his parents taught him, and everyone grew up together. After eating the rice cake balls, the 2 returned to the city lord's office. Guizheng has sorted out the crimes of the 2 people. I'm sorry, city lord, I still trouble you too with these 2 people. I'm not capable enough. Su He looked through it, and found that these 2 people were busy every day. The victim information was so thick. It's not your fault. These 2 are too sinister. There are so many beauties in the city. You can't send people to watch every one of them. It's good enough to find the abnormality in such a short time. Guizheng's self-blame did not diminish. Then how will the city lord deal with these 2 people? Su Yaching hated this kind of pervert the most. She stretched out her scissors hand. I strongly suggest that their tools must be confiscated. Su He's eyes fell on the page of the purpose of the crime in the interrogation materials. It said, women like us with better conditions don't want to be with us at all. We will sleep with them. We will destroy them. If women in the city can give birth to their own children, they can use their identity as the father of the children to let the children help them do things in the future. Scum only know how to think with the lower body, and still want to control others with blood relations. Su He's hand holding the information can't help but exert force, and the corners of the stack of information were directly crushed into powder. Only confiscating the tools, that's too easy for them. Looking at Su He's sinister smile, Su Yaching and Guizheng couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The city lord was angry, and the consequences were serious. Those 2 people might be worse off than dead. Minister Gua, first make the crimes of those 2 people public so that everyone knows the truth. As for the list of victims, don't make it public. As for those who have been exposed, secretly send people to explain it to them, especially their husbands. If the relationship of 1 or 2 couples can be saved, it would be a good thing. Guizheng immediately went to make arrangements. Su He thought about it, and called him again. By the way, tell the hospital that those who have abortions during this period must keep it secret. Even in the end times, there will always be people who stand on the moral high ground and point fingers, and they will not even shut up just because the other party is a victim. After Guozhengyi left, Su Yaqing asked again how to deal with those two people. Do you want to torture them in public? Torture? Isn't it just painful? It's not exciting at all. Su He smiled and shared his solution to the two people with Su Yaqing in the chat room. Su Yaqing went from being curious at first to trembling. She rubbed her arms, trying to get rid of the goosebumps. Captain, you are still ruthless. Su He raised his eyebrows. How about this solution? Su Yaqing raised 2 thumbs up. Good, great. Killing people and destroying their hearts. That afternoon, a large iron cage appeared in the square of Junyu City, and the 2 flower thieves were locked in it. But this shape is a bit. The leg was cut in half by Su He, and the wound has stopped bleeding and scabbed after treatment. But it was not completely cured. If it was, how could it still hurt? To prevent them from thinking of escaping or committing suicide, their hands were also cut off. The treatment method was the same as the legs. 2 black eye masks were welded on the heads of these 2 people. People who often play games may see at a glance that these are VR glasses. Wearing them will give you an immersive sense of reality. You ask what is in it. It is a large-scale pornographic film. It is embarrassing to say that the person who downloaded the things at the beginning also downloaded this thing. The key is that it is still used now. The people who were hired by Su He to download things at the beginning. Let's talk about whether this thing is comprehensive or not. Su He put the pornographic film separately in a memory disk and handed it to the 2 persons in charge, who were specifically guarding the cage. It needs to be changed regularly. If you watch it too much in a cycle, you may not feel it. And this, give them one every 6 hours, until they die. The male person in charge, who took the things, was shaking. My God, the city lord's move was too cruel. 2 men without any sperm were watching pornographic films non-stop. The sound. I couldn't help myself when I heard it by accident. Luckily, I had headphones. It would have been too embarrassing if the sound was played out loud. Not only that, the blue pill in the medicine bottle, if he guessed correctly, should be that kind of medicine. It's that kind of medicine that can make men very good. But the superpowers are tough. Those 2 people actually lasted for more than a week before they died. Su He, who returned to Julin City, heard Guozhengyi's call. City Lord, the bodies were chopped up and thrown into the mountains. Then the quarreling couple you saw that day reconciled after the abortion, and have now moved into a new house. Su He hung up the phone and thought that protecting the love of a pair of lovers was also a good thing. She finished reading the accounts on her desk, and planned to go back and share the joy of this matter with Su Yaqing. Who would have thought that as soon as she walked out of the door of the office building, she saw a familiar big guy walking hurriedly from the street corner in front. Su He was curious. What could make the king-level Zhao Weiming so anxious? She followed him, and was about to ask, but the result was, don't look at it if it's indecent. She covered her eyes, and turned around and ran away. Oh my God! I can't tell that Weiming actually likes the older sister type, but Su He thought about it, and couldn't think of how Zhao Weiming, who was busy like a dog recently, could still find time to fall in love. Look at the 2 of them. State, it's not just 1 or 2 days. It's hidden so deeply. Moreover, Wang Yijin has experienced a failed marriage, and she can step into the long river of love again. Zhao Weiming must have done something unexpected. A delicate and strong man, a cold-faced beauty. It's a big good. Su He walked on the street, feeling that he couldn't see Su Yaqing, otherwise he would not be able to help but tell her. But Zhao Weiming didn't seem to have any plans to make it public. Hey, why does the captain have to hide his love for the team members? Really? Just when Su He didn't know what to do next, the intercom suddenly rang. Miss He, do you have time? My training here is ready. Please come and check the training results. Su He covered her little heart. The intercom was so loud. Fortunately, it had just walked away. This was Aunt May's voice. During this period, Su He completely let go and didn't even go to inspect, for fear of putting pressure on Aunt May. Chapter 523. So, she had no idea what Aunt May was doing at the training ground. Even the recruitment was done by Aunt May. Okay, Aunt May, I have time now. I go there right away. The training ground is far away from King's Landing. Su He can reach it in 1 second with a magical step. Space Army Training Ground. The words Space Army Training Ground were written on the entrance of the training ground. There was also a guard at the entrance. It really felt like a military place. The soldier in the Space Army uniform at the entrance saw Su He, saluted first, and then said respectfully, City Lord, Aunt May is at the office, the 3-story building over there. Su He nodded and walked in the indicated direction. Space Army Office. But the name should be Earth Protection Office. After all, what they are doing now is to protect the Earth. Aunt May, you look so heroic in your uniform. So dazzling that I can't recognize you. Aunt May saluted Suhee. Space Army Instructor, May Xia greets the City Lord. Suhee also saluted Aunt May in a proper manner. Instructor May Xia, let me see your results. Aunt May hesitated. We are going to outer space, and the results display will take about 2 hours. City Lord, do you have enough time next? Go directly to outer space? Aunt May is really awesome. I have plenty of time now. But Suhee still asked, am I inside the spaceship or outside the spaceship? Suhee herself can run much faster than the spaceship, and she is a king, so she can move freely in space. 2 hours is not a problem. Aunt May was stunned for a moment. How can we still be outside? It's safer inside. Miss Hee, I ask everyone to get ready. We set off in 20 minutes. This made Aunt May nervous, and she even called her Miss Hee. Suhee waited seriously, and it was just right for her to look at this side. The entire training ground looked very large, and there were all kinds of strange training equipment on the ground. Suhee recognized one after a long time. This thing was used for spinning. The name should be multi-dimensional rolling ring. She had seen it on the news online before. I heard that this is to prevent astronauts from fainting immediately in overweight or weightlessness. Aunt May actually made all these things. She is really professional. But Suhee didn't recognize any of the others. But now there is still some time before the 20 minutes, Aunt May said. Suhee came to the multi-dimensional rolling ring curiously, intending to play with it to kill time. Put your hands here, and your feet here. Then follow the prompts to set the time and speed, and start. Swoosh. A centrifugal force. Suhee felt that his internal organs were knotted and pulled in different places. No, I just set it for 30 seconds to test the waters. If I can't even last 30 seconds, I'd be embarrassed to tell others. Suhee endured the discomfort, feeling that a century had passed. Why didn't this broken machine stop? Is it broken? She had to activate her superpowers and force the machine to stop. I staggered down from the machine and looked at the time. It was only 10 seconds. No way. Was the 10 seconds I was in there infinitely extended? Without the control of Suhee's superpowers, the multi-dimensional rolling ring continued to run, and the remaining 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suhee didn't believe it, so she let the machine run idle for a while. Damn, it turned out that she was indeed a rookie. She took out a glass of ice spiritual spring water from the space to cool her mind and soothe her stomach that was constantly nauseous. Aunt May came over from a distance and took a look at the display of the machine. Miss Hee, you were too dangerous just now. I was halfway through the walk when I remembered that you would definitely play with the things inside, and I couldn't catch up no matter how hard I tried. Suhee was a curious baby since she was a child, and she was still the same when she grew up. Well, I haven't seen this before, and I thought that with my current ability, it can't hurt me. She felt more and more guilty as she talked, mainly because she was really hurt. She still wanted to be nauseous. Aunt May's expression was a little serious. Miss Hee, the universe is full of unknowns, so you can't be careless just because of your superpowers. Although Master Yuan's spaceship is well made, the life support system and gravity system inside can make everyone feel the same as on the ground. But what if the system inside is broken? What if the spaceship is attacked? What if it is knocked out? Everyone should train for various situations in advance, so that you can stay calm and respond calmly when encountering things. Instructor May said it well. Instructor May is right. Suhee plans to let the people from the Singularity team come to train in a few days. Everyone's steps will never stop on Earth, nor will they stop in the solar system. Okay, Aunt May, I know. Aunt May was relieved to prepare. 20 minutes passed in a moment, and Suhee followed Aunt May on the Guardian No. 1 spaceship. The Space Army has 6 spaceships, which are more urgent. Making new ones now may delay training. So, these are all modified from the Kuimping series spacecraft that Mu Yuan made before. 6 spacecraft can observe the Earth and enemies coming from unknown directions from different angles. Each spacecraft has an 8-person team, not counting Aunt May. Suhee asked everyone not to be nervous, and she found a chair and pretended to be a transparent person. Aunt May stood in front of Suhee. City Lord, many links of this training are carried out with the life system shut down. Do you need any protective measures? Suhee wanted to say, what kind of protection is there? But she just suffered a loss on the multidimensional rolling ring. I will fasten my seatbelt. Aunt May sat next to Suhee and began to issue orders. Debug intercom and confirm that the communication is smooth. Number 1 is online. Number 2 is online. With a takeoff command, the spacecraft flew straight into space. There were no protective measures at all, and the shield of the spacecraft was not even turned on. Suhee was fine. but the expressions on the faces of the 8 people in the number 1 spacecraft were a little bit ugly. This speed was much faster than the previous spacecraft on Earth. The outside was hot due to air friction. If the spacecraft was not of good quality, it would have caught fire. She looked at Aunt May worriedly. At such an old age, although she was nourished by spiritual spring water, but Aunt May's face was fine, which was really awesome. In this situation, the 8 people still controlled the spacecraft in an orderly manner, which was good. In less than a few minutes, everyone had moved away from the Earth and arrived at the set location, patrolling according to the set route. Because the distance was too far, Suhi could not see the location of the other 5 spacecraft. Aunt May gave Suhi an iPad and a headset. City Lord, please go outside the spacecraft to take a look. Sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum. If you want to hear sound, you need special tools. This headset is it. Chapter 524. Suhi looked at Aunt May's "I'm doing this for your own good" expression, and went out very obediently. Next, simulate the situation of the spacecraft being attacked. As soon as the voice fell, the spacecraft in front of him did a crocodile death roll. It flew out while spinning. The angle was weird, and the rotation was so fast. If I were in it, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Then I have to spit it out, right? The iPad contained real-time images of the 6 spacecrafts. Although the crew members were staggering, they held on to the things they could use, and began to control the spacecraft in an orderly manner. The oxygen is about to be exhausted. Please wear protective equipment in time. Suhi looked at the mess in the spacecraft, and was a little skeptical. Can you find anything here? He actually found it. Everyone put on something similar to a small backpack, and after putting it on their backs, they pressed twice on the shoulders, and then the small backpack turned into a close-fitting blue space suit. The kind that covers from head to heels. There is also a mask on the face to help everyone breathe oxygen. Wow, is this also produced by King's Landing? What should I do if I'm a little proud? There is enough power in the spacesuit, but the oxygen can only last for 2 hours. If the crew members are accidentally stranded in space during the battle, they can use the jet power of the spacesuit to return to the spacecraft. As soon as Aunt May finished explaining, the Guardian number 1 in front of her threw out 8 little blue men. Aunt May is so cruel that she didn't even leave a boat driver. Looking at the state, they should have been thrown out unexpectedly. I don't know how Aunt May did it. The 8 little blue men were close, some were thrown out far away alone, and there was one whose backpack was broken. The situation is really complicated. Everyone quickly stabilized their bodies with backpacks like performing acrobatics. Then, they divided the work with their eyes, and 5 of them went to the spaceship to control the spaceship that was still rolling freely. 3 went to chase the little blue man with a broken backpack, who was flying farther and farther, and was about to fly to the edge of the universe. Suhi couldn't help but get a little nervous. Hurry up, without oxygen, he will die in a few minutes. Caught up, 2 people acted as humanoid thrusters in the back, and another one was repairing the backpack. Seeing that it couldn't be repaired, he took something off his backpack and buckled it on his teammate's backpack, and the little blue man was alive. Back to the spaceship, the next step was the battle demonstration. Suhi waited excitedly, which must be more exciting than before. I saw a crew member go out and condense an oversized Earth ball with superpowers. Everyone activated the super energy particle cannon on the spaceship and launched an attack. Boom. As the Earth ball turned into slag, the demonstration ended. Suhi was a little surprised. That's it? Won't you fly around in space like in the movies, fight desperately, and clash with superpowers? Aunt May took off her communicator. City Lord, not everyone can walk freely in space like you. According to the current development of the Earth, if you encounter an enemy in space, all you can do is still rely on the weapons on the spacecraft. Moreover, the main task of the space army now is not to fight, but to patrol. After discovering the enemy, quickly transmit the information back to the Earth, and come back to fight side by side with the Earthlings. Aunt May is right. According to the description in the Little Gray Man Tower, there are very few people who can upgrade to the king level, even in the universe. I understand. Then when can the space army be put into the mission? It has been more than a year since the last alien spaceship was discovered. If they send people out again, they should be on the way. Moreover, they are about to arrive, and the few spaceships that have successfully flown away from the alien base have always made Suhi feel bad. Although in the last life, I didn't see aliens in the 5 years of the end of the world. But too many things happened in this life, and it is possible that the timeline will change. Aunt May smiled confidently. As long as the supplies are in place, it can be any time. Suhi naturally believed Aunt May. The supplies can be prepared by Yuchen, and I hope the space army will enter the planned position as soon as possible. Aunt May will carry out the next deployment and expand the space army. She will stay at the training ground for the time being. Because time is urgent, Aunt May can only train one batch first. Send this batch away and train a replacement batch. In this way, before the supplies are used up, people can be set up to take over on the Earth to prevent a gap. They are not allowed to live in outer space all year round. Moreover, there are not only expatriates, but also ground personnel on Earth to contact them. The entire system must be fully operational. Fortunately, the treatment of the space army is very good, and the salary is set in crystal cores. So even in space, they don't have to worry about not having crystal cores to absorb and not being able to improve their abilities. There are still many people who sign up for the major bases, which can be regarded as a post-apocalyptic civil service position. Suhee looked at the somewhat simple training ground. It will be an important unit in the future. How can the entire training ground be just a 3-story building? Xiaochen, you will take a group of people tomorrow to build another training ground for the space army. It must be big enough and grand enough. Xia Xiaochen started to make arrangements as soon as he received the task. When I helped Aunt May build the current training ground, I felt that if the captain saw it, he would definitely dislike it for being too small. Captain, where do you choose the place? Place? There are plenty of places on Earth now. But Suhee thought about it and decided that it would be better to open it up. Moreover, the scale of the space army will definitely be large in the future, so there must be dormitories and offices for everyone, right? Isn't Mongolia flat? Go there, the place is big enough. Xia Xiaochen took the King's Landing construction team to work the next day on a griffin. There was no way, the spaceships were not enough now, and the griffin still had to help. On the other side, Renyuchen was counting supplies in the warehouse. King's Landing harvested too many crystal cores, so a crystal core warehouse was built specifically, but the space was still not enough. Suhee also put a lot of them in his own space, and filled his coffin bed every night when he went to bed. The meals that the pet team eat every day are all rice mixed with crystal cores. Even though everyone consumes so much, the crystal cores in the warehouse are still growing visibly. How many lives on Earth have turned into zombies? Originally, I thought that the crystal cores were not enough, but now Suhee is considering building a bigger coffin bed. By the way, the beds of all the team members are also made bigger, so that everyone can reach the king level earlier, and everyone can do whatever they want in space earlier, right? In the warehouse. Renyuchen is now counting the supplies of the space army. Although it is only for 48 people, they will probably stay in space for 3 to 5 months this time. The things must be comprehensive, otherwise they have to find someone to deliver them. Chapter 525. 3 days later, all 6 spaceships left the Earth and dispersed in 6 directions, starting the important task of protecting the Earth. All members of the Singularity team were present, and they personally sent people off, absolutely giving face. I feel so tired recently, I plan to go to a movie. Do you want to join me? Xiao Weiming ran very fast. Captain, I still have some things to deal with, I'm leaving first. Looking at the back that disappeared in a flash, Su Yaqing thought, Captain, have you assigned any difficult tasks to Brother Ming recently? Why is he so busy every day? Suhee thought, what kind of task could there be? Since everyone has been resting in the city, since they beat the zombie's big head. However, for the development of Xiao Weiming's love, Suhee still covered for him and said, recently, the caravan has been carrying more and more things. I am worried that there will be problems on the road, so I let Weiming be responsible for the security of the caravan. Incoming. Remember to check the message with Xiao Weiming. Renyuchen nodded. Captain is right. It may be that the major bases have too many crystal cores to use up because of the elimination of zombies, so they have ordered a lot more things from our city. Last month, I looked at the bill, and the sales volume was much higher than before. I also asked Junyu City to increase the amount of vegetable planting. Mu Yuan and Su Yaqing had to go back to the Cosmic Civilization Research Center, which was very busy. As for Feng Jingyang and Jiang Yemo, they went to Junyu City for inspection. One's own industry must be inspected frequently and visited secretly, so that there will be no major mistakes. Suhee pouted, what kind of world is this? No one is there to watch a movie with me. By the way, Jiajia. See, Jiajia received Suhee's eye signal, but she didn't plan to go to the movies with Suhee. Trinity is awake. Do you want to go with me? But her will to survive is not very strong now, and she looks listless. Suhee didn't kill Trinity with a knife at the beginning. This girl is tough and kind, and her brain is still useful. Even after being abandoned by her own country, she still chose to sacrifice herself, and not let the mutant placenta hurt everyone. To be fair, if Suhee had to bear this kind of thing, he would not be so kind. He would definitely drag all the people on Earth to hell. You all go to hell. I won't let Bella eat you all. Suhee waved a big knife, dug Trinity out of the placenta tissue, threw it into the space, and brought it back. In order to ensure that Trinity can be a normal person, Nietao brought a group of doctors and removed Trinity's uterus and ovaries without using superpowers. They also dissected the placental tissue that bound her, bit by bit. This was a delicate job, time-consuming and laborious. Because many of those tissues grew together with Trinity's skin, a lot of Trinity's skin was also removed for skin grafting. At first, everyone was very worried that if there was any placental tissue left, using supernatural powers to treat it might cause the mutated placental tissue to invade Trinity again. Therefore, until all the operations were completed and everyone confirmed again and again that there was really no placental tissue in Trinity's body, they dared to help her heal bit by bit. During this period, in order to prevent Trinity from feeling pain, she was anesthetized all the time. Moreover, her body was too weak. Not only had she endured such a long period of torture, but she had also been in the damp underground for years without sunlight. So, everyone decided to let her sleep for a while until her body got better. Suhee took out a box of food from the space and gave it to Si Jiejia, such as cream cakes, fried chicken, etc. They were all what she wanted when she saw Trinity's video recording. According to the human body's condition, this recovery speed is really good. You take these things first. I should be able to arrive in 10 minutes. Si Jiejia didn't know what medicine Suhee sold in the gourd, so she left with the box. The food in it should make Trinity feel the beauty of life, right? In fact, it can't. Trinity looked at the food in front of her, picked up a small cake and took a bite. The smooth cream melted in her mouth, and it was so delicious that tears came out. Real tears, not the kind that flow from the corners of the mouth. Thank you. After eating this, I have no regrets. Si Jiejia's eyes split open. This is not the last breakfast, dear. I give it to you so that you can live well and continue to eat these things in the future. Isn't it for you to eat and die peacefully, okay? Fortunately, Trinity's leg muscles have not yet fully recovered. If she wants to walk like a normal person, Trinity still needs to do some rehabilitation exercises. In this way, Si Jiejia is not worried about Trinity jumping off the building, but if she continues to be so worried, she will sooner or later suffer from depression. Well, the sun is nice today. How about I take you out to bask in the sun? It's more than 20 degrees below zero outside. It's a good idea to take a weak patient without superpowers out to bask in the sun. There happened to be a gust of wind outside, and Si Jiejia was embarrassed. Trinity finished eating the cake in front of her seriously, and said with a smile, "Thank you. I really have nothing to worry about in this world, and there is nothing worth looking forward to in the future." At this time, the door of the ward was suddenly opened by Suhee. "You can't say that. Some people have been waiting for you." Suhee flashed, and a foreign red-bearded tough guy walked in. But the man stopped abruptly when he walked to the door, not daring to move forward, for fear that the person in front of him was just an abnormal illusion. Suhee raised his leg and kicked the red-bearded tough guy in the back, kicking him directly to Trinity's bed. "Stop dithering. Let's talk face to face. You are so far away. What kind of romantic TV show are you playing? I used my supernatural power so hard to bring you here, not to let you stand here without talking." However, Suhee's complaints did not interfere with the eyes of the two people. It was the red-bearded man who spoke first. "Honey, it's all my fault." Trinity raised her hand and covered the red-bearded man's untidy mouth. "Don't say that, Charlie. You tried hard enough back then. I never thought I would see you again." Crackle. Crackle. Suhee and Si Jiejia stood at the door, each holding a bucket of popcorn. Wow, this is much better than watching a movie. It's a true performance, full of emotion, without a trace of acting. Si Jiejia was still a little curious. "Captain, who is this man?" Suhee took 2 popcorns and touched them together. Who could it be? Trinity's boyfriend, Bella's father. I asked curiously when I went to the Crazy Lion base before. I didn't expect that this man was still alive, and he swore to never marry for Trinity. He still has a photo of Trinity hanging around his neck. Chapter 526. After the young couple in the room finally finished their heartfelt confession, Suhee had already eaten 2 buckets of popcorn. Burp, a little full. I shouldn't have taken the largest popcorn bucket. Si Jiejia also covered her stomach. The popcorn smelled really good. "Trinity, are you sure you don't want to live? If you are sure, I will process your discharge procedures right away." Trinity didn't say anything, but Redbeard Charlie got anxious. No, she wants to live. She wants to live." He held Trinity's hand tightly and begged earnestly, "Dear, I don't want to miss you again. Please, live for me, Let me do all the things I didn't do for you before for the rest of my life, okay? This affectionate scene made Soo-hee want to have some more popcorn. Trinity hesitated. I am just an ordinary person now, without superpowers. I will only hold you back. Charlie, I can't have children anymore. Soo-hee had already told Charlie what happened to Trinity. If Charlie wasn't a good person, Soo-hee wouldn't have brought him here. Charlie really didn't disappoint Soo-hee. He knelt on one knee with a firm, but affectionate look in his eyes. Dear Trinity, if this world makes you suffer, I am willing to follow you. This time, I will never let go. In fact, Charlie didn't let go last time either. Martin Anderson said that when the government came to hand over the person, Charlie wanted to kill the other party and run away with Trinity regardless of his own life or death. But he fell asleep after being injected with an anesthetic by his own brother. There was no way. If Charlie really succeeded in this, the entire Anderson family would suffer. What was a family in front of the country? Besides, the whole world belongs to the king. Where could he go to be safe, if Trinity hadn't left a message to Charlie, saying that she hoped he could live well for her? Charlie would have tortured himself to death. When Soo-hee found Charlie later, Charlie didn't dare to believe what Soo-hee said. He even thought about traveling across mountains and rivers to King's Landing to see Trinity. But Trinity had been in a deep sleep to heal her wounds, and he was afraid that Charlie's arrival would affect Trinity's recovery. So Soo-hee didn't bring her over until Trinity woke up. Of course, there was no need to be so anxious, but Jia said that Trinity didn't want to live anymore. Charlie was also confused. He was still preparing to go on a mission, but the next second, he was grabbed by the collar and brought over by Soo-hee. Everything happened so fast that Charlie was brought to the door, still a little confused. Trinity felt Charlie's love, and the thought of dying was extinguished. All she could think about was sticking with her lover. Soo-hee and Jia were simply unbearable to watch. After closing the door, Soo-hee no longer had the mood to watch a movie. He had just watched a love drama so closely, what else could he watch? It was a rare leisure time. So Soo-hee returned to his own exclusive workshop in the castle and began to harvest. Lingquan Space had accumulated a lot of mature crops, all piled in the corner. Soo-hee quickly dealt with them. There were also seeds that could be used as post-apocalyptic crops sent from other bases before, and he also selected them. If the output is still extremely low despite the blessing of the spiritual spring space, then don't bother. Soo-hee worked hard in the workshop for a day and reaped a lot of rewards. He stretched his body and went to the rockery castle after coming out to fill up the crystal core and spiritual spring water. Because the 3 puppies of debut have grown up, they have arranged rooms for them separately. The 5 gray ones are now following Gowingda's team and chasing zombies outside. We need to find all the scattered zombies and kill them all. Sea Urchin has been following Aunt May to protect her. With a king-level bodyguard, Aunt May feels very safe. Yes, Sea Urchin is also king-level. Brother Biao and Bai Shui have also been upgraded to king-level. It seems that being a parent is a big responsibility, and the progress of upgrading must be rushed. The days of peace and tranquility always pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, it is the end of the year. The space army that was sent out before has been replaced by a new wave. They patrolled diligently, but nothing abnormal has been found. At the Cosmic Civilization Research Center, Mu Yuan disassembled all the spaceships collected from the alien underground base. He also added a few new spaceships to Julin City, relieving the pressure of insufficient spaceships. Baby Feng Lu has learned to walk, and because of his high energy, he will hide in any corner. After Su Yaqing and Feng Zhenyang couldn't find the child for the nth time, they had no choice but to install a locator on him. But this kid is smart, and always pulls the locator off. Su Yaqing was forced to ask Biao's eldest son Fageo and second son Nuomi to look after the child. The task is simple. As long as Feng Lu is not allowed to go to dangerous places, he can find the child at the critical moment. As for Byoga's youngest daughter Debut, she is still in a cold war with Feng Lu because Feng Lu pulled her ears. Children are the most annoying. On New Year's Day in 2064, Julin City and Junyu City held a grand festival. Thanks to the hard work of the residents of the 2 cities, the 9 city lords successfully lived a life of luxury and debauchery, with endless crystal cores and endless food, which was more affluent than rich. Each star resident can get a rice cake and a dumpling, plus an apple. Each ordinary resident can get a dumpling. No rice cake, no apple. It's just a deliberate distinction, otherwise how can ordinary residents be more motivated to become star residents? A small-scale banquet was also held in the Singularity Castle. Because there were so many people, the venue was chosen in the open space in front of the castle. I really don't understand. It's obviously the King's Landing Festival. Why did Long Qian and Feng Song come here to join in the fun? Don't you have a base at home? Besides, why are you fighting for the same cupcake again? Renyuchen made a whole mountain of cakes, and they all tasted the same. Suhi's eyes moved, and he accurately cut the cupcake in half without cutting off the two people's fingers. Did you come all the way here just to grab the cake? Feng Song spoke first. Of course not. I came here to celebrate the new year with you. Long Qian was not to be outdone. Me too. Happy New Year. Suhi picked up the Coke and raised his glass to the two of them. Happy New Year. If you two fight for the same thing again, I will throw you out. The two of them were a little embarrassed. Wang Mingdong and Qiu Yuanwu came over and pulled Long Qian aside to prevent the awkward atmosphere from spreading further. Wang Mingdong poked Long Qian's arm. Boy, you haven't given up on Suhi yet? Who can let go of such an excellent woman? But what can I do if I don't love Suhi? Chapter 527. Long Qian took a bite of the half cupcake in his hand, obviously unwilling to give up. I've given up. I just came here to send New Year's greetings. He also said something else, that is, he came to see Suhi under the pretext of sending blessings. I haven't seen Suhi for several months. I miss her. The same situation is happening in Fengsong. Suhi has been staying in the city to gain weight recently, and has not been going out, so of course they can't see her. She has already defeated those super tough zombies. What else do you want her to do if she doesn't have a holiday? Save every human being. At least you humans should do something. That? Everyone was chatting. Zhao Weiming suddenly stood up, looking a little embarrassed. That. I want to tell you something. I am in love. Zhao Weiming pulled the petite Wang Yijin from behind, with Jin. Oh Jin, but looking at everyone's expressions, why don't they seem surprised? Zhao Weiming didn't understand. You don't know everything? Renyuchen covered her mouth, fearing that she would laugh too much and embarrass Wang Yijin. You actually acted very clearly. I saw you two on the street several times, but I deliberately didn't catch you. Mu Yuan also had photos as evidence. Well, I saw it even though I don't go home very often. I have to say, Brother Ming, you really stand out in the crowd. So everyone noticed it, but everyone kept their mouths shut for the sake of Zhao Weiming's love, waiting for him to make it public. Who knew that this guy would be so slow and only said it now? Suhi thought, for someone like me who loves to discuss gossip, it's really painful to hold it in for so long. Okay, Su Yaqing's expression was the most exaggerated. Oh my god, it's so difficult to keep such a secret. Come on, tell us how you got together. I'm so curious. Wang Yijin was very generous, not embarrassed at all like Zhao Weiming. The city lord was worried that our caravan would be in danger outside, so he asked Ming Ming to escort us. I didn't expect to meet a group of mutant pigeons. At that time, Ming Ming protected me in his arms, and took care of me afterwards. It was hard not to be moved. Oh Ming Ming, this couple name is really sour. Jin. Ming Ming. Unable to bear the clingy look of the people coming, everyone made way, and didn't disturb the couple. Wang Mingdong took a handful of skewers, and ate them voraciously. He was really tired of the lunch boxes at the Center for Cosmic Civilization Research. Old Xiao, can you cook for me these days? I really miss your cooking skills. Xiao Yuanwu looked disdainful. There are so many restaurants in the city, it's not like you can't afford to go. Wang Mingdong said aggrievedly, the ingredients in the restaurant are not solid at all, and they are not delicious. You don't know that during this period of time when I was in the center, even the lunch boxes were cold. Old Xiao, please have pity on me. Xiao Yuanwu knew about the food at the center. In order not to starve the people there, the canteen provides food all day long. How could they eat cold food? Xiao Yuanwu said disdainfully, but still went to Suhi and asked for some spices for cooking. Suhi directly took out a basket. From oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, to chili peppers, everything was complete. By the way, why didn't Xiao Kong and Luo Song come over? Yuchen cooked their favorite dishes and kept them warm in the kitchen. Xiao Yuanwu took the basket and put it aside, and took it away later. We are on patrol, and we can't be careless even during holidays. Wait half an hour, and they will probably come when the shift changes. Suhi saw a plate of green pepper stuffed meat in front of him. Thinking that Wang Mingdong liked this kind of appetizer the most, he picked up two. Everyone eats by themselves, and the main feature is freedom. You can take whatever you want to eat, and the food is scattered. When you stand up, you can walk around and chat. The pet team can only move outside the open space because of their size. The happy time, stimulated by alcohol, quickly makes people drunk. That night, all members of the City Defense Army were dispatched to pick up the residents, who were drunk on the street, and take them home to prevent them from dying of hypothermia in the temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero. The next morning, Soo-hee called Fong Song and Long Qian to the office. Before they could ask, she said directly, "You two, I think I should have clearly rejected you." Soo-hee is not the kind of person who drags on. When it comes to relationships, she is straightforward. Fong Song whispered, "Even if we are friends, we can celebrate together at our friend's house on New Year's Day, right?" This statement is reasonable. But Soo-hee is not the kind of person who is easily fooled. "Since we are all friends, I hope you two will stop arguing childishly, okay?" She took out her mobile phone and clicked on the video to play. In the video, Fong Song and Long Qian were pulling each other's hair like elementary school students. "I treat Soo-hee better. I treat her better." The two of them acted in unison and covered their faces with their hands in embarrassment. It was really embarrassing. They wanted to grab the phone to delete the video, but this was Soo-hee's phone. If they did so, it would probably be their hands that would be deleted. Soo-hee put away his phone. "Don't worry, everyone drank too much last night, and no one noticed you too. You are both young and promising base leaders, and I hope you can be more mature and stable in the future." The two of them responded verbally. Seeing that Soo-hee had something to say, Long Qian asked, "You called us here not just to reject us again, right?" "Of course not. What can be discussed in the office is certainly not a trivial matter like love." Soo-hee took out a box of capsules and placed it in front of the two. "I heard that major bases have been troubled by birth rate issues. This is the fertility capsule we developed. Couples who need to prepare for pregnancy can take it at the same time for 1 month, and there is a high probability that they will get pregnant." The capsule box was opened, and the capsule inside looked similar to fish oil, but the color was green. Fong Song was curious. "You can get pregnant after taking it? So magical?" "Of course it is magical. It is a diluted version of the king-level spiritual spring water, and some multi-effect vitamins are added to it. If you take it for a month in a row, your body will improve, and you will naturally get pregnant. However, Soo-hee dare not guarantee it. After all, some people are not good at all. Not to mention giving him spiritual spring water, even giving him elixir may not give birth to a child. I said it is a high probability. As long as the couple does not have any hidden problems, they can basically get pregnant within a year. But the price is a bit expensive. 1 box requires 170 level crystal cores. 1 box is 2 plates, and there are 10 crystals on 1 plate. If you take it for a month, 2 people need to take 3 boxes, which is 370 level crystal cores or equivalent. And it is not certain that you will get pregnant after taking it, but it is a high probability. Chapter 528. Long Qian hesitated and said, "Soo-hee, your medicine may not be sold. Although everyone's food and clothing are basically solved with the blessing of the greenhouse, and life is becoming more stable due to the reduction of zombies. But raising a child is still a big burden for them. No one should want to have one themselves, right? As mentioned before, in order to increase the birth rate and pay wages, the major bases have recruited many young women of childbearing age for in vitro fertilization. That is surrogacy. The base will support the child after it is born, and there will be wages to receive. However, it is different now than before the child." Soo-hee showed a confident smile on his face. "Long Qian, you don't understand this, right? There is an old saying that goes, when you are full of wine, you will think of lust. When a race lives a stable life, it will have the desire to reproduce. Let alone, in our Junlin City and Junyu City, pink bubbles are everywhere. Couples who want children for physical examinations in the hospital have already started queuing up for appointments." Long Qian has never been enlightened in this regard. Even if he likes Soo-hee, he is not completely enlightened. Why do you have to have children just because you have a stable life? Isn't it just a matter of letting things take their own course? If you can't have children, then don't have them. Fong Song knows a little more. They are all people of similar social classes, so they are naturally very sensitive to business opportunities. What Soo-hee said makes sense, and even if it is not for personal desires, even if it is for the development of the base, the residents of the base should be encouraged to have more children. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. Not many people can take out 370 level crystal cores at a time. In fact, Soo-hee deliberately raised the price of the medicine. On the other hand, the couple who can take out these crystal cores to buy medicine must have good living conditions. If you think so hard about having a child, you will treat the child with care when he is born. And those who can't take out these crystal cores can actually have children. All the compressed biscuits at the exit of King's Landing City are filled with spiritual spring water by Soo-hee. But the concentration is extremely low, much lower than the concentration in the capsule. It will take a long time to purify the pollution in the early days of the end of the world. To put it bluntly, it's just taking advantage of now to cut a wave of leaks. Even if those who bought the medicine can't have children after taking it. The spiritual spring water will improve their physical fitness, and they may be able to upgrade again. All good things. Suhi pretended to be helpless, frowning. This medicine, the production process is complicated, the cost is also high, this is already a conscience price. We are friends, I open it to you, because you come to celebrate New Year's Day together, other bases don't have it yet. If you want it, I give you a New Year's special offer 10% off, don't say I'm stingy. Feng Song didn't think twice, and asked for the amount of 10 couples at a time. Order again if it works. It's just right to win people's hearts. Long Qian also asked for the amount of 10 couples, but from his expression, it can be seen that he bought this medicine for Suhi's face. However, Suhi dared to bet that as long as a couple got pregnant within a year, the order for this medicine would come immediately. After the New Year celebration, everyone went back to work and love. Turning around, Suhi was the only idle person left at home. Even every pet team had something to do. Suhi collapsed on the sofa. Alas, when he was busy, he wanted to be idle. When he was idle, he felt disgusted with being idle. It's really hard to deal with people, isn't it, Fengla? Well, because she had nothing to do, Su Yaching asked her to take care of the children for a day. Fengla was buried in a circle of toys. When she heard Suhi talking, she didn't forget to raise her head. Yeah, she responded twice. Nuomi and Yen Gao, who were taking care of the children, couldn't tell who was looking at whom for a moment. When Suhi made a little move, Fengla stared with round eyes, stepped on his chubby legs, and looked in her direction. After confirming that Suhi didn't run out of the house, he came back and sat down to continue playing with toys. Before, this kid was so energetic that he could run 2 dogs tired. Today, he was so well behaved that he didn't even leave the floor of the living room. Is this what power suppression looks like? Beep beep, beep beep. The landline phone in the castle suddenly sounded a siren, and Suhi jumped up and answered the phone instantly. What happened? The person on the other end of the phone was connected to the Intelligence and Communication Department of Julin City. City Lord, we received a call for help from Wang Lei and Wang Jiatan saying that a sea beast appeared. No wonder the intelligence officer stuttered. Wang Jiatan is on the mountain, and there is still a long distance from the sea. How could a sea beast run ashore? Suhi was about to hang up the phone after listening, but the moment he put down the phone, he suddenly picked it up again. Did the machine dedicated to the sea receive a signal? If something happened in the sea, Boli would definitely give the news. In order to prevent himself from missing it, the intelligence officer checked again. City Lord confirmed. There is only this one call for help this month. After hanging up the phone, Suhi immediately said to Nuomi, take care of Sheila, I'm going out for a while. Not only that, she also called Su Yaching on the way to tell her whereabouts. Captain, be careful. Suhi activated his supernatural power and rushed to Wang Jiatan quickly. Time waits for no one. There are not many people in the village, and everyone's strength is not very good. If you go a little later, it is estimated that no one will be left. Wang Jiatan, base leader Wang Lei is arranging ordinary people in the village to evacuate. Go to the direction of King's Landing, go quickly. Wang Ziju pulled Wang Lei. Dad, let's go together, we can't hold on for long. Wang Lei pushed Wang Ziju away, his eyes firm. We can hold on for a while. I have sent a call for help to King's Landing, and I guess they will come to rescue you soon. Hurry up. While those monsters haven't arrived here yet, hurry up. When Suhi arrived, it was a scene of father and son being kind and filial. It always feels familiar. I'm here, what's going on? Wang Lei was shocked by Suhi's speed. He had just finished the call. 1 minute, Wang Lei let go of Wang Zijiao. With Suhi here, there was no need to run. Suhi girl that. Wang Zijiao rushed forward and talked a lot. Dad, don't stutter. It's like this. My friend and I competed to see who was faster this morning. We ran too far and almost reached the beach. As a result, we saw dense marine zombies moving inland, just like the great migration of animals on TV. I felt something was wrong, so I ran back with my brother desperately, and then my dad sent you a distress signal. It's estimated that it won't be long before those zombie seafood will arrive at our doorstep. After saying that, Wang Zijiu felt that his lung capacity had improved. Undersea zombies? When Suhi just upgraded to the king level, he went for a long walk under the sea because he was fresh. What? Are you here to cause trouble? I go take a look. Chapter 529. She flew to the middle of the air, flew forward for a short distance, and smelled the pungent fishy smell of seafood. It's true that you can smell the stench before you see the corpse. Suhi put on a mask to prevent his nose from failing, and continued to fly forward for a while. Wow, look, the zombie seafood has come ashore. Moreover, it should be different from the crabs that came out at high tide and returned at low tide at the human base before. Now is not the time of high tide and low tide. According to the current movement speed of the zombie seafood, it takes them at least half a day to walk from the seaside to here. There is no way. Most of the seafood has no legs, and they roll over on their bellies, so they walk slowly. Suhi couldn't figure it out. Why? Do you want to let life originate from the ocean like in ancient times? Now is not the time to watch a group of seafood rolling. Suhi quickly looked around the coastline. This phenomenon not only occurs along the coast here, but also along all coastlines. Yachting. All the zombies in the sea are running to the shore. You should quickly organize everyone to go to the nearby coastline and stop the zombies. And contact the major bases and let them prepare. By the way, send 2 more spaceships to Wangjiatan. Suhi returned to Wangjiatan, and the most urgent thing was to evacuate the villagers in the village. She couldn't stop so many zombie seafood by herself. Su Yaching got busy immediately after receiving the news. Suhi's tone was a little anxious when she spoke. It seemed that the situation was very serious. She was originally studying the information of the aliens, with everyone at the Center for Cosmic Civilization Research. Because there was too much information, many things needed to be looked at bit by bit. Now she couldn't care about so much, so she hurried to the other side, and asked Mu Yuan to personally take 2 spaceships to pick up Suhi. He also reminded, stay away. Bring more weapons. The city was also busy. Ren Yuchen quickly issued an emergency task, and summoned the superpowers in the city. He also summoned Gaoingda, who was searching for zombies on other continents. Return to the city immediately. Wait for the city lord to dispatch. Gaoingda obeyed the order, and ignored the zombies in front of him. Go, go, go. I thought these foreign zombies were dead today, but I didn't expect that the flesh and blood in front of them turned around and ran away. I knew you were scared. We zombies are the most invincible. Don't let us see you again next time. Roar. The group of zombies watched the flesh and blood in front of them run into a round thing, then took off and turned into a small dot in the distance, and never saw it again. The level 7 zombie behind the leading zombie asked, meet. Chase. The leading zombie turned around and left. Chasing a fart, when the group of flesh and blood appeared, I thought it was time to have a feast, but I didn't expect that the next second, half of the zombie army I summoned for several months was destroyed. He just said that just to save his own face. However, the low-level zombies around whose brains have not yet started to grow will not understand his actions. He can only order, change place, eat, flesh and blood. Run quickly, if the other party regrets it, we will be miserable. Other bases that have contact with King's Landing have also received the news. Of course, no one believes it. Until a video was received. Watching the huge sea zombie twisting its rotten tail and crawling forward, it's really... I feel a little sick even through the screen. Everyone also began to gather superpowers, and gather at the beach. So many seafood zombies, but they are all crystal cores. In Wangjiatan, Suhi stood alone in front of thousands of seafood zombies, and he used a big move right away. Thunder critical strike. The thunder and lightning summoned by the king level Suhi was even more terrifying, with great power, and instantly electrocuted the army of seafood zombies into barbecued seafood. Fortunately, without the king level, Suhi is now a crushing blow. All 3 space boomerangs are deployed. If you come, you will become dumpling fillings and stay. Boom. Boom. Throw all the crystal core bombs out, and blow you to death. The Wangjiatan superpowers, who came to fight against the seafood zombies together, did not even have a chance to attack, because of their small number and weak power. Suhi had to help them block the attack. This was not to help, but to make things worse. Uncle Wang, you guys go back. The aid from King's Landing will arrive soon. Let's pack up and leave as soon as the spaceship arrives. The seafood zombies battle line is too long. Suhi can only block one piece, not the entire continent's coastline. Wang Lei also knows what the situation is now, so he didn't ask to stay lightly. Suhi girl, be careful. After saying that, he took people back to the village and helped everyone take away everything that should be taken away. Wang Ziju took the suitcase. Dad, why don't you pack up? Aren't you leaving? Wang Lei took out the entire village's weapons inventory from the warehouse. Some were exchanged for crystal cores from King's Landing, and some were made by the superpowers in the village themselves. But they are all cold weapons. Zijiao, our village is located on a high ground with a mountain behind it. According to the military books, it is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, The city walls have been strengthened by Soo-hee and his friends, and they are not much worse than the walls of King's Landing. I want to stay here and help delay the progress of the zombie seafood. Wang Ziju didn't want to leave when he heard it. Then Wang Lei refused sharply. You are fast, so you can go for reconnaissance, but you are not very aggressive. If you stay and get hurt, I will have to take care of you. Get out of here quickly, don't let me hold you back. Perhaps he felt that what he said was a bit heavy, so he softened it again. Reinforcements will arrive soon. With reinforcements, nothing will happen to your father. On the contrary, the villagers in the village, who have no superpowers, will only die here. On the front line, Soo-hee controlled the space boomerang to strangle the zombies in the distance, and quickly passed through the zombie pile. Wherever they went, the zombies were collected into the space. In the space was their home ground. They only needed to think about it, and the zombies would turn into square pieces of smelly meat, and pour them out directly. The energy consumed was much less than controlling the space boomerang released outside. This battle was destined to be a protracted war. It was not good to use up the energy early. Roar! The seafood zombies roared and hissed, as if there was something on the land that they had to get. There really was human flesh. Soo-hee, relying on her own strength, directly killed the seafood zombies that would threaten Wang Jiatan. But she was still very worried. Why were the underwater zombies so anxious to come ashore? And why was there no news about Bolly? Was he eaten? It shouldn't be. Bolly's family has hundreds of dolphins, and the strongest one, Bobby, has reached level 9. Now the highest of these seafood zombies that have come ashore is only level 9. There will always be time to send out a distress signal. Chapter 530. Soo-hee hesitated, and the zombie seafood behind him rushed over again. After the fight, you must eat fish head hot pot, add spicy and spicy. Boom! A huge explosion came from the side of Soo-hee, and the zombie meat was splattered instantly, but the distance was well controlled, and no meat was touched by Soo-hee. It was Mu Yuan who drove the spaceship. There is a super energy particle cannon on the spaceship, and its power is equivalent to the full force of a level 9 superpower. After firing a shot, it needs to be charged for more than 10 minutes. Sister, I help you. As he said, Kuimping number 1 in front of him began to transform. Kuimping number 1 looks like a fat whale with big wings. Now many small holes suddenly appeared on the wings on both sides, and a row of gun barrels emerged. The mouth in front of the spaceship also opened, and a slightly larger caliber gun barrel appeared. Soo-hee was embarrassed. This guy had converted Kuimping number 1 into a warship. Bayu. Da. Boom. As expected of a man who relied on weapons to walk sideways in his previous life, Mu Yuan was not afraid at all. After all, the firepower was too sufficient. Don't worry, sister. Shao Kong has arranged for everyone to evacuate the village behind. Simba will come soon with the Griffin Brigade. Soo-hee was not worried at all. Wang Jiatan had been saved, and the rest of the things would be easy. Yacheng, arrange the people in Junyu City to open the crystal core digging line to the maximum, and let everyone prepare to dig crystal cores. For those who are going back outside, you should look after the deployment and don't gather people in the same place. Crystal cores are full of temptations for zombies. Many crystal cores are exposed in the large area of seafood zombies that were killed and turned into mincemeat on the ground. To prevent the seafood zombies behind from passing by and being eaten, and to replenish physical strength and superpowers, Soo-hee must of course cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Seeing Mu Yuan blocking here, Soo-hee filled a space with zombie corpses and ran out of Junyu City. Using the king-level divine step, Soo-hee felt that he could keep running, consuming 2 little superpowers and at a fast speed. After Soo-hee ran several times, Simba and the rest of the Singularity team also came. The situation was urgent just now, and everyone was busy in different places, so Mu Yuan could only drive the spaceship to support first. Su Yacheng, Ren Yuchen, and Si Jiajia stayed in the city, responsible for logistics and coordination, so that everyone could fight in front without worry. Brother Biao, Yuan Bao, Waits, and sea urchins also came. Yuan Bao became bigger when he came up, and I will crush you to death. The puppies didn't come, and the children were watching the house. Fighting is the business of adults. The Space Army on Aunt May's side also drove spaceships to participate in the battle together. The super energy particle cannons on the spacecraft can take turns firing, allowing the zombie seafood to experience the joy of being blown away. Roar! The seafood zombies roared and shrieked. But they never made any progress. Everyone kept pushing the front line forward, and changed places after fighting for a while, so that He could come and collect the corpses. The same situation was also happening on the American continent. The coastline was full of seafood zombies, and some were constantly crawling out of the sea. Although in the past few months, with the help of Suhi's base alliance, there were almost no zombies on land. In peacetime, the bases in America also began to communicate with each other. However, their strength was very weak. The highest level was only level 7. How could they face the countless seafood invasions? Pike was really anxious. Dad, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? He just wanted to summon the superpowers of the crazy lion base, but was stopped by Martin. Martin didn't give any orders except to order everyone not to leave the base. Seeing his son jumping up and down, he was so anxious that he wanted to go to the beach alone and die with the seafood zombies. Martin was a little disgusted. When I was this age, I was steady and graceful. How come the son I gave birth to is like a monkey? Pike, sit down. We are far away from the coastline now. At the speed of zombie seafood, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to get to us. Pike couldn't sit down. 3 days? Are we going to wait for the seafood zombies to come and eat us in 3 days? Martin pushed Pike down directly, and his son still patiently explained the words clearly. If we go out now, will the zombies not come to our door in 3 days? Our strength, even if all of us die in battle, cannot stop the zombies. But in these 3 days, we can unite the superpowers of the major bases. Also, the assistance from King's Landing will also take time. He just contacted King's Landing, and this was Su Yaqing's reply. According to the strength of those bases in the east, it is estimated that it will take at most 3 days to kill the zombies on the coastline of their continent. Then they can come to help us. Also, most of the seafood zombies have water superpowers. After leaving the ocean home and running on land for 3 days, their combat effectiveness will definitely be reduced. So what everyone needs to do now is to conserve their energy and prepare for the battle 3 days later. On the front line, Suhi had already divided his troops into 2 groups, one to the south and one to the north. Along the coastline, chop up the zombie fish that came up from the mantis pupae. Other bases in the country also have their own assigned coastlines, and each base has a section. There is a huge gap in strength between the bases. If they fight together, it will be difficult to divide the crystal cores. It is better to separate them separately. After they finish fighting the area they are responsible for, it is not too late to go to other places. In order to get more crystal cores, the base leaders of the major bases want to let their people teleport there. Of course, they can't do it, they are not Suhi. However, they have a cargo spaceship rented from King's Landing, which can be understood as a higher-end aircraft, and the speed is much faster than an aircraft. The difference between a cargo spaceship and a normal spaceship is that it can only transport. There is no equipment on it, and there is no life support system. After all, we are all on Earth, and we still need to maintain our lives. As for the sudden acceleration and deceleration, everyone is a superpower, so we can just bear it. If it really doesn't work, you can get off the car and vomit before fighting. Transport spacecraft can be mass-produced, and King's Landing City already has a mature production line, which can produce one a day. Even private customization is available, single-person, double-person, multi-person, all are fine. It is called the apocalyptic sports car. The top leaders of major bases like it very much, and flying cars show their status. At noon that day, the combatants of all bases were in place, and the land defense battle started on all fronts. Xia Shaochen went all out to open the swamp. Don't you like the land? Come on, come and see the characteristics of the land. King-level poisonous swamp. Don't think about getting out alive if you enter. After so long, the Singularity team desperately absorbed the crystal core, and now, except for Renyuchen, they have all been upgraded to the king level. Chapter 531. Originally, Suhi was still worried that the crystal cores would not be enough. But in this life, the zombies on Earth are obviously higher in power level than in the previous life, and the number has accumulated. Unexpectedly, they are really fed. The upgrade of the Singularity team has gathered the power of the zombies on Earth. Otherwise, the crystal cores of the zombies on the Eurasian continent alone would not be enough. Zombies, you are so noble, you use my crystal cores. The king-level combat power is extremely terrifying. Xiao Weiming stood in the pile of zombies, and watched those seafood spit ice cubes and splash water on him, without losing a drop of blood. The shell zombies with hard shells wanted to clamp Xiao Weiming and eat him whole. As a result, before the clam shell closed, Xiao Weiming took out the big pearl inside. Then he punched it down, and the clam shell shattered into eggshells, and the big pearl in his hand was also shattered. Xiao Weiming looked regretful. I should have known not to use so much force. I show this to Jean. She will definitely like it. Fortunately, there were a lot of seafood, and Xiao Weiming soon found another big clam zombie. This time he paid attention, and was careful when taking out the pearl, so that the pearl didn't break. "Captain, help me put it away." Soo-hee looked at the zombie pearl in front of him, which was bigger than a suitcase. "Are you sure a girl will like such a big ornament? But apart from anything else, this pearl is quite round. It seems that the shell must be a big boss." Even after turning into a zombie, he didn't forget to continue to plate pearls for himself. After putting away the pearl, he turned around and saw the Wait and a turtle zombie fighting. 3 rounds of land turtle versus turtle. The Wait opened the shell of the turtle on the opposite side with a wind blade. "What level, carrying a shell like me?" Everyone was fighting fiercely, and Soo-hee couldn't keep up with the cleaning up of the battlefield. Moreover, it seemed that they could smell the human flesh here, and the zombie seafood planned to outflank. They had a long battle line, and had an advantage in numbers. They attacked from both sides, and outflanked quickly. But they underestimated their opponents. Feng Zhengyang blocked the way for the seafood with several big fireballs in succession. "Come on, if you dare to cross the king-level fire, you will become grilled fish." Jiang Yamo brought the griffins, all of whom were wind-type mutants. "Have you heard of the wind-powered meat grinder? Let you experience it for yourself." On the Wang Jiatan side, the mutants in the village stayed voluntarily and fought side by side with everyone. They took advantage of the mountain and attacked from top to bottom, and the effect was very good. But not long after, the corpses of the zombies were piled up in front of him. Seeing that everyone was about to be on the same level, without the geographical advantage, the village wall suffered more and more attacks. Just when everyone was about to give up, Soo-hee came with the corpse recovery team. The corpse recovery team used a large-capacity transport ship. First, let the space-based psychics receive the corpses in space, and then dump the corpses into the ship. Perfect. "Come on, this ship is full." Next one. The transport team is protected by psychics, so there is no need to worry about the safety of the ship and the space-based psychics. The geographical advantage returned again, and Soo-hee also took away a wave of zombies. Junyu City was also very busy. All residents put down their work, and went outside the city to dig crystal cores. There were too many, and more than a dozen hills had been piled up. Guizheng asked everyone to shovel the body pieces onto the conveyor belt. There was an instrument for detecting crystal cores on each conveyor belt. Once the crystal core is found, everyone can take it out immediately. The main reason for doing this is that Soo-hee cut all the corpses he brought back into fist-sized pieces of meat in the space. The battlefield is so chaotic that it is impossible to guarantee that all the corpses collected at one time are dead. Sometimes standing on the corpse, zombies that have not yet turned into corpses will also be collected together. For the safety of the residents of Junyu City, Soo-hee will imagine a slicer in the space, whether all the living ones must die. As for the large pieces of corpses brought back by the corpse recovery team, except Soo-hee, there should be no one else's space that can hold living things, so only dead ones can be collected. So, there is no need to chop them again. Seeing that the mountain of corpses is getting higher and higher, Guizheng, the acting city lord, personally went down and took the lead in the work. Every resident with superpowers in Junlin City also came over spontaneously, doing the work together, and there is strength in numbers. On the front line, zombie seafood is still continuously coming to the shore to pupate, but human power is limited. Many people can no longer hold a knife. The long sword produced by Junlin City can be used to kill people below level 9 at will. For those who are leaving the exit, they can be killed at will below level 8. When everyone has used up their special abilities, they can use their strength to fight hand-to-hand with swords. Soo-hee did not let everyone attack together, so he divided them into 3 waves and took turns, so that everyone could have time to rest. Wang Jiatan was just the right place for everyone to rest. Wang Lei and Shao Kong led people to cut star mangoes, which were given to them by Soo-hee. Those who were rotated back from the front line could eat star mangoes as much as they wanted. This year's star mango harvest was much better than last year, so it was still affordable to treat everyone to a few days of fruit. Moreover, these special ability people were doing desperate things, so what was wrong with eating some fruit? Not only star mangoes, but also diluted spiritual spring water, and other kinds of food. You can only use a knife after you have eaten enough. As for why the fruit is cut instead of being distributed to everyone whole, in addition to being convenient for everyone to eat directly, it is also to prevent people. If 2 are distributed to each person directly, some people may take them away, not eat them, or want to steal them. But the cut fruit cannot be kept for a long time, so come and take it after eating to avoid waste. With Shao Kong there, no one dares to express any objections, and will not rely on their high superpowers to threaten others to give them more fruit. Only by eating it into the stomach can you replenish your superpowers and physical strength. As dusk approaches, There are no seafood zombies pupating from the sea. What everyone has to do now is to chase the zombies that have already climbed onto the land. More than a dozen spaceships are driving huge searchlights, and there is still a lot of fresh blood and flesh hanging below. It is to attract all the hidden seafood zombies out and kill them. Suhi was lying on the spaceship, with a bit of a star mango in her mouth, and she had fallen asleep. She had not rested for a day and a night since she came here. She had not eaten anything except drinking some spiritual spring water during the break. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the soft sofa on the spaceship. The body of a king is not made of iron, and she has been outputting all the time. How can she not be tired? Xia Xiaochen and Suhi boarded the spaceship together. Seeing the captain's tired look, Xia Xiaochen silently dimmed the lights on the spaceship and turned on the silent mode. The sound of explosions on the ground and the roar of zombies disappeared instantly. The Singularity is the most comprehensive spaceship, and Mu Yuan has spent the most thought on it. In addition to good combat performance, the living performance must also be the best. My sister is a person who enjoys life, and I must let my sister feel the warmth of the Singularity home. Chapter 532. But Quimping number 1 is different. This spaceship belongs to Mu Yuan personally, and he put all the weapons he could think of on it. Apart from anything else, if he encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can save his life by throwing Quimping number 1 directly. The captain is asleep. I will take the captain away from the battlefield to rest for a while. You guys continue. Xia Xiaochen sent a message to Mu Yuan and flew to a higher altitude in the Singularity. The message can be converted into voice, just to facilitate everyone to use it when they are not talking. Mu Yuan received the message and continued to recycle his various weapons. This young man who knows how to live, all the things he sent out, except the crystal core bomb, can be recycled and used again. You think he will be fine after fighting a wave, but you don't know, this is just the beginning. The weapons are recovered quickly. Mu Yuan only needs to drive the spaceship around the zombies he just defeated for a low cost, and the things will come back. You can also use the life-saving rope under the spacecraft to cut the backs of the seafood zombies when the spacecraft is flying low. The life-saving rope looks like a hanging rope from a distance. It looks thin, but it is made of special metal and is heavy. Then the spacecraft's power is used to pull it horizontally, which will use the traction force to cut the huge zombies in half from head to tail. It is more useful when there are a lot of zombies and they are big. The hull of the spacecraft is hard. Even if it is caught and bitten by the zombies below, there will be no problem. After all, not all zombies are small monsters in the alien underground base. Look, a seal zombie as big as a mountain did a backflip and planned to flatten Quimping number 1. The huge seal's tail made a sound of breaking through the air. Mu Yuan's eyes were calm. It was just a level 8 fat seal. Was it worth my avoiding it? He pressed a button, and the super energy particle cannon that had been fully charged was fired instantly. The fat seal zombie's tail turned into raindrops in the wind, and not even a bone was left. Tisk, it's really weak. Suhi woke up after sleeping for an hour, and he didn't forget to take another bite of the fruit in his mouth when he got up. What time is it? Xia Xiaochen was lying beside Suhi with his eyes closed to rest. When he heard the sound, he quickly checked the time. Captain, it's 6:27 in the morning. Do you want to rest for a while? Suhi stood up and stretched, then drank a large glass of spiritual spring water. He was refreshed. No need to sleep. Let's catch all the seafood before they disperse. That's perfect. We don't have to chase them in the sea. Xia Xiaochen lowered the spaceship. By the way, Sister Jijia took the medical team directly to Wangjiatan. Everyone is getting tired, and the proportion of injuries has increased a lot. Originally, the wounded were taken back to the city for treatment and recuperation. But as the number of injured people increased and the injuries were serious, it would take time to send them back. Si Jijia came directly and treated the people on the spot to save trouble. Suhi took out another star mango and continued to eat. Everyone has their own ideas. That's good. Back down, the seafood zombies near Wangjiatan had been cleaned up, and a huge gap had been opened in the battle line. Suhi thought for a while, let's go to the north to help. There are other bases in the south, so we won't get involved. Just now, I heard what Su Yaqing said in the spiritual chat room. The major bases have achieved great results, and have begun to finish off at the coastline they are responsible for. As for the northern coastline, King's Landing is the northernmost base on this continent, so going directly to the north can avoid other bases. In order to avoid conflicts, the various bases are still relatively friendly. Some bases that have finished finishing off still want to continue fighting zombies. Just directly explain in the public channel which coastline we are going to. Other bases will naturally avoid that area after hearing it. On the afternoon of the third day, all the seafood zombies on this continent from the cricket pupae were wiped out and turned into a pile of corpses. However, the battle for land on the entire Earth has just begun. After a night's rest, they rushed to America without stopping. I went there not to rescue the people of America, but for the crystal cores. If all the zombies on the Earth were wiped out, it would not be as easy to find the crystal cores as it is now. You have to fight against mutants, who are smarter than zombies, and it is more difficult to fight them. So while we can still form a group to fish for crystal cores, we can get as many as we can. They are all the glory and wealth for the rest of our lives. At the Crazy Lion base, Martin welcomed Soo-hee and the superpowers of King's Landing City in his not-so-fluent Chinese. We gather people and wait for you to fight together. Listen to the city lord's orders. God knows, learning Chinese is so difficult. But there are so few humans now, and different languages are spoken in different places, and you need a translator to go to other places. That's really troublesome. So Soo-hee plans to follow the example of Qin Shi Huang and unify the language and writing. All foreign bases learn Chinese. Back then, we worked hard to learn English in order to integrate with you. Now the times have changed. We are the masters of our own house, and we can't let the masters accommodate you to continue speaking English. No discussion. If you want to form a united front with Julin City, you have to learn Chinese. Start learning from Aoe until you pass the 4 tests of listening, speaking, reading and writing. The difficulty of the test questions must be like this. How much is tofu? 2 pieces. 2 pieces apiece? 1 piece. 1 piece 2 pieces? 2 pieces apiece. How much is tofu a piece? If you can't answer, you will fail. If you fail, there will be no discount when doing business. So in the Crazy Lion base, from the 80-year-old old man to the baby who just started talking, everyone started to learn Chinese. We even invited several Chinese teachers from Junyu City. As a teacher, it doesn't matter if you have supernatural powers or not, as long as you can teach foreigners clearly. Martin has just started learning Chinese, so it is normal for him to stutter. At least he expressed his meaning well, and Soo-hee understood. She told Martin the plan in English. Now it is a battle. If she said it in Chinese and Martin couldn't understand, it would be a loss. Martin, our people will be in charge of the back, and you will face the enemy head-on, just in time for a 2-sided attack. But there is one thing to agree on. The crystal cores will be 20% and 80%. We will be 80% and you will be 20%. The same applies to other bases. You must agree on this, so that there will be no uneven distribution in the later stage. Martin didn't expect that there would be crystal cores to take. If it weren't for the assistance brought by Soo-hee, they would have lost their lives, let alone crystal cores. Now they can actually take 20% of the crystal cores. You are really good. After all the discussions were completed, everyone quickly entered the battle. If we don't fight, we will really run to our doorstep. Chapter 533. After running on land for 3 days without seeing human flesh, the seafood zombies were extremely resentful. The moment they saw flesh and blood, they immediately vented the resentment accumulated in the past few days. Everyone drove the spaceship to a high altitude with experience, and first received a wave of output. Wait until the zombie superpowers are almost exhausted before fighting, and the zombies can only be beaten. See, this is the advantage of having a brain. There are also metal zombies among the seafood zombies, who can control metal. A wave of metal cones burst out and hit the surface of the spaceship, leaving no scratches. There are many seafood, and some can fly. A group of flying seafood took off into the air, and I will catch up with you. Mu Yuan slowly put down the life-threatening rope, then controlled the rope and sent the other end of the rope to Zhao Weiming on the singularity. There is no way. The singularity is bare, and there is no place to tie the rope. Only manpower can come. Zhao Weiming's feet were placed on both sides of the hatch of the spacecraft, and behind him were vines released by sea urchins, to prevent Zhao Weiming from being thrown out due to excessive pulling force. Mu Yuan took out a small notebook and wrote down carefully, "Singularity needs 2 rope racks." Zhao Weiming was ready, and the 2 spacecrafts worked together to fly over the flying ocean zombies from both sides. The flying fish zombies that were still flying up and trying to chase the spacecraft in the last second turned into 2 pieces of meat and fell freely in the next second. When they landed, they also pulled many zombie friends to death because of gravity. Zhao Weiming's arms that pulled the rope were full of muscles, and this little strength was nothing to him. He also had the idea of shaking the rope to trap a seafood zombie that wanted to escape. After the attack in the sky was resolved, the attack from underground was almost drawn out. Under Soo-hee's command, More than a dozen spaceships sent out the prepared super-energy particle cannons in unison. The superpowers on the spaceships also took advantage of this opportunity to get off the spaceships and launch a fierce attack on the seafood zombies. Considering that the defense of the Crazy Lion base is still relatively weak, the pet team led by Brother Biao was also assigned here. Prevent the zombie seafood from rushing forward and directly penetrating the defense line and eating up the talents raised by the Crazy Lion base with great difficulty. Inside the Crazy Lion base, Si Jiajia sat on the sofa, waiting for the arrival of the wounded. Losing arms and legs is a small matter. As long as the broken ones can be taken back, Si Jiajia can also connect them. After the incident, it is the same as if it was not injured, and it is a good arm again. Even if it is gone and eaten by zombies, it is okay, and you will not die. Use superpowers to wipe it, the wound will heal immediately, and a prosthesis can be installed later. Anyway, the psychics don't use their hands and feet to activate their powers. Even if they become human pigs, they can still use their powers. The wounded were sent back faster than originally expected. The speed psychic, who transported the wounded, can run fast and take the wounded to avoid the zombies' attacks to prevent the wounded from suffering secondary injuries. The wounded were placed on the bed, and the special situation of the wounded was written on the sign next to the bed. Was it gnawed, or the bones were broken, or the limbs that had fallen off needed to be reattached? It is convenient for the medical psychic to treat the wounded more efficiently. After doing this, you can continue to bring the next wounded back. The injury is not particularly serious. After treatment, take a rest for a while. Eat something to restore your superpowers, and then you can go back to the battlefield. The main point is recycling. There is no way. Now we are short of manpower. Those who can still fight have to fight hard. Otherwise, the seafood zombies will have a chance to breathe, and then eat some mutant creatures on land, and the delicious and juicy human flesh in the base. Over time, if a few king-level zombies appear, what will happen? In the battlefield not far from the Crazy Lion base, the pet squad fought in tacit understanding. When Bai Shui came up, she raised a huge icicle facing the front several hundred meters, and all the zombie seafood over there turned into seafood skewers. Brother Biao woofed twice, which was all praise for his wife. My wife is great. Super long-range attack. 5 greys followed closely behind. Look at the power of our wolf tribe. The pet squad opened a hole in the zombie seafood tide at a very fast speed, and then the hole became bigger and bigger. Martin's men didn't even have a chance to move forward. They could only intercept some fish that slipped through the net from a distance. But even these fish that slipped through the net, they almost couldn't deal with. The war for land with seafood zombies lasted for more than 2 months. It has not ended since February to April. After protecting their own continent, everyone is a little lazy. The donkeys in the production team also need to rest. What kind of people are they? They can't fall down after chasing zombies at a high intensity? Later, the number of superpowers willing to go on missions continued to decrease, and many bases decided to rest and work in waves, and people came in rotation. Only after a good rest can we fight better. Moreover, the temperature has returned to normal recently, and gradually increased. But the temperature of more than 10 degrees above zero did not make everyone happy, but a little irritated. It was okay before the freezing, and the zombie corpses were not very smelly even if they were smelly. Now it is more than 10 degrees, not to mention the smell, but I haven't had time to dig crystal cores for 2 days, and the pile of corpses has fermented and stung my eyes. Smelling that smell, I am so disgusted that I can even vomit last week's meal. Suhi walks with his nose pinched every day, wishing he didn't have a nose. A new mask has been made in the base to isolate the smell and ensure normal breathing. But now the temperature is high, it is stuffy, and I really don't want to wear it. For the health of the residents in the city, Suhi set up a lot of super large electric fans outside the corpse pile to blow the smell in other directions. Electric fans are easier than superpowers. Superpowers have poor endurance, but electric fans can blow all the time. There is an unlimited engine to supply electricity, and electricity is something that doesn't cost money. Feng Xingyang helped deal with the corpse fragments at the corpse pile. The king-level firepower is absolutely awesome. Captain, the smell here is very strong, go back quickly, don't suffer this. Suhi was out for a walk today because he was depressed, and happened to stroll to Junya City. I didn't expect that in such a smelly environment, the residents' enthusiasm for digging crystal cores was still so high. The bodies whose crystal cores were dug out were burned in time. Yangzi, thank you for your hard work. Feng Xingyang controlled the fire with one hand, and saw that Suhi's face was not very good. What's the matter? It's just setting a fire. Others are not as fast as me. Burn it quickly, and there will be no smell. But what's wrong with you? Is there anything? He helped throw the body parts collected from the pile of corpses into the fire. I haven't found Bully and the others yet. I have searched for them in the places they used to go several times, but I can't find them. Besides, I can't find a reason for the sudden landing of the seafood zombies. Chapter 534. If the seafood zombies came ashore because they had no food to eat, he had been to the seabed before. There are many mutant seafood in the seabed, and the number is not necessarily less than that of zombie seafood. Moreover, he had killed 3 king-level zombie seafood before, and the zombie army they led was not so large. Although the strongest seafood in the zombie seafood tide is only level 9, this is too unusual. It really landed on all lands at the same time, just like it was agreed in advance by phone. Computer programs are not so punctual. He was always uneasy when such a thing happened suddenly in this life, and this uncertainty made he a little irritable. Because she had more in this life than in the last life, she didn't want to lose everything again because she didn't do something well. Feng Zhengyang was about to comfort He when Su Yaqing's voice came out from the mine chat room. Captain, something happened in Antarctica. The only continent that has not yet cleared the seafood zombies is Antarctica, because it is far away and there are not many people there. Only in the past 2 days have bases started to send people there. This morning, 2 spaceships from King's Landing City also went there with superpowers. They should have arrived an hour or 2 by now. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yaqing was holding a message just said by the Intelligence and Communications Department of King's Landing City. The spaceship sent to the Antarctic base sent a message saying that the situation in Antarctica was abnormal. The tone was urgent, and the contact was lost before the details were finished. I just contacted other bases that sent spaceships to Antarctica. They said that the spaceship sent out had contacted on the first day of arriving in Antarctica, and then they did not actively send back any information. Just now when I asked them to call, they also found that they couldn't get through. Ordinary transport spaceships are bought by the major bases themselves, and the ownership belongs to the major bases. But after all, they are produced by Junlin City. From the background here, the location of each spaceship can be detected, and they can communicate with the spaceship with the highest authority. Just now, the people in the Intelligence Department searched according to the number of the spaceship, but they didn't find any spaceship, as if they were deliberately blocked. Yaqing, can you contact the superpowers who went out from our base this time? Su Yaqing said helplessly, I have seen the list of superpowers this time, and I don't know any of the more than 200 people. At least, you have to communicate with someone once before you can communicate again at a long distance. Or even if you don't know them, as long as they are within the range you can see, you can communicate directly. In the past, Gaoingda or Luo Song led the team, but this time they planned to take a break and let others go. Coincidentally, looking at the densely packed list and avatars, no one met the requirements. I'm sorry, Captain. He quickly comforted. It's not your fault. Why are you apologizing? If you talk to everyone in the city, I guess your brain will explode. I go and see it myself. You continue to let the Intelligence Department contact the spacecraft and tell me if there is any new news. Su Yaqing responded, okay. He then said in the chat room, Mu Yuan, did you hear what Yaqing said? Pack up. I pick you up at the entrance of the center. The conversation was conducted in the mental chat room, so Mu Yuan naturally heard it clearly. He had already put down the work in his hands. Sister, don't forget to bring the Singularity. The system on the Singularity can directly control all the spacecrafts. It is more convenient to carry it. He directly took Mu Yuan away, faster than the spacecraft. Going to Antarctica is just a matter of lifting a leg, so it is more convenient to put the Singularity in your pocket. Yaqing, send me the locations where everyone plans to fight zombies, and we will go to see them one by one. He carries a full communication device with him, which is as heavy as a small suitcase. It can make voice calls and video transmissions, and video calls are also possible. But with Su Yaqing, the humanoid global communication device, the machine has been gathering dust. Then regularly, a researcher will give him an upgraded version to replace the old one. Su Yaqing had already prepared what He wanted, and sent it to her directly. You went over from the sky, right? You looked down at the Antarctic continent. The middle of that little tail is where our spaceship is going. I marked the rest on the map and sent it to you. In less than 2 minutes, He had gone back to pick up Mu Yuan and arrived at the land of Antarctica. On the way, in the spiritual chat room, other members of the team left messages. Be careful on the road. Call someone if you need anything. I wanted to come together, but He felt that it would be enough to take Mu Yuan with him. Although this continent has moved a lot to the north due to the strong movement of the Earth's crust, it is still quite cool, Flying over Antarctica for a full 5 minutes, I looked at this continent all over. I saw the melted ice, and the melting snow-capped mountains, the groups of zombies with bared fangs and claws, and the mutant penguins with long legs. As for the penguins turning into long legs, how can you still tell? Because except for the longer legs, nothing else has changed. It's like 2 chopsticks with a meatball stuck in them, funny but with a little pity. It seems that penguins are obsessed with long legs, otherwise there wouldn't be such uniform mutations. Suhi flew fast but looked carefully, and even saw the scientific research stations of various countries in Antarctica. There were more than a dozen large spaceships in total, and thousands of superpowers were not found. They couldn't have been eaten by zombies, right? The spaceships are made of metal, wouldn't it hurt to eat them? But the problem is, after looking around, there was not even any trace of large-scale combat. Either the snow covered it up, or the gap in strength was too big, and even the combat couldn't match up. Stopping in an open space, Suhi put Muyuan down. It's strange. Is Antarctica a doomsday version of the Bermuda Triangle? You can't get out after entering? Muyuan stepped on the snow under his feet, which was hard and there was no creaking sound. Sister, I drive the Singularity closer to the ground and search around. If the spacecraft is within 10 kilometers, even if the other spacecraft is turned off and no signal is sent, the Singularity's detector can still find it. Suhi used his feet to test it, and the snow should not collapse. The Singularity is very large and naturally heavy. If this place is not solid and there is water underneath, we have to go into the water to salvage the boat. Are you guessing that the spacecraft and the people have entered the underground? The cabin door opened, and the two entered the spacecraft, and Muyuan sat in the driver's seat. Chapter 535. Start the spaceship, then enter a string of numbers on the mechanical keyboard on the control panel, and a radar-like screen will appear on the screen. If there is nothing on the ground, it must be hidden. The transport spaceship has no life support system, and the people will probably die before they fly into space. The 2 ships sent by our base are Coimping series, which can go to space, but if they really go, they will not lose contact. That makes sense. Suhi adjusted the back of the chair in the cab, and was about to find a comfortable position, but the spaceship is so big, where can it be hidden so that we can't find it? Muyuan raised his hand, and straightened the back of Suhi's chair. Sister, you have to go out and follow outside. Suhi sat in the chair with a puzzled expression. You are so bold. You actually let me chase the spaceship outside. Why? Tell me the reason quickly. If you don't, I will let you know what suppression is. Muyuan analyzed very calmly. It is not safe on the spaceship. I suspect that the spaceship lost contact, and the people were missing. It is possible that the people took the spaceship away when they were in the spaceship. When Coimping 7 sent the message, the signal was interrupted before the message was finished, which means the situation was critical, and they did not have time to react. After speaking, he gave Suhi an earphone, and there was a rhythmic music coming from it. Suhi frowned. What kind of nightclub music is this? Muyuan said seriously. I will let the spaceship speakers keep playing songs. If the signal is interrupted, and I haven't sent a signal to you after 1 second, it means there is a problem. By then, I may not be able to take control of the spaceship, and it will take a few seconds to get out of the spaceship, so it depends on my sister. As the manufacturer of the Coimping series of spacecraft, Muyuan is well aware of the capabilities of the Coimping spacecraft. If the opponent can make the entire spacecraft defenseless in such a short time, the strength must be very strong. And the time it took Coimping number 7 to send the message was only 2 seconds in total. 1 second of reaction time was enough for Suhi to put the Singularity and herself into space. Suhi understood and changed into a snow camouflage uniform, so that she could follow the spacecraft not far away and not close, and it would not be easy to be discovered. Let's go! Seeing his sister leave the spacecraft, Muyuan also controlled the spacecraft and began to search for traces of other spacecraft. The radar-like image on the screen rotated in circles. In fact, it was not a radar, but a special metal-reinforced version used for positioning before. As long as it is within a certain range, another similar metal can be detected. What Muyuan did was to expand this range to 10 kilometers. It is almost impossible to completely block the connection between the metals. Muyuan tried many ways, such as changing the magnetic field and burying it with special materials. But the connection between the metals still exists, and will not change due to changes in the outside world. This thing was not discovered before the end of the world, and it was accidentally created by Muyuan after he awakened his metal ability. It's amazing. But it's also thanks to this that everyone can find each other's location without GPS. Especially when looking for Brother Biao, who went out. Suhi used it a lot. I hope that this time, these metals can also find the spacecraft back. Muyuan first controlled the spacecraft to fly high in the sky and took pictures of the entire Antarctic continent now. Then set the minimum flight altitude, exploration range, and route planning. In this way, the entire continent can be divided like a Go board. Muyuan only needs to go through every grid to fly the entire Antarctic continent without missing a corner. The spaceship flew in front, and Suhi followed behind. Against the white background, it was impossible to see that there was a person following the spaceship. Suhi wrapped her hair and face tightly in camouflage uniforms, with only her 2 eyes exposed. She didn't even wear sunglasses, but with a king-level body, low-level conditions such as snow blindness would not occur. In order to prevent missing anything, the spaceship was not driving fast. The music in the headphones kept beating, and Suhi felt like playing a disc while flying. However, if it flew too low, the huge singularity would be easily discovered by zombies and monsters on the ground. Then not long after, a large group of zombies followed behind. No way, you are not dogs. Why would you chase something moving? Suhi had to fly higher and track the singularity from above. But the zombies were chasing it vigorously. There is a sweet smell of human flesh. We smell it. Some zombies are very fast, and they caught up with the singularity in a short time, then spun and jumped. There must be human flesh in this thing. See if we slip down. Suhi saw this funny scene in the air. It was really funny, ha ha ha. The singularity is in the shape of a horizontal water drop, and the surface was polished extremely smooth by Muyuan. Flies probably can't stand on it, let alone these zombies. But the zombies don't know what giving up means. They only know that there is a smell of flesh and blood. In fact, this smell is emitted by Suhi, who is flying outside. Muyuan is in the cockpit, the air is self-circulating, and there is no smell. This incident of Muyuan and singularity is really an unexpected disaster. One by one, the zombies are jumping around like performing acrobatics, but not a single one can be stable on the spaceship. Some wood-type zombies want to tie a vine to the spaceship, but the spaceship has great power and directly drags the zombies away. Many other zombies were tripped along the way, and finally the arm of this zombie was pulled off. If you can't pull it, then you can stop it, right? Of course you can't stop it. Whether it is a big mound or a thick ice wall, it is impossible to hit it. We can take a detour. Who said we have to go in a straight line? We are not zombies, and our brains can't bend. In fact, it is okay to hit it, but Muyuan wants to see how many zombies will not move forward because of the mound of earth blocking them. Curious, really curious. In midair, Suhi took out his cell phone and recorded the scene in full. Funny things should be shared with family members, and everyone will shed tears when they see this video. The zombies behind him unremittingly launched various supernatural attacks on the singularity, but all ended in funny failures. Muyuan in the spaceship stared at the screen, fearing that he would misread an abnormality. Move, hit, move, hit, move. The music in Suhi's headphones suddenly stopped, and a large area of silence instantly enveloped Suhi, and the signal was cut off. A second passed, and there was no sign of the spaceship stopping. Without even bothering to put away his cell phone, Suhi immediately teleported to the side of the spaceship, put away the spaceship, and then looked around vigilantly. The group of zombies that were excited just now suddenly stopped. As if Suhi couldn't see the sky in front of them, he was confused as if he was blind, and scattered away in the next second. Chapter 536. Suhi felt bad. She watched a TV series when she was a child. The protagonist was chased by wolves and ran into a dilapidated temple in the middle of the night. As a result, the wolves wandered in the dilapidated temple for a while and left without looking back. I thought that the wolves knew not to kill in the temple and had spirituality. As a result, the male protagonist who entered the temple encountered a ghost not long after entering. What does this mean? The wolves knew that it was dangerous and didn't go in. Could it be that there is something that zombies are afraid of? There was a vast expanse of white snow around, which was no different from the snowy ground around. Suhi carefully released Muyuan from the space and took out the crystal core detector. The zombies just now had left. If crystal cores appeared around, it meant that there were people. Muyuan came out and found that the scene had changed. He came out from the cockpit of the spaceship. It means that the signal must have been cut off just now, otherwise my sister would not have taken action. He had a dark face. Sister, I was on the spaceship just now, and everything was normal. I didn't feel anything. Suhi didn't feel anything either. He didn't know whether this place was evil, or the unknown things lurking around were evil. There was nothing displayed on the crystal core detector. Muyuan took a look. It seems to be out of order. The zombie over there is walking so slowly. It is still within the detection range, but there is no response. Suhi put the instrument away helplessly, and the two walked forward to see. The more Muyuan walked, the more he frowned. Sister, are there metal mines in Antarctica? Suhi tried to recall his junior high school geography knowledge. It seems that the iron resources are relatively rich. There is a name called Antarctic Iron Mountain. What? Your ability can sense metal? Muyuan nodded, squatted down, tried to dig away the snow, and used his hands to feel the ground. The metal content below is extremely high, higher than the open-air gold mine last time. Antarctica is an ice sheet, not just snow. You can't dig up the ground with just a few digs. Wait. If Suhi remembered correctly, the teacher said in the textbook that the average thickness of the ice layer in Antarctica is more than 1,000 meters. This side is close to the central area, and the thickness is only increasing, and the ice layer of 2,000 or 3,000 meters is possible. How can there be so much metal in such a thick ice layer? Suhi pulled Muyuan up. Tell me where the metal is the most, and how far away is it? Muyuan pointed to the position in front of them on the right. It's over there. I feel it's only a few dozen meters from the ground. Suhi took a step forward, made a simple calculation, and then threw a row of lightning over there. When the lightning touched the snow and ice, it emitted a huge amount of heat, and mist filled the surrounding area and quickly disappeared. The ice layer cracked due to the huge impact and spread to the surrounding areas. Go and have a look. Suhi couldn't wait to go over. The ice layer was thick, and the cracks did not affect its strength. A huge deep pit was exposed where the lightning just fell. Under the deep pit, a small piece of black metal plate was exposed. You can tell from the color that it is definitely thick. Suhi and Muyuan looked at each other, and both saw doubts in each other's eyes. I haven't heard that there is a scientific research station in the ice layer in Antarctica. Moreover, the ice layer is so thick. If you put some heating underneath, the ice will melt. If it melts and freezes again, even the door cannot be opened. How unsafe. But on second thought, has human technology developed to the point where it can block spacecraft signals? It seems not. Muyuan looked at the metal plate below, and it seemed that there was a gap in the middle. Sister, are we going down? This is where the problem lies, so of course we have to go down and take a look. Suhi pulled Muyuan down from above, and Muyuan activated his superpowers and directly opened an entrance on the metal plate that could accommodate 2 people. This metal should be made by a superpower, but it is only at the level of level 5 or 6. Through the entrance, there was a faint light coming out from inside, not pitch black. Could it be that the ceiling of someone else's base was lifted? No matter who lives inside, I must go down and ask today. Muyuan was about to lift his leg and go down first to explore the way for his sister. Suhi behind him suddenly felt a familiar superpower attacking from below, and she instantly released her superpowers. With herself as the center of the circle, all the space within a radius of 10 meters is under her control. Then he pulled Muyuan behind him and flew to the back of the pit. There is a space-type superpower down there. King level. It's a pity that he doesn't know what his move is. It's not the space blade. If that superpower just now hit Muyuan, the consequences would be disastrous. Muyuan also took out the modified crystal core crossbow from his family ring in an instant, got ready, and checked the surroundings. Dozens of black things suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the pit. Suhi looked closely and saw that the pangolin had evolved into a human. Except that it was nearly 2 meters tall and walked upright on its hind legs, it looked exactly like a pangolin. Could this be the lizard man? It's the lizard man in the alien novel, who likes to live underground and has a cruel temperament. I didn't expect this lizard man to have such a shame. He was wearing a black robe all over his body, as if he couldn't see anyone. He was probably afraid that he would scare others. How considerate. After the other party came out, he stood opposite Suhi and Muyuan, and there was a formation, an equilateral triangle formation, and the one who attacked just now was the lizard man standing in the front corner. He was the tallest and wore the blackest clothes. The others were all gray, and even had rough edges. It seems that the lizard man's life is a bit tight, and he can't even wear a good piece of clothing. The big black lizard man stared at Suhi with a look of prey. Jiligwala, Jiligwala, Jiligwala. The voice was very effeminate, speaking in the cosmic language, which Suhi and Muyuan could understand. The meaning was, I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person like you on Earth. It's a pity that you discovered our traces. You will all die in our hands today. After saying that, he didn't care whether Suhi or Muyuan understood or not, and launched his superpowers towards the 2 of them. Everyone can speak the cosmic language, and Suhi also condensed a space boomerang. I must deal with you today. Ugly thing, you lick your face to make a living on Earth. You should hide like a rat in the sewer. You actually want to provoke the real master of the earth. Today I must let you taste the master's power. The space boomerang directly responded to the space superpower of the big black lizard man. In the air, it seemed that something was broken up. Mu Yuan, I take care of this one. Those others are level 5 or 6. You just play with them. Chapter 537. Dahei didn't expect the opponent's perception of space power was so strong, and his skills were not fully released yet. No, he had to delay the time. He flashed and came to Suhi's back from there in an instant. He wanted to attack, but his attack was blocked by something in the air. How is it possible? Suhi turned around slowly. You are already a king. Can you show off something? The big black lizard was angry, and as the anger value rose, the power was also erupting. It seems that you have to be angry to fight well. Dahei was just testing just now. He didn't expect that such a small place like the Earth had just experienced a huge change. It turned out that a king-level power user could be cultivated in such a short time. Why? I have worked hard for so many years since I was a child. It took decades for the young genius praised by everyone on the planet to become a king. In these decades, he has been hardworking and fought in various places in the universe for the crystal core. I didn't expect that he would be surpassed by a low-level earthling. Go to hell. You must die. If you die, your crystal core will be mine. A king-level space crystal core is a rare treasure in the universe. If Suhi could hear his inner voice, he would probably laugh at him. Aren't there as many crystal cores as you want? Your village is poor. Yes, the alien civilizations on Earth are all relatively low-level. To produce a king-level supernatural person, it must have gathered the strength of several generations of the entire planet. The hope of your village is pinned on you, right? The resentment in his heart made Dahei act quickly, determined to kill Suhi. A familiar feeling came from Suhi's side. I understand. This lizardman's space ability can actually throw people into other spaces. With the improvement of his ability, Suhi will feel the connection between the two spaces every time he enters his own space. That was the feeling just now. Where does this big black want to send him? Suhi doesn't dare to risk going directly over. If there is a black hole over there, he will die. But this trick looks very useful. You can learn it. Use the space boomerang to break up the space vortex in the air that others can't see and has not yet formed. But another one appeared next to it, and another one appeared. But these are very small, just as big as a basin, and the purpose is to surround Suhi. No matter which one Suhi touches, he will be sucked in instantly. The space vortex is constantly approaching Suhi under the control of the big black, and Suhi is also using his ability to resist. If these vortices want to get close to Suhi, they must be able to tear open the space barrier around Suhi. In order to save his energy, Suhi reduced the range of the space barrier to half a meter away from himself. During the confrontation, Suhi could also observe how these small vortices were drawn out. Seeing that the small vortices could not get close to him, Dahei began to use them in a superposition. The small vortices were combined into one, and the number was reduced, but the attraction of each one was much higher. However, this seemed to consume a lot of energy, and 10 minutes passed. Mu Yuan had already played a 9-minute and 59-second binding game with dozens of little lizard men, and his sister and Dahei were standing there staring. Do masters fight without seeing any moves? Mu Yuan watched for a long time, but could not see anything. If you are not a space-based psychic, you cannot see the changes in space. If someone passes between Suhi and Dahei, that person will probably be torn to pieces by the opposing space power. Mu Yuan looked at this and that, without intervening in his sister's fight. Time passed by, and Dahei couldn't hold on any longer. His legs were shaking. If he had osteoporosis, the scales on his body would probably make a sound of percussion music. Wait, did my sister laugh just now? Something good? Suhi did laugh. These space vortices did not hurt her at all, and she also felt another law of space. Sure enough, you have to fight with someone who knows the business to have a deeper experience. But Suhi was also hardworking. She hadn't met an equal opponent for a long time. The opponent had been attacking, and she had been defending, and she hadn't used the lightning power yet. The attraction of these space vortexes is very strong. If Suhi wants to control them, he must use more superpowers for defense. However, the space vortex should not be as strong as the space boomerang, so it would not be broken up just now. Suhi does not want to end the battle so quickly, but he still needs to find the missing spaceship and superpowers. He can't delay any longer. If there is any danger behind the space vortex, every second is a death sentence. Suhi flashed in an instant, disappeared from the encirclement of the space vortex, and appeared behind Dahei. It's your turn. Countless space blades were instantly distributed around Dahei. Once the position was changed, His life was gone. Now Dahei's life is in Suhi's hands, and it's almost the same as not seeing him. Dahei didn't dare to move. He didn't know this trick. But these small blades condensed by the space power are definitely more difficult to deal with than he imagined. I advise you not to flash in space, otherwise, these space blades will instantly appear at the place where you will flash. Change your species to a hedgehog. This is not a lie. Space power users are extremely sensitive to space changes. As long as there is a little fluctuation, just attack directly. Dahei looked at Suhi vigilantly, pretending to be calm. What do you want to do, Earthling? Suhi pushed the space blade towards Dahei, and the seemingly hard scales directly showed traces. You are asking even though you know the answer. Hand over our people and the spaceship. Dahei's face was ferocious, and his long mouth showed black and sharp teeth when he spoke. Okay, as long as you hand over your crystal core to me, I will release your people immediately. Handing over the crystal core is the same as directly telling you to commit suicide in front of me. Mu Yuan, who was always protecting his shortcomings, heard this and thought, damn, you ugly black gecko, dare to speak nonsense to my sister, I will shoot you to death with an arrow. Swish. One of Dahei's claws fell off. It was not Mu Yuan who did it. If his sister didn't say anything, he would definitely not act. It was Suhi who did it himself. I thought Dahei could block it with his supernatural power, but who knew he was so fragile? Oh, your words are so scary, my hands are shaking, sorry. Dahei's teeth were about to break in pain. He didn't use the space barrier to block it, but it didn't work. The opponent easily broke through his defense. He was in so much pain, but dared not move. If he moved, the space blades pointing at him would pierce his body. With so many, he would be a sieve. How dare you? Don't you care about the lives of your people? Chapter 538. Suhi walked slowly to Dahei. Do I look like such a selfless person? My life is the most valuable to me. Schwa. Suhi cut off another piece of meat from Dahei's broken left arm. You'd better hand over all my people and my things before I cut you into steaks. Otherwise, not only will you become steaks, but your people below will also be chopped into meat sauce by me. Dahei was shocked in addition to fear. Obviously. They are both king-level superpowers. The confrontation between the two of them just now should have consumed most of their superpowers. The space system that has grown up is very powerful, but the combat effectiveness is not long-lasting. The superpower consumption is much higher than that of other systems. But the Earthling in front of him actually doesn't look tired at all. Is she holding on, or has she surpassed the king level? To the emperor level? But as soon as this thought came out, it was immediately denied by himself. If it was an emperor, I wouldn't have had a chance to attack just now. Dahei racked his brains, but still didn't know that Suha had space. If the superpowers are consumed, they can be absorbed from the spiritual spring water. Suha brand spiritual spring water is more powerful than functional drinks, but no matter what secrets this earth human has, she must die. Otherwise, my people may not be able to continue living on Earth. Dahei hesitated. I can hand over your people and spaceship, but now my superpowers are almost exhausted. There is no way to open the space door and bring them out. Still know how to retreat to advance? Even if Suha didn't know what Dahei's space skills were, he wouldn't be fooled. But since you want to use your brain, I see how you want to act next. Moreover, I'm counting on Dahei to hand over the spacecraft and the people. So what you mean is, let me wait for your superpower to recover. Dahei saw Suhi taking the bait. I can't fight you anyway, so this is the only way. Your people are locked in my space, and only I can open it. If I die, none of your people can be rescued. Suhi played along with the plan. Then let's wait. Mu Yuan was about to remind him, but seeing the hint of playfulness in his sister's eyes, he got it. Sister, you can have fun. Dahei completed the first step of the goal, and immediately became more demanding. Can you let me bandage the wound and take a break? Look at me like this. If I don't wait for my superpower to recover, I will probably die from excessive bleeding. It's just a broken arm. How can I die? How can those people with amputations live? But Suhi still put away the space blade. Wrap it. Dahei tore his robe into strips, and wrapped the wound to prevent the blood from continuing to flow out. This is similar to humans, tying to stop bleeding. There is nothing strange about it. Not far away, the lizardmen who came out with Dahei were looking at Dahei in despair. The strongest among them were injured. What could they do? The mouths of the lizardmen were tied up by Mu Yuan with steel bars. Have you seen how zoos prevent crocodiles from biting people? The shape is the same. Find something to tie at the front of the mouth, and then the mouth cannot be opened. Now these lizardmen are like crocodiles with their mouths trapped, and they can't make any sound. Dahei secretly gave them a reassuring look, thinking that Suhi didn't see it. Earthlings, We can actually coexist peacefully. Suhi complained in his heart, "Don't you think there's something wrong with you saying this from a kidnapper?" "Oh, what kind of peace?" Dahe said, "We have lived here for many years, and now we just want to continue living. As long as you don't come to occupy this land, we promise not to conflict with you. You, a king, can't deal with our advanced planetary civilization." "Wow, you fooled me." "Advanced civilization, bah. I thought we Earthlings were illiterates, who didn't know anything about the universe. We have been fighting for most of the day, and no one from your family has come out." "What does it mean?" "It means that you can't even beat you, the hope of the whole village, and the other lizardmen below. You can only continue to hide, and you can't come out and die in vain. We can see clearly the information about your underground base in America. They just want to use us as medicine to extend the lives of you lizardmen and little gray men." "And who said that I am the only king level 1 among us? We have more than a dozen king level 1s in our family. If we join forces, we can go to your house and blow it up. We are still peaceful and not invaded. Big brother, let's make it clear that this is our home and this planet is ours. You come here to live here, but you always think you are the master. This is a disease and needs treatment. Apart from anything else, electric shock therapy should be suitable for you." Suhi suppressed the long list of complaints in his heart, and the urge to come over and hit him with a hammer. "It depends on your attitude. We are here just to clean up the zombies. You guys just captured our people and took away the spaceship. You don't even know whether the people are dead or alive, and you're talking to me about peaceful coexistence?" Dahe tightened his black robe. "Don't worry, your people are still alive. We captured them just to protect our own safety." "That makes sense. Break into the house to rob, tie up the owner, to prevent the owner from taking a knife to cut you, right?" Suhi said meaningfully. "It's better to be alive." After saying that, he stopped talking. The air was a little quiet, and no one came out of the pit below again, which once again confirmed Suhi's idea. Dahe saw Suhi's listless look, and thought she was also secretly recovering her superpowers. "I knew that you, an Earthling, were just pretending, and you don't have superpowers anymore, ha ha. In just a few years, a king-level space system can appear on Earth. The future is limitless. Do you want to follow me? If we combine the two of us, our offspring will definitely be gifted." Dahe's mouth was still chattering, not noticing that Suhi and Muyuan's faces had turned black. "Let's not talk about who is with whom. How could you be so brazen as to say this when you can only play a villain in the crew of Journey to the West? The robe on your head is to cover your shameless look, right?" Suhi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "No, we are different races." Inner thoughts. "Shut up obediently, or I will slap you and cut you into molecular food." Dahe obviously didn't get Suhi's point, and continued to talk endlessly. "Species with superpowers can reproduce, and many civilizations in the universe will choose to unite for stronger offspring. I am the most powerful superpower on our planet, a genius that is rare in 1,000,000 years. It is your honor that I am inviting you now." Chapter 539. The more he talked, the more Dahe felt it was appropriate. As long as this Earthling was willing to give birth to a child with him, he could spare her life. Earthlings were much more beautiful than his own people, with soft skin, no hard scales, and no bad breath. The Earthling woman in front of him, even if only her eyes were exposed, her eyes were round and very cute. The combination of the two would not only produce better offspring. It would also allow the tribesmen to follow suit, and the two civilizations could intermarry, so that he could rule the Earth in disguise. Dahe didn't have this idea before. Although he had just come to Earth not long ago, he knew very well that the Earth was a low-level civilization before. Earthlings were fragile and pitiful, and their bodies were just a little useful to their Iron Armor Star tribesmen. But now it's different. Iron Armor Star is under the rule of the king's court, and the tribesmen live a hard life, and the people are living in misery. For the future of their people, they had to secretly move their people away from their homeland and come to this distant planet. Dahe has a name. His name is Sidon. He is really a genius, who has never been seen before, and will never be seen again on Iron Armor Star. But even if he is a genius before the age of 100, he is already a king level. Don't complain here, the lifespan of superpowers is relatively long, and 100 years old is just a teenager. Dahe, also known as Sidon, because he is a lizard man from Iron Armor Star. Advanced civilizations on other planets. Here we are talking about real advanced civilizations, not the kind that boasts. They disdain to marry him, and he is arrogant and feels that he is a king level, and the women of Iron Armor Star are no longer worthy of him. So until now, he doesn't even have a spouse. Seeing such an outstanding Suhi, he naturally wanted to abduct him. It seems that his home planet finally did a good thing for him, which was to let him come to Earth. He received a request from the planet some time ago, and brought another large group of people and fleets from several other neighboring planets to settle on Earth. By the way, prepare for the migration of the tribe later. Thinking that he was also a member of the Iron Armor Star, although his origin on the Iron Armor Star was not good, he received a lot of cold eyes in the universe. But at least this was his tribe. He still took this task. Unexpectedly, when he was about to arrive, he suddenly received a message from his tribe, saying that a huge change had occurred on Earth. Let him take his tribe directly to the shelter on Earth, and send the coordinates. It is the land under their feet now. When they came, they were almost discovered by a patrol spaceship in space. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and locked the patrol spaceship with his space ability. It made it impossible for it to detect the surroundings, and the fleet took a detour, so that his own fleet arrived safely. As of today, he has been on Earth for only 20 Earth days. The tribesmen who were originally in the shelter told Sidon everything that happened on Earth. Because the tribesmen basically have no superpowers, the monsters outside are fatal to them. Sidon wanted to go out and deal with it in advance. His first priority now is to protect the people in the shelter, so he can't go out casually. And this immigration mission is related to the future development of the entire ironclad tribe on Iron Star. As the pride of the whole village, he naturally has to be more cautious. But I didn't expect that in such a short time, the people on Earth have changed so much. Not only does he have superpowers, but he is also growing so fast. It will probably not be long before he will be among the truly advanced cosmic civilizations. By then, I will not be able to reach him. But now, the people on Earth are busy cleaning up the monsters on their planet. But they have never been exposed to things from the outside world. So, we must seize this potential stock now. Sidon was talking a lot, and even planned how many children he would have in the future. So he was really about to lose his fist. What would he get out of having a child with a pangolin like you, a little whirlwind? It's an honor. I give it to you. Do you want it? Compared to Suhi's complaints, Muyuan was much simpler. His whispers echoed throughout the chat room. I'm going to pull off his scales piece by piece, and then pickle him in chili water. Do you want to turn him into a woman, Sister Jejia? Can you do sex reassignment surgery? I don't like these eyes, just crush them. Even if the other members of the Singularity team were not at the scene, they all felt that the other party must have done something excessive from these whispers. Su Yaqing couldn't help but ask, Captain, do you really not need us to go over there? He finally stabilized his emotions, and pretended that Dahe was farting. No, this lizard man's ability is a bit strange. I saw some clues when I fought him just now. When he attacks me again, I should be able to verify my guess. After getting a positive answer, everyone was relieved a little bit, and they didn't forget to tell Muyuan, listen to the captain. I asked Dr. Nie Tao, although sex reassignment surgery is not his field. But the principle of this thing is very simple, he will learn it after trying it. The pepper water is ready, using the devil pepper. By the way, add some salt water, a big basin, you can add more when you come back if it's not enough. He was embarrassed, Muyuan is like this now, each of you is responsible. Seeing that the other big black is still chattering, he interrupted, that. The big black was still immersed in a beautiful imagination just now, and was suddenly interrupted, a little unhappy. My name is Sidon of the Iron Clan. You should call me Sidon. What kind of devilish conversation is this? Who the hell wants to know your name? Write it on your tombstone after you die, so that the dog can pee on it when it passes by. He complained madly in her heart, if it wasn't for secretly learning your ability, would I have to endure such physical and mental damage? She endured it until now, because she didn't know how to use the vortex. She just felt that there was another space behind the vortex. She didn't feel any danger. After all, the king-level ability consumes a lot of energy to open a space transmission channel. If the situation over there is not good, it will consume more energy to maintain the channel. Just now, Sidon condensed no less than 20 small whirlpools, which means the distance is not far, and the place is not bad. These are all what Suhi realized when he was fighting with Sidon. The space system is very strong, but many people don't know how to use it. If it weren't for Sidon, Suhi would not have thought of the space channel, but Suhi did not plan to go in along the whirlpool. If you go in, you have to be able to get out. Originally, he planned to threaten him with Satan's people, but this kid was not threatened. Suhi then thought about dealing with him. Chapter 540. But now Suhi really can't stand it anymore. Patience really has a limit. Sidon, are you guys on Iron Star so poor that you don't have a mirror? Why do you think I'm willing to follow you? You can't even beat me, And you still want to join forces. You don't have scales on your body, you have crystal cores, right? Wow, it feels so good to curse people. Suhi cursed, and Satan's face turned black. But Satan's tolerance seems to be too poor. Suhi cursed less than 5 sentences, and this guy got angry. Just now, Suhi heard him say that he didn't get angry for so long. It seems that this lizard man is really stingy. How dare you insult me like this? As he said, Satan's superpowers burst out, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared under Suhi. It's now, Saidan, who was still furious in the last second, was suddenly pulled into the vortex by Suhi and disappeared. Although Suhi had just finished telling Mu Yuan about his plan in the chat room, Mu Yuan still felt uncomfortable when he saw the two people suddenly disappear in front of him. Angry, Mu Yuan smashed the head of the lizard man closest to him with a punch. Of course, he didn't feel relieved at all, and his clothes were stained. He was even angrier. But now was not the time to be angry, he also had things to do. That was to interrogate these lizard men. Because the lesson of the little monster last time was still there, Mu Yuan naturally had to ask about the next situation first. Compared with Saidan just now, these lizard men can be said to be powerless, and they are most convenient for threatening and tricking. He took out a wet towel and slowly wiped the blood on his hands. Clothes stained with blood were not easy to wash. These clothes were given by my sister, so they can't be dirty. Mu Yuan wiped them and asked, "Why are you here?" No lizard man answered, not because his mouth was tied. But if he said it, he would probably be beaten to death by his own people. It would be better to be beaten to death by the earthling in front of him. It would be a quick death. You don't want to say it, right? Mu Yuan took out a crystal core bomb and put it on the head of a lizard man, letting him hold it. Then he explained the product as if nothing had happened. Isn't this little thing cute? But if it explodes, the power is equivalent to the full force of an 8th level fire-type mutant. What do you think will happen if I throw this into the place you just came out of? There was fear and panic in the lizard man's eyes, and the eyes that were firm just now could not stop shaking. This is far from enough. It's meaningless to just explode. What if I take away your ceiling and the metal brackets below, and throw 2 of these? Wouldn't it be better? It's easy for the metal system to make metal. But if there is no ceiling protection and metal support below, and it is attacked by the crystal core bomb, the ice layer will definitely break under the vibration and then collapse, and the lizard men on the lower layer will be able to win the ice coffin. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this plan is feasible. Mu Yuan took the nuclear bomb in his hand and threw it one by one. Each time, it seemed to be thrown on the heart of the lizard man. Wait, do lizard men have hearts? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these lizard men are very scared, afraid that the earthling in front of them will tremble. The attack just now has caused the underground base to tremble, and there is already panic below. Yes, it is Suhi's lightning. Because it hits the metal plate when penetrating the ice layer, of course, when it reaches the metal, it has not much power. However, metal is conductive. Then, there are weak people who are electrocuted, and some simple equipment suddenly shuts down and restarts. Realizing that this may be an attack on Saidan, he immediately rushed up with this group of fighters. Then, everyone knows what happened next. Under the current circumstances, if this earthling really wants to do this, there will definitely be heavy casualties below. No, this earthling must be stopped. The tied lizardmen madly poured out their bodies, trying to hurt Mu Yuan. Unfortunately, Mu Yuan condensed a stick and turned a few circles, like Sun Wukong, and all the supernatural attacks were blocked. 2 ice cones were bounced back and stabbed directly into the bodies of the other 2 lizard men, who died on the spot. If you don't answer my questions properly, I will do this in front of you. It depends on whether you are tough or your people are tough. Bang, bang, bang. Some people were unable to bear the psychological pressure and planned to hit themselves to death. Don't look for me if you want to die. How could Mu Yuan let them get rid of it so easily? He strung these people who wanted to die together and couldn't move. Want to die? Grant you your wish. He took out a pair of pliers and gestured on one of the lizard men. By the way, where are your blood vessels? I have to avoid them. Puff. Using pliers, he plucked off a piece of the scales of the lizard man. When he plucked it off, a string of blood beads came out and fell on the snow. The color was extremely bright. Woo! The mouth was sealed, and the sound came from the throat, which was uncomfortable to listen to. Puff! Mu Yuan plucked off another piece. Look, you are in so much pain, and your people don't even come out to save you. What are you still holding on for? Puff! Mu Yuan plucked off another piece. Does it hurt? When your people treated as humans in the laboratory before, I wonder if you feel their pain. Puff! Every time Mu Yuan plucked off a piece, he said something heartbreaking, killing people and hurting their hearts. Moreover, he didn't just pluck one lizard man, because they all wanted to die, so he had to treat them equally. But it wasn't too even, so much so that he closed his eyes in fear, fearing that he would be the next one. If you can't answer my questions properly, I promise that the people below you will die in the same pain as you. Some people couldn't hold on any longer, and looked at Mu Yuan with eager eyes. Mu Yuan was very kind, and untied the wire on his mouth from a distance. Speak. Lizardman, let's call him number 1. Lizardman number 1 trembled. We were wrong, please forgive me. If you forgive us, we promise to leave this planet and never come back. It's terrible, we came here to live happily, not to commit suicide. But Mu Yuan was not very satisfied, puff, and pulled off a piece of scale. But before pulling it off, he tied number 1's mouth again. You shouted so loudly, what should I do if you disturb me? Your answer doesn't satisfy me. How to deal with you depends on your performance. Now, does anyone want to answer my questions normally? Tell me, why are you here? Chapter 541. Seeing the pliers about to fall on him again, another lizard man indicated that he wanted to speak, very much. Let's call this person, who wanted to speak, number 2. Mu Yuan untied number 2's rope, and number 2 said, like a bamboo tube pouring beans, this is our shelter. After a few minutes, Mu Yuan understood. Below is something like a shelter they built. Because the environment on the Antarctic plate is harsh, there are relatively few creatures, and it is difficult to be discovered, and they will not be disturbed when they live here. This shelter has existed for a long time. But because these aliens are also inexperienced, many building materials need to be transported from the mother planet. The entire shelter was not fully built until around 2000 AD on Earth, for interstellar immigration. But the good times did not last long. Before that, the Earth underwent a huge change, and aliens scattered all over the Earth rushed to the shelter. Those aliens who ran out of the underground laboratory in America came here. Here is the most complete communication equipment, which can be used for interstellar calls. Although due to the situation on Earth at that time, the communication equipment had problems for a while. Either it could not be turned on, or it could not send out after being turned on. It took more than a year for repairs. Of course, it is also possible that the Earth has stabilized and the equipment has recovered by itself. The communication was finally restored, and they reported the situation on Earth. Fortunately, the situation was urgent at the time, and these aliens were not sure what had happened on Earth. In addition, I was really a weak chicken, and when I drove the spaceship out to explore, I was scared by the dense zombies with superpowers. Every time I went out, I only dared to drive the spaceship around, and I didn't dare to get off to see what was going on. If they come down, they will be eaten by zombies. They can't run faster than zombies. Zombies or mutant monsters appeared in the sky later, and the spacecraft was always attacked when it went out. As mentioned before, the spacecraft that came to the Earth did not carry weapons. For safety reasons, they did not go out to investigate later. Therefore, the information they found was incomplete. They only knew that the people on Earth had developed superpowers. But they did not know that a large number of high-level superpowers had been produced in a short period of time. After receiving the information, the mother planet did not give up the plan to colonize the Earth. What are they thinking? The Earth is a good place that they have been looking for many years, for generations. How could they give up? Besides, have you heard that a harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger? Can zombies be more terrifying than the oppression of the royal court? Even if there are monsters and zombies, just kill them, and you don't have to negotiate with the local civilization. The Earth will be yours in the future. The other cooperating planets must also listen to their own words. We have the best voice, but be cautious. Iron Armor Star still invited Sidon, the pride of the whole village, back from outside. With a king-level superpower in charge, plus the best people in the village, yes, that group of lizard men who were tied up by Mu Yuan effortlessly. Absolutely foolproof. But after these people came to Earth, with the colonial fleet, they realized how bad the situation on Earth was for them. If the base had not been built dozens of meters under the ice, plus the blessing of alien technology, there would not be zombies on the Antarctic continent dug out and eaten. But now that they are here, they want to go back. The risk is even greater. The people in the fleet have been removed from the mother planet, their identities have been forged, and they are either missing or dead, all in order to pass the inspection of the royal court smoothly. Bringing people back, not only Iron Armor Star, but also several other planets that came with them were unable to restore the identities of the people who died in the documents at once. Sidon could only settle these people first, and then find a way. However, the bad situation was only bad for the weak tribesmen. For Sidon, This place was simply a gold mine. The zombies and mutant monsters here were only level 7 or 8 at most, and Sidon could deal with them completely. There are many kinds of creatures on Earth. If all the crystal cores on Earth can be collected, plus the ones he has saved from working hard outside for so many years, upgrading to the Emperor level should not be a problem. This was what Sidon said when he was showing off to his tribesmen. However, when he first arrived, the most urgent task was to settle his tribesmen. But who would have thought that after just a few days of peace, Sidon, who was chasing zombies outside, discovered the Earthlings' spaceship. The Earthlings brought by the spaceship were very powerful. If they were allowed to hunt zombies on the Antarctic continent, it would be a matter of time before this base was discovered. So they thought of a way to arrest all those people and their spacecraft. Mu Yuan still didn't understand. Then why did all the signals here disappear? The current communication is different from the communication before the end of the world. It can't be affected casually. Lizardman number 2 shivered and explained, it's because the ground around us has been paved with a layer of space black stone. Space black stone. This thing only exists in the dust produced by the explosion of a super large planet, and is very close to the space system power. A small piece of space black stone can be used to carve out a space with superpowers. The ring on Mu Yuan's hand is made of space black stone. However, there are almost no superpowers who can do this now, so the stone can only be left there to dry. Most of the space black stones found in the universe are used to build shelters. Because space black stone is extremely hard, other superpowers cannot damage this stone unless they reach the Lord level. If a room is covered with space black stone from the floor to the wall to the ceiling, then the room will be isolated from all information from the outside world, forming a false space with no exit. If the number of space black stones is large enough, it will also affect the surrounding signals. This is why the spacecraft coming here can't even send out a message. Although space black stone is difficult to find, the Iron Armor Star people are miners in the universe. Everyone hides 2 pieces at random, and after so many years, the number is enough. Although they don't have any superpowers, as long as it is the ore they want to find, there is nothing they can't find. It should be considered a racial talent. Just like Chinese people can grow vegetables. Unfortunately, this talent once led them to prosperity. It is also because of this talent that they are oppressed. Mu Yuan sympathizes with them psychologically, but this is not a reason for you to hurt us Earthlings. Others can't beat you, so you come to our Earth to do evil and occupy land. You kill people and still feel miserable, so what? Do we still want to treat you with good food and drink? After Mu Yuan asked almost all the questions he should ask, he tied up number 2's mouth again. There are tens of thousands of aliens in this shelter, and the species are complicated. In addition to lizard men and gray men, there are other species that have appeared in the news, not races. The strongest combatants are all here, and the highest superpowers below are no more than level 3. It can be understood as a group of alien refugees. As for how to deal with them, Mu Yuan has to wait for Su He to come back before making plans. Chapter 542. Speaking of Su He, she just dragged Sidon into the vortex and fell into a dark place. Sidon lay on the ground in a very depressed state. Earthling, I admire your courage. You even wanted to drag me to death with you. Now, we have achieved our wish. It won't be long before we will starve to death in this empty space. Su He was not panicked at all. Starve to death? I have countless food in my space. Can I starve to death here? I can starve you to death 800 times, and I am still alive and fat. Really? I am so hungry that I will eat anything. Your body of meat, slice by slice, should keep me fed for a long time. Sidon shuddered. This woman really dared to do this. No, I was just kidding. How about we find the exit first, and go out first? Su He was a little disappointed. He had thought that he could take him directly to the place where other people were imprisoned, but he didn't expect it to be a separate space. Oh! You opened the passage, don't you know where this is? Sidon knew, of course, but he couldn't say it, otherwise he would die. I really haven't been here before, my passage is always random, and can't be fixed. He said this because he was afraid that he would threaten him to open the passage and get out. The next step is probably to consume his own superpowers. Sidon spoke as expected. This is a very small space, which I opened just now. The place where we fell in should still be very weak. As long as we use enough superpowers to attack, we may be able to open a gap and let us go back. Su He found a place far away from Cyan and sat down. I know, but I don't have any superpowers now, so I can only wait and see. Sidon wanted to urge Su He, if it takes too long, you may not be able to go back. Su He looked over and said, don't force me to chop off another piece of meat for you. Saiden shut up obediently, but thought in his heart, "You will beg me later." So he knocked his hands on the ground, and he didn't believe that this lizard man could waste time with him. When he couldn't bear it anymore and went out, so he would go out with him. Anyway, so he already knew how the vortex was created. As for why he didn't do the experiment here, it was mainly because he felt it was not safe, so he would try again when he got home. In addition, Saiden's current situation did not have any extra superpowers to clear the way, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Sui's fingers were tapping, and there was a resonance on the fingertips that touched the floor. She was a little surprised in her heart, and tried to put her whole palm on the ground, and the feeling became stronger. Sui was on guard against Saiden, and then she used some of her mind to feel the resonance from the ground. This place is a treasure. Sui was surprised and chiseled out a small stone on the ground with a sharp space blade. Finally, she remembered this feeling. Isn't Muyuan's ring like this? She chiseled out a pile of stones in the direction that Saiden didn't notice. Just when she was working hard, a gap suddenly appeared in this space. It was the place where Sui grabbed the stone. But Sui was not afraid at all, but worked harder. Saiden, who was resting with his eyes closed, noticed that the surrounding space seemed to be changing. When he opened his eyes, his expression suddenly panicked. Impossible, impossible. She is only at the king level, how could she do it? Sui threw the pile of small stones into her space, as if nothing had happened. Are you willing to open your eyes? And you are staring so wide, you can be used as a light bulb. Saiden reacted and attacked Sui immediately, but his ability had not recovered, and he was knocked to the ground by Sui with a stick. The metal stick produced by Muyuan is more useful than the stick in the hands of the abbot of Shaolin Temple. Are you so surprised? Do you think this place can hold me? What Sui just took down was the space black stone. What surprised Saiden was not that Sui could take down the stone. Rather, the number of space black stones in this room created a false space, and even the Emperor-level space-based ability users could not see the flaws in such a short time. The Earthling in front of him actually saw it directly. How high is her talent? No, this woman must die. Even if she wants to have a child with him, she must die. Saiden suppressed the undercurrent in his heart and pretended to be convinced on the surface. Okay, I admit defeat, and I'm convinced. I take you to meet your people now. Sui didn't believe he was so kind, but the scene changed, and in front of Sui were the missing spaceships, and the people on the spaceships. No wonder they couldn't get in touch. They were also locked in a similar space. There was nothing inside, but fortunately everyone had the habit of bringing their own food, so they didn't go hungry for 2 days. But there would be no food in a few days. Lord City Lord. Seeing Sui, everyone's eyes showed hope. God knows, during the time they were locked up here, they kept walking, but couldn't find the exit, which was strange. I almost thought I was in hell. Everyone's eyes were red from nervousness, and now they were relieved. Sui signaled everyone not to get excited. I take you out later. After bringing Sui here, Saiden immediately collapsed to the ground and said in a begging tone, I really don't have superpowers anymore. I take you out after I rest. Sui didn't say anything to indicate his agreement, and the other superpower users were relieved. If the City Lord doesn't say anything, we won't ask. The City Lord is our backbone. Sui paced back and forth, from here to there, and took out a pack of biscuits to eat. He was really waiting seriously. Saiden, who had been dozing off, saw the opportunity when Sui walked far away, and suddenly disappeared from the corner of the space, and fell into the crowd. What happened? Was there something wrong with his superpower? It was clear that he had just set the spaceship dock, so he could take the opportunity to fly out and find foreign aid to deal with these Earthlings. Sui walked over slowly. How is it? Am I learning fast? I thought it was something very difficult, but it turned out to be just a short distance teleportation. Why do you make yourself so awesome? Saiden covered his injured arm, and the previous blow caused him to bleed again. How? What's the matter? Are you curious? Sui didn't tell him. With a space machete, Saiden's head fell. It didn't fall down. He blocked it with his supernatural power. Sure enough, he would explode at the critical moment of life and death. However, the explosion was useless. Sui had plenty of space machetes. If one didn't work, he would do dozens more. Saiden's neck was not that hard, and he couldn't hold it after the third blow, and his head rolled down. Chapter 543. Sui took out his classic pink hammer, and hit his head very cleanly. King level. Things happened so fast that the surrounding psychics didn't quite understand what happened. Lord City Lord. There were also those who had already reacted but were more worried. Lord City Lord, without him, how can we get out? Just now, Everyone saw that it was this lizard man who opened the passage and brought the city lord in. Suhee put away the crystal core and was visibly happy. Why are you asking so many questions? Get on the spaceship. Everyone's mind was full of question marks, but when the city lord said to get on the spaceship, everyone got on immediately, fearing that they would be a step late and the city lord would get angry. After the hatch of the last spaceship was closed, Suhee stood in front of everyone and snapped his fingers. A huge vortex instantly appeared at the bottom of each spaceship, swallowing the spaceships one by one. Finally, Suhee himself jumped into the vortex. She has mastered this technique. According to Suhee's conjecture, after passing through the vortex, space teleportation, just to condense that vortex, will consume a lot of superpowers. If the distance of teleportation is too far, it will definitely consume more. So, this side and can produce so many at once, so the teleportation location must not be far away. As for how to determine the location of teleportation, it should be anticipated in advance. Suhee tried to contact and said something in the mind chat room, and there were immediately answers from Su Yaqing and Mu Yuan. It means that this place cannot resist Su Yaqing's ability. She secretly experimented, and according to her own comprehension ability, she quickly condensed a small vortex. It works. Suhee immediately communicated with Mu Yuan in the spiritual chat room. Yuan, look around. Is there a piece of bread? Mu Yuan was confused. What bag? Bang! Just after asking, a piece of bread really fell in front of him. But there was no one in front of him, and the bread appeared out of thin air. Sister, I got the bread, intact. Where are you? Success? It's true. I haven't gone out yet. I try 2 more times later, and then I take people back. After all, you have to take living people with you. Just throwing dead things won't work. So Mu Yuan saw the same place, just like the equipment in the game. A large handful of crystal cores, 2 mutant rabbits, a plate of eggs. After confirming that everything Mu Yuan received was intact, Suhee was completely relieved. The master can be killed in a while, he is worthless. Mu Yuan outside was still anxiously waiting for his sister, but when he turned his head, he was almost hit by such a large transport spaceship. Then the second one, the third one. Finally, Suhee came out. I have to say, this thing really requires superpowers. It was a bit difficult for me to come out in the end. I don't know if there are too many people being teleported. Mu Yuan hurried forward. Sister, are you okay? Suhee took out a star mango and ate it, and said in a relaxed tone, Okay, I learned a new technology. But there is one thing Suhee didn't say, that Satan's space is full of good things. It seems that it should be his family fortune since he was a child. There is also a spaceship. Just before Suhee killed someone, he took advantage of the darkness, and put Saiyan into his own space at a very fast speed. Transfer all the things in his space, and then release the people to continue killing people. Come on, how could a space-based psychic not even have a space to store things? Anyway, those things are dead things. You can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die, so just take them out and make a good contribution to the earth. The psychics who were truly rescued are now cheering and jumping for joy. The sky outside is so vast. The sun is so bright. Several leaders got off the boat very tactfully. Lord City Lord, do you have any other instructions? The implication is that it's okay, we will continue to chase zombies. The crystal core is still waiting for us. Suhee looked at them like a fat sheep. Yes, report the number, and rescue you out. The rescue fee must be paid, right? Someone whispered. Didn't they save people in their own city and save us at the same time? Do you want money? That's right, no mercy at all. The rescue fee is usually paid by the base, and some bases pay in shares. The base pays a part, and the rescue people pay a part. What I just complained about is that the base that pays for the service has to pay out the crystal cores in its own pocket. Because the appearance fee of King's Landing is very expensive, especially when the city lord personally pays. The money is so high that not only will this trip be in vain, but it may also be in vain for a long time in the future. That's why there is dissatisfaction. Suhee turned a deaf ear to these people's words, but Mu Yuan was not. He looked at these people coldly. If you don't want to be rescued, my sister can send you back. No money. The other party immediately shut up, and fell into a moment of silence. Then, there were all flattering voices. Lord City Lord, you have worked hard. Thank you Lord City Lord for saving our lives. It is only right to give you hard work money. Suhee didn't care what these people thought in their hearts. She took out a small notebook, and wrote down the bases, and the number of people. She took out her mobile phone to take photos and videos to avoid defaulting on the debt. When she went back, she gave these things to Wang Yijin and collected the debt. What belongs to you should be in your pocket. and no one should think of losing a crystal core. Okay, do what you should do. At Suhi's order, the transport ships of other bases did not dare to stay, for fear of paying some more parking fees, which would make them even poorer. In an instant, there were only 2 ships, and people on board his own ship left here. Mu Yuan had told Suhi all the information he had interrogated through the mind chat room just now. Suhi realized that the small stones he dug were all space black stones. The captured fleet was not detained in a separate space, but in the underground base. They went back and forth, and couldn't find the exit, all because they were affected by the space black stone. There were too many space black stones, and even the space system sometimes couldn't make a judgment in the first time. Suhi, who was only at the king level, could see through everything here. His talent was extremely high, and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just when everyone was ready to take action on this underground base, a sound of fluttering moths came. Suhi and Mu Yuan looked at the hole in front of them curiously. Are they finally going to fight to the death? See if we don't press you to the ground and crush you, under everyone's expectant gaze, accompanied by the sound of fluttering. Fluttering. An old lady holding a cane, and with butterfly-like wings on her back flew up at a speed of 5 centimeters per second. Except for the wings, everything else was the same as a normal human old lady. It's just that her body is a little bloated, and there are a few more wrinkles on her skin. That's all. Chapter 544. The old lady staggered, and finally landed safely on the snow. The wings that had been flapping hard just now drooped behind her like a rag. She looked around here, and finally fixed her eyes on Suhi, and walked over tremblingly with a cane. As she walked, she said excitedly, "Found it, found it." Her tone seemed to have accomplished something extraordinary. Everyone looked at Suhi. Should we fight? If we fight, will this grandma blackmail us? Suhi didn't understand why this old lady came. It's impossible for such a large underground base to send one person to fight us, right? Although it does seem like something that aliens can do, it's outrageous. More than 200 young people fighting against the poisonous old lady, and the other party is still on crutches. How shameful. Suhi didn't feel any malice from this grandma. But for safety reasons, it was to prevent the other party from being a big boss, who was disguised, and whose strength could not be seen. She raised her hand, signaling the old lady not to go forward. "What are you doing here?" The old lady stood still immediately, covering her chest with her right hand, her face serious, and slightly bent over. "Oh no! She is pretending to be sick." Just when someone reminded Suhi, the old lady sighed with emotion and excitement. "Finally found you, Patriarch." High Priest Aaron welcomed the Patriarch back to his position. Suhi wondered, is the alien grandma also so second year? With this tone and attitude, those who don't know would think you are going to say welcome the Dragon King back to his position. What the hell, grandma is old and recognized the wrong person, right? Suhi felt his mouth twitching a little. This old lady. "I don't know you, you recognize the wrong person. If you are here to negotiate for the aliens below, I advise you to change your mindset." Aaron raised his head, and looked at Suhi sincerely. "The aliens below don't know what happened above, and I didn't come here for them. I am here to find you and your people, and get everything back on track." Suhi was confused, and the old lady's eyes were sincere, and it was impossible to tell that she was lying. "Grandma, if you continue like this, I don't mind killing you first, and then going down to kill the others." Suhi felt a little strange. Why didn't he do it directly just now? Aaron took off a necklace from his neck, and a star ornament was hung at the bottom. At this time, the star was supporting Newton's coffin, and floating in the direction of Suhi. But because the other end of the necklace was held in Aaron's old hand, it didn't fly directly to Suhi. "I know some things are hard to believe, but it is true that the star spirit led me to find you. If you want me to prove it to you." The two spoke in the cosmic language, but the following words were spoken in other languages. What strange is that Suhi understood it. After the bloodline awakens, the owner of the Fountain of Life becomes the leader of the Star Clan. In your dream, you should have dreamed about the reason why zombies and monsters appeared on this planet. You also know the purpose of the Fountain of Life in your body. The Fountain of Life does exist, but the dream. Suhi was about to deny that he had not had any dreams, but suddenly thought, "Damn, I really had this dream." More than once, after killing the cold zombie in the human base, I kept dreaming about it. But I've been sleeping well recently, so I forgot about it. I thought it was a psychological sequelae from my previous life. Could it be that it was a dream sent by an old senior? In the dream, Suhi witnessed the decline of that nation. In order to keep the tribe alive, they fled in the universe, and in order to cover up their tracks, they suppressed the blood power of the tribe. The appearance of zombies is for competition, and only the party that wins in the end can get the right to live. Although He complained in his heart that the zombies' victory was equivalent to extinction. After all, zombies can't have children. But later, because of this dream, he has been working hard to kill zombies. Looking at the old lady in front of him, dragging her old body to find people in the vast universe, it's really hard. But he still doesn't believe it. You are not the same kind as us. How can you be our priest? From the same nation, let alone other things, at least you look the same, right? Look at your big wings and 4 legs. Except for your face, you can tell that you are a human. You have nothing in common with us. Aaron leaned on his crutches. I can explain, but it will take a long time. I will tell you everything after the clan leader has dealt with the current situation. My current body is too old, and not very suitable for the environment of this planet. Please give me a warm place to rest. You still want to make conditions? He asked again. You really don't care about the aliens below? Aaron shivered, and it seemed that he was cold. After all, this is Antarctica, and it is dozens of degrees below zero. I just came here on their spaceship, and the price has been paid. As for how you want to treat them, I shouldn't interfere. Well, there are more and more question marks on my head. But it seems that Grandma Erin is about to freeze to death, and my own problem has not been solved. In order to satisfy her curiosity, he reluctantly took out a heating tent. Go in, don't play tricks. Mu Yuan was a little surprised by her sister's abnormal behavior. When did we respect the elderly so much? Or an alien old man? Sister, this person. He herself felt incredible. This person always felt a natural sense of intimacy, and she was right. It was like going out for fortune-telling, and before you opened your mouth, the old man directly told you that your partner had dumped you 3 times. It felt like this fortune-teller was very reliable. Could it be the effect of supernatural powers? But I have never seen any supernatural powers that make people friendly. Besides, I didn't feel the fluctuation of supernatural powers from this person. Let's leave it at that for now. I still have many questions to ask, but now is not the time to ask questions. You take people, and lift the ice layer in Antarctica. There are aliens who resist, so don't leave them alive. Mu Yuan immediately took more than 200 people to work, feeling that this project would be time-consuming. He planned to call Su Yaqing to find out about this man named Aaron. This man's background is unknown, so he can't be brought back to King's Landing. He walked into the heating tent, and it was warm inside in such a short time. Aaron didn't look that uncomfortable, because the trembling and shivering just now were all caused by the cold. I thought he couldn't stand because of his old age. Chapter 545. Aaron saw He coming in. Chief, the person you called here has no power against me. It's a waste of time. Wow, a fortune teller. How could anyone know what she and Su Yaqing said in the spiritual chat room? But he didn't believe it. How can we know if we don't try it? Su Yaqing came and used her power. Well, it's really useless. Su Yaqing looked frustrated. I feel like my power went straight through her without stopping at all. Aaron calmly explained, I am the priest of the tribe, in charge of prophecy. Although I can be hurt by external forces, I will not be controlled by spiritual and psychic powers. This is amazing. Su Yaqing was curious. Grandma, how did you do it? Use power to resist? Because Su He's attitude towards Aaron was quite friendly. Su Yaqing followed Su He, and was very polite to Aaron. Aaron fumbled with the necklace he had just taken off and explained, priests don't have supernatural powers. This is an innate ability. Su He looked at the necklace. Now that she was closer to Aaron, she always felt that there was a kind of energy on the necklace. Could it be that this blocked Su Yaqing's exploration of her inner thoughts? The next second, Aaron let go of his hand, and the necklace automatically flew in front of Su He. Chief, this contains the power of the star spirit, which is the same source as your fountain of life. When the distance is close, it will echo. Now that we have found you, we should return it to its original owner. The star chain is a symbol of the identity of the chief. With it, you can also borrow the power of the star spirit. Why is it that the more we talk, the less I understand? Su Yaqing wanted to ask, but didn't know where to ask. What clan leader, what star chain, what star spirit, what priest? However, since the necklace was gone, Su Yaqing and Su He had a tacit understanding and immediately used their superpowers to test it again. Well, it still didn't work. It wasn't the necklace's problem. Aaron didn't lie. The psychic superpowers didn't work on her. Let Ren Yuchen try it later. Su He opened his hand, and the star chain actually fell into Su He's hand by itself, just like a puppy. The moment of contact, Su He felt refreshed, as if there was infinite power in his body. And the spiritual spring water in the space felt a little richer. Wow, are we really from the same clan? After a moment of daze, Suhee decided to start from the question he wanted to ask at the beginning. Then tell me first, why do you look like an alien, not like us? Eren began to tell everything, and there was also a lot of busyness outside the tent. Because the noise was too loud, and now this place is also part of the alien base. So Suhee took Eren to a farther place, and changed to a bigger tent. When Eren finished explaining everything, it was already dark. Suhee looked at Eren, who was sleeping beside the heater. His expression was a little heavy. There are many universes in the world, and the birth of each universe is different. The universe they are in now was born from something called star spirit. Yes, there are so many stars in the sky, both visible and invisible, all of which are produced by star spirit. With a material basis, life was born. The Star Clan appeared at this time, and the Star Clan is the oldest nation in this universe. In order to allow the Star Clan to better protect this universe, priests, who can predict the future, were born. Although priests and Star Clan are both directly born from the Star Spirit, priests are not necessarily from the Star Clan. This is not contradictory. Priests have no special powers, their bodies are normal, but their souls are immortal. After the death of the first generation of priests, their souls may appear in this universe, anywhere on any planet. Therefore, after birth, the priests will be the same race as their parents. There will be no situation where the child does not follow his parents. In order to make it easier for the Star Clan to find them, the last prophecy of the priest before his death is the place where he will appear next time. This is actually similar to the reincarnation of the living Buddha in Buddhism. However, the time from the birth of the priest to adulthood refers to the adult time of his race at that time. Some races become adults in 20 Earth years, while others may need hundreds of Earth years. Only after adulthood will the priests awaken their memories and gain the ability to predict. Then the Star Clan can take the priests back. The first generation of priests explained that this was to prevent the Star Clan from relying too much on prophecies. So during the period when the old priests died and the new priests were born, the Star Clan needed to work hard and try not to do anything reckless. Doing so also gave the priests some different memories of this hard job to prevent them from collapsing. Just think about it. A person who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, his daily job is to tell fortunes for people, and he doesn't even have a holiday. Even the gods feel irritated. As for the bond between the priests and their families, the priests decide for themselves. As the guardian of the universe, the Star Clan certainly cannot kidnap people's children directly. Unless the priest asks the Star Clan for help, the Star Clan will not help. This explains why Eren is like this now. With the efforts of the Star Clan and the priest, nothing major has happened in this universe. But according to the law of development of all things, nothing in the world is eternal. Even the Star Clan, which was directly born by the Star Spirit, cannot do it. The Star Clan has a heart of love. In Suhee's words, it is the Virgin Mary. Because they are too virgin, they did not find that the Grand Clan, who always wanted to be their little follower, that is, the current ruler of the universe, was doing some shady things in private. When there was a little clue, the Grand Clan used sweet words and pretended to be pitiful. The Star Clan took it lightly, thinking that they would reform. After all, the people who went to investigate did not find any major crimes that endangered the universe. When the Grand Clan prepared for many years, they turned against each other. The Star Clan fell into the trap completely, and almost returned everything from body to soul to the universe. Suhee still didn't understand. Didn't they say that the Star Clan is the most powerful? Eren's eyes were very calm, except for the moment when he saw Suhee, he was always calm. After all, she is a person who has memories of the birth of the universe, and knows so many prophecies. Basically, nothing can cause her emotions to fluctuate. According to common sense, yes. But the Grand Clan has always had a hidden ability, which is to absorb other life forces to improve their abilities, with no upper limit. In order to deal with the Star Clan that day, many galaxies were destroyed, and their abilities increased greatly, comparable to the Star Clan. What's more despicable is that the Grand Clan sent people to steal the Star Chain and poison the people of the Star Clan, so it's really a trick step by step, and people can get things done, and they are really good at it. Chapter 546. However, Suhee immediately asked back, "Don't you know how to predict? You didn't predict such a big thing?" Eren looked Suhee in the eye. "According to my memory at that time, I predicted it." Suhee was even more surprised. "You predicted it, but you didn't say it?" Eren said confidently, "I didn't say it if the Patriarch didn't ask." "What kind of logic is this? If you don't ask, you won't say it. Is the priest an NPC in the game world, who can only passively trigger skills? Didn't you appear to protect the Star Clan? Why didn't you say it when you predicted such a serious thing?" Eren looked innocent. He didn't ask. Suhee continued to ask, Why didn't you say it if he didn't ask? Aaron was even more innocent, because he didn't ask. After the two of them went back and forth for several rounds, it seemed a bit strange. Why did they keep repeating the same words? I believe that the priest is a passive NPC in the game world. Suhi rubbed his forehead and interrupted the conversation. If this goes on, there will be nothing to ask tomorrow morning. She changed the question. You are a priest, and you predicted something dangerous. Unless the patriarch asks you, can't you take the initiative to speak out? Why? Aaron finally didn't say the sentence that made Suhi crazy. He didn't ask, and explained seriously. Because after the prophecy is spoken, people who are not satisfied with the prophecy will want to change it. And changing the prophecy, even if it is just moving a small stone on the side of the road, may cause a planet to explode millions of years later. So the priest cannot take the initiative to speak out the prophecy and interfere with cause and effect, unless the patriarch of the Star Clan takes the initiative to ask. Suhi thought for a moment. You don't interfere with the cause and effect? The clan leader asked. You said it. Then the cause and effect will not be transferred to the clan leader? So the clan leader is a sucker? Working so hard. I feel that I should not be the clan leader. My shoulders are too weak, and I can't bear so many causes and effects. A trace of surprise flashed in Aaron's eyes. She tried to recall that no clan leader of the Star Clan refused to take office. This one in front of her is the first one. You have no choice. It is destined. This is your responsibility and obligation. Even if you don't want it, it will find you in the end. Suhi wanted to curse. Others are destined to sweet love and glory. Why do I have to shoulder the responsibility? She gritted her teeth and asked, since you are so capable, did you predict that I would kill you and bury your body and destroy the body? Aaron was not threatened at all. The priest cannot predict the complete direction of every future event, but can only predict a certain picture. But I didn't see this picture. You shouldn't kill me. Because the future can be changed, the word should be used here. Suhi really didn't want to kill Aaron, and many of what she said matched her dreams. Moreover, the inexplicable intimacy with her should be said to be that everyone is of the same origin, and is the result of the star spirit. In addition, Su Yaching and Mu Yuan also confirmed that there is indeed an inexplicable sense of closeness. Not annoying. Suhi compromised and said, okay, but I'm still very curious. Even if you saw the entire Star Clan die out, and the universe explode. If the chieftain doesn't ask, you won't say anything? Even if you know that the culprit who caused all this is right in front of you, will you keep silent? Aaron nodded affirmatively. Yes, chieftain. The meaning of my existence is not to prevent everything from happening. Moreover, the priest is not silent, but unable to speak. The priest cannot take the initiative to speak or change his prophecy. The only way to take the initiative to speak is to find the next priest. I understand. Your mouth is covered. Only the chieftain can tear off the tape on your mouth. If I really become the chieftain in the future, I must pester the priest to ask 800 questions every day, and annoy her to death. Wait, why am I thinking about being the chieftain? Whoever wants to be the chieftain can be the chieftain, I don't care. Aaron seemed to know what Suhi was thinking about, and said directly, Chieftain, you have the fountain of life, and now Starlink has found you. Even if you don't want to be the chieftain, the Grand Tribe will not let you go. The Star Clan is gradually awakening its special powers. Sooner or later, the Grand Clan will come to them. Suhi said, didn't you say that you won't predict anything if I don't ask you? It's been so long. This is not a prophecy. Aaron interrupted Suhi, this is the truth. As a priest, it is my duty and obligation to find you and assist the Star Clan. The Grand Clan has never given up tracking the Star Clan for so many years. If you continue to grow like this, it is only a matter of time before you are discovered. Suhi was too lazy to argue with the old lady. She actually admired Aaron. In the battle between the Star Clan and the Grand Clan, Aaron wandered alone in the universe to protect the satellite chain. When the Patriarch found out that the star chain was gone, he immediately looked for Aaron. The star chain is a very important thing. With the guidance of the star chain, the star spirit guarded by the Star Clan can be found. If the star spirit is used by the Grand Clan, the Star Clan will have no chance to turn the tables, and this universe will never see the light of day. Aaron quickly predicted where the Grand Clan hid the star chain, and the Star Clan finally snatched it back. As a result, the Grand Clan launched the final attack. After weighing the pros and cons, the Patriarch handed the star chain to Aaron. He fled with his clan members and the star spirit, whose breath was sealed. Aaron with the star chain could not die and grow up like the previous priests. If he died, the star chain would be gone. So, the Patriarch tried to combine Aaron's life with the seal of the star spirit. When will the new Patriarch of the Star Clan appear, revitalize the Star Clan, and remove the seal covering the star spirit? When will Aaron be able to grow old, get sick, and die normally and return to normal? A million Earth years is just a fleeting moment in the starry universe. But for Aaron, it is an endless torture, an endless escape and pursuit. It is a struggle where he can only watch his broken body grow old day by day, but cannot die. She suffered too much, so he couldn't imagine what thoughts she relied on to support herself. She endured so much suffering, but she just said I found you when she saw him. She didn't even complain. Now, seeing her comfortable sleep, it should be the first peaceful sleep in so many years. Walking out of the tent, Suhee looked at the dazzling stars in the sky and felt a lot. Captain, you don't really believe what the old lady said? Su Yacheng's voice came from the spiritual chat room. She saw that she couldn't get a word in the chat just now, so she left the tent to help Mu Yuan and clean up the aliens underground. Chapter 547. Suhee shared the content of his conversation with Aaron with everyone, and everyone's reaction was quite amazing. Half believe, half doubtful, she is indeed very accurate in many things. Yacheng, Mu Yuan, remember to leave some people alive. I have questions to ask. It is best to leave a few older and knowledgeable aliens. It is difficult to verify things that happened a million years ago, but since things have existed, there will always be some traces. Also, now you can also inquire about the history of the current Grand Royal Court. Su Yacheng responded, don't worry, Captain, Mu Yuan has just asked the people from the Space Civilization Research Center to drive a spacecraft over and take back the hundreds of living aliens. We are now carrying out the final data collection and underground base destruction work. This place is built large enough, and the things are messy. It will probably take a few days to finish. Suhee exhaled a breath of cold air. It was late at night, and the temperature in Antarctica was even colder. Although this temperature is nothing to Suhee, he always feels cold in his heart. Don't worry, just take your time. We don't need a moment. Rest first if you're tired. Mu Yuan was curious about Suhee, but Suhee moved the tent too far away and couldn't see it at all. Sister, I go over and look at that Aaron. Do you want to take a break? Suhee's brain was a little insufficient because she received too much information at once, but she was very excited. No, I stay here. Just now, she secretly detected Aaron with a crystal core detector, and there was really no crystal core on him. But Suhee was cautious, and she couldn't completely trust Aaron just because he said it. The next day, Suhee and Mu Yuan changed shifts. Mu Yuan looked at Aaron, while Suhee went to the alien underground base. Everyone was dismantling things. Suhee came over to dismantle the wall covered with space black stone. I don't know what kind of cement these aliens used to stick the space black stone together. With the protection of space black stone, they can't break the wall at all. Moreover, too much of this stuff affects everyone's sense of space. The supernatural power can be misdirected. Suhee activated the space blade and dug it open bit by bit. It took Suhee a whole day to dig just the space black stone below. Moreover, she found that the place where Side-N teleported everyone was these rooms covered with space black stone. She saw the floor that she dug open, because she was bored. There is a gap. The room where the spaceship is imprisoned is large enough, which is why so many people are running around like headless flies. Alas, these are just the means of some low-level aliens, and they are already too much for the Earthlings to deal with. If we really reach the universe and see those truly advanced civilizations, we will be beaten to death. Without the influence of the space black stone, everyone's progress is much faster. However, Suhee did not leave on the day of the end, and brought Aaron to live here for another half a month. In the meantime, Ren Yuchen and Huang Mingdong also came here to see if there were any flaws in Aaron. Ren Yuchen's mental attack was ineffective, and Huang Mingdong's hypnosis was ineffective. Suhee and Aaron ate and slept together, and at night, Sea Urchin and Yuan Bao were on duty, observing 24 hours a day. You really don't want to try it? Fruits on Earth are hard to find now. Aaron looked at the basket of grapes handed over, picked up one tentatively, but hesitated to put it in his mouth. Because of my relationship with the Star Spirit, I won't die if I don't eat or drink now. You don't have to worry about me being hungry. Suhee completely turned this largest tent into an Antarctic warm house, with everything available. You can eat even if you're not hungry. Don't worry, I didn't poison these grapes. Wait, can't your alien race eat anything casually? Aaron put the grapes in his mouth, and the sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. It's delicious. But it doesn't matter if it's poisonous to me, it won't kill me. It's just that this fruit called grapes is so beautiful that it reminds people of many past events. Wow, past events. Suhee came over gossipingly. Is it the kind of past events I was thinking of? By the way, can priests get married and have children? With so many memories, is there any unforgettable love? Aaron turned his head to look at Suhi. It was really different from the many previous clan leaders in her memory. Other clan leaders are not gossipy, nor are they so greedy. These days, Suhi's mouth has not been idle at all, and he even asked Aaron to join him. I don't remember what rules the priests have. If I want to fall in love and get married, it should be possible. However, I don't have such an idea. This is just like a monk who has no worldly desires. Half a month later, Suhi brought Aaron back to King's Landing and arranged for him to live in the Singularity Castle. Su Yacheng and his people stayed up all night in the center of universal civilization, and finally asked all the questions he wanted to ask. About the things in the Grand Court, they were almost the same. But the Star Clan, they said it was just a legendary civilization and never really existed. But this does not prove that Aaron is lying. After all, the truth of history always exists only in the hands of the victor. The Grand Royal Court does not recognize the existence of the Star Clan, but it may be that they are guilty. Everyone in the Singularity team is a little worried. After all, if this is true, in order to survive, they may have to fight against the entire universe. Unexpectedly, such a second-year thing would happen. Suhi is still optimistic. Fortunately, the position of the solar system in the universe is not easy to find, and there is a protective belt, so we still have a long time to grow up. This is so familiar, it seems that it was said when the aliens were discovered before. However, the difficulty has changed from facing a few unknown small pickles to the big devil who rules the universe. Zhao Weiming complained, I thought it was the end of the world, but it turned out to be Star Wars. Now it seems that the script has changed to a princess of a fallen country rebelling against the Qing dynasty and restoring the Ming dynasty. It's really one thing after another. I can't put my heart back in my stomach. By the way, Captain, have you asked where the hot potato is? The hot potato refers to the star spirit. This thing concerns the entire universe. Don't let the Grand Tribe find it first, otherwise there will be no way to survive. Suhi asked the priest Aaron on the night of the meeting. Aaron's original words were, the star spirit is around the patriarch. As long as the patriarch approaches, he can find it. Suhi asked persistently, what does it look like? How big is it? Any characteristics? Where is it around? Can you at least give me some other instructions? Aaron stopped talking, and she stopped talking again. Can't you say this? Suhi felt that Aaron now was as annoying as the mysterious old bald donkey in the TV series. He said half of the words, which was disgusting. Chapter 548. Aaron said that the star spirits have no fixed appearance, they are all around us. We, the Star Clan, were created directly by the star spirits. As long as we feel it with our hearts, we can feel it. Everyone's expression was exactly the same as Suhi's expression when he heard the answer, with a dull urge to hit someone. Jiang Mo was more stable. He thought about it. Captain, are we really going to listen to what the priest said and look for the star spirits and fight against the royal court? He was worried that everyone would be used as a gun. Suhi leaned on the sofa and said seriously, no, our top priority now is to do our own thing well. Be prepared for any eventuality. Even if we don't fight against the royal court, in the universe full of dangers, we must always be prepared to face unknown dangers in the future. No matter what others do, doing your best is the most important thing. For various reasons, the contents of the universe such as the Star Clan and the royal court are kept secret in King's Landing and have never been announced to the outside world. However, the Research Center for Cosmic Civilization outside King's Landing expanded as it continued to study, and finally the entire center was moved deeper into the mountains. Aaron did not go to the Cosmic Civilization Research Center, and Suhi moved her to a new place, living in the greenhouse of the castle. Mainly because Suhi saw Aaron just sitting in the room prepared for her every day, and never coming out. Like an old widow, it was a bit pitiful. After all, she has been running around for the safety of the universe for so many years, and she can't be left in a daze all the time. Seeing that she would carefully touch the flowers placed at home, Suhi discussed with her and went to the greenhouse. The temperature and humidity of the greenhouse are very similar to the place where Aaron's race lives now. She can take care of flowers and plants, and learn about the rich and wonderful old age life of the old ladies on Earth. Everyone introduced a lot of interest to Aaron. Considering her age and body, they are all simple and easy. For example, knitting sweaters, turning flower ropes, watching TV series, reading novels, painting, etc. Aaron couldn't understand it at first. Chief, I am not a minor, I don't need to enjoy myself. As a priest, I should be with you and help the Star Clan. Suhi interrupted directly. Enjoyment is also a part of life. Anyway, I don't need you to do anything now. Just do whatever you want. Erin seemed to have few memories of doing whatever she wanted. Chief, don't you need me to predict what you are doing now? Soo-hee held you in Bao's neck to prevent this guy from harming the newly opened flowers. You told me everything. It's like watching a TV drama spoiler. What's the point? If I really have to make up my mind, I will ask you. After arranging Erin, Soo-hee turned around and went to the sea. She was still worried about Bolly's group of dolphins. After all, they were partners who had fought side by side, so she had to confirm it. But now all the zombies that came ashore from the sea have been wiped out. Logically, if they are alive, they should come out. She drove the singularity and turned on the speakers. The whole seabed echoed with Soo-hee's voice looking for Bolly. Bolly. Bolly, please answer if you hear me. Bolly, if you don't come out, I will consider you dead. After searching for 3 days on the seabed, many mutant seafood were alive. It didn't make sense that such a powerful group of Bolly would die. Just when Soo-hee was about to give up, the familiar old voice appeared. Is it Soo-hee? The voice came before the dolphins arrived. Soo-hee hurriedly replied, Who else would look for you like this except me? Soon, Bolly and Bobby appeared in front of Soo-hee with the entire tribe. The dolphins sprayed water all over the sea because they saw their old friend. Bolly couldn't suppress his excitement. Soo-hee, you don't know. I've been looking for you so hard. Soo-hee, why do I feel like a dolphin is stealing my lines? How did you find me? Where's your signal transmitter? Bolly explained awkwardly, I was playing around and got entangled by a mutated sea belt on the bottom of the sea, and the transmitter broke down at that time. Later, the zombies on the bottom of the sea started to move, and I went to Dolphin Bay to wait for you. As a result, I ran out of power and didn't wait for you. Seeing that the zombies were about to land, we could only avoid the zombies' route and go to the deep sea to hide. After some explanation, it turned out that when Soo-hee was looking for dolphins in Dolphin Bay, the dolphins were in the deep sea. When Soo-hee went to the deep sea to look for dolphins, the dolphins went to Dolphin Bay. What a coincidence, a perfect miss. Seeing that the number of these dolphins has decreased a lot, there should be a lot of fierce battles during this period. She took out spiritual spring water and some star mangoes to share with everyone, and put a signal transmitter on Bolly. But this time, just in case, I also installed one for Bobby. After all, Bolly, the stupid dolphin, is really unreliable. Bobby opened his mouth and said a lot, and Bolly translated, My brother said thank you for worrying about us. We have got a lot of things in the deep sea during this period, and they are all piled up next to Dolphin Bay. Take it with you when you leave, and unpack it when you go back. Just consider it as a token of our appreciation. Soo-hee was fine after finding Bolly. Let me ask you, are there still zombies in the sea area you have been to? Bolly shook his body. No, all the zombies went ashore together last time. There are no zombies in the sea now, and the stench in the sea is gone. Although Soo-hee felt that it was about the same just by looking at the number of seafood zombies killed by everyone. But if there are any left behind, they don't often go to the seabed, and they grow bigger and stronger. It will be bad. That would be great. Dolphin Bay. Soo-hee looked at the number of sunken ships piled up from the seabed to the surface, comparable to the number of land reclamation, and was really amazed at the speed of the dolphins. This tattered-looking wooden boat must have a history of thousands of years, right? I have to call the ancestor after digging out the things inside. Soo-hee felt a little soft-hearted to take these things away, so he simply didn't take them away. He sent people to build an underwater resource recycling station on the beach to deal with these sunken ships. The metals were smelted, and some porcelain and jade were sold for money. Even the rotten wood, it can be composted. However, Soo-hee did not let the dolphins work in vain, and would exchange crystal cores, star mangoes, spiritual spring water, and other things with them. It was like paying them wages. The result was incredible, greatly improving the enthusiasm of the dolphins, and even mobilizing the entire dolphin circle of friends. Hurry up and exchange these things with humans. There are benefits. In less than a month, the recycling station has submitted 30 requests for personnel support. It's impossible to finish the classification alone. Ren Yuchen looked at the report and couldn't help sighing. How many resources have humans wasted over the years? Chapter 549. Busy time always passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, 2064 passed, and March of 2065 arrived. As of now, the zombies on Earth have been wiped out with the efforts of everyone. The Earth has finally regained its thriving scene. Major bases have followed the example of King's Landing, changing from bases to cities, improving people's livelihood and urban development. In any case, there are fewer robberies when walking outside. Without zombies, everyone has fewer sources of crystal cores, which has caused the value of crystal cores to skyrocket. At the same time, in order to prevent major bases They should now be renamed cities, and there will be chaos in transactions between major cities. The Lord of King's Landing came forward to unify the global currency, language, writing, weights and measures. All that can be unified will be unified. The world speaks Chinese, writes Chinese characters, and goes out to buy things with 500 grams per caddy, and pounds and ounces are all eliminated. All electrical appliances have unified sockets, so there is no need to convert plugs even if you go to another continent. There will be no different mobile phone interfaces. Now that the network has been restored, everyone can live a life with mobile phones again. If you don't want to change the city, you can go there by yourself. No one will take you to play. In August of the same year, the star mango tree blooms. King's Landing became the capital, political center, and economic center of the entire Earth. All cities on the Earth are under the jurisdiction of King's Landing, and the Earth is fully unified. In the second half of 2066, the world ushered in a large wave of baby booms. According to rough statistics around the world, tens of thousands of babies were born. This is thanks to Suhi's fertility capsule version 2.0, which is cheap and affordable. Everyone who had a peaceful life began to think about reproduction and bought them to eat. Walking in the streets and alleys of the city, the crying of children was endless and could not be avoided. The pet team, which had been tortured by the crying of children in the city, moved to the star mango forest outside the city. 4-year-old Feng Le chased behind with his short legs. Wait for me, wait for me. As a result, Brother Biao and the others ran faster. The lagging Xiong'er was still rolling and crawling, fearing that he would be caught up by Feng Lu a little later. Su Yaqing pulled her son back helplessly. They say that even dogs hate children at the age of 7 or 8. You are only 4 years old, and you can annoy the good-tempered Brother Biao. What will you do when you are 7 or 8 years old? Feng Zhenyang scratched Feng Li's little nose. It's okay, send him to school in 2 days. With a teacher watching him, he can play wildly during the day and be safe when he comes back at night. Feng Li rolled his eyes. It's so miserable to be a baby, and he still has to go to school. In the yard of the Singularity team, Ren Yuchen and Wang Yijin were basking in the sun. Jiang Mo and Zhao Weiming were serving fruit milk tea like two maids, and there was even an inexplicable comparison between the two. Jiang Mo gave Ren Yuchen a pitted cherry. Wife, have a bite of cherry. Zhao Weiming gently pinched Wang Yijin's leg. Wife, let me massage your feet to promote blood circulation. Jiang Mo handed over the tablet. Wife, look, this is a funny movie I found. If you feel good, you will feel good. Zhao Weiming took out a blanket and covered Wang Yijin. Keep warm so you don't get cramps at night. Sui couldn't stand it any longer. Ren Yuchen and Wang Yijin were just pregnant, not half disabled. Are these two people so exaggerated? It's really a dog food to pass by. Aunt May also prepared a picnic mat on the lawn of the open space, and the priest Aaron placed a lot of flowers next to it. The Space Army Training Department, which Aunt May was in charge of, has been replaced by the Army Training Center. All superpowered people above level 5 on the Earth must enter the Army Training Center for 2 years of training. This is an obligation, and it is also Suhi's plan for the future. In addition to basic training, the training center will also have outstanding people with various superpowers come to give lectures. Help everyone learn superpowers, and deepen their understanding of superpowers. Many people only know that they have superpowers, but they don't actually know how to use them. Just like Suhi, he didn't expect that he could also perform space transmission with his space system. Therefore, the training center can be regarded as a place for everyone to communicate. Among them, those with outstanding abilities will also be given invitations to the Space Army. The Space Army has not been cancelled, and those who should patrol in outer space still have to watch. However, the dispatch time has been shortened to once a month. After Aunt May perfected the training system of the Space Army, she returned to Suhi and continued to be the housekeeper of Singularity Castle. Unexpectedly, she and Aaron could chat together, although most of the time Aunt May and Aaron complained about why their son didn't find a girlfriend. Miss Hee, I made pistachio pie, would you like some? Suhi pinched her recently fat belly. No, I have something to do. I have to go to the center. Just as she was about to leave, Jiajia ran out of the house. Captain, take me a ride, I want to go to the hospital. Just now, Nietao called and said that the hospital was too busy and asked her for help. If you go by yourself, you have to drive. After all, King's Landing is very big. It only takes 1 second for Suhi to carry her there. Jiajia has lost a lot of weight recently, because there are so many people in the hospital, pregnant women, and babies, it's hard to take care of any of them. She can't even eat on time when she's busy. Now the new nurses and doctors haven't been trained yet, so everyone has to work around the clock. Suhi looked up and down. Isn't it said that if you lose weight, you should lose your breasts first? How come it looks more unscientific? Si Jiajia ran over and hung on Suhi directly, like a koala. Suhi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wow, so soft. I really want to be a man. Si Jiajia urged. Captain, don't pinch me. Hurry up. Pregnant women are difficult to deal with. Human lives are at stake. Such a big deal. Suhi immediately took her to the door of the delivery room. Let's go. Fortunately, he had foresight and built the hospital large enough. Otherwise the wards would probably not be enough now. Suhi didn't stay here for too long. She really couldn't stand the crying of the child. Alien Civilization Research Center. Suhi came to inspect the work. Minister Huang, have you received any new colonization information? Considering that the alien Antarctic shelter was dismantled, only a small number of people were left alive. In order to prevent the shelter from contacting the aliens' home planet, they searched the entire shelter and found communication equipment in an area far away from the space black stone. Mu Yuan dismantled all the equipment from the shelter and analyzed the data. Sure enough, there was a connection between them, but fortunately everyone acted quickly and no distress message was sent. However, this side will contact the transfer station regularly. Chapter 550. In order to prevent the aliens from discovering the abnormality of the Earth, we will control the few living aliens to send back a message indicating safety. And when they say they will send people over again, tell them that the situation on the Earth is not very good. It has been attacked by viruses, and may even infect aliens. The surviving Cyan is here, and the situation is under control. Let them wait until the situation here is more stable before proceeding with the next colonization plan. Anyway, just delay it first. If it really can't be delayed, let them come, and then blow up their colonization spacecraft halfway. The environment of the solar system is harsh, and it is normal for the spacecraft to blow up. Huang Mingdong just came from the information department. No abnormalities were found. But the little gray man at the beginning, Tari, I don't know if it's because of long-term mental control, it seems that he is about to die. The little gray man is very fragile, and it is not easy to persist for so many years. Suhi thought for a moment. Before I die, I try to ask as many questions as possible. I ask the questions asked by the aliens brought back from the Antarctic shelter again, to Tari for comparison. She has always been wary of the priest Alan. After all, the aliens in the shelter are with Alan. Who knows if there is any mysterious power that controls the aliens? It just so happens that there is a control group in Tari, which saves a lot of trouble. But for the time being, everyone is right. There is nothing wrong with the intelligence, but Mu Yuan is very busy. He is thinking about things here all day long. Everyone in the Singularity team has a set of combat uniforms, which have been arranged. The crystal core weapons with a power of level 10 are convenient for everyone to use in combat, and a warehouse is stockpiled. All cities on Earth are equipped with spaceships now. However, they are only used for patrols to prevent cities from being invaded by mutants. Mutants are more difficult to deal with than zombies, and considering the long-term ecological problems of the Earth, unless mutants actively hurt people, people will not take the initiative to provoke mutants in the wild. If they are all dead, what should we do if there is an uncontrollable series of reactions? Of course, except Xia Xiaochen. After the Earth stabilized, she went to study biodiversity when she had nothing to do. Only Dahui and Wuhui took the couple with her. Anyway, no one on Earth should dare to provoke Xia Xiaochen, who is at the king level. And Dahui and Wuhui are human and can help translate. My girl is here to ask some questions, not to occupy your territory and take away your crystal core. Really, we wolves don't lie. Just when the Earth was thriving, little did they know that the shadow had begun to spread. Deep in the universe, on a planet full of magnificent buildings, the current supreme ruler of the universe, the leader of the grand tribe, Slock, was walking barefoot on the luxurious carpet of the royal court. Under the throne, a group of aliens of various shapes were shivering and sweating. My king, countless manpower has been invested in the black hole mine, and many planets are already overwhelmed. I beg my king to give me some time. Others were also very earnest. I beg my king. Slock walked to the throne, leaned to the left, and leaned lazily on the armrest of the throne. Immediately, people came forward to serve on both sides, kneading shoulders, and bringing fruits to their mouths. King Zhou should have received this treatment, but Slock is much more beautiful than King Zhou. This appearance is more beautiful than Daji. Not only is he good-looking, but the Zhejiang people wearing traditional Zhejiang costumes beside the throne are also very beautiful. The Zhejiang people are recognized as the most beautiful race in the universe, and each one is like an elf in mythology. Their appearance is similar to that of humans on Earth, but it is also easy to distinguish them. The Jelong people have pointed ears and horns on their heads. When walking in the dark, the body will glow. It is not the kind of incandescent lamp, which is too scary. It is the kind of hazy fairy-like soft light. This is related to the eating habits of the Jelong people. Their staple food has its own night light, so the body will glow after eating it. And this race has a special effect that attracts others. After seeing their eyes, you can't help but have a good impression of them, regardless of gender. This is not a superpower, but a racial characteristic. In Aaron's words, when the star spirit created this creature, it gave it a lot of preference. So, don't spoil your children, they will grow up without conscience. The current Grand Tribe is a living example of defeating the Big Brother Star Tribe. They do all kinds of evil in the universe, robbing and plundering. After the introduction of the race, we continued to return to the royal court, but the story was not over yet. Slock took a bite of the exquisite snack sent by the person next to him, and said slowly, "Oh, as the leader of the vast stars, I can't even get the birthday gift that my sister wants. Is my request too much?" His tone was soft and a little regretful, but the people below were more nervous than if they had a gun pointed at their heads. "No, no, no, we are incompetent. It's our fault. We will go back and work." The regret on Slock's face became even heavier. Incompetent? How can there be incompetent people in my royal court? As soon as the voice fell, the people kneeling below wanted to lie on the ground. "My king, we are wrong. My king, spare my life." But it was too late to shout now, and some people wanted to run out in a panic. But the next second, they turned into a pile of ashes on the spot, while Slock on the throne looked very happy. Well, it's much quieter. "Gree, the people below have been a little uneasy recently. It seems that we have to knock them down." A young man with short purple hair immediately stood out from the few people wearing traditional costumes of the Jelong tribe beside the throne. "Gree will not let my king down." After Gree left, Slock closed his eyes to rest, and a girl ran in from outside with a long scroll in her hand. "Brother, brother." The girl ran to Slock, who hugged her and let her sit on his lap. Scotty slowed down. The person who came was Slock's twin sister Scotty, the most beloved princess of the Grand Court. Scotty couldn't wait to share the long scroll in her hand with her brother. "Brother, look, this is the revised draft of the palace. How about it?" Slock stroked his sister's golden hair with one hand, and took the long scroll with the other hand to take a look. "Not bad, as long as you like it, anything is fine." Scotty put her hands on her brother Slock's shoulders, and lay in his arms, to act like a spoiled child. "Brother, you are still the best to me. When the palace is built, I will invite a lot of people to attend my banquet." Slock kissed his sister on the forehead. "Okay, brother is still busy. I will find you when I am done." Chapter 551. Scotty stood up and took the new palace design sketch, but Slock kept it. "Brother, take a look and I send it to you later." After Scotty left, Slock's face darkened instantly. "Who is responsible for the palace design? Call someone to me." Not long after, the two aliens were brought over. Looking at the design drawings thrown in front of them, the two looked at each other, wondering what the problem was. The older one asked with a stiff face, "Excuse me, my king, is there something wrong with the drawings?" Slock walked up to the two, pinched the designer who asked the question, and forced him to look at him. "Tell me, how did you get this drawing?" The older one was pinched and couldn't speak, and the other one was almost speechless from fear. It is said that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. They are just designers, but they didn't expect it to be so dangerous. My king. This is not drawn by the two of us. We were not satisfied with the Princess Slock we drew before. 2 days ago, she suddenly took out an architectural drawing for us. Let us modify it according to that. This one has been modified," the young one said, and took out an ancient painting from his body. "It's this one, because your drawing is too different from our previous design. We even look at the drawing while eating." Slock threw the man to the ground like garbage, took the drawing and took a look. "Besides you, who else has come into contact with this drawing?" The two designers shook their heads and hands quickly, and their hands shook out shadows. "No more, just the two of us, really." Slock turned around. "Okay." The two on the ground just thought they had escaped, but the next second, 2 more dust appeared on the ground. "Go check if there are any suspicious people around Princess Slock." The faces of the people who had been standing by the throne just now also showed a worried look. "My king, is there any remnant?" Slock returned to the throne, and stared at the ancient painting for a while. The painting on the silk was nothing else but the office of the Star Clan during its heyday, the construction sketch of the Star Palace. Just like the current royal court. At that time, Our ancestors had searched every corner of the universe, and the Star Palace was blown to pieces. It is impossible for anyone to be alive. Romani, Slock's uncle, who stood closest to the throne, said, "My king, we watched the leader of the Star Clan destroy the Star Palace. But after so many years, we still haven't found the Star Chain. The Star Chain is related to the Star Spirits. It is just the energy of a planet's explosion, which will not damage the Star Chain." After these words came out, several grand people in the court became more panicked. Could it be that the remnants of the Star Clan are going to make a comeback? Although so many years have passed, the existence of the Star Clan has been erased from history by the Grand Royal Court, and all the people who participated in that incident have died. Now in the impression of the cosmic people, the Star Clan is just a legend and has never really existed. But after all, this matter was not glorious. If it weren't for the underhanded tricks, the grand people would not have obtained these glory and wealth that did not belong to them. Now, they are naturally uneasy when there is a little disturbance. Slock made a decision in a blink of an eye. "Taka, you take people to the planets to recruit laborers, and secretly investigate some planets that were close to the Star Clan in the past. Report any abnormalities immediately. Romani, the internal affairs of the royal court will be handed over to you. I always feel that it is not a coincidence that Scotty can find this drawing. The existence of the Star Clan is a secret known only to the royal family members of the Grand Clan. After all, this matter has not been completely resolved and cannot be forgotten. Even though the universe is already in their control, they are still constantly looking for the Star Spirits and Star Chains. This is a thorn that has been piercing the hard tube of the Grand Clan. As long as they don't get the Star Spirits, they will not be at peace." After making arrangements, Slock put away the painting and found his sister, who was fiddling with jewelry in front of the mirror. Slock picked out the most dazzling necklace at random. "These things pale in comparison to my sister." Scotty was very shy. "My brother is obviously the most dazzling in the universe, and my sister can't compare to him. How did my brother come here so soon?" Slock spoke calmly, because when Scotty was in her mother's belly, she had been robbing nutrients from her, and it was extremely difficult for her to be born healthy. So in order to prevent Scotty from worrying too much, Slock never told her about the Star Clan. Now, he can only lie to cover it up. "I'm sorry, brother. Just now, your two designers came over and said that there were some parts of the drawings that needed to be modified, and they took the drawings away. As a result, not long after returning, there was an explosion of unknown cause, people died, and the drawings were destroyed in an instant. Now we can only use your previous design. Sorry, Scotty." Scotty was a little disappointed, but seeing her brother apologize so sincerely, she couldn't get angry. "Well, when I found this blueprint in the warehouse of the royal court, I liked it at first sight. I thought my brother would like it, but who could have thought it would be like this? The previous one was also very good." Slock rubbed his sister's long hair, with a doting look on his face. "You are so good, why did you suddenly think of going to the warehouse? Didn't you always dislike the dust there, and dirty your clothes, and you asked people to bring you whatever you needed?" Scotty pursed her lips slightly and blinked her big eyes. "I want to choose some decorations for my palace, but what they gave me is not what I want. In desperation, I can only go to the warehouse to find it myself. Then I found this blueprint in a vase on the bottom floor of the warehouse." Slock took his sister's hand and said, "Since I didn't protect your drawings, I will go with you to make up for it. I will pick them until you are satisfied. How about that?" Scotty was naturally very happy. As the master of the universe, her brother Slock was so busy that he had little time to accompany her. "Great, let's go now." The two really spent a day in the warehouse. In fact, Slock was also taking the opportunity to check the warehouse to see if there was anything unusual. At night, after coaxing his sister to sleep, Slock came to the door and said, "Remo, from today on, the princess must report to me every day where she goes, what she does, who she meets, and what she says. If there is any omission, you don't have to follow the princess anymore." Taika is the guard that Slock found for Scotty. He is an Emperor-level Earth-type ability user with good defense and attack. Chapter 552. Because the Star Spirits were sealed by the Star Clan leader, the supernatural energy in the universe was also sealed, as thin as the oxygen on Mount Everest. Since the battle, there have been very few Emperor-level supernaturals. Now that so many years have passed, all the former strongmen are dead. Civilized people, should we say, have fallen, all fallen. The strongest is only Slock, a rising lord level, who was smashed out with the crystal core of the entire universe. Taika said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Slock shook his sleeves and left with a sinister look on his face. The rule of the royal court is not stable now, and he didn't expect that it would affect his own sister. The universe now seems to belong to the Grand Clan, but in fact, undercurrents are surging under the calm. Many civilizations are still pretending to be with the Grand Clan, just because they know they have no ability to resist. The first generation of Grand Royal Court rulers were star-level supernaturals. In order to maintain the rule of the Royal Court, he used his own strength to kill all the superpowers in the universe, who could compete with the Royal Court. All civilizations were conquered by fists, which led to the initial development of the Royal Court. Star Domain level is a higher level than Lord level. Everyone knows that He is now at the King level. With a full strength attack from the King level, a larger country will be destroyed. Next is the Emperor level. With a full strength attack from the Emperor level, a continent will be destroyed. For the Lord level, it is no problem to bomb the Earth. Star Domain level, we are talking about the Star Domain. Under a wave of attack, at least several stars can be taken away. Do you know how powerful it is? As for whether there is anything above the Star Domain level, this needs to be asked again. Anyway, the ruler of the first generation of the Grand Royal Court was quite strong. He almost wiped out the Star Clan and took away most of the life in the universe. But even if the turtle is long-lived, even a star-level superpower will die one day. So the Grand Royal Court has been controlling the potential superpowers in the universe openly and secretly. Once it finds a rare genius, it will either win him over or kill him if it can't win him over. In this way, only the Grand People can grow freely. Other planets, even if they are advanced civilizations, it is difficult to cultivate superpowers above the King level. Why? Because the Crystal Core inventory was taken away by the Royal Court as tax. Without Crystal Cores, superpowers can't absorb superpowers by drinking water. But such strict defense can't prevent everyone from secretly resisting. If you can't beat the strongest, you can always mess with your subordinates, right? In recent years, the conflict between the rebels and the Royal Court has intensified, and the Royal Court's army has been running around for this. Slock was very worried that if a powerful person appeared among these rebels, even if he was a lord, his superpowers would be exhausted one day. Therefore, the more the rebels resisted, the more stringent the policies of the Grand Royal Court would be. A harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger, and more people will join the rebels. This cycle will repeat. Who wouldn't be afraid? Slock now wanted to find a way to wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. But the universe is so big, and there is no big word, I want to rise up written on the heads of the rebels. Just looking for the traces of the rebels has made the Royal Court miserable. On the other hand, Taika, who was ordered to find the Star Clan, was on a spaceship and was heading to the transfer station, intending to go to other galaxies. The universe is so big that even if you spend your whole life with just a small spaceship, you can't get out of a few galaxies. So the transfer station appeared. You can think of it as a large artificial space channel, which can transport you to another transfer station in an instant with the energy of the auxiliary crystal core. This saves time on the road, and you only need to fly the spaceship for a while to reach the planet you want to go to. However, the transfer station is not available in every galaxy. Generally, it is only built in galaxies with dense advanced civilizations or extremely important locations. Transfer stations are large and small. The larger ones can be used for transmission between galaxies. The smaller ones are very close and can be used for transmission within the galaxy. Taika is looking for the first planet to go to on the spaceship. After all, he is still mobilizing labor on the surface. So it is very important where to go to the first planet. If you go directly to the planet with the rebels too deliberately, you may alert the enemy. There are more than a dozen royal family members on the spaceship. Such a large universe can't be left to Taika alone. He is just a leader, and everyone has to do their own work. The Grand Royal Court has royal envoys on many planets with advanced civilizations, which you can understand as local political commissars. They usually do not interfere in the internal affairs of civilizations, but they have a veto power on some major matters. I have the final say in your family's affairs. If you don't cooperate, I will call people, and someone from above will naturally bully you. Taika also issued a secret order to the royal envoys of each planet, which contained the appearance characteristics of the Star Clan people and the style of the star chain. As Taika traveled, the political atmosphere in the universe began to become tense. Lord Taika, the station master asked which star system we are heading to. Taika was thinking, and the people below came over and asked carefully and interrupted him. He clicked on the star map of the spaceship a few times and responded after a while, "Let's go to the lesser star system." The camera turned back to the Earth. Suhi was holding the star link and running around the Earth. She was looking for the star spirit. Aaron said that the star spirit was right beside him, but as the saying goes, it is dark under the lamp, which makes it even harder to find. Can't you give me a more accurate hint? Soo-hee looked for Aaron again, but Aaron replied to her with one sentence. No. Want to curse. Finally, when Soo-hee ran all over the earth for no less than 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 times, she gave up. If you can't find it, then don't find it. Even with the star link, you can't find where the things are, let alone the people of the Grand Tribe. With this time, you might as well do something else. For example, look at the 8-pack abs of handsome guys. Sahasa. It is September now, the weather on Earth is pleasant, and everyone is wearing cool clothes. Soo-hee sat at a street food stall, looking at the handsome guys coming and going. I have worked hard to fight zombies in my life, to help everyone survive the apocalypse, and to help the Earth prosper and develop. I have so many merits, and these are what I should see. I don't know if it is because Soo-hee's eyes are too hot. Why are the young people on this street wearing cooler and cooler clothes? They are walking around deliberately. Suddenly I lost interest. If you want to see handsome guys, you have to see the kind that is casual. Now this kind is called a peacock. I am tired of it, go home. Suddenly Soo-hee got up, and Soo-hee's cell phone rang. City Lord. Come to the Central Intelligence Office. It was Hwang Mingdong's voice, so urgent, it seems that the matter is very difficult. She disappeared in an instant, and appeared at the Center for Cosmic Civilization Research. What's wrong? I heard your voice on the phone was split. Chapter 553. Hwang Mingdong usually looks like a leisurely retired old man. When he spoke just now, his voice sounded like a panicked old man who had been eating walnuts for most of his life, and was crushed by his grandson with a door. Hwang Mingdong pulled Soo-hee to the intelligence office. City Lord, aliens are coming. Soo-hee took out the snacks he had not finished eating without any panic, and gave a string to Hwang Mingdong. Come if you want. With their fighting power, we should not need to take action. The space army patrolling outside can solve them. Hwang Mingdong took the string. It's already late, and you are still eating. This situation is really unusual. Soo-hee looked at the big bite Hwang Mingdong took, and said, then don't eat it. Hwang Mingdong took out the record just now, and gave it to Soo-hee while eating. He looked at it. This message is sent from Bully Star. Not only does it require the shelter here to prepare for the reception, but it also requires them to cut off contact. Unless the Mother Star contacts, no information can be sent out. This is from Tiejia Star, and this one, these messages are the same. It means that the people here should take the upcoming spaceship and hide it, and not let outsiders know. Tiejia Star even gave Sidon a special order, asking him to hide the things brought by the spaceship even for his own future. After reading it, Soo-hee also took it seriously. What big thing happened that they had to disappear and cut off contact? Did they say what the upcoming spaceship was? Hwang Mingdong shook his head helplessly. No, I originally planned to control those aliens to ask, but they took the initiative to cut off contact after sending the message. In order to prevent something from happening, I didn't dare to continue rashly. They said that the spaceship will arrive within 2 Earth months, and will contact us after entering the solar system. Soo-hee made a prompt decision. Do as they say first. Something extraordinary may happen in the universe. Keep an eye on the aliens, who are still alive, and try not to die. One more person may give you one more set of intelligence. Hwang Mingdong immediately arranged it. There are at least hundreds of aliens in the center now. They are all imprisoned in the basement of the center. Soo-hee did not abuse them. They are all treated as prisoners of war. After understanding the situation here, Soo-hee turned around and went to Mu Yuan again. Dear brother, come and modify a few spaceships for your sister, the kind that are full of weapons. Mu Yuan is working on making a superpower staff for everyone. Yes, the thing that can amplify the power of superpower attacks. This thing is a delicate job, and it takes a long time to make one. I didn't have much time to do it before, but now I have plenty of time. When do you want it, sister? Soo-hee made a request to Mu Yuan for the first time. The sooner the better, the more the better. Mu Yuan stopped what he was doing immediately. What happened? Soo-hee finished his story. It seems that the other party is quite powerful this time. If we don't make some preparations, I'm worried that something will happen to the Earth. Mu Yuan suggested, Sister, do you want to build a light curtain outside the Earth? If we can't stop it, we... Very cautious, but there is no time. This is such a big project. Soo-hee was about to reject this proposal with a heartache, but Mu Yuan told him the approximate completion time. It will be completed in about 1.5 months. The technology of the light curtain is mature. My subordinates can make them, and I just need to upgrade the parts in the end. I forgot that Mu Yuan now manages hundreds of weapon manufacturers, all of whom are level 8 and level 9 metal-related superpowers. He is no longer the lone weapon maniac in his previous life. Soo-hee handed the matter over to Mu Yuan. Just do it as you see fit. Mu Yuan is a man of action, and he immediately came up with a plan. Sister, I won't go to the collective meeting. I call you when I'm done here. So he would hold group meetings for important matters. Mu Yuan now knew what to do, so he didn't have to waste time. 1 more hour means 1 more crystal core bomb. In the City Lord's office, all the members of the Singularity team, including Xia Shaochen, who was outside attracting mutant creatures all over the earth, were pulled back by Suhi. Si Jiajia had just finished a cesarean section, and didn't even have time to take off her gloves. City Lord, didn't they say that according to the speed of their spacecraft, it would take more than a year to reach us? How come it's only 2 months? Suhi explained. The spacecraft we first had were reconnaissance spacecraft, and their speed was not high. The super-large spacecraft we got from the alien shelter in Antarctica later were much faster. According to Mu Yuan's calculations, it may only take more than 10 days to get from here to the edge of the solar system. In addition, apart from the speed of the spacecraft, it is also possible that the spacecraft was very close to us and just temporarily changed its route to come to us. Feng Xingyang tapped the screen in front of him a few times, and the 3D model of the solar system appeared directly in the center of the conference table. The technology in Junlin City has been upgraded a lot compared to before, and the level of office intelligence is higher than that in science fiction movies. Lord, we will deal with the people outside the solar system, so even if there is a tail behind this spaceship, it will not be able to find us here. However, this point was immediately rejected by Renuchen. There is a planetary belt like a protective shell outside the solar system, and it is probably not easy to fly over. Moreover, we don't know how big the other party's spaceship is. Is there really only one spaceship? Xiao Weiming also thought it would be better to be cautious. We don't know the other party's combat power. If we go rashly, it will be terrible if the people chasing this ship regard it as reinforcements. Everyone discussed it in a flurry and finally decided to wait for the spaceship to contact actively. There is no way. The solar system is so big that even if all the people on Earth are sent to space, they may not be detected. It is better to wait for them to fall into the trap. While waiting, Suhi and Xia Shaochen took Yuan Bao and the weight and drove the Singularity to explore space. They have not visited the edge of the solar system for such a long time, since they all upgraded to the king level. They need to investigate the specific situation and whether they can use it. Jiang Yimou and Feng Xingyang went to the military training center. The conscripted soldiers will end in October. Don't go home yet. Wait until this matter is over before going back. Su Yaqing and others called all the city lords of more than 100 cities in the world to King's Landing for a global meeting. When the zombies were defeated, there were more than 100 bases in the world, but 300 to 500. However, some bases have few people, and in order to develop better, everyone voluntarily or was voluntarily merged into a big city. In the end, these more than 100 cities were finalized. Suhi didn't need to catch people for this global meeting. There were spaceships in the city. The city lords drove the spaceships to come when they notified the time. It only took half an hour for the farthest city to King's Landing. Chapter 554. Although there are only 3 deputy city lords sitting on the top city lord position, 2 of them are women, but no one dares to be presumptuous. Even the deputy city lords of Junlin City are king level. Who dares to provoke them? Among the more than 100 city lords, only 3 are king level, and 2 are die-hard fans of city lord Suhi. They dare not talk nonsense when they come up. Yeah. Ah. Su Yaqing cleared her throat and attracted everyone's attention. Dear city lords, we are all old acquaintances, so let's not talk about the nonsense that was laid out in the premise. Today, I called everyone here for one thing. The alien sent a spaceship, and we have a bad feeling. As he said that, he directly showed everyone the information of the intelligence department of the Cosmic Civilization Research Center. Those who can become city lords are all old foxes. As soon as they see the content, they know that the matter is definitely not simple. Why are you here again? Do they really think our Earth is their home? Are they going to do something extraordinary on our Earth? Don't let them get close to the Earth. Xiao Weiming knocked on the table lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. The situation is unknown now. We can only plan for the worst. As everyone knows, the universe now has a ruler. We are still at large because in the cognition of cosmic civilization, we are a place where no one lives. If we are discovered, the situation may be worse than being caught and made into a gorilla in a laboratory. King's Landing will organize some interrogation content of aliens and send it to the city lords every once in a while, just to let them not forget this potential threat. That's why they have to pay some money to the Space Army every month, even if they are reluctant. Everyone present has also received information about Trinity's underground laboratory. Su He specially asked someone to make a 10-minute video of the shocking scene, which doubled the horror. Now the city lords in the audience all thought of the video, and couldn't help shuddering. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Not only are there women giving birth in the video, but men will also be captured for research. Hurry up and send someone to intercept the spacecraft. That's right. Su Yacheng said unhappily. The solar system is so big. How big is the universe outside the solar system? Who knows which direction it will come from? It's because there is no way to intercept it in advance that I called you here. As soon as the voice fell, there was a lot of noise from below. You guys in Junlin City aren't thinking about military spending again, are you? We give the Space Army such a large sum of money every year, and it's not like we're just feeding them for free. Yeah, why don't you let the Space Army go? Didn't you say before that the Space Army has grown to a certain size, and can form a defense line outside the Earth? We have extra resources now, no zombies, no crystal cores. Look at these ugly faces, and they just come up and blame others. It's numb. I really want to throw these trash into space and freeze them. Su Yacheng and the other three just watched the people below quarreling, and when they were quarreling to the most excited, the people who were quarreling just now held their heads. It hurts. Renyuchen didn't apologize at all. Sorry, this ability is a bit out of control recently. The audience was completely silent, so quiet that even the heartbeats of the people sitting next to them could be clearly heard. Oh my god, I almost died just now. Very good, quiet down. Su Yacheng can continue to speak. First of all, we also pay for the military expenses of the Space Army, which is no less than any of your bases. We also provide their spaceships for free? Do you want to calculate this? Another point, all the zombies were cleared out in March last year. The global population alone is over 10 billion, and there are only tens of millions of survivors. It has only been a year and a half, and you can't use up these crystal cores even if you eat them as food. Finally, I asked you to come here to discuss things, not to snatch vegetables like Annie's in the vegetable market. If you want to quarrel, come to my office after you are done. I will quarrel with you one-on-one and let you quarrel enough. After Su Yacheng finished speaking, no one dared to speak. Everyone knows that the city lords of King's Landing, regardless of gender or age, are extremely poisonous. Still arguing one-on-one, he should have died of a stroke in less than 2 minutes, right? Under the stage, Feng Song broke the silence. I wonder what King's Landing City is planning. We are all Earthlings. We should unite at critical moments. We in Mingxi City will be at King's Landing City's disposal. Long Qian also immediately stated, King's Landing City has never forced everyone to do anything because of its own selfish desires. Every time a meeting is called, it is for the survival of the Earth. We in Yuhai City will also be at King's Landing City's disposal. We in Pingyuan City too. We too. Our village too. Renyuchen publicly projected the preliminary plan discussed by the Singularity team on the screen. This plan was decided in a hurry. The City Lord has taken people to explore the edge of the solar system, and the Earth Protection Layer Light Curtain is also being urgently processed and produced under the leadership of Deputy City Lord Muyuan. We gathered everyone to improve the plan and try to prevent our Earth from being found by the ruler of the universe before it becomes stronger. It's a bit sad to say this. No planet can fight against the entire universe. So what we can do is to be strong enough, so strong that they dare not treat us wantonly. From morning to midnight, the Earth Protection Plan was finally freshly baked. No one cared about eating, and now, as soon as they relaxed, the conference room played a symphony of stomach growling. Zhao Weiming immediately took everyone to the banquet hall, and soon, fresh meals were served. Taking care of the tastes of each city lord, there are all kinds of snacks and bread on the long table next to it. There are Chinese and Western styles, whatever you want to eat. At this time, everyone didn't care about their image, who didn't know who. Pass me a pie. It's really hard for foreigners to eat egg custard. Where can I find a spoon? Here's a spoon for you. The city lords ate their meals, and didn't even have time to rest. They got on the ship and went home. Time waits for no one. There are only 2 months. If the spaceship is just a colony spaceship, it's fine. If not, it's not certain whether everyone can still breathe after 2 months. Su Yacheng helped Renyuchen back to the castle. Renyuchen is now 6 months pregnant. Although it's not as hard as Su Yacheng did at the beginning, it's still a twin body after all, and it's very tiring after a day. In the castle, Wang Yijin sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Zhao Weiming to come home. In the warming cabinet on the dining table, there are some home-cooked dishes. It's probably because they were afraid that everyone would be hungry, so they made it specially and waited. Chapter 555. Wang Yijin's fetus is 1 month older than Renyuchen's, and is 7 months old. Now the two pregnant women are sitting together, and they can see the worries about the future on each other's faces. Su Yaqing went upstairs first to see Feng Lu, who was lying on Nuomi and Fageo, sleeping with drool. Because she was busy, she could only entrust the two puppies to take care of the children, and she was reluctant to let them go to school. She wiped her saliva, carried Feng Lu to the bed, and kissed her chubby little face before coming down. Feng Xingyang and Jiang Yimou are in the military training center these days, and will not come back. Si Jijiu was busy in the hospital and rested early. When Su Yaqing came down, she saw the two pregnant women holding hands on the sofa, tears about to flow out, and Zhao Weiming standing by, looking at a loss. Don't worry, it's okay. She took out a box of washed strawberries from the kitchen refrigerator and handed one to each of them. You don't believe in yourself, but you also don't believe in the captain? With the captain here, even if the Earth explodes, she can take us to colonize other planets and settle down. The captain specifically asked Aaron to tell your baby's fortune, saying that he is a dragon among men. He has become a dragon and a phoenix. Why are you still worried about the child? Eat and drink as you should. The two of them felt much more relaxed after Su Yaqing's words, and Ren Yuchen took a bite of the strawberry. He is still a dragon among men, just don't be a crouching dragon or a phoenix. The strawberry that Wang Yijin had just eaten was sprayed out by laughter, and it happened to fall on Zhao Weiming's forehead, which was even funnier. Oh, I'm almost dying of laughter from you. I'm hungry. Do you want to eat more? Pregnant women are prone to hunger. Although Su Yaqing didn't want to eat, she saw Zhao Weiming's eyes asking for help. Got it. Eat. They are all people who have children or have had children, so there are topics to talk about, which can relieve tension. Zhao Weiming immediately turned to the kitchen. I make you spicy hot pot that pregnant women can eat. Wait, wait! Heating oil in a pan, before it's out of the pan, a head popped out from upstairs. It smells so good. I want to eat it too. It's Si Jiajia. She fell asleep and was woken up by the smell. It's funny. In outer space, the speed of the singularity is faster than a meteor. Last time, Sidon led such a large fleet to evade the defense line of the space army, which shows that the security loopholes of the defense line are very large. She came up to try in person to see if the escort series of spacecraft can detect nearby moving targets when they are not controlled by the other party. She had done simulations before. Although 6 escorts were a bit tight, it should be enough to guard the Earth. Later, the number of escorts in the sky increased to 12. Although the range has expanded a bit, the model is much stronger than when there were 6. The third fleet is in space now. The Space Army has 12 ships as one fleet, and there are 3 fleets now. They are numbered A1 to A12, B1 to B12, and C1 to C12. The 3 fleets take turns. Each fleet is in the sky for a month, and they take turns at the beginning of each month. Now it is the middle of the month. Suhi did not notify any of the ships, but went to test according to the coordinates they reported a few hours ago. Yuan Bao used his supernatural power to hide the singularity, flew out of the protective circle from the Earth, and then pretended to be a ship from outside. Xia Shaochen controlled the ship. Captain, didn't Mu Yuan say that our own ships can distinguish between enemy and friendly forces? They have all been sorted out in advance. How can we conduct a surprise inspection? Suhi was holding a handful of crystal cores and throwing them out one by one. No matter how tricky the position is, the weight can quickly eat them without dropping any. Yuan Bao had no intention of competing at all. He lay on the ground. The weight sent the crystal core to his mouth, and then he opened his mouth lazily. Suhi patted Yuan Bao's belly, which was plump. We only have one unidentified spacecraft now. Mu Yuan has modified it before departure. We can change it back after the test. Xia Shaochen was a little worried. Captain, will they attack us? Suhi was not worried at all. It's okay. The defense of the singularity is the strongest. It won't shake even if it is bombarded by super energy particles. In addition, the principle of the space army is to contact first. The spacecraft in the universe has an open channel for communication. Suhi couldn't explain the principle of this thing. Mu Yuan's words at the beginning can be understood as Bluetooth, which can be searched within a certain distance and then connected. Of course, this Bluetooth can also be turned off actively so that others can't contact you. However, if the other party turns off Bluetooth directly and doesn't let you talk to him, it means that there is a problem with the other party. At this time, you have to fire a shot and run. The super energy particle cannon needs to store energy, and there is only one shot. Just run after firing. If the spaceship explodes over there, it's okay. If it doesn't explode and follows me, you have to increase your speed. When running, you have to notify the ground that I have found an unidentified spaceship, and it is following me now. The ground needs to help me defend it. He didn't plan to go through the whole process. Now time is tight, and it is very laborious to test them one by one. After flying to the predetermined location, Yuan Bao was no longer invisible, and Xia Xiaochen flew forward according to the route set by He. Not long after flying, the escort C-1 spacecraft sent a Bluetooth call from somewhere. After He answered the call, he heard the voice of the pilot on the escort. You have entered the solar system. Please report your identity information and the purpose of your trip, otherwise we will use force against you. Repeat, you have entered the solar system. Please report your identity information and the purpose of your trip, otherwise we will use force against you. Before the other party said it for the third time, He modified the spacecraft identity information and replied, I am He, the Lord of Junlin City, and I am inspecting. You have performed well, and continue patrolling. Pass the secret key, 8279567. The other party's voice came. The secret key is passed. The secret key system is to prevent someone from stealing the spacecraft and pretending to be a family member, so even if a family member comes up, you have to say the pass code. Then, He went to test number 2, number 3. They were all very good, they could detect from such a long distance, and they were very sensitive, and the crew's reaction was very stable. It seems that as long as the opponent is not a space system, it should not be too easy to dodge the defense line. Xia Xiaochen also praised Aunt Mei. It seems that Aunt Mei's training is very good. Next time, you can let Aunt Mei come up and see the soldier she leads. Before he finished speaking, he saw He's face getting darker and darker. Xia Xiaochen looked at the screen and saw that it had flown to the forehead of guard C-11. Why didn't he react at all? In the universe, this distance is just like you are face to face with someone on the street. Will there be a problem? Chapter 556. He gave Yuan Bao a look, and Yuan Bao immediately made the entire spaceship invisible. Bluetooth channel, open. Detection equipment intact. Xiaochen, let's go out and take a look. He put the spaceship into space, and the weight carried He and Xia Xiaochen on his back, and Xia Xiaochen held Yuan Bao. Everyone slowly floated to the side of the number 11 spaceship. Except He, the three of them had never been directly exposed to outer space before. But they got used to it in a short while. They were all king level, and it was not so easy to die. When the spaceship shield was turned on, everyone had no way to enter the spaceship directly from the outside. So the four of them could only stand at the observation port of the spaceship and look inside, and they couldn't stick to it, because sticking to it would sound an alarm. For convenience, the shape of the Guardian is a flying saucer. In this way, when the detection system of the spaceship fails, the crew can quickly find an observation window from any direction to facilitate information. Now number 11 is in hovering state. There is no one in the cockpit, but the door of the cockpit is open. The escape pod has not been opened, and there is no sign of control or attack outside. The weight carries everyone and flies around. Wait! The next second after seeing the situation inside, He covered Xia Xiaochen's eyes, and Xia Xiaochen covered Yuan Bao's eyes in his arms. Yuan Bao enlarged his tail, and covered the eyes of the weight. Now only He's eyes are blazing. Even in the vacuum of the universe, Xia Xiaochen can feel the sound of He grinding his teeth. He took out the singularity again, and sent a message to Mu Yuan on the ground. Mu Yuan, now, immediately get the control of the escort C-11 from the backstage. The shield is open, the hatch is open, and the surveillance video inside the cabin is open inside and outside. Let the Space Army send a team up immediately to replace C-11. Not long after the message was sent, a layer of light wave flashed on the surface of Guard 11, and the shield was closed. Then the outermost hatch opened, and the weight took everyone in. After the outermost hatch was closed, the second hatch began to open. Spacecraft that can fly into space have double hatches to keep the air pressure constant. Otherwise, there is only one layer, and the negative pressure in space will suck everything in the spacecraft into space. He said gloomily, "Wait for me here, I'll let you in later." Xia Xiaochen actually wanted to say that she was not young anymore, and knew what she should know. But now was obviously not the time to say that. Her hands were still covering Yuan Bao's eyes, and Yuan Bao's tail was always on the eyes of the weight. But the moment He turned around, 6 eyes turned their heads to look inside. Stygia, a team of 6 members on the spaceship. The 6 people are now running a spaceship-themed bar, with deafening music, and they don't know where to get the spaceship's cosmic ball lights. There is also a movie projection screen, which shows unsightly content, and there are bottles all over the spaceship hull. 6 crew members, 5 men and 1 woman can't even put together a complete set of clothes. Soo-hee walked forward step by step. She was very angry. It was strange. The data model calculated by so many people together clearly seemed to have no loopholes. How could such a large fleet be allowed to pass unimpeded? So the problem is here? Soo-hee suppressed her anger and controlled her impulse to blow up the spaceship. The spaceship was hers. If she blew it up, Mu-Yuan would have to rebuild it again, which wasted her own resources. She had already walked to the center of the living room, and the gang hadn't noticed that there was one more person here. Level 7 and 8 superpowers didn't even have the most basic vigilance. Sizzle! The 2 people on the ground who were so in love with each other completely became one, a pile of burnt meat. This time, they really couldn't tell each other apart. Under the strong current, everything was quiet, the music disappeared, and the projection device was damaged. The cosmic ball lamp that was spinning and glowing just now has now become garbage. But upon closer inspection, there was no trace of electric shock on the floor, and it was precisely controlled. Finally, the remaining 4 people woke up. City Lord. Lord City Lord. Soo-hee really felt that they were dirty just by looking at them. Put on some clothes. The 4 people were frantically looking for clothes in the living room, and put them on randomly. In the vastness, some of them put their shorts on their heads as if they were discussing. Seeing that they were almost dressed, and covered up what shouldn't be exposed, Soo-hee let Xia Xiaochen in, took out a pair of gloves, and let her go to the cockpit. It's dirty just to look at it. Let Mu-Yuan investigate the information, and compare it with Bai Dan's navigation log. See which team's mission area was in charge of the incident. After these words came out, the 4 people looked even more flustered. City Lord, I am the City Lord who was seduced. City Lord, this is my first mistake, give me a chance. It's a pity that after they put on their clothes, they were controlled by Soo-hee's external space power. Except for the head, other parts of the body could not move at all. Otherwise, they should have kowtowed and begged for mercy by now. The space around them was also locked, and they couldn't resist. Since Soo-hee took the initiative to contact Mu-Yuan, Mu-Yuan went to the private control room. He accurately heard that his sister was in a bad mood, and there was definitely a problem on the spacecraft. After he finished what his sister ordered, he didn't leave in a hurry. Sure enough, he received another investigation message soon. At that time, Aunt May and others and Mu-Yuan investigated the Side-An incident. But the crew on that spacecraft had the same caliber, and there was no abnormality in the spacecraft image, so they thought that the other party was better. Captain, it's the Dream Team. That is, them. When Xia Xiaochen finished speaking, Soo-hee didn't fluctuate much. She thought of it just now, but just wanted to confirm it, so as not to let other people who made mistakes go. Are the videos here normal? Xia Xiaochen checked it. It's normal now, but they must have rewritten the data in some way. The video before we came in didn't show them gathering. There's actually a genius. The data on the spacecraft is different from the previous computer. I didn't expect that they could be used so easily. How should I deal with you guys? I really don't want to give you a quick death. If it weren't for the Dream Team, the Earth would have discovered Satan's fleet in advance. If Satan's fleet was discovered in advance, it could be killed before it approached the Earth. It wouldn't let those planets think that the Earth is a safe and good place, and they wouldn't continue to send spacecraft that sounded full of danger here. Chapter 557. The Earth is now forced to be involved in an unknown storm ahead of time, all because of these 6 people. And now there are 4. These 4 people are still shamelessly saying, "Spare our lives, City Lord, please spare us. City Lord, we will make amends." Make amends? What merit? The merit of holding a nude party in the universe. Since you like the universe so much, you can always find excitement in the universe. Soo-hee controlled the 4 people to get out of the spaceship, and then exposed them directly to the space environment. Come on, feel the real universe. As soon as they came out, the 4 people covered their necks and tried to breathe painfully. They struggled with their hands and feet to get closer to the spaceship. They tried so hard, of course they had to give them some hope. When they were about to get close, Soo-hee pushed the spaceship back. After all, they were superpowers, and they were more resistant than ordinary people. If you want to use superpowers to support your life, you can't use superpowers to attack. The total amount of superpowers on them is too small, and it is not enough. After about 5 minutes, all 4 of them turned into a corpse in space. Soo-hee took out a hammer and dug out the crystal core. Waste can also be used. When entering the spaceship, the corpse was also brought in and thrown into the corner. Xia Xiaochen didn't understand. "Captain, it's dead. Just throw it outside. Why bring it back?" Soo-hee suppressed his nausea, Close C11 and put it into space. A new team will come up soon. No one will drive C11, so I can only take it back myself. There are no microorganisms in outer space, and corpses will not rot. This area is our patrol area. If the spaceship hits the corpse, it will affect the vision and it will be bad. Xia Shaochen took off the gloves that had just touched the C-11 spacecraft and threw them into the trash can. Sure enough, this kind of person is also hazardous waste after death. That spacecraft must be fully disinfected. She sat in the seat of the Singularity, wishing she could wash her eyes with eye drops. Captain, should we wait for the replacement spacecraft to come, or continue to test number 12 directly? He clicked a few times on the operating table of the Singularity. I just adjusted the position of the remaining spacecraft, and the number 11 area will not be empty. Let's go directly to number 12, time waits for no one. After a test, the C-12 spacecraft was about to find the Singularity. Now it seems that there is only a rat shit. After this lesson, the management of the Space Army is more strict. Items that want to be brought on the spacecraft, even for personal use, must be inspected. As for what the Dream Team did, he did not intend to cover it up. We have to make the video public, so that everyone knows who did something wrong. The video of the people struggling in space at the back can also be released so that everyone can learn a lesson. The Singularity continued to sail, and he would write down a coordinate every few miles. The newly learned ability of space teleportation has a limitation, that is, the place you teleport to must be a place you have been to. If you have never been there, you cannot teleport out of thin air. He remembered these coordinates, and he might use them. Although the teleportation distance of the king level ability is not very long, at a critical moment, throwing the enemy to a dangerous place or sending yourself away can give you some opportunities. On the spaceship, he drank the spiritual spring water in big gulps. Alas, the crystal cores on Earth are not enough to support the emergence of an Emperor level. Where can we get more crystal cores? However, looking at the interrogation records of those aliens, they are also regarded as the bottom of the universe society. They have never been exposed to any advanced things, so they can't help at all. He can only drink spiritual spring water all the time now. Unfortunately, from 62 years to now 66 years, he has not seen how much the superpower bar has grown. After absorbing Satan's king-level crystal core, it only moved forward a little bit. How much energy does the Emperor level need? Xia Shaochen was attracted by the beauty of the universe, and had been looking outside through the window for a long time. From time to time, he also exclaimed, "Wow! Wow! Captain, Jupiter looks like a lollipop." He rubbed Yuan Bao's belly. "You can't eat that lollipop, it's all gas. The colors you see are all storms of different colors, and the environment there is very bad." Xia Xuchen's explorer gene was constantly stimulating her. It sounds better. The more dangerous the place, the more mysterious it is. In movies and novels, the most important things are often hidden in places that everyone thinks are the most dangerous. Right, Captain. It makes sense. He suddenly thought of something, and took out the Starlink from space. Everyone watched eagerly, as the stars of the Starlink were originally in the vertical direction, and they moved. It was the opposite direction of Jupiter, referring to the position of the Earth. Well, it was all in vain. Xia Shaochen looked at the disappointed expression on Sui's face. "Captain, it seems that you believe what Aaron said?" Sui put away the Starlink. "I guess so. I have had many related dreams, and they can all be connected. Those dreams existed before Aaron appeared, but I didn't plan to overthrow the Qin dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty. This kind of thing is too illusory. We don't even know what will happen in 2 months. On Earth, because everyone has made it public that there will be an unknown spaceship coming after 2 days, the situation is a bit chaotic now. Some people are scrambling for crystal cores everywhere because of panic. As long as they can upgrade one level before the danger comes, they will have more hope of survival. This behavior makes people who originally had a good mentality start to panic. Fortunately, the lords of the major cities are ruthless. If anyone makes trouble, they will be killed on the spot. More than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Everyone is almost ready and waiting for the unknown spaceship to contact them. In the Grand Royal Court, Taika, who was investigating secretly, suddenly came back and said that he brought back a mysterious gift for Slock. Slock was sleeping, and was woken up in the middle of the night. He was very angry. 2. What is it that is worth waking me up in the middle of the night? The excitement on Taika's face did not diminish in the slightest because of Slock's anger. My king, please move to the secret room. The things are ready. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Slock resisted the urge to turn Taika into ashes. This is his own people, and he cannot do it casually. In addition, The secret room is a place that only the royal family of the Grand Tribe can enter and exit, and it is used to discuss some shameful things. For example, now, in the center of the secret room, there is a big square box, and the outside of the box is covered with a layer of something, which looks even more mysterious. Slock sat on the chair in the secret room impatiently, indicating that Taika could start his performance. Chapter 558. Tech opened the covered thing without waiting for Slock to speak, and it turned out to be a large airtight box. He fiddled with the box again, but there was no other way. There were only two of them inside, and he couldn't ask the Lord of the Universe to help him unlock it. He didn't mind his life. Click! Click! After a few noises, the big box was opened, and inside was something similar to an eco-box. It was transparent on all sides, and the creatures kept inside could be clearly seen. When Slock saw the creatures inside clearly, his eyes widened immediately, and his sleepiness and morning grumpiness disappeared. Why did it become this color? And it's so bloated? Taika flipped through the information. It's because of the different living environments. In addition to this color, there are also white and yellow ones. The bloating is because of eating too much. There is no other problem. But now there is only one survivor, very fragile, and extremely demanding on the living environment. There are requirements for temperature, humidity, and gas composition, and food and water must be given regularly. Slock walked around the box twice, and the creatures inside were very scared, huddled in the corner and shivered. Where did you find it? They have fallen into this state now? Taika placed a disc in front of a control panel in the secret room, and the next second, dense materials appeared in the air in the secret room. Slock clicked in the void, and the one he wanted to see would slide directly in front of him, and then enlarged. Taika explained on the side, reporting to my king, I found him on a low-level planet. The meat on his body can delay aging, so several low-level planets are hunting them. Their current civilization can't even reach the threshold of our lowest civilization, let alone any superpowers. Slock looked at the creatures in the cage, and couldn't believe that the civilization that once stood at the top of the universe had become a caged creature. Taika's explanation continued. Originally, this was captured as a pet, but recently there seemed to be something abnormal on the planet where they originally lived, with countless casualties. If I had been a little later, this would have been eaten. Slock looked at the small blue planet in the galaxy inside. Earth, such a small place. No wonder we haven't found it for so many years. Although I don't know what happened to them, we have to root out the grass. You take a fleet and wipe out that planet from the universe. Tech asked hesitantly, my king, it's just a small broken ball. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to send out a fleet? If it were normal, Tech would have been beaten up by now. Slock never allowed anyone to refute him. But now, the thorn that has been hanging in the heart of the Grand Tribe for a long time is about to be removed. He is in a good mood and doesn't bother with him. Tech, this is the Star Clan. Even if they are as low as ants now, we have to give them some respect. Besides, since they can survive, the Star Chain may naturally be somewhere on the Earth. You say, if Scotty receives the Star Chain as a gift, will she be very happy? Tech, you are so noble. You give gifts to your sister. I am the one who does all the hard work, but no matter how unconvinced he is in his heart, Taika just smiles on his face. My king's kindness will make Princess Scotty very happy. On Earth, Suhi was digging soil with Xia Shaochen. The two of them flew from outer space for more than a month, and the farthest they reached was the edge of the solar system. There really is an energy shield that is almost invisible to the naked eye, which wraps up the entire solar system. But Suhi did not plan to go out. This shield is used to protect the solar system. If a spaceship that is not familiar with the environment here flies through this shield at a speed faster than the speed of light, it is likely that the spaceship will be blocked by the protective shield. There are also layers of gravel asteroids outside the shield, large and small. The protective shield and the asteroid belt were left by our ancestors, and they took great pains to allow future generations to survive in the universe. But who would have thought that an alien spaceship that accidentally hit the Earth would keep humans on Earth as animals for so many years? It is true that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Back on Earth, Suhi thought a lot. Digging soil now is to help Xia Shaochen improve his combat effectiveness in the universe. Xia Shaochen is an Earth-type superpower. It is not the kind of superpower that comes out of nothing. It is an Earth-type superpower that must be attached to the Earth. There is nothing in outer space. Xia Shaochen can only swing a knife to chop people. It is no different from a target. So, there is no Earth in space, so let's bring some with us. The Lust Plateau is all Earth. Suhi prepared several containers of Earth for her, which is definitely enough. You can bring it back after use. As for the equipment of others, except Suhi, Jiangyamo and Chengtuo, They are equipped with jet equipment on their feet. In space, you can move with power. Without power, you can only doggy paddle in place, and doggy paddle can't move at all. Chung Tuo and Jiang Mo are wind type, and can use superpowers to convert power. Su He is space type, and can move without power. Others can't. As the 2 months are about to end, everyone's mood is gradually getting tense. However, some people began to fantasize that there are so many unknown dangers in the universe, and they might be sucked into a black hole passing by. But fantasy is fantasy, it will not happen. The communication equipment of the Center for Cosmic Civilization Research finally received the coordinate information. Here it comes. Huang Mingdong immediately sent the coordinates and the trajectory of the spacecraft to Su He and his people who were already waiting in the universe, and sent a message to the mysterious spacecraft. We have sent someone to meet them. Then he didn't ask any more questions. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. What if they hear that the person behind this machine is not the person they want? The spacecraft is on guard, or directly sends a distress message to the outside world, then the Earth will not be able to deal with this. Mu Yuan drove the Singularity at full power to the predetermined orbit of the mysterious spacecraft. Behind him were dozens of escort series and Kunping series spacecraft loaded with weapons. There was some distance between them and the Singularity. The Singularity led the way, and these spacecraft formed the second line of defense behind. On the distant Earth, a thin layer of light curtain wrapped the Earth like an eggshell, and the city lords of major cities were on high alert. Even if the space defense line was breached, the ground would not be at the mercy of others. On the Singularity, Su He felt a little regretful. If my space was bigger, I could just put this little broken ball in my pocket and take it away, and save so many people from worrying about it. Zhao Weiming was guarding a basket full of star mangoes, eating while peeling. There was still some distance before the two spacecrafts met, so they could eat as much as they could and store more energy. Captain, they left their hometown, and you are planning to move the whole village away. Chapter 559. Jiang Mo half leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The enemy is not fighting us in a ring match. Wait until we are ready before we start. It's good to give us 2 months to respond. We will do our best and leave it to fate. Su Yaqing raised the long sword she was wiping, with a face full of middle school. At this time, I should say that my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. In the atmosphere of pretending to be relaxed and joking, the Singularity was getting closer and closer to the spaceship. Su He held Yuan Bao and prepared to leave. Wait for my news. Everyone sent Su He out of the cabin with a relaxed look on their faces. When they saw Su He disappear from their sight, they immediately rushed to the observation window of the spaceship with their hands and feet. Si Jiajia climbed up the platform and was squeezed to the bottom. Brother Ming, help me, I can't see. Zhao Weiming put Si Jiajia on his shoulder. I can't see either. Yuan Bao and the captain are invisible. Su Yaqing held a stopwatch. She didn't rush to grab the windowsill position and paced back and forth in the cabin. Why is 1 second so long? Mu Yuan kept debugging the spacecraft control panel with his hands, without saying a word. But this aura felt that he was very nervous now. Xia Xiaochen was holding Lingquan water milk tea. Everyone should trust the captain, we just wait now. Feng Zhenyang patted Xia Xiaochen on the shoulder. But your hands are shaking, and the milk tea is about to spill. The captain went out alone to lead the charge, and no one here was at ease. Their plan was that when the spacecraft had not arrived yet, Su He took Yuan Bao to go invisible to check the situation, and the Singularity, and everyone waited in a place where the spacecraft could not detect. If there was only one spaceship, Su He could put it in his pocket and bring it back without the other party noticing. If it was a whole fleet, and Su He couldn't put it in her pocket at once, she would steal a few aliens from the ship and bring them back, and take advantage of the time difference to question them. If the fleet was too strong to defeat, she would take everyone to escape. If she could defeat them, then of course she would beat them to death. Su He used the godly step at full speed, which was much faster than the spaceship. She rubbed Yuan Bao's chubby fur in her hand to relieve the tension in her heart. According to the confessions of the aliens captured on Earth, the king level is already considered a strong person in the universe, and the emperor level is even rarer. As long as the supreme ruler of the universe does not find that we are a star clan, there should be no emperor level king. Of course, all of this is Su He's guess. They haven't even left the solar system yet. Who knows whether the situation outside is true or false? After flying for more than an hour, the blind box that I have been waiting for 2 months was finally unpacked. It was a super large and gorgeous spaceship. There was no one in front. There was no one behind. There was no one on the left. There was no other spaceship on the right. Su He breathed a sigh of relief, and Yuan Bao, who had been pretending not to be nervous, also relaxed. The spaceship was extremely fast, and Suhi and Yuan Bao went straight up to meet it, and then the spaceship rushed into Suhi's space and did not move. That was close. It almost couldn't fit in. There were actually 5 king-level psychics in this spaceship. Suhi was a king level, and if there was even one emperor level in the spaceship, then the spaceship would definitely not fit in. There was no room for too many king-level psychics. Suhi had tried it, and it should not be a problem to fit 20 king-level psychics in his space, but it would not work if there were more. After collecting the spaceship, Suhi ran back without stopping. He had to find out the purpose of the spaceship as soon as possible, not just hide it and be done with it. On the Singularity, Su Yaqing grabbed Feng Xingyang's hair to relieve her tension. This habit was formed when Feng Lu was born. Now whenever Su Yaqing was emotionally unstable, she would grab Feng Xingyang's hair to relieve it immediately. For this reason, Feng Xingyang specially left his hair a little longer for Su Yaqing to grab. I really want to contact the captain. I'm afraid she's distracted. Why didn't she reply at all? Feng Xingyang felt her nervousness, and his hair was pulled into pigtails by his wife. Captain, you can do it really, we have to believe. Warning, close contact warning. The spaceship suddenly sounded an alarm. Mu Yuan looked at the control panel screen. There was something at the hatch of the spaceship, but there was nothing on the surveillance over there. Everyone's heart instantly rose to their throats. Is there a ghost in the universe? Xiao Weiming said tentatively. Is the detection system broken? Mu Yuan was very sure. No. Suddenly, a head appeared in the observation window, opened his mouth wide, and said with his mouth, "Open the door for me." Mu Yuan quickly opened the hatch of the spaceship and let Suhi in. Jia covered her chest. Captain, people will scare people to death. Suhi scratched his head. I was so excited that I forgot to let Yuan Bao take back his superpowers. I thought the spaceship was broken. Su Yaqing pulled Suhi to look left and right, and there was no missing arms or legs. Suhi grabbed her hand that was touching her body. There was no battle, just a ship. I put it in the space. Let's go. Let's hurry up and interrogate the people here before taking them back. Mu Yuan hovered the spaceship. If there is a problem, everyone must go outside the spaceship to solve it. A fight broke out inside the spaceship, and the spaceship had to be repaired. Anyway, the opponent is also king level, so he is not afraid of dying in space. Suhi randomly picked an alien, who looked like a leader from the space, and stuffed him into the cage. The metal cage made by Mu Yuan is impossible to escape unless the opponent is a king-level metal system. Of course, even if they escape, Suhi and others are not vegetarians. Tell me, why did you break into the solar system? The red alien in the cage didn't understand what happened to him. He was still in the spaceship a second ago. How come he was in jail in the blink of an eye while chatting with his teammates? His brain analyzed quickly. This is space. These aliens and alien creatures can stand here. They must be supernatural beings above the king level. But I haven't heard of such advanced civilization in this galaxy. Could it be that they were sent from there? Who are you? Where are my companions? Xiao Weiming said ferociously in a not-so-fluent cosmic language. We are the masters of this galaxy. Why did you break in here? What is your purpose? Feng Xingyang created a flame out of thin air and threatened. Your companions were captured by us. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, this flame will not be here, but on those 4 people. The red alien snorted coldly. You running dogs of the Grand Tribe. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender to you. He is still a tough guy. It seems that he is a traitor. Chapter 560. Suhi was even more worried because there was a traitor at home. The traitor must have done something big if he ran away and hid. No matter whether this big thing succeeded or not, there would definitely be pursuers behind him. Suhi asked coldly, Did you lead the people of the Grand Tribe here? The red alien kept his mouth shut. Suhi gave Ren Yuchen a look and launched a mental attack. The alien immediately held his head in pain. Even if I die, I will not be tricked by you. As he said that, a ball of fire suddenly appeared on his body. Is he seeking death? Suhi immediately took action to control the space around the cage, so that his superpowers could not be released, and Bai Shui also froze him through the cage. Damn, this guy is a stubborn person. In desperation, Suhi gave this idiot a thunderbolt to wake him up. Feng Xingyang stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders through the cage, shouting at him, Ask you if there are any pursuers behind you. If there are, we have to find a way, otherwise we will die together. If you don't tell us, we will send you out of the solar system and hand you over to the Grand Tribe. The red alien was a little stunned by Feng Xingyang's roars, and even wanted to pick his ears. But suddenly he felt that these words did not come from his ears, but from the depths of his soul, so the action of picking his ears was a little redundant. You? Who are you? Suhi floated in front of this man, and to deal with a stubborn person, he just said to him in a simple way, "We are not Grand Tribe, nor are we Grand Tribe's helpers. We live well in this galaxy. Your intrusion will bring us a lot of trouble, or even a catastrophe. So we are asking you, why did you come here, and are there any people from the Grand Tribe chasing you?" The red alien looked into Suhi's eyes for a while. "I have to see my companions before I can tell you." Suhi thought about it. These people should have a good relationship, and they are very brave to be rebels. The method of interrogating alone will definitely not work. The sea urchin tied the red alien's cage with vines to cover his vision and perception. Suhi took the opportunity to take out 4 cages, which contained 4 other king-level psychics. Now they are locked in cages. It feels like a zoo auction. The aliens are too unique in shape. In order to save time, Suhi did not give the 4 who just came out a chance to speak, and directly asked Su Yaching to pull them into the mine chat room. "Don't move, or I will kill you directly." The 5 people confirmed that their teammates were still alive, and they were relieved and looked much calmer. But they still didn't understand the current situation. Before they spoke, Suhi said directly, "Don't talk, listen to me first. First, we are not the Grand Tribe, nor are we friends of the Grand Tribe. Second, you were arrested because you broke into our star system, and we are doing this to protect ourselves. Third, for the sake of everyone's safety, we need to know why you came here to seek refuge, and whether there are pursuers behind you. Finally, if you refuse to answer, we can kill the 5 of you immediately, put you in your spaceship, and throw you out of our star system. Anyway, the Grand Tribe can't find us." After Suhi finished speaking, he signaled that the 5 of them could speak. Seeing that they didn't talk to each other, but just glanced back and forth, Mu Yuan shook the cage violently a few times with his supernatural power. "I advise you to. The cage is the guarantee of your lives. If we don't open it, we can still have a chance to communicate." Mu Yuan's tone was cold, and his eyes were staring at the 2 aliens, who put their hands on the cage, and wanted to use their supernatural power to melt the metal. They should also be metal type. The 2 aliens looked at each other, and withdrew their hands angrily. It was so clear that if they opened the cage, they would be attacked and die. How dare they open it openly? The other party was numerous and powerful, and it seemed very difficult to mess with. "How do you prove that you are not from the Grand Tribe?" The speaker was one of the 2 aliens, who tried to open the cage just now. He looked like a tree branch with mottled wood grain on his body. Suhi saw that when his voice appeared in the chat room, the other 4 aliens looked slightly calm. It seems that this tree branch is the backbone of their 5-member team. Your presence here is the best proof. Could it be that when you are in trouble, you always seek shelter in the enemy's team? Shuchatsi tapped his cage with his fingers. Then your way of seeking shelter is quite special. Everyone can be sarcastic. Suhi changed his tone, and spoke lightly. "We only received a message requesting shelter, and then they lost contact without waiting for our consent or giving us the details. The situation outside is so chaotic recently. Your lives are lives, our lives, and the lives of other people in the shelter are also lives. We must always be cautious." Everyone in the Singularity team heard that the captain was trying to trick them. The messages were sent so urgently, the other party certainly didn't want to leave any handles or traces. So in a hurry, these 5 people may not know what the emergency is at the shelter. Seeing the 5 of them now wavering in the cage, the captain made the right bet. Xiao Weiming followed the captain's play. "If it weren't for the face of the ironclad, do you think you would have the opportunity to talk to us here?" Mu Yuan took out a long knife from behind and pointed at the people in the cage. "Kill him, he is so uncooperative, and there must be something behind him. Throw away the ship, don't leave any strange things in our galaxy." "No!" The red stubborn alien at the beginning immediately said to the direction of Shuchatsi, "Captain, the ship can't fall into the hands of the Grand Tribe." The others also looked at Shuchatsi worriedly. Shuchatsi looked at his teammates, and didn't know what he was thinking. "As long as we tell you our purpose, can you hide the ship? It's okay for the 5 of us not to enter the shelter." Suhi's heart skipped a beat. What the hell is on the ship? It might cause trouble, but she didn't show it on her face. "Tell me first." Shuchatsi confessed helplessly. "The ship is a 20th birthday gift given to Princess Scotty by the 501 Galaxy, the largest galaxy in the universe. The ship is full of rare treasures, and the most important thing is the 2 soft armors inside that can resist the attacks of the Emperor-level superpowers. The time in the universe is converted differently from the time in the solar system. 1 year in the universe is about 30 years on Earth. Princess Scotty is 20 years old, which is more than 700 years old on Earth. Most advanced civilizations in the universe live for a long time, which is already very young." Chapter 561. Shuchatsi paused and continued. You should also know that there are not many Emperor-level superpowers in the universe now, and Princess Scotty is only King level now. If the soft armor is on her, it will be more difficult to assassinate her. Every year on Princess Scotty's birthday, Slock uses the power of the entire universe to hold a grand celebration, and many planets can no longer support it. So, these 5 people stole the birthday gift? Suhi felt a little headache. What kind of disaster is this? This thing is so important. How many pursuers are behind you? Shuchatsi said affirmatively. They don't know we are here yet. After we seized the spaceship, the rebels blew up many transfer stations as a cover-up, and now they are in chaos. This statement can be used to deceive others. Suhi absolutely does not believe it. This thing is so important that Slock or Scotty will never give up. Even if the universe is turned upside down, we must find it. Moreover, these 5 people have been driving the spaceship in the universe for 2 months. This ship is a public ship. There may be something on it that can be tracked, and they still feel that they have not discovered it. Just because the pursuers haven't come yet doesn't mean that the pursuers don't know. Suhi rubbed his forehead. Can't you just take the things and blow up the ship? Do you have to drive the ship away? Such a big target. The ship is gorgeous and has colorful lights. Colorful lights. It's almost like holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Look, this is the ship that was robbed by the rebels. You have seen it. Go and report it to get the reward." Shuchatsi felt Suhi's anger, although he didn't know why the alien in front of him was so angry. Our own ship was damaged, so we drove this ship away in a hurry. There were too many things on the ship, and we originally wanted to hand over the things on the ship to the rebels. As a result, the rebels were dispersed, and we could only find a place to hide temporarily. And that soft armor can resist the attack of the Emperor level, and we are only the King level. Do you still have to praise your intelligence for saying this? Are you proud of being the King level? The Singularity team looked at Suhi together. What should they do? What should they do with these 5 idiots? Originally thought that if it was nothing serious, they could just throw the people and the ship out of the solar system. If they don't cooperate, they can just kill them. But now it seems that this is even more impossible. If the things on the ship are looted by others when it is discovered, the Grand Tribe can find this place from the navigation track of the ship. It's not okay to just kill the people and put the ship into space and pretend that this thing never happened. The people chasing behind found that the clues stopped here, and they would track us down sooner or later. Suhi looked at the 5 people with eyes, as if he wanted to skin them alive. The red alien was angry. Why are you looking at us like that? If you don't let us in, then we won't go in. Can't we just leave? We won't get you into trouble. Sister. Mu Yuan's face suddenly panicked. There are spaceships, many spaceships approaching. Mu Yuan also has a device connected to the Singularity on his ear, which can view the information of the Singularity in real time. There are 8. We seem to be locked. No wonder Suhi felt her heart skip a beat. She kicked the iron cage in anger. This is what you said they don't know yet? Shuchatsi knew he was in the wrong. We go out and stop them. He still had some conscience to say this. But now it seems that the 5 of them are not killers who kill innocent people, so they can be used. Suhi made a prompt decision. Get on the spaceship first. How long will it take them to come? Singularity was right behind. Everyone went up immediately. Mu Yuan calculated and said, Sister, their spaceship is too fast. It will probably take more than 10 minutes to come. Suhi looked outside, the level of Singularity. There was no way to see clearly what kind of spaceship was on the other side. Is it faster than me? Mu Yuan was the one who knew Suhi's speed accurately. No. Suhi picked up Yuanbao, turned around and left, but was grabbed by Mu Yuan. Sister, the other party is coming aggressively. Don't take risks. Others also knew what Suhi was going to do. She wanted to hold Yuanbao to see what the scale and strength of the other side were. Captain, Suhi said firmly, this is an order. I'll be back soon. Mu Yuan, you must fly forward with the Singularity. Everyone else, keep an eye on the 5 of them. Don't do anything weird. The cabin door opened again, and Suhi disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yaqing's eyes were red, and everyone had a bad premonition. After the power was improved, there was always a sense of metaphysics, and the 6th sense was strengthened a lot. Especially when something big was going to happen next, the premonition was very obvious. Now is the time. Feng Xingyang said to the 5 in the cage fiercely, You guys better pray that we can deal with this crisis, otherwise we will definitely make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Weiming didn't say anything. He pulled everyone and sounded very calm. Go put on your protective armor. Jiang Imo, help me tighten the buckle behind you. Xia Shaochen took out some spiritual spring water from the refrigerator and drank it in big gulps. Bai Shui, Brother Biao, sea urchin, you all come here too, eat more. The tree branch and his teammates in the cage looked at each other for a few times, and saw some guilt in each other. Well, I'm sorry, you hand us over. What they want is the spaceship with soft armor and us. If you use us, you may be able to exchange some bounty. But the Singularity team, even the dogs, didn't give them a look. Things are not that simple. The tree branch drove the spaceship here to seek shelter. From the perspective of the Grang people, this galaxy, and the tree branch will be classified as one group. If the tree branch took the spaceship over, it would be even more extraordinary. Under what circumstances would someone voluntarily hand over something very important? Of course, it is to protect something more important. Then do you think the Earth will escape? If Suhi and others pretend to be Erguzi and send the tree branches and the spacecraft out, let's not talk about how the Grand Tribe will treat this planet that has never been registered but is full of superpowers. As soon as they see the Earthlings for the first time, they will definitely not leave a single person alive on Earth. Others know it is a legend, but the authorities know it is the fact. No one may take the legend to heart, but the fact will be like a thorn in the throat. And the bad thing is that the Earthlings before were very ordinary. So ordinary that even the aliens from Tiejia Star and Bo Lai Star could not think of the legend when they saw the Earthlings. Chapter 562. However, everyone's appearance began to change after the zombies on Earth were completely wiped out. Just like unlocking some amazing control after completing the primary task in the game, the next wave of evolution was achieved. First, the eyes became much bigger. The pupils of the eyes became as big and beautiful as if they were wearing contact lenses. At first glance, it seemed as if there were thousands of stars in them, which was so fascinating. Secondly, the temperament also changed. It is said that all life in the universe was created on the basis of the Star Clan. On the other hand, the Star Clan may be the mother of the entire universe. Mothers always have a kind and tolerant feeling towards their children. Even if the mother just stands here and does nothing, the child wants to run to her side to feel the love. Of course, the Grand Clan is definitely an unfilial descendant and a rebellious son. In this way, the Earthlings can no longer hide their identities in front of the Grand Clan. Although everyone still doesn't believe that they are from the Star Clan, from the appearance of Aaron to now, what he said is very accurate, and everyone has to believe it. So, this is really difficult to deal with. As the current emperor, the Jelong clan, seeing the daughter and son of the previous emperor, should not think that the other party wants to be an ordinary person and live a life in a small corner of the universe, right? Even if the other party wants to be an ordinary person, there are always some bad intentions. With this excuse, they say that the bloodline of the previous dynasty is still there, and the orthodoxy should be upheld. Do you think it is difficult for the Jelong clan to sit on the throne? So the current situation is, either fight or die. Another way is to hide in space, until others don't want to find you anymore. But with the identity of the Star Clan, it is estimated that they may not see the light of day again even if they hide until they die, and they can only live in space for the rest of their lives. Suhi rushed forward desperately, and when he saw the fleet, his mentality exploded. 8 spaceships, each of which is much larger than the aircraft carrier on TV. The most imposing one in the middle is almost as big as 2 aircraft carriers. How many superpowers can be put in it? The one in front of the spaceship looks like a weapon. One shot can make a hole in the earth. Suhi didn't dare to get close, for fear that there were some Emperor-level superpowers inside, and they would die if they were discovered. He took a video and ran quickly, without stopping for a moment. Do you know the strength of this fleet? Suhi took the video back to show Shuchatsi and the others. 5 aliens, 3 of them knelt down. The one on the left of Shuchatsi hugged the cage and cried directly. Isn't it just stealing a ship? Is it necessary to dispatch the royal court fleet? I didn't know I could die like this. My ancestors are so disappointed. You universes also bury their graves after death? It seems that we all have something in common, but this royal court fleet? It sounds like it should be quite powerful. Pa! Jiang Yamo slapped the one who was crying in dismay. Why are you crying? They are catching up behind you. What's the point of crying in dismay? What kind of strength do you have? Explain it clearly. Shuchatsi was also very depressed. As if he was telling his last words before dying, he told everyone what he knew about the royal court fleet, so that everyone present can learn more before they die. The royal court fleet is the second-level fleet of the Grand Royal Court, with 8 ships forming a squadron. The entire fleet seems to have thousands of squadrons, with specific numbers and locations. The first level of strength is the Royal Court Guard fleet, but this fleet is not sent out, and only performs protection patrols near the Grand Royal Court. The flagship of the Royal Court fleet is the largest one, and the cannon on it can kill an Emperor-level mutant. The other ships can kill a King-level mutant. Because this is for combat, weapons and shields are all powered by crystal cores. As long as there are enough crystal cores, the fleet is invincible in the current situation. Mu Yuan suddenly asked, if the shield is attacked, will the consumption of crystal cores increase? Shuchatsi nodded and said, yes, but it must be a king-level attack. I know what you are thinking. The fleet has a large number of crystal cores. Even if the shield is broken, the spacecraft itself is maintained by the Emperor-level psychic on a daily basis. Even if we join forces, it can't be broken. Suhi continued to ask, then do you know the personnel configuration on the spacecraft? How many Emperor-level psychics are there on each ship? How many King-level psychics are there? Shuchatsi was a little confused. Why did this alien ask so carefully? I don't know the details, but there will be at least one Emperor-level psychic as the captain on each ship, and there must be at least 50 or 60 King-level captains. 50 or 60 8 ships. That is more than 500 King-level, plus at least 8 Emperor-level. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their faces were a little pale. The power of the entire Earth may not be defeated by one ship, and now there are 8 ships. The Earth is definitely not going to be saved, and Suhi's space can't accommodate so many people, but is it really necessary to just give up? I'm so unwilling. If I hide, no one will ever find this little blue ball again. Is there anything useful on the ship you robbed? Weapons? Crystal cores? You've been driving it for more than 2 months, so you should be familiar with what's inside, right? Su Yaqing slapped Suhi fiercely. Captain, those clothes can't resist the attack of the Emperor. Put them on, both of them. Shuchatsi thought carefully. There are no large weapons on that ship. It's just a separate transport ship. In addition to those 2 clothes, there are also many crystal cores. After all, it's a gift for the princess. Most of them are flashy. Suhi felt a headache. Mu Yuan, how long will it take for them to catch up with us? Mu Yuan looked at it. About 10 minutes. They ran away frantically as soon as they were discovered, so they still bought some time. Suhi stood up. Xiao Chun, Jiang Imo, you two control the singularity. Mu Yuan, come with me. The singularity is now in automatic driving, so it doesn't need anyone to watch it. It's better to give them something to do than to stay there. By the way, where is the clothes on the spacecraft? Shuchatsi didn't hide it, and said frankly, in the central control warehouse of the spacecraft, box number 09 is it. The crystal core and other things are also in that place. Suhi said nothing and took Mu Yuan to another room of the spacecraft and closed the door. The red alien in the cage looked at the closed door. Your captain is so shameless. At this time, he is thinking about escaping. Pa! Jiang Imo beat him. We are willing to let our captain escape, unlike you, who can't even escape. In less than 2 minutes, Mu Yuan and Suhi came out of the room. Suhi was wearing 2 complete soft armors, covering from head to toenails. Mu Yuan had nothing on him. Seeing this, the 5 aliens in the cage looked at Suhi with disdain. This captain was so unlucky that he didn't even want to take out a piece of clothing. Chapter 563. Suhi ignored them. The 5 of them were still willing to stay in the cage because they knew they couldn't escape even if they came out, so they didn't bother to do it. Suhi signaled everyone in the Singularity team to gather together, and asked in the chat room with only them, everyone, now is the time to decide our fate. Should we give up the Earth and leave directly, or try again for the Earth? What do you want? Mu Yuan stood behind Suhi. I listen to my sister. If my sister says go, I will follow. If my sister wants to try, I will rush to the front and throw the crystal core bomb to you and clear the way for you. Others also responded in the same way. Me too. Me too. Suhi was very moved by such 100% trust and entrustment. But now is not the time for the captain to make a decision alone. Don't rush to make a decision. You have also seen the strength of the fleet behind. If we leave now, I promise that I can live with everyone unscathed. But life on Earth and even the planet Earth may be gone. After all, with the current fleet's posture, it is not possible to just arrest those 5 people. But if we resist, we have less than 20 king-level people, including people and dogs, which is indeed a bit, not enough. Moreover, before fighting with others, we must first break the opponent's defense. There was a circle of silence, and everyone looked out the window at the same time. In the vast universe outside, if there is no Earth, they will no longer have a place to call home. Suhi's space is limited and cannot accommodate too many living things. Wang Yijin is already in the space. Of course, it is the outer space, not the inner Lingquan space. Because these few days are the due date, there is chaos and war, and it is definitely not possible to have a baby in peace, so she was put in the space. And Feng Le, this little guy runs around everywhere, and it is impossible to control him. Lock him up first, so as not to be found when the time comes. At first, I thought of the worst result, that is, the other party occupied the earth. The people who stayed on the earth should be able to survive if they live a cruel life. When they become stronger, they can take back the earth and retaliate against them. But who would have thought that there is no worst, only worse? The other party blowing up the earth is not a joke, it is likely to become a reality. No one spoke, so he couldn't help but urge, "There are 3 minutes left." Everyone withdrew their eyes from the outside, and saw the three-dimensional image of the map on the display screen of the singularity. Xia Xiaochen couldn't help but lower his head first, and the others couldn't say the word go. Tears glistened in everyone's eyes. On that little broken ball, there were family, friends, and memories. Suhi took a deep breath, then give it a try. If you can't let it go, then don't let it go. Zhao Weiming hesitated, but... Suhi patted Zhao Weiming's shoulder vigorously. There's no but. If we live to be 1,000 years old and still regret it, then living 1,000 years is also painful. It's better to have a good time. Besides, when I went out, I asked Erin if we could have a celebration party after we go back this time, and she said yes. This is true, and she felt something was wrong. It happened that Erin and Aunt May were knitting sweaters in the sun, so she asked casually. Erin looked at Suhi very seriously and said, "You can, my clan leader." But everyone didn't believe it, thinking that Suhi was trying to boost morale. After all, Suhi hadn't asked before. But the tears in everyone's eyes still turned into shining stars. Damn. Woof. A woof. Bai Shui and Brother Biao also echoed, although the conversation just now was in the spiritual chat room. But they are family members, who know each other's thoughts without communication. The 5 aliens in the cage were confused. Are the people on this ship sick? The emotional fluctuations are too intense. Mu Yuan opened the cages of the 5 of them, and said solemnly, "We have decided to fight the opposite fleet. Do you want to join us or be thrown out by us?" When Shuchatsi heard this, he thought these people were crazy. Fighting a rock with an egg? The stubborn red alien, who was disliked by everyone at the beginning, pulled Shuchatsi excitedly. "Captain, they are so brave. Let's join. We are all going to die anyway. I want to fight a big battle before dying." Shuchatsi looked at the other 3. Maybe the atmosphere was just right. Just now I thought it would be fine if I died, but now I am standing up. I will scratch their spaceship even if I die. It must be glorious to die. Let's join. Suhi immediately made arrangements. Originally, the Singularity team had thought about how to deal with the opponent when the opponent came with an entire fleet. It was just that they didn't expect it to be such a powerful opponent. She first took out 2 boxes of king-level crystal cores from the birthday ship. Catch as many as you can, put them all on your body, and absorb some when you have time. The plan is this. 2 minutes later, the plan had been revised almost, and the Royal Court fleet was about to catch up with the Singularity. Suhi pulled Renyuchen. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Turn a corner, Suhi threw Renyuchen directly into the space. She is now 8 months pregnant. Although the due date is 1 month later, there are many cases of pregnant women and children being killed due to stimulation in the late pregnancy. Suhi can't let her take risks. Seeing Suhi coming back from the corner alone, Jiang Yimo looked at Suhi gratefully. "Captain." Suhi raised his hand and stopped directly. "Don't talk. You should think about how to bear her anger when you let her out later. I will put all the responsibility on you." On the flagship of the Royal Court fleet, the people on the bridge watched the locked small spaceship on the control panel disappear. "Commander, the ship is gone." Standing in the commander-in-chief position was Taika, who was sent by Slot to wipe out the Earth. He said nonchalantly, "If it's gone, it's gone. It's just a small boat. It won't delay the business." Taika doesn't like interstellar missions. There is not even a servant on the warship, and the bed is hard at night. Captain Walter of the flagship disagrees with Taika's approach. As a battle-hardened fleet commander, he knows that any small abnormality is abnormal outside. "But Commander." Taika was impatient. "I am the commander, and I have the final say. You are responsible for completing the task under my command." Walter had to shut up. "We are all people who work for a salary. Why do we have to make trouble with the boss's dog?" Chapter 564. Fortunately, this mission is simple. It is just to destroy a planet that my king doesn't like very much. There shouldn't be any big mistakes. As a result, as soon as he turned around, everyone on the spaceship suddenly felt a huge reverse impact. Even the royal level was almost thrown out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the handle of the captain's position. Taika was not so lucky. There was nothing to grab where he was standing just now. The collision happened suddenly. Taika didn't react and rolled back and forth in the bridge like a bouncy ball. The spaceship was in chaos, and the control room was full of warning sounds, which didn't sound good. Watt stepped forward to help Taika up, and then asked the back, "What's going on?" The person who could still stand up in the cab immediately replied, "Report to the captain, we were hit by a spaceship that suddenly appeared. The spaceship was seriously damaged. Please suspend the voyage for on-site repairs." Watt didn't believe it. "This is our flagship." The flagship of the Royal Court Fleet is surrounded by 7 frigates, protecting it from top to bottom, left to right, front to back. How could the other party suddenly appear and ride on your face and hit you? The crew in the cockpit said weakly, "Captain, I think they hit the flagship." The air was a little quiet. "You are really a talent." Watt clenched his fists. "The fleet will suspend sailing, check the damage and analyze the cause." As soon as he gave the order, Taika pointed at Watt and scolded him. "What's going on? What's going on?" Watt said unhappily, "I suspect it was the small boat that didn't delay anything just now. Lord Taika, I'm going to check out now. Do you want to come with me?" Taika shook his sleeves. "Don't think I didn't hear your sarcasm." But he still endured and followed him out. They are all Emperor-level psychics, and they won't gain anything by fighting now. Moreover, he was indeed very curious. According to the report of this galaxy, there shouldn't be things like spaceships that only advanced civilizations have. Could it be that the report is wrong? Then we have to be more cautious. When they came out, some king-level psychics of the fleet had come out to check the situation. It was miserable. It was really miserable. Most of the flagship of the fleet was gone. The torn hull turned many crew members directly into meteors passing through the universe. After such a short while, they couldn't find where they were. Fortunately, their bridge was placed in the middle of the spaceship, otherwise Walter and Taika are also part of the meteor. The weapons in front of the flagship are useless, and they were all smashed at the moment of collision. And the ship that suddenly appeared has turned into fragments with huge initial power, attacking every frigate around equally. Although every ship in the fleet has a shield, even without the shield, it can still resist the attack of the king or even the emperor level by relying on the hull alone. But the ship that suddenly appeared just now is the same. So in simple terms, the fragments that were blown away are only the attack power of the king or even the emperor level. Where did this ship come from? It was the birthday ship. Suhi took the spaceship and when Shichotsi was driving the spaceship at full speed. The spaceship was extremely fast and had a full shield. So when the spaceship is taken out of the space, it will fly out in its original state. As a birthday gift, the birthday ship is not equipped with weapons, and its hull is much smaller than the combat ship. But it is not much different for the princess. Rather than keep this ship, it is better to let it return to its original owner. Then Suhi added some crystal core bombs as a small token of appreciation and sent it back to them. Using the spear of the enemy to attack the shield of the enemy, it seems that the bigger one is more useful. The energy generated by the collision of 2 fast-flying spaceships with the same shield and strong bodies is absolutely beyond imagination. Not only was the flagship severely damaged and almost unusable, but several surrounding frigates also broke the defense. Not bad, but he didn't see such a beautiful scene at all. She threw the spaceship away and ran away, and she had already run away. Walter is also a veteran. According to his on-site analysis, he is a superpower who can do this. Either they are space-based and can teleport, or they can be invisible. They can go under his nose without being discovered and make such a big scene, so they are most likely Emperor level. There are 10 Emperor level in this fleet, including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but no space level. There are only a few space-based ones, who can be upgraded to Emperor level in the entire universe, and they can be counted on one hand. But I have never heard of one here. Walter wanted Taika to check it out, because as a royal family of the Grand Tribe, he is great authority. But Taika was not happy. Let's talk about this matter when we get back. The most urgent thing now is to complete the task. If the Lord of the Universe, Slock, knew that he could still fail in such a small mission, not only would he not have any credit, but his hard work would also be in vain. He might even be laughed at for the rest of his life. So he decided to conceal this matter. As for the broken flagship, it would be good to lie that he encountered the rebels on the way back. Walter had no choice but to read the report sent by his subordinates first. The flagship cannot be used now, and the frigates have also been scratched by debris. My suggestion is to put the flagship here first, at least repair the shield of the frigate before moving on. And the crew members who flew out of the flagship due to the hull rupture must also be found back. We can't ignore them. King-level psychics, except for those with wind system, who can stabilize themselves and fly back. Others can't come back without power equipment. Normally, crew members on space missions have power equipment on them, but just now it was a surprise attack. Some people may not have time to wear it, and some people did. But after flying so far, the power of the power system may not be enough to support them back. So the person here needs to find them back. Taika didn't want to wait at all, but thinking of the unknown time when the attack would come again, he could only compromise and said, "Then let's go find someone while the spaceship is being repaired, and leave as soon as the spaceship is repaired. By the way, let everyone be alert. Space-based superpowers are elusive, and who knows where they will come from to give them a blow." While the spaceship was being repaired, in Suhi's space on the other side, the Singularity team was desperately absorbing crystal cores in the Link-1 space. This was the first time that Suhi threw them into the Link-1 space. He called Muyuan alone just now to ask him if the spaceship collision was feasible, and he had never entered the space. Suhi let everyone in, and was busy throwing the spaceship back without even an explanation. Others felt the scene change at the moment. It would be a lie to say they were not surprised. Chapter 565. However, everyone was surprised for only a few seconds, and then they immediately went about their business. Now the captain is buying them time. If they are still looking around here, are they still human beings? The 5 members of the tree branch group naturally did not have the treatment of the spiritual spring space, and stayed in the static space. Too slow. Xia Shaochen suddenly opened her hands, revealing the handful of crystals she had just grabbed. She picked up one at random, and ate it directly into her stomach. Jiang Yamo saw it, and didn't even have time to stop her. "Shaochen, you are too dangerous." Xia Shaochen ate another one despite the dissuasion. The efficiency of absorption is too slow, it's better to eat it directly. I have never seen captains before, and they all ate directly like Bai Shui and the others. As long as it is not a crystal core that exceeds their own ability level, it won't be too uncomfortable. If they eat too much, they will try their best to release their abilities. Although the process is a bit painful, I think I can bear it. Let's try it first. Zhao Weiming tried to eat one, and it was indeed much faster than absorption. After eating it for a while, I felt my superpowers improving. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. You know, it would take them at least an hour to absorb such a king-level crystal core with the previous safe absorption method. It's really fast. Brother Biao and the others can eat it, so I can eat it too. Seeing this, everyone gave up the gentle absorption method and swallowed it directly. If the throat is stuck, use spiritual spring water to flush it down. When Suhi entered the space to take the weight out and let it fly with him, he saw everyone swallowing the crystal core like taking medicine. "Are you all going to die?" Si Jiajia was almost choked to death by her yelling, and hurriedly drank some water to swallow it. "Captain, we know what to do, we won't explode and die." Really. Suhi's persuasion was fruitless, so he could only take the weight out first. If she stayed in the space, she couldn't move. So when she couldn't fly anymore, she let the wind-type wait and Jiang Yamo take turns to take her flying. Although this speed was slower than her own, it was much faster than the spaceship. At this time, Suhi could also take a break and replenish her superpowers. She sat on the tortoiseshell of the weight, looking at the handful of king-level crystal cores in her hand. She took a deep breath, picked up one, endured the nausea, tried not to think about the picture dug out from her mind, and swallowed it. If it weren't for these crystal cores and the birthday gift spaceship, Suhi really didn't have the confidence to say that he would lead everyone to try to resist. It is indeed a king-level crystal core. After eating a few, I feel very strong and my superpowers have increased a lot. I feel that the Emperor level is just around the corner. But what they lack most now is time. There is no time to wait. They dare not stop for even a second. Suhi endured the discomfort and ate another one. The superpowers in her body were expanding. She felt that the superpowers were digging flesh in her body. She sent the weight back to the space, gritted her teeth, and planned to discharge the superpowers she had eaten too much. This process is very painful, and you have to endure the pain to stay awake and look at the road, so as not to fly off. Everyone in the space is not feeling well either. They are in pain and really want to find someone to fight. Brother Biao and the others are shaking. If they eat one more, they will have more superpowers. Between the Earth and Mars, a large number of space troops are gathering. Muyuan analyzed the flight trajectory of the Royal Court fleet and waited here, just in time to intercept them. The other party should be here within a day. After he put down the Singularity team and the 5-member tree branch group, he returned to Earth without stopping. So many king-level crystal cores, don't waste them. The city lords on Earth received the news and gathered the 10th level superpowers early, waiting for Suhi to deliver the crystal cores. Every bit they can absorb is a bit, so when the fleet breaks through the air defense line and enters the ground, they will have more power to resist. The seriousness of the matter was not reserved by the Singularity team, and they told the ground completely. The aliens who came this time robbed the princess's birthday gift, and there were pursuers behind them. The strength of the other party, humans may be a star clan, humans may be destroyed, and the earth may be destroyed. Wait. Nothing was left out. Even if they die, they have to die with a clear mind. At the end of the message they sent, they left a paragraph. Maybe we were unhappy with each other before, maybe we thought the earth was not good enough. But now, we are willing to fight hard for you, for ourselves, and for the earth. The city lords who received this information immediately made it public. There was no crying and shouting as expected, and most people's first reaction was to be confused. After all, there was too much information received at one time, and it was normal that the brain could not process it. TSK, I said it. I came with a mission. It seems that this mission is to avenge and uphold justice. A sudden swear word suddenly appeared in the crowd, which instantly ignited everyone's emotions. That's right. If it weren't for them, we would be the nobles of the universe, and now you want to provoke us. Bring your weapons, you dare to come to Earth to make trouble, we also have a temper. Kill that bastard. The blood of the Earthlings that cannot be oppressed came out. Major cities opened warehouses one after another. Everyone can eat as much as they want, and take as many weapons as they want. Even if they die, they must bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. There are two cities, Junlin City and Junyu City. Suhi originally wanted to send all the people in Junyu City to Junlin City. If there is something, they can still take care of it. After all, the people in Junyu City are ordinary people without superpowers. But most of the people in Junyu City are unwilling to go. City Lord, this is our home, we are not going anywhere. Suhi respected their opinions, and just told Guojingi, replace all the places on the city wall that need crystal cores with these. I'm not sure how long it can last. Guojingi held the box. There were not many superpowers in Junyu City, and those who came here would only be beaten. City Lord, don't worry. If the defense is broken, I will be the second line of defense. Suhi patted his shoulder, and took out a bag of food from the space. I remember you should like this, eat more. In Junlin City, Xiao Yuanwu and Huang Mingong stood on the city wall like two door gods, one on the left and one on the right. Xiao Yuanwu said Huang Mingong to the city, you can't fight again, what are you doing standing here, hypnotizing the aliens? Go to the castle and hide. Huang Mingong stood in place, hugging a pillar on the city wall tightly. I won't leave. We are good brothers standing side by side. Wherever you are, I will be there. If you die, I will bury you together. Chapter 566. Xiao Yuanwu pulled him down with a wooden vine, and said with a temper, if the earth explodes, we can bury you together no matter where you are. If you are in danger here, I still have to take care of you. Huang Mingdong hugged the wooden vine, and refused to let go, just playing dirty. I don't care, I won't. Shao Kong couldn't stand it anymore, and helped persuade him. Minister, just let the deputy minister stay here. Now everywhere is dangerous. If we have this energy, let's save it to deal with aliens. Xiao Yuanwu reluctantly let go, and let Huang Mingdong stand beside him. Suhi just came back, and saw that one of them didn't want to pay attention to the other, and the other insisted on sticking to him. Even brothers have never seen such a thing. These crystal cores are divided among everyone, and all that can be used are used. Xiao Yuanwu took the box and directly asked Shao Kong and Luo Song to divide it. He and Huang Mingdong pulled Suhi aside, and whispered in a low voice, run quickly. Suhi looked up and looked at the loving eyes in their eyes. At that moment, Suhi felt like he saw his own father. Before he finished speaking, Huang Mingdong pulled Suhi's arm hard, as if this force could make Suhi more sober. I know if you want to run, there must be a way. Hey girl, we can survive as long as we can, don't worry about us, just run. Suhi's tears flowed down. In fact, she didn't plan to let Huang Mingdong and others wait for death. If she really couldn't beat them, she would come back and collect everyone into the space and hide. But it was really hard not to be moved when she heard them say this directly. Xiao Yuanwu arranged all the plans for Suhi. You take away all the food and supplies in the warehouse. The universe is so big, you will definitely be able to survive. We will hold on as long as possible and hold off the aliens for a while longer. The small hole that just released the crystal nucleus, Luo Song and others also came over and urged Suhi. That's right, you go, Suhi. Suhi, we will buy you some time. You can leave now. It's not too late. Suhi wiped her tears randomly. These people are really. Every time they encounter such a life and death situation, they should beg me to take them away. Why are they all like this? She said angrily. I will leave. So you hold on for a while longer. She left directly after saying that. She was afraid that if she talked for a while longer, her emotions would become more chaotic. In the Singularity Castle, Aunt May and Aaron, as well as the 3 siblings of the Biao, and the 5 Greys, Big Bears, and Big Bears, 2. All waiting obediently. This was Suhi's forced request, to gather together so that the next wave could take them away. After throwing the crystal core to everyone, Suhi suddenly turned around and came to Aaron. This time she stared at Aaron's eyes, very seriously. Aaron, will we and the Earth survive this battle? The gap in strength was too big. Suhi really had no idea at all. She was even a little reckless. Why did she tell everyone to try? Aren't you afraid of dying after trying? The other party has several emperors. What if there is no chance to escape? Aaron stopped knitting and answered very seriously. Yes, my clan leader. Suhi took a deep breath and got a positive answer, and her mood stabilized a lot. After she left, Aunt May said in a stumbling cosmic language, Old sister, can't you tell me when I can hold my grandson? Aaron's knitting needles moved left and right. His tone was steady and unkind. No, you are not the chief. I can't tell you my prophecy. Aunt May sighed helplessly. Wait, I will let Miss Hee ask you in the future. Humph. Aaron's face showed a trace of smile, which was fleeting. She looked at the sky of the earth, without any worry in her eyes. Outside the star mango forest, the busy Suhi was certainly not picking fruits. These fruits are about to mature, and it is estimated that there is no chance to pick them, which is a pity. She came to give crystal cores to the griffins. Simba, don't watch here, go to the city, stay with everyone, don't get separated. Simba used his huge head to push Suhi, pushing the small her under his wings. Meaning you come, I will protect you with my wings. The griffins are very smart, and now they have at least the IQ of a 10-year-old child, so they clearly feel that the atmosphere is very unusual. Suhi touched Simba's smooth wings. Thank you. Remember, don't get separated from each other. Simba nodded and watched Suhi leave. City Lord, the ocean is calling. Suhi wanted to leave directly, but the sound of the intercom made her turn around and go to Dolphin Bay. Before she arrived, she heard Bully's old smoker's voice. Suhi. It was really deafening, and those who didn't know would think it had encountered something. As soon as Suhi arrived, he saw that Dolphin Bay was full of dolphins. How come the ones in the sea also knew the news? Who notified them? Seeing the person coming, Bully immediately got straight to the point. We all heard the broadcast at the recycling station. The Earth is going to be gone. We are going to be sentenced to death. What do you want us to do? Suhi really didn't think about doing anything, but since they met each other, I give you some gifts. The other party may arrive in less than a day. These, eating them should help us to fend for a while longer, right? The crystal cores on the spacecraft have been used up, and the aliens will definitely come to the ground to fight. Most of the Earth is ocean, and Bully and his men may really take away some firepower. Looking at the full box of king-level crystal cores, Bully's eyes were straight. Where are yours? Don't give them all to us. Suhi pushed the box in front of Bully and Bobby. We have them all. Anyway, we stole them from the aliens, so we don't feel bad at all. If you can't use them all, share some with the big guys in the sea. Let's go! After flying far away, Bully's voice was still shouting from behind. You must survive. You must. Suhi really didn't dare to look back at all. Her space really couldn't accommodate everyone. Those who were prepared to be taken away had already gathered in King's Landing. She was afraid that if she looked back, she would never come back to take them away, which would be even more uncomfortable. After flying to the outer layer of the Earth, Suhi took out another box of crystal cores. The light curtain defense system of the outer layer of the Earth was also charged with crystal cores. She replaced the 8th level crystal cores with king level crystal cores in each suspended card slot. After doing all this, all the preparations were really completely completed. Now, it really only needs to wait for the other party to come to the door. Suhi lay on the sofa of the Singularity, and the 4 little ones surrounded her, just like when they were children. After being busy for a while, you must rest your energy to deal with the battle. The crystal core can't be absorbed anymore. If you absorb more, your body will explode. Chapter 567. However, the crews of several spaceships outside have lost their minds. Let me go back. I want to go back. I don't want to die. Even if you don't want to die, there is no way. The spaceship can't send people back to Earth now, unless you retreat. Each spaceship is a combat force. Even if it's just scraping, you have to scrape the opponent's defense. In addition, in order to reduce casualties, there was only one person on each spaceship. Anyway, You only need to fire a shot and then run back. There is no use having so many people on the ship. Su Yacheng opened the spaceship shared channel, and a passionate and magnificent music was linked between the spaceships. Everyone listened to the music and the lyrics, and gradually stabilized. I stand on the top of a high mountain, watching the Yellow River rolling towards the southeast. The waves are surging, stirring up a huge wave. Suhi looked at the music Yellow River Cantata. Did he find someone to download it himself? Yacheng, the song is well chosen. Su Yacheng said meaningfully. I originally wanted to find a percussion instrument to stimulate everyone, but who knew that I would play this by mistake? It seems to be the choice of fate. Fate. Who knows, anyway, everyone was comforted. The 5 members of Shuchatsi are also on the Singularity now. After all, they don't have a spaceship. If they are in the space environment all the time, they will also lose their superpowers, which is not conducive to the subsequent battle, so they are allowed to enter the spaceship. They seem to have never heard music, and now they want to lie on the sound of the spaceship. Xia Shaochen and Si Jiajia are looking for something to eat in the kitchen. Because they swallowed too many crystal cores, they feel uncomfortable all over, and they need to find something to divert their attention. Jiang Mo came over from the cab. Captain, Long Qian said he wanted to eat hot pot. Long Qian and Feng Song were also in space. He wanted to persuade them to keep an eye on their city below. Long Qian put on Long Mingyuan's old military uniform. With a serious expression, if the old man were alive, he would definitely let me stay here instead of on the ground. Feng Song was wearing a neat suit. Everyone is here. If I don't come up, it makes me look like I'm afraid of death. Suhi took out a lot of ingredients from the space. Eat. Whatever you want to eat today is enough. Let them come. The meal was hot, and everyone discussed whether the meat was tender, whether the tofu was overcooked. The 5 members of the Shuchatsi group also tried the delicacies of the earth, and they didn't expect to fall in love with it all of a sudden. Originally, everyone thought that aliens couldn't eat earth food, but they ate it more happily than anyone else. Everyone chatted while eating, as if this was just a simple meal in daily life. After eating and drinking, they fought hard. The moment of decisive battle has come. The Royal Court fleet, which had repaired the spacecraft, drove the remaining 7 frigates to continue moving towards the Earth. After the sudden attack, Taika was much more cautious and called the captains of the frigates to his side, because the captains were all royal level. Water resisted the urge to roll his eyes in front of him. How afraid of death is this guy? You are also a royal level. Can you please not embarrass the royal level? But there is no way. Taika is a member of the Grand Royal family. If he makes a mistake, the entire fleet will be buried with him. He can only let him do whatever he wants. Report to the commander. A row of spaceships are found blocking the road ahead. Water looked at the screen and saw that such a small spaceship could only fit a few people, and the fleet could rush over directly. Taika immediately became alert. How could there be a cosmic civilization here? Who is the other party? The people below had already opened the public channel and just received a message. Report to the commander. The other side said they are the rebels who stole Princess Scotty's birthday gifts. He also released the content of the voice message. Didn't they just steal a ship of your gifts? Are you so petty that you chased us across half the universe? As long as you promise to let us live, we will immediately return the gifts to you. Otherwise, we will fight to the death, and your flagship will be your fate. The people on Walter's side looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell is this? Aren't they here to carry out a secret mission and destroy a threatening planet? How come there are rebels who steal gifts? Tekka was the first to react. I heard that the gift ship for Princess Scotty was stolen some time ago, and no one has been caught. I didn't expect them to come here. I guess they thought we were pursuers. The raid just now was probably done by them. Walter looked at the ship getting closer and closer. Lord Taika, what should we do now? Everyone saw the damage to the flagship just now. These rebels may have some powerful characters waiting. Taika asked the fleet to stop first. At such a high speed, if there was another collision, the loss would be even greater. His mind was very confused now. How could the situation become so complicated? This mission to destroy the Star Clan and the Earth was a secret mission. After all, according to the report, there was not even an interstellar civilization on Earth. What they were doing now was too unscrupulous. In addition, the secret identity of the Earthlings being Star Clan cannot be known to outsiders. The original plan was for the fleet to come over, fire a few shots at the Earth, and the creatures on it would die, the Earth would be gone, and the mission would be over. But now they have encountered the rebels. If there is a survivor on the other side, who sees what they did and leaks it out, the reputation of the Grand Royal Court will become worse. Of course, although it is not so good now, at least it still has a certain degree of majesty. If this matter is leaked out, that little bit of majesty will probably be gone, and more people will join the rebels. After all, if you destroy even a planet with a little resistance, then you who have the ability to resist will be crushed to ashes? No, not a single survivor of the rebels can be left alive. Captain Walter, pretend to agree to their terms, and send people to kill those people. Don't let any of them live. Walter immediately arranged for the first 2 frigates to approach the row of rebel ships. Before the mission was issued, the crew in charge of control reported in panic. "Commander, we have lost contact with other frigates. We can't contact any of them." Walter immediately went forward to check in person. There was really no signal from other frigates, and why did it suddenly get dark around? What's going on? Go out and take a look. 2 of the Emperor-level superpowers went out directly, but came back soon. "Commander, the situation is a bit tricky. Why don't you go out and take a look yourself?" Taika and Walter took the 7 captains out. The starry sky was originally vast, but now there was only endless darkness. There was no trace of the other 6 ships. This, Walter's first thought was, could it be that space-based psychic who did this? He locked us into space? Tech was panicking. How powerful must he be to lock so many of us emperors at once? Hurry up and find a way. Are we going to be trapped in here to death? Chapter 568. What looked around vigilantly. It takes a lot of energy for a space-based psychic to lock onto a living person. Attack! Attack in any direction. The force value on the spaceship was maxed out, and it fired at all directions. After more than a dozen shots, there was no effect at all. Since the king-level attack didn't work, several emperor-level captains came together. Result, boom, boom. As soon as everyone's attack went out, various explosions sounded around, and the shock wave made the spaceship sway left and right. When the spaceship used the crystal core cannon in front, the shield was closed. That is to say, there is no shield if you want to fire, and you can't fire if you want a shield. If the people in the ship want to go out and attack, they have to lower the shield. As a result, the spaceship suffered several waves of attacks without a shield. Although these attacks were not very strong, and did not feel as strong as the king level, they also made the experienced captains a little restrained. What is hidden in the darkness? It is a small attack now. Will it become a big attack in a while? This space can still support such a large wave of emperor-level attacks. How powerful it must be. What thought for a while? Let's not act rashly. Raise the shield and strengthen the defense. We can wait. It depends on how much superpower the other party can consume. The most powerful person in the universe now is Sock, the Lord of the Universe, who is only a Lord-level superpower. Star-level superpowers have been dead for many years. They are now on this ship, with 10 Emperor-level superpowers. It consumes a lot of energy to maintain this space. Even if they are Lord-level, they can't hold on for long. Now they are waiting for that person to lose his ability to hold on, and then they will be released. Then it is time to fight back, but this time of fighting back will definitely not come for a while. This is not a space maintained by a superpower person with superpowers, but a separate space. Remember the space black stone of the underground alien shelter in Antarctica? Suhi dug it all out, and then built 2 separate huge containers on the original basis, which can easily hold several spaceships. The shape is similar to a lunch box, which can be buckled. After buckling, a false space is immediately formed inside, which is completely sealed, and you can't get out even if you roll around in it. Just now, Suhi took advantage of the time when they stopped. Using the invisibility superpower of Yuan Bao, he sneaked around to the back of the fleet and captured 2 frigates from the back and locked them up. Just like catching a katydid, pack it up and buckle it. Then, there is a box for each spaceship, and the box is a complete space, which does not need to be supported by superpowers. Because of the special nature of the space black stone, unless there is a space-based supernatural being with extremely high talent in the spaceship, it is impossible to get out. Or they can upgrade to the Lord level and smash the stone to get out. The space black stone of the entire underground shelter only made 2 super large boxes. The materials are exquisite, and the Lord level can't smash it for a while. Suhi originally thought that if he met someone who couldn't beat him, whose supernatural power was too high and couldn't fit into his space, he would attract the other party into this box and close the lid. He and the other party were locked in together, and when no one was paying attention, he could use space teleportation to escape. The main feature of a space-based psychic is that it is impossible to defend against. Other psychics, even if they are much more advanced than her, cannot sense the changes in space. I didn't expect that she could directly capture the spaceship with this big box. The fleets are far apart, and they communicate with each other by signal, which gave Suhi an opportunity. She quickly selected 2 spaceships from the back, and put them into the super large container built with space black stone. Then the sea urchin tied the two containers together with vines, and Suhi used them as a human-shaped propulsion force to take the containers away at a very fast speed. There was no way, so many people, her own space could not fit them at all. In the distance, Suhi took out a Kuanping spaceship from the space and tied the two containers behind the spaceship. Lord City Lord, where should I send it? Suhi pointed to Mars not far away. Hide behind it. Space black stone can block signals. As long as it is not placed in front of those people, it will not be found. Here, the remaining 5 frigates were still waiting. Because the commander's new order had not come down, their captain was also called by the commander to protect him. But seeing the small spaceship in front getting closer and closer, the system showed that there was also a small spaceship behind sailing far away. But they couldn't contact the commander at all. Number 3 and number 5 can't be contacted. What should we do? The 8 ships of the Wangting fleet are from number 1 to number 8, and the flagship is number 1. The ones that Suhi stole just now were number 3 and number 5. The remaining frigates quickly contacted each other, and before they could figure out the current situation, the small spaceships blocking the way in front actually flew over. Is this a posture to attack? Boom! Boom! The sudden attack caught the frigates off guard, and they reacted in that instant. We must fight back. The 5 ships immediately lowered their shields and fired at the small spaceships in front that were about to run after firing their cannons. As a result, why did the hull tilt? Warning, close contact warning. Wait, number 8, why are you coming towards us? Number 2, why are you turning your head? Wouldn't the cannon be directed at us if you turned your head? Hurry up, turn around. Boom! Boom! Before the ships could start, they were hit by an inexplicable force. The attack that was originally to be launched by the bow ended up hitting the hull of the teammates. Spaceships collided. It's a pity that we can't play Candy Crush, otherwise, everyone could go back and drink the celebratory wine just now. The people in the spaceship were a little confused by the collision. What was going on? Someone with good eyesight said, "There are people outside our spaceship." In fact, there are not only people, but also turtles. When Suhi stole the spaceship just now, he deliberately stole the 2 that felt the most oppressive. As soon as those 2 spaceships were sent away, the whole person felt that the matter was half successful. She rushed to the remaining 5 spaceships without stopping, and asked the space army to attack, inducing these spaceships to counterattack with the weapons on the bow. When counterattacking, the shield must be lowered. Taking advantage of this time, Suhi released Jiang-Mo and the weight from the space. Served as power for these parked frigates, and collided with each other. Just right, the attack can also fall on them. Time is too fast, there is no time to raise the shield, and it is too late to hide. Chapter 569. After finishing this, Suhi put the weight and Jiang-Mo into the space again, and Muyuan also flew away with the spaceship. The next wave of attack of their own spaceship needs to be charged, run quickly, and come back after the energy is charged. Suhi held Yuan Bao, and looked at these frigates carefully. The next step is to force the people inside out. How to fight if they are hiding in this shell that the Emperor level cannot penetrate? The people of the Wangting fleet are also professionally trained and experienced crew members. They quickly adjusted the spaceship, raised the shield, and flew directly towards the direction of the Earth. The deputy of the second ship is now in charge of the command. When the captain is in trouble, the deputy will be the commander. He calmly analyzed, the aliens who attacked us probably knew our mission this time and wanted to stop us. If we give up the mission directly, we will fall into their trap. The spaceship that just ran in the opposite direction is the bait. They must have some traps over there if they want us to follow. So, what we have to do now is to break through the obstacles and complete the mission. Everyone felt that what he said made sense, so they regrouped and headed for the Earth. There was no way. Taika didn't tell them the real situation. So according to their normal thinking, since the planet needs to be destroyed by the Royal Court fleet, there must be many powerful superpowers on it. And the fact that Lord Taika is personally commanding shows that this mission is difficult and cannot be abandoned. So, no matter what difficulties and obstacles are ahead, we will definitely destroy the Earth and complete the mission. Go ahead. But even if they really chase the spaceship behind, they might not know that the 2 strange boxes contain their spaceships. Even if they knew, they couldn't open the box made of space black stone. Unless they gave up the mission and dragged it back. Suhi was also very satisfied. After all, the time on the road was enough for Suhi to become an emperor and let everyone at home become emperors. If you become an emperor, you can stand up. Unfortunately, they chose to continue the mission directly. Suhi chased the frigate to death. So annoying. You lost 2 frigates, so you won't stay, even one to find the missing friends? Are you so ambitious? Where are you going? Don't run so fast. Suhi gritted his teeth and rushed to the front of the frigate, throwing a few bundles of crystal core bombs back from time to time. The power is not great, just consuming the crystal cores that maintain their shields. By the way, it also delays time so that the space army can charge the spacecraft and launch another wave of attacks. The number 2 frigate in the front was confused. Why did the explosion suddenly happen in front of them? There was no one there, and the detector did not detect anything. In order to prevent themselves from becoming the flagship, they could only slow down. In Suhi's arms, Yuan Bao was eating a crystal core. After Yuan Bao was upgraded to the king level, his invisibility ability became more and more useful. Even the instruments could not detect that there was someone hiding here. On the space defense line, everyone was ready. After seeing the 5 frigates coming, they immediately launched intensive attacks. None of them missed. But the 5 frigates did not slow down at all, allowing the attack to hit the shield and heading for the Earth. Damn! You are charging recklessly, relying on your high defense, right? Everyone did not expect that the space defense line that everyone had carefully arranged would be breached so quickly. While frustrated, they hurried to catch up. The battlefield is about to reach the Earth. Suhi just stopped to take a breath and flew down with his men again. Boom! Boom! Fortunately, the Earth Light Curtain that Mu Yuan had worked hard for 2 months stopped the frigates. It couldn't be stopped before, but thanks to the ship of king-level crystal cores sent by Princess Scotty. Suhi put several king-level crystal cores in each slot, so now he can naturally stop the king-level attack. The crew on the frigate found that the defense technology of this planet was so advanced. It seems that this task is really difficult. Come on, all the king-level psychics, go out and attack this layer of defense together with the spaceship. Suhi was overjoyed. Finally, all the psychics hiding in the shell came out. Although there are many of them, as long as they come out, there's a way to defeat them one by one. They are all king level. King level. I haven't seen a single emperor level yet. There is a chance. There is a chance. While the light curtain can still hold for a while, Suhi did not rush to release everyone from the space. But while they were attacking the light curtain, he quickly slipped into a frigate. They just released the psychics on the spaceship, and now the outer cabin door is open. He is familiar with the way, and goes straight to the cockpit. Suhi would definitely not be so familiar and smooth alone, and she also brought a branch. Shuchatsi can drive Wang Ting's spaceship. Take the initiative in the cockpit first, so that you can have an extra combat force. What's the difference between Earth and them? Isn't it that they now have more advanced warships? There are 6 king-level aliens in the cockpit who are commanding. Suhi took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, and put them all into the space at once. Cut slowly later. Let Shuchatsi control the spaceship first. Okay, I have closed all the channels of the spaceship, and no one should be able to break into the cockpit. This ship is ours. Suhi pulled Mu Yuan and another teammate of Shuchatsi out of the space. You 3 have a chat. Mu Yuan, I will take you to another one in 2 minutes. The driving of the spaceship is very simple, and one person can operate it. In addition, the spaceship in the main control room is locked, so other people can't get in for a while. However, in order to prevent someone from breaking in suddenly, arrange another person. Suhi came directly outside through space transmission. Under so many king-level attacks, the Earth's light curtain would not last a minute even with so many king-level crystal cores as support. She quickened her pace and slipped into another spaceship with Yuanbao in her arms. She was distracted on the way and cracked the heads of the 6 king-level aliens in the space. There was no way, if they were all alive, they couldn't fit in, and there were more dead ones. There were also 6 people in the cockpit here, but they seemed to have noticed that one of the spaceships was not normal, and they were locking the door. This was too much. If the door was locked, they couldn't get in. Suhi activated the divine step, and finally after knocking an alien away, he rushed into the cockpit at the moment the door closed, and took the people in the cockpit. Just after doing this, the Earth's light curtain shattered. The king-level superpowers outside did not return to the spaceship, but flew towards the Earth like meteors. Free fall saves more time than returning to the spaceship and then going down and dispersing. Chapter 570. Suhi wiped the sweat from his forehead, activated the space transmission, and teleported Mu Yuan from another spaceship. You and Yaching control the ship, and I will take everyone to the ground. Can you do it? Yaching held 2 long swords in her hands. Don't worry, Captain, we can do it. Mu Yuan operated the things in the cockpit, and did not forget to remind Suhi, Sister, don't force it. Suhi said and went out directly, and then threw everyone in the space out. Although it is not glorious to attack from behind, Life is important now. While this group of king-level aliens have not completely dispersed, hurry up and attack. Crack! 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 3 huge lightning bolts were fired from the back, and under the lightning and thunder, many aliens saw their grandmothers coming to pick them up on the spot. After the discharge, Suhi also let everyone out of the space. Zhao Weining took a 40-meter-long king-level machete and swung it in a circle, relying on his own power system. Not to mention, he really hurt a lot of people at once. Feng Zhengyang and Long Qian set fire from behind, burning a large area of their buttocks. Jiang Yimo and Qintuo, old partners, mixed the tornado wind blade and swept away a large number of people. Yuan Bao grew bigger in the air. Come on, crush you to death. Meteorite Meow Fist. Brother Biao took a bite directly. Ba, took a bite. Ba. The aliens tasted really strong. The sea urchin stretched out more than a dozen vines, randomly selected a lucky audience, threw it out as a bowling ball, and smashed another one away. Bai Shui and Long Qian could even fire ice spikes synchronously, rushing straight to the back of the alien. However, the organs of aliens seemed to be different from those of humans. Several of them were pierced through the back, but still managed to stabilize their bodies and turn to attack. Feng Song was not so lucky. He was discovered by an alien before he could make a move. In order to avoid the attack, he collided with another alien and was still in free fall. Fortunately, with the physical strength of the king level, it was not a big problem to fall from outer space to the surface of the earth. Xia Shaochen had no special powers to use in the air, so he could only swing the machete. Wow! Chop, chop, chop! There are only 3 of the 5 people in the Shuchatsi group except the 2 who drove the boat. They also acted in harmony, and seem to be well known in the universe. Most of Suhi's special powers have been used up. Although they have been replenishing them, they have consumed a lot. She is now activating the divine walking step, opening the space to receive people. If there is no room for the received ones, she will go into the space to dismember them, and then come out to receive the next wave. This is the fastest and most power-saving way. The king-level aliens were not vegetarians either. After feeling the attack, they immediately dispersed in small groups. Some were responsible for holding people back, while others were responsible for landing and killing them. Others were smarter, and flew close to the frigate's route. With the frigate blocking them, they could at least land safely. After landing, the aliens quickly dispersed and attacked all living things on the ground indiscriminately. Most of the earth is water, and many aliens also ran to the sea. Before they could fly out, the sea suddenly became turbulent and directly dragged people into the water. King-level psychics, right? It's okay. We win by numbers in the sea. With so many attacks directed at you, even a needle can kill you. The main goal is to catch the enemy by surprise and perfectly control the terrain. In the air, the 2 frigates controlled by Mu Yuan and Shu Chatsi rushed to the king-level aliens on the ground first. Fight! Fight! After several waves of attacks, the other 3 frigates finally noticed something was wrong. Number 4 and Number 6, what are you doing? Stop the attack. You stop just like that? No. There are still some psychics on the frigate who have not disembarked. They want to rush to the cabin and take back control. Dream on, close all the doors tightly. Lock every door. Double lock, we don't plan to go out, so you all stay here. The other 3 frigates cannot let Mu Yuan and Shu Chatsi destroy the mission, so they attack the Number 4 and Number 6 frigates. Mu Yuan and Shu Chatsi unexpectedly adopted a unified strategy. Come on, we won't even open the shield, this ship is tough anyway. Want to use a king-level superpower to stop us? Then we open fire. Let's see who dares to block the way. On the ground, many aliens have come outside the city, planning to attack various cities. People on this planet love defense. Why is there another layer of protective shield? And it can't be penetrated. Looking at the continuous attacks outside, many children in the school of King's Landing are hiding with Shaoli. Principal, are we going to die? Shaoli's position has been upgraded to the principal of King's Landing School. In addition to being responsible for the school, he will also take care of those orphans without parents. Now he is next to him. Don't worry, I will protect you. But the children were obviously not comforted. A little girl, who was still eating snacks in her hand, shared half of the snacks in her hand with Shaoli. Principal, you don't even have superpowers. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me to protect you. I am very strong and can scare them away. Shaoli held the little girl in his arms. Well, then I thank you for your protection. Outside, the Singularity team led the pet team to fight with the wanting army. Although everyone cooperated tacitly and fought 10 of them. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Facing the siege of so many people, everyone began to gradually lose physical strength. Everyone's battle circle was getting smaller and smaller. Even if Mu Yuan drove the Rob No. 6 frigate to block the attack for them, he couldn't stop the siege of these aliens. Su He had given up using superpowers, and turned to slashing with Tang Dao in both hands. If she couldn't defend, she would take everyone away, leaving no superpowers that couldn't be used. Their tenacious resistance attracted more and more aliens to besiege them, and the 3 frigates also came. Mu Yuan and Shu Chatzi had no choice but to fight them in the air. Xia Shaochen maintained the poisonous swamp, and the sea urchin assisted her. Pull down the superpowers in the sky and throw them in, while Yuan Bao blocked all the attacks. Such a huge consumption of superpowers made Su He feel a little exhausted, and everyone was seriously injured. Zhao Weiming had become a blood man, and the flesh system recovered quickly. He was just cut once, and the flesh grew back in the next second. But the blood that flowed out could not be collected back, and it stayed outside, and there was a pool on the ground. Just now, Xia Shaochen was almost cut by a metal system, but Yuan Bao blocked the attack for her. The light curtain defense of the city was also in danger, and was about to be broken. Su He took a deep breath. He tried so hard, but he hadn't even finished 1/5 of the opponent. Chapter 571. The enemy's attacks were so intense that everyone didn't even have time to catch their breath. No, if they continued to fight, they would die. She observed everyone's position, and planned to take everyone away. Boom! Boom! This is the sound of the super energy particle cannon. The space army that was left behind just now has come back. After all, it was Mu Yuan who took the lead in making the spaceship. If nothing else, it can help everyone block the attack. Hundreds of spaceships. This is the result of Mu Yuan's overtime work with the team of the Space Civilization Research Center in the past few years. Although in the universe, the combat strength is not as good as the fleet of the royal court. But it is more flexible, and each one can resist a few attacks from the king-level superpowers. Let you ignore us just now. Let you see how powerful we are. That's right, we are the Earth Guardians who have undergone formal training. In this way, everyone has a little breathing time, and can take the time to drink a bottle of spiritual spring water they carry with them to restore their physical strength. But Su He still asked Su Yacheng to give everyone orders. Don't get separated. Get closer. In the sky, the space army rushed towards the aliens almost as if they were committing suicide. Let me show you how powerful we are, you little bastards. In the city on the ground, many superpowers picked up their weapons. City Lord, we are going out to fight. If we hide, we won't have to die. We want to die gloriously. The same scene was played out in every city. The gates of the city opened, and the superpowers shouted and rushed out. For the Earth. For humanity. Go! Mu Yuan was in the air and noticed the abnormality on the ground at the first time. Sister, everyone came out and fought with the aliens. Su He said in surprise. The city light curtain broke so quickly? It's been less than 2 minutes? Because the city is scattered, so if so many aliens fight separately, the attack must be much weaker. The light curtain outside the Earth can last more than a minute under concentrated attack. From the aliens to the ground, the battle has only started for less than 3 minutes. Although these 3 minutes are long enough for everyone. After all, time is relative. 30 seconds on the boxing ring is equivalent to several hours for the audience below. Su Yacheng contacted the ground. Captain, the light curtain is not broken. It's everyone who took the initiative to come out and fight the aliens to the death. Su He sighed. Sometimes heroic battles may not always win in the end. But thinking back, she and everyone are standing here, just to gain that almost impossible hope. What about the situation in King's Landing and Junyu City? The location where they landed should be in Europe, which is a distance from King's Landing, so they don't know the situation over there. Su Yacheng spoke in a low voice. Well, the people in King's Landing were the first to run out. Uncle Chio said. They are responsible for attracting firepower. Let's go quickly. Su He was so angry that she didn't know what to say, who said to abandon them. It's just that I didn't say in advance that I would take them away with me. Why are you coming out to die? She was so angry that she slashed the threatening alien in front of her twice more. Can't you see that I'm annoyed? Why rush forward? After all, the number of people who can be taken away is limited. If the situation is critical, some people may not even have the chance to be taken away. So, it is better not to talk about such things that give people hope and despair. She raised her head, and wanted Mu Yuan to go to King's Landing first. As a result, she saw that Mu Yuan's ship was swaying left and right in space, vaguely out of control. Mu Yuan, what happened to your spaceship? Mu Yuan was busy controlling the spaceship, and Su Yacheng quickly replied, It seems that there is a powerful guy on the spaceship, hitting the spaceship, and we can't control it. Could it be Emperor level? Su-he immediately teleported and sent Mu-Yuan and Su-Yaching to his side. Then he saw that the spaceship was actually broken, and an alien, who looked like a triangular kite, rushed out. Su-he cursed, Emperor level. Wind system, quickly took the two people into the space, turned around and was about to start the godly step to leave. As a result, she still underestimated the difference between Emperor level and King level. Dozens of wind blades with huge pressure rushed straight at Su-he. She was hit before she even entered the space. You are just a King level player, and you still want to fight me. Su-he was like an egg thrown out. She drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. Paw! She fainted. She was not cut in half by the wind blades. She had 2 layers of soft armor on her body that could resist the attacks of the Emperor level players, so she could not die. But just now, the wind blades came from all directions and squeezed her unconscious. And because the impact of the last wind blade was too strong, she was knocked out. What kind of broken soft armor can block the attack without completely removing the force? If it was a flesh-based mutant, he would have been beaten to death with one punch. However, Su-he had fainted and had no time to complain. But in everyone's eyes, it was not like that. Su-he was hit by that person and died on the ground. Captain! Woof! It's over, the sky is falling. All the cutoffs rushed towards Su-he regardless of anything, but the Emperor-level triangular kite alien in the air was not a vegetarian. With a wind blade, these people couldn't stop it together. Zhao Weiming, who was at the front, had his arm broken, with only a layer of skin attached. If it weren't for the fast regeneration speed of the flesh system, the arm would have flown out directly. Could it be, just like that, just give up? Just when everyone was in despair, woof! Brother Biao actually stood up trembling all over, and swallowed something in his mouth. It's a crystal core. Su-he gave everyone a lot of king-level crystal cores yesterday, and everyone carried them with them. The pets also had small bags for putting things, and they put the unfinished food in them. The 4 little ones, including Snow White, were all in a small bag under Brother Biao's neck. But if Brother Biao ate so much at once, he would explode and die without the other party's help. Brother Biao! Xia Shaochen shouted with all his strength, but Brother Biao didn't stop at all, and his mind was full of Su-he on the ground. He looked at the triangle kite with hatred. Master, my master! He beat my master! My master was beaten to the ground by him. I will bite him to death. The blood vessels in his body burst, healed, and burst again because of the power of the crystal core, and the hair all over his body was dripping with blood. The weight put the shrunken Yuanbao and sea urchin under his tortoise shell to protect them, and also tried to stand up with difficulty. Chapter 572. The Imperial Triangular Kite snorted coldly, "You don't know your own limits." A wind blade carrying the Imperial supernatural power rushed straight to Brother Biao's face. Brother Biao's body suddenly changed, and he barely avoided the wind blade, and rushed towards the triangular kite in the air at a very fast speed. Others wanted to help, but the group of forgotten aliens took the opportunity to come over and kill them all. When Su-he opened his dizzy eyes, he just saw a piece of earth thorns that were about to pierce the injured people on the ground. Zhao Weiming's arm was broken and his leg was lame. The weight used his body to protect the ingot and the sea urchin, but there were many cracks on its shell. Xia Shaochen also had a hole in his stomach. Jiang Mo had fainted on the ground, and he didn't know what injury he had suffered, and he couldn't stand up. Feng Song dragged Long Qian and wanted to block the attack for him. Su-he immediately woke up and threw everyone into space with a flash. Before he could catch his breath, he turned around and saw Brother Biao. Brother Biao, who was full of blood, was under the siege of so many people in the air. What he was biting in his mouth was the leg of the Emperor-level supernatural being who had just attacked him. The Emperor-level triangle kite wanted to pull his leg out of Brother Biao's mouth, but Brother Biao refused to speak. Seeing that the wind blade was about to fall on Brother Biao's neck, Su-he rushed forward frantically and blocked the attack with his body. Hiss, it hurts so much, the ribs on the back are definitely going to break. Tantru again, what kind of broken soft armor? It can block the attack but not the force, it hurts so much. At the same time, Brother Biao directly tore the triangle kite in half. Without the support of the wind power of the triangle kite, Brother Biao fell straight to the ground. Su-he wanted to put it into the space, but he couldn't. What happened? During this moment of distraction, Brother Biao landed steadily and caught Su-he. Su-he touched Brother Biao. His body was covered with blood, but there was no wound. This is Emperor level? Brother Biao, what did you do? Don't scare me. How are you? Brother Biao licked Su-he with his tongue, and his big tongue almost sent Su-he away. This is a flattering meaning. Master is not dead. So good, Master. Seeing Brother Biao jumping up excitedly, it seems that nothing serious happened. So good. Boom. This warm scene did not last for a second before it was broken by the attack of the royal court fleet. Brother Biao protected Su He under his body, and acted as Su He's armor. Su He patted Brother Biao's leg. Let's fight together. She condensed 3 space boomerangs. Let you see the power of the space system. Su He also collapsed to the ground after trying to kill the king-level superpowers, who besieged them. While the 3 frigates were chasing the number 4 ship driven by Shuchatsi, and there were no new ones around, he quickly drank 2 sips of spiritual spring water to relax. In the spiritual spring space, Si Jiejia was healing everyone. At the beginning, considering that the battle would be very tragic, Si Jiejia did not go out to waste superpowers, but just waited in the space to treat everyone. This was the experience they summed up last time they encountered the king-level funeral. When Mu Yuan and Su Yaqing were sent in, they were still worried about Su He. After seeing everyone coming in with blood and flesh, they were even more worried. Where's my sister, my sister? Xia Shaochen also hurriedly said. The captain sent us in, don't panic first. Si Jiejia pulled one with her left hand, and one with her right hand. Everyone was seriously injured. Mu Yuan, Yaqing, give him water first, feed Wei Ming the prepared star mango. The 2 of them also hurried to work. In a few minutes, Su He pulled Mu Yuan and Su Yaqing out. The 2 had not used their superpowers yet, and their health bars were full. I'm counting on you 2, wait for me to rest. She had just used the space boomerang, and her superpowers were almost gone. Now it was a bit difficult to lift her fingers. Seeing that Su He was fine, the 2 of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yuan took out the prepared food for Brother Biao. Brother Biao and Zhao Weiming are both meat systems, and eating to heal their injuries is faster than Si Jiejia using superpowers to heal their injuries. Su He was absorbing the crystal core. Now his body was seriously injured. If he ate directly, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. It's better to be a little more relaxed and absorb it in the old way. Then he kept drinking the spiritual spring water. Brother Biao is at the emperor level, and can't be stored in the space. Mu Yuan picked up the star mango, and fed it to Brother Biao. Then we will fight with Brother Biao. Su He couldn't give up Brother Biao and leave, and neither would anyone. At the beginning, we anticipated so many situations, and made all the assumptions we could make, but we didn't expect that there would still be unexpected things. Su Yaqing and Wang Su He also stuffed a piece of star mango in their mouths. If we can calculate everything, then Aaron's position as a priest will be lost. Su He couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, even in this situation, he can still laugh. I don't know if he is optimistic or careless. Can the robbed number 6 frigate still be used? Should we drive it back to King's Landing first? The number 6 frigate just lost control, and now lies dead not far away. But because the hull was made by an emperor-level superpower, it was very strong, and the doors locked in the cockpit were not opened. Mu Yuan helped Su He up. It works. Sister can take a rest on the spaceship. Su He used the superpowers he had just accumulated to open the space channel, and directly entered the cockpit of the number 6 frigate. Very good, no aliens have yet rushed in. Mu Yuan restarted the spaceship and drove towards King's Landing. On the way, he also rescued the 5-member Shuchatsi group. The 2 in the cockpit did not dare to open the hatch of the spaceship casually to let their partners underground come up, but they could not ignore their companions being hunted down. So they put the people in the frigate's crystal core cannon launch port, which was sunken, and the protective shield could also wrap it. But in this way, the ship can only escape and be beaten, and cannot resist. When Mu Yuan drove the spaceship to the destination, he was beaten by 3 other normal frigates. Outside the King's Landing city, the light curtain has been broken. After the superpowers in the city rushed out at the beginning, and released a wave of superpowers. Now they have no ability to resist at all, and can only hide in the king-level buildings in the city. Su He had foresight when building the King's Landing city before. Some special buildings, such as the City Lord's office building and the hospital, are made of several layers of materials. So even if it is a king-level superpower, it will take a while to fight. Do you think that an Earth-type person can just take down the outer layer of the wall? There is metal inside, and there are 10th-level vines inside. Strong and durable, a doomsday bunker. Just when these aliens thought they had broken the defense and could finally destroy it unimpeded, Su He appeared with a knife, Brother Biao and Su Yaqing. No superpowers were used, just relying on strength and the Tang sword in his hand. Chapter 573. Brother Biao's eyes were fierce, and he was not afraid of these king-level attacks at all. He jumped, opened his mouth, bit a king-level alien to death, and then spit it out. Paw, 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 dirty stuff. Eating it will give you diarrhea. The other people in the space were also released by Suhi. With Si Jiajia's treatment, they can be saved with a breath left. Now they are all alive and kicking. Xiao Weiming's arm was connected, but the shell of the weight was still a little damaged. Because Si Jiajia's healing ability was not enough. Suhi asked the weight to take him to the hospital and let Nie Tao treat him. Hurry up, I have to go out again after you treat me. Nie Tao asked all the medical ability users in the hospital to come over and work together. A few seconds later, Suhi felt that his body was brand new again. Even the abilities in his body were restored a lot. Love the medical ability. She took out a bunch of star mangoes and spiritual spring water from the space. Eat and drink, I come to you later to extend your life. After saying that, she rushed out with a scale weight whose tortoise shell was intact. Nie Tao had just exerted too much force, and was now exhausted. City Lord, are you using our lives to extend your life? But he still took the lead. Everyone, eat quickly, eat as much as you can. If anyone is injured, we will continue to treat them. In Junlin City School, a Wood-type alien blasted open the school gate. Facing the oncoming vines, Xiaoli tightly protected the children behind him. Ah! The children covered their eyes in fear, and just cried helplessly. Because they knew that the principal could not protect themselves, everyone would die today. But for a long time, no one felt any pain. Some children looked through the gaps between their fingers, and then covered their mouths in surprise. Principal. You saved us. Xiaoli looked at the Tang sword in his hand with alien blood, and the alien on the ground that had turned into 2 lumps, in disbelief. He actually did it. He just blocked himself with his hands because he was afraid, but the vine disappeared before it touched him. The alien released the second and third vines, and the same situation happened. Xiaoli thought, since the other party can't hurt him then. Counterattack time. Then the alien was cut in half by the knife in his hand. This knife was given to him by Qiu Yuanwu for self-defense. I didn't expect it to be useful. Xiaoli didn't care about excitement. Children, hide quickly. The door at the entrance was broken. If there were more aliens coming to attack, the school might not be able to hold on. Xiaoli decided to go out. Anyway, he recovered quickly from his injuries, so it didn't matter if he was injured. When Zhao Weiming came here with an axe, he saw an Earth-type alien, who kept throwing stones and earth spikes at Xiaoli. But Xiaoli just held a knife, let these attacks come, and then disappeared. The Earth-type alien was in a state of doubting his life, watching Xiaoli approach, and then killing himself with a knife. Zhao Weiming suddenly remembered the captain's evaluation of Xiaoli before. Who knows, he is the most powerful. He also remembered that when he came back from human base, he encountered those trailers made by supernatural powers, and then the trailers disappeared. It seems that this guy is really awesome. Xiaoli. The surrounding aliens are almost cleared. You go to the children. There are hundreds of king-level aliens flying out of the 5 frigates. When they first landed on the Earth from outer space, more than a dozen were killed by Suhi's 3 thunderbolts, and a large number were injured. When they came down, 2 frigates were robbed, and they killed more than a dozen with their own frigates. They attacked from behind, but killed dozens of them. The rest of them scattered after landing on the Earth, so there were not many king-level aliens gathered in each place. The dispersion gave Suhi and his team convenience. When flying down in the air, they also deliberately dispersed the aliens that gathered together. After dealing with Junlin City, then Junyu City, and then the next city. After becoming an emperor, Brother Biao was invincible, and his efficiency improved a lot. Although everyone didn't have many superpowers, fortunately they kept replenishing them, so they could persist. 3 hours later, only 3 frigates were left in the royal court fleet, and those that flew out had been dealt with. Suhi lay on Brother Biao's back, unable to move her fingers. Mu Yuan and Shu Chatzi used 2 frigates to fight 3, and in the end, the 3 frigates kept trying to escape, and they were about to be stopped. Sister, what should we do? We can't stop them. Suhi looked at the size of the spaceship. Chung Tua, take me up. Let me try. There should not be many aliens on these frigates now, and if there are not many, they should be able to be stored in the space. She released the 2 pregnant women in the static space, and then let Chung Tua take her up. A spaceship disappeared immediately. It can be used. Great, great. There are only 2 left now. You 2 hold on. Inside the frigate, except for a few king-level aliens in the cockpit, the rest are some less than king-level. It was very fast to deal with people in his own space. Suhi forced himself to deal with one, then another despite the headache. Okay, now there are only the 2 frigates controlled by Mu Yuan and Shu Chatzi. There are still aliens on it, but they can't get out because the hull is locked. This ship is Emperor level, and King level ones, even metal ones, can't get out. Suhi lay on the ground. Yuan, I have no strength. Wait for me to sleep, and then take you out of the spaceship. As he said, he really fell asleep. Others also lay on the ground in a mess, completely ignoring the dirt on their bodies. Ren Yuchen and Wang Yijin, who were released from the space by Suhi, came out, and Ren Yuchen was the first to react to what happened. Before she could speak, Jiang Imo quickly said, "Wife, I'm too tired." This was a weak word, and Ren Yuchen could only wave her fists in anger. She was not angry that everyone hit her, but she was angry at herself. At the critical moment, she couldn't help. Wang Yijin held her belly, walked to Zhao Weiming, and sat down beside him. Although it was a narrow victory this time, there are only about 70 cities left out of the more than 100 cities on the earth, and the casualties were heavy. Fengsong's Mingxi City and Longqian's Yuhai City are still there. Junyu City didn't suffer a lot of casualties, because Suhi and others went there quickly. Chapter 574. Suhi rescued Mu Yuan from the spaceship 2 days later, and he slept for 2 days. Mu Yuan had a space ring and didn't starve, but Shuchatzi and his friends almost starved to death in the spaceship. Shuchatzi accused Suhi as soon as he came out, "So the wanting fleet is coming for you, and we are innocent." Suhi rubbed his neck, which was a little stiff from sleeping, and didn't understand. It wasn't until Mu Yuan called up the details of their mission from the frigate that he knew that the wanting fleet was dispatched this time to wipe out the Earth from the universe. Suhi looked at the information carefully. "How can you be innocent? They want to wipe out the Earth. Do you think they will let go of any life on the Earth? You should be grateful that we intercepted you in time, so we had the opportunity to cooperate, and you can also take the opportunity to save your life." It makes sense, and the 5 people of Shuchatzi couldn't help but agree. "What heinous crimes have you committed that made Wang Ting wipe out your planet?" Suhi turned his head. "I said we didn't do anything. Do you believe it?" Shuchatzi nodded without hesitation. "I believe it. It's not surprising that Wang Ting's gang did anything." In the following period of time, Shuchatzi's 5 people continued to stay on Earth. Because Suhi didn't want the civilization outside the universe to know the current situation of the Earth. So, these 5 aliens had to stay on Earth whether they were willing or not. Shuchatzi had a name, Simon, a metal type. The other 4 aliens were named Grands, Zwalu, Butte and Ada. After all, they had to get along for a while, so everyone still knew each other's names. But Suhi still called them the 5-member tree branch team and let them live in a corner tower of the Singularity Castle. They were not allowed to go out without permission, and Brother Biao and Bai Shui's family were responsible for guarding them. However, they were given food and drink here, and it was temporarily safe, so the tree branch team felt relieved to stay. The Singularity team seemed to be resting and rebuilding, but they were actually busy with another thing. Upgrade. So many king-level crystal cores. Even if Suhi had sent out so many before, the Royal Court fleet contributed hundreds more. Add to that the ones taken out from the ship of Scotty's birthday gift, enough for dozens of people to upgrade to the Royal class. Hurry up while there is time now. You know, Suhi has also seized 2 Royal Court frigates and has not dealt with them, and they are still in space. After a week, everything in the city has been settled, and I am just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yaqing sent a message to Suhi. "She's born. She's born." Suhi was confused. What's born? Zhao Weiming's voice came from the mine chat room. "Captain, I have a daughter. Her name is Cixi." "So soon?" 2 hours ago, Wang Yijin had just finished talking to her, and said that she wanted to replan the trade routes between cities, and now she's born. She went directly to the delivery room of the hospital, and everyone rushed over one after another to send their blessings. Zhao Weiming held his newborn daughter. His whole body was stiff, and he didn't dare to breathe. "Yangzi, come on, teach me how to hold a baby." I don't know if it was because he was a little uncomfortable being held, the child cried loudly. Feng Zhenyang didn't dare to reach out. "My son, you should be more careful, right?" "I don't dare." It was Su Yaqing who stepped forward and rescued them. 1 month later, in the same delivery room, Ren Yuchen also gave birth. It was twins. They were named Pingping and Nanan. Although everyone knew it in advance, it was still magical to see 2 identical little guys when they were born. Aunt Mei took care of Wang Yijin's confinement, and Ren Yuchen took over seamlessly. Now there are special confinement centers in the city, just to welcome this wave of baby boom. Qiu Yuanwu and Huang Mingdong ran to the Singularity Castle whenever they had nothing to do. Who doesn't like soft and cute little dumplings? It happened to be New Year's Day in 2067, and it was Xiosi's full moon again, so everyone celebrated it. During this period, Suhi and Zhao Weiming, Mu Yuan, Xia Xiaochun, and Si Urchin and Yuan Bao were all upgraded to the Emperor level. The improvement of superpowers made everyone more confident, and allowed everyone to proceed to the next step. Go to interrogate the prisoner. In the space between Mars and the Earth, Suhi was opening a space channel and directly entering the container made of black stone in that space. Caught an alien from it, a king level 1. I really don't know. I'm just a soldier who follows orders. Our captain and commander are on ship number 3. They know. Then it must be the people in the other ship? There's no rush. Since there are no useful people on this ship, let's clear this ship first. After dealing with the people on this ship, Xia Shaochen said with some fear, 9 emperors, we are really lucky, otherwise we might have become cosmic dust now. Yes, that one emperor almost wiped out the Singularity team. If all these emperors took action, they would be gone. Next, it's time to face these 9 emperors. Suhi took Xiao Weiming, Mu Yuan, Xia Shaochen, and Sea Urchin and Yuan Bao directly into the space of the black stone. Open it directly. If they run away, it will be difficult to catch them. Taka, who has been locked in the space for more than a month, is almost crazy. When he came out of the spaceship, he brought enough food, so hunger is not a problem. It's just that he can't get out and is bored, and the mental torture is more painful. On the first day, they can still laugh. From the second day, they can't laugh anymore. What kind of space of a superpower can lock such a large ship of people for such a long time? On the third day, he was already in a state of impotence and rage, firing everywhere and attacking all around. Now he is in a decadent stage. When Suhi appeared with everyone, they even thought it was an illusion. But Taika woke up in a few glances. Star Clan. You? How could you? You? This confirms the fact that the Earthlings are the Star Clan. The enemy will definitely not admit his mistake. Suhi followed his words and asked, what will happen? Taika was incredulous. Don't you have superpowers? How can it be? Or space-related? The moment he said it, he felt the strange eyes around him. Others don't know anything about the Star Clan. Everyone grew up in the history tampered by the Grand Royal Court. People in the universe think that the Grand Royal Court's rule is justified. Furious, Taika quickly shut up, and then ordered the people around him, kill them. Quick! Kill them! Suhi was calm. If you kill me, you can't get out. Walter and others hesitated. If they couldn't get out, even if they were as powerful as the Emperor level, they would be trapped to death. Seeing these people hesitate, Suhi continued, besides, before you die, don't you want to know why he is so afraid of me? Seeing this, Taika could only take action himself, and dozens of metal spikes rushed straight to Suhi's forehead. Chapter 575. Suhi just raised his hand, and the metal spikes disappeared immediately, and stabbed Taika himself instead. Space system, it's no big deal to turn the metal spikes. Puff! Taika was stabbed by his own metal spikes, and he couldn't stand up, holding his stomach. He reached out to pull Walter's clothes. Are you just going to watch me get hurt? Wang Ting will not let you go. Walter took a step forward and stood in front of Taika. What do you have to do to let us go? Suhi took out a sofa from the space and sat down. It was hard to talk to these people while standing. It's mainly your performance. Just now on another ship, Suhi had already learned about these people's general information. Don't you want to know what the shady things are in Wang Ting, where you work so hard? Walter didn't want to know. The more he knew, the faster he would die. But the other party was a space system psychic, invincible at the same level, and one could beat at least 5. There are only 9 emperors in total, and the remaining 4 are not easy to deal with. We just accepted the mission, and don't know the inside story. Suhi smiled and asked, is that so? Then do you know what the Star Clan is? Do you know how the Grand Clan took the universe from the Star Clan, and how they persecuted the Star Clan? Of course, Walter and others don't know, that is a legendary civilization. Taka was like being stepped on a sore spot. You are talking nonsense. The universe belongs to our Grand Clan. Snap! The sea urchin whipped Taika directly. What a thing! Is it worthy of shouting in front of my master? Taika was tough, but his body was in so much pain. He simply shut up. Wow, that's terrible. What they like most is that others don't listen, so they can punish them at will. Taika's delicate body didn't last a minute, I tell you. Then he said everything in front of so many aliens, and the content was similar to what Aaron and Suhi said. And now, all the cruel things that Jiang Wanchao has done are just to consolidate his rule. After saying these, there was a moment of silence in this space. The aliens on this ship all felt subverted. The royal court that we worked so hard for turned out to be the real traitor. Taika looked at the people around him looking at him with increasingly cold eyes, and he huddled up in fear. The universe is still ruled by the royal court now. You'd better think about it before you do anything. If I die, The royal court will not let you go. As he said, he suddenly thought of something and faced Suhi. You are locking us up here now. Are you guilty or afraid? You have no power to resist the royal court now, so you trapped us here. As expected of an old politician, he understands everything. But it's too late to understand now. Everything that should be explained has been explained. Suhi stood up and put away the things he had just recorded. Several fierce supernatural attacks appeared on his forehead. Water and others decided to stand on Taika's side. It doesn't matter who the universe should have belonged to. What matters is that the universe is now under the control of the royal court. They can only continue to obey the orders of the royal court. Let us go, and we cannot attack you. Suhi really laughed. You are so tolerant. Should we thank you for sparing our lives? It has been like this now. Do you still think that we didn't take action because we were afraid of you? Who do you think would go to the den of thieves with only a few people without some strength? Then what should I do? I will attack you now. After saying that, the space blade came out smoothly, and none of these emperors stood. Hey, didn't your mother teach you not to gather within the attack range of space-based psychics? As long as you have a thought, the space where your head is located and the space where your neck is located will become different spaces. I hope you will pay attention in your next life. Put away these 2 large containers made of space black stone. This is a good thing that saved my life. Muyuan started the singularity, sister. Do you want to take a walk outside? You don't look very happy. Suhi was indeed very depressed. The Grand Tribe already knows our existence. If they want to send troops to us again, we may not be so lucky. Muyuan asked in doubt. Isn't there only one space transmission equipment? I guess according to their sailing speed, we still have time to prepare. This time, the royal court fleet led by Taika was able to come to Earth so quickly because of a treasure. Space teleporter. This is different from the transfer station. The transfer station is a low-profile version of this treasure. The teleporter was made a long time ago when there were still space-based superpowers in the universe. You can travel to many places in this universe. Use crystal core to start. The farther the distance, the higher the crystal core required, and the more crystal cores are needed. Because there is only one space teleporter in the whole royal court, it is extremely precious. But the task of erasing the Earth this time is arduous, so it was given to Taika. It should be mentioned here that Taika also has a space ring. This ring has much more space than Muyuan, and there are more treasures in it. Suhi, thank you for the gift from Taika. The space teleporter is in Suhi's hands now, but Suhi is still worried. This is to compete with the entire universe, and time is not enough. You also need people's strength, and... Xiao Weiming asked, aren't there many rebels of the royal court in the universe? These people should be usable, right? Suhi sighed. Meng, then don't you consider what will happen after contacting the rebels? Do we really have to take charge of the universe? Isn't it troublesome? Xiao Weiming thought about it, and the current situation of the Earth is almost impossible to fight against the royal court. But if we contact the rebels, there is a high probability that the Star Clan will rise up, take back the power of the universe, and argue with other civilizations, a lot of things. It's really troublesome to think like this. Suhi was helpless, looking at the starry sky outside. It's far away. Go to the moon. I want to go there to clear my mind. On the moon, Suhi sat on the ridge of the crater. She was alone. Everyone went back, so as not to disturb her to clear her mind. She grabbed a handful of lunar soil and threw it into the crater of the crater. Reliving this life, with food to eat, family, strength. All I have are the things I most desired in my previous life. But the direction of my life in this life has gradually become strange, and I feel that something is urging me to run forward from behind, and I can't stop for a minute. Every time I want to pause or slow down, there will be a life and death juncture, a life choice point. It's basically one option, otherwise I will die. Zombies are more powerful than in the previous life, and other people are more powerful than in the previous life, and even aliens have appeared. Now there is still the universe and this and that, and even if you write this into a novel, no one may believe it. Chapter 576. Suhi tugged at her collar in annoyance, and with more force, she actually pulled off the star chain. The rope of the star chain was tied, and the most important thing was not the rope, but the star-shaped pendant on the rope. Suhi picked it up casually. When did the star chain hang around her neck? She remembered that she had kept it in the space for safety. Did she hang it around her neck when she took it out last time? Alas, it was useless to think about this. She was about to throw it back, and suddenly felt that the star pendant was glowing. After a careful look, she thought it was a reflection, but it turned out to be really glowing. Can this thing glow? Why does it glow? Suhi looked at the star chain, then looked around, and suddenly thought of something. In July 2067, Earth time, it was the birthday of the ruler of the universe, Slock, and his twin sister, Princess Scotty. All the advanced civilizations in the universe gathered together to celebrate this great day. First, the host gave a speech, everyone. Beep. As soon as he started talking, the host realized that the sound system was broken. Then, a holographic image appeared on the big screen. The sharp-eyed people immediately recognized that this was Lord Taika. How did he get beaten like this? But what was even more surprising was what Taika said. How can the Star Clan have superpowers? As long as the Star Clan is gone, the universe will always belong to us. The banquet hall was in an uproar, and Slock was furious. No wonder no news was sent back, and he was caught. He also exposed the information of the Star Clan. What a waste. Turn it off. Turn it off. As soon as Slock's voice came out, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. This is the strongest in the universe, a star-level powerhouse. Anyone who dares to say more will turn into a handful of ash in the next second. But the holographic image continued. When it was quiet, Taika's voice became more penetrating. The people in the royal court looked around but couldn't find who was putting this. Slock looked for a long time, but didn't find any suspicious people, but he couldn't kill all of them. Those who can stand here are all leaders of civilizations that are well known in this universe. If they are all killed, the whole universe will rebel. Scotty, go back first, I handle this. Before Scotty turned around, a cold female voice came from the sky. This video has been sent to the hands of all the high-level leaders of the universe civilization, and everyone has a copy. If you can't finish watching it today, you can watch it again at home. Slock looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a woman wearing the costume of the Star Clan. He was furious and attacked the woman directly, but under such an attack, the woman was not injured at all. Hey, it seems that our Lord of the Universe is not so worthy of the name. What's the matter? Has the guilty conscience made you weak after sitting in the position of the master for too long? Slock suppressed the panic in his heart. Could it be that the other party also has a star-level ability? Who are you? The surrounding lights shone on the woman, making her look noble and dignified. I thought you knew who I was very well. Since you don't want to believe it, I will tell you in person. I am the real owner of your current position, the new patriarch of the Star Clan, Su-hee. Yes, this fairy is Su-hee. Isn't it amazing? It's only been a few months. How can it be so powerful and come here? The main credit is that Su-hee found the most critical thing, the Star Spirit. God knows how good the ancestors of the Star Clan were at hiding things. They hid the Star Spirit on the moon. If Su-hee hadn't gone to the moon on a whim, it would probably take decades to find it. In order to better hide the Star Spirit, the ancestors of the Star Clan sealed it. However, if someone in the Star Clan uses the Star Chain to unlock the seal of the Star Spirit, then that person will gain powerful power. It is to prevent the Star Clan from being weak when they find it, and unable to protect the heart of the universe, the Star Spirit. The ancestors are really thoughtful, and have thought of everything. When Su-hee found the Star Spirit, she was really weak, only at the Emperor level. Now she has the ability of the Star Domain level, and with the blessing of the Star Chain, she is a little stronger than the Star Domain level. Throwing the Star Spirit into his own space, Su-hee couldn't wait to return to Earth from the moon to share this good news with everyone. Now that he is strong, he is not afraid at all. He is still afraid. After all, the other party has a force of the entire universe, and Su-hee is the only one who can fight. After a discussion with everyone decided to take a risky move. On Scotty's birthday, while everyone in the universe is here, the truth will be made public. Anyway, everyone has been dissatisfied with the Grand Royal Court for a long time. In this way, the major cosmic civilizations can have an excuse to completely separate from the Grand Royal family. If Su-hee kills Slock in front of everyone again, who will be willing to work for the Grand Royal Court? Could it be that he wanted to end up like Slock? But Su-hee acted too quickly, and Slock was as confused as Louis XVI, and the people who came to the banquet were still standing there. Moving. Dare not move, dare not move. No one understands what is going on. If they move, they will join the Headless Club, and it will be over. Ah! It was still Scotty's scream that brought everyone back from shock. Give me back my brother. Scotty and his personal guards actually wanted to attack Su-hee, and Su-hee treated them the same as Slock. Is there anyone who doesn't understand the current situation? Is there anyone who has a problem with me? The banquet hall was silent again, and a large number of aliens from different civilizations had their heads burned and didn't understand what was going on. Su-hee was very satisfied. Okay, I declare the banquet over. Everyone go home. We don't care what you did with the Grand Tribe before. But in the future, I hope everyone can abide by the basic order of the universe. Goodbye. After saying that, He turned around and left. Yaching said that she had found out where the treasure house of the royal court was, so hurried up and collected. Until the people in the banquet hall felt a little numb in their legs, everyone felt a little bit real. The ruler of the grand royal court, who they thought was invincible, turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. The crystal core was dug away. Some people even pinched themselves secretly. Really? It hurts. Why didn't other people from the royal court come to stop them? Some people opened the closed door of the banquet hall and found that, oh, they had been here and were now lying on the ground. Quick! Prepare the spaceship and go back now. Go! Some alien leaders, who were quick-witted, left this troubled place quickly, and the entire royal court became empty in an instant. The fearsome royal court army also fell apart after hearing the news, and some even drove the royal court spaceship back to their own homes. Just kidding, the leader of the Star Clan killed Slock effortlessly, and wiped out the Grand Clan silently. Who dares to mess with this strength? She has an entire Star Clan behind her. The strength of the Star Clan is said to be extremely strong. Hurry up, go home, close the door, and behave yourself. After all the spaceships left, the royal court was bombed and turned to ashes. On Earth, the Singularity team, which had made a big fuss and returned home, was basking in the sun in the yard, not caring that the universe had become a mess. In Suhi's words, if you muddy the water, you will naturally not be able to find the small grain of sand on Earth. Actually, it's not that we can't find it, but we don't dare. Who dares? At this time, Aaron came out of the greenhouse with a pile of things and walked to Suhi. Master, this is the cosmic convention of the heyday of the Star Clan that I compiled. I hope it can help you. Suhi took a quick look, and it was probably the rule of inaction. If there is something, you can handle it on your own planet. If you can't handle it, ask the Star Clan to handle it. Fighting between planets is prohibited. If you really want to fight, you must first tell the Star Clan and come to judge for you. It's really helpful, thank you, Aaron. The sun is good now. Do you want to bask together? Chapter 577. Aaron nodded, sat on the blanket next to Suhi, and looked at the sun in the sky. Patriarch, thank you for giving me a different experience. I am very happy to enjoy life. Suhi suddenly realized something, and paused with his hand holding the milk tea. Aaron said in a very relaxed tone, I will be born in a place called Wangjiatan on the earth in my next life. They named the child Chunyen. Remember to come to me. The priest will die on the night of the prophecy, and everyone decided to hold a party for Aaron. Aaron was going to refuse. Patriarch, I was alone before. But everyone strongly requested, and Su Yaching lay on the blanket next to Aaron. That's because you didn't meet us before. We are with you. At night, Aunt May and Ren Yuchen made a large table of delicious food, and a huge birthday candle. Feng Le took Aaron's hand and blindfolded him to the living room. Grandma Aaron, there's a surprise. The moment the blindfold was taken off, Aaron saw a large group of people and a banner written in the cosmic language. Priest Aaron Lifetime Achievement Award Ceremony. He held a bracelet similar to a star chain, but it had more than one star on it. Thank you, Aaron. If it weren't for you protecting the star spirits, we might not be here today. In the future, we will protect you together. Aaron put on the bracelet. Unexpectedly, with so many lifetime memories, he would be moved to tears. Aunt May handed over a tissue. Why, you didn't predict this? You can't predict it. Everyone burst into laughter. Feng Le handed Aaron the cake, and everyone surrounded Aaron to a very beautiful garden rocking chair. The cake was sweet, and the bracelet was beautiful. She had seen this scene before, but she thought at the time that it was just one of the many scenes she had seen in the world. It was not until she felt it and experienced it herself that she realized that even the calmest heart would be moved by warmth. Aaron closed his eyes amid everyone's laughter with tears. This is really a long life. Mom, Grandma Aaron is asleep. Feng Le pulled Su Yaching's hand. Are we going to send Grandma Aaron back to bed? The next day, everyone buried Aaron's ashes on a sunny hillside with a garden over there. I hope she likes it. For the next period of time, the Earthlings adapted to their new identity, the Star Clan. After He made a fuss in the Grand Court, the civilizations that supported the court were immediately besieged. Everyone took revenge for their grudges, and avenged their grievances. Although it was much more relaxed, there was still a lack of a leader to deal with the complex cosmic relationship. Suhi cursed, but she had to fulfill her responsibilities and obligations as a Star Clan. But on second thought, she didn't have to do it herself. So she established the Cosmic Council, and threw the work to Feng Song and Long Qian. A good man should have ambitions in all directions. Don't just be trapped in your own little piece of land. Go to the universe to explore, Although it was a job thrown out, these two people were not forced to do it, but voluntarily. The Earth is so small, and many people need more room for development after upgrading to the king level. It just so happens that the opportunity has come, sent to the universe to find a job. There are plenty of jobs now. The original 5-member Tree Branch group was invited back to serve as Parliament security personnel, given a job and a meal. After all, they fought side by side, so this little friendship is still given. The Royal Court fleet was summoned back and reorganized into a peacekeeping force to maintain the peace of the universe and reevaluate the army. Those who drove the warships back to their own homes now have to be sent back in disgrace. Ah, and those aliens from the Center for Cosmic Civilization Research who came to invade the Earth, they are extremely evil. If they hadn't blocked the development of the Earthlings, it wouldn't have taken until now to restore the identity of the Star Clan and take the universe back from the Grand Clan. Severe punishment must be severe punishment. Let everyone see it. Don't bully any non-universe civilization at will. Respect life. After doing all this, the big guys of the Singularity team can finally lie down completely and be free. Every day, eat and sleep, sleep and play, play and continue to eat. After the same days are too long, some people will get irritated. For example, Bully in the sea. Bully's IQ is very high now, almost like an adult. Bully stuck in his old smoker's voice and complained to Suhi. Suhi, it's only the 20th of this month, and you have come to me 18 times. How can I have so many topics to talk to you? Can't you find something for yourself? Suhi washed his feet in the seawater. What are you looking for? Everyone is in love, raising children. Mu Yuan is immersed in the laboratory and doesn't know what he is doing, and there is also an internet-addicted girl who is addicted to watching dramas and games. I have nothing to do. Bully suggested to her. Why don't you have a relationship? You are at the age when humans are seeking a partner in mating, right? This is such a vulgar statement. Suhi said with disdain. I am the leader of the Star Clan, and this kind of worldly desire is not suitable for me. The key is that I have seen too many handsome guys for a while, and now I am not interested in handsome guys, no matter what type of handsome guys. Not to mention the idea of having a relationship. Bully racked his dolphin brain and finally came up with an idea. Why don't you go out for a trip? Dolphins won't stay in one place forever. The universe is so big, don't you want to go and see it? Suhi stared at Bully's little eyes. You just want to get me out of the way and go find your girlfriend, right? Bully shook his head guiltily. How could it be? We are brothers. Suhi got up, wiped his feet, put on his shoes and socks. Let's go. Back in King's Landing, Suhi directly grabbed Mu Yuan out of the laboratory. Rebuild a spaceship for me. The clan leader wants to go on a secret visit. See if there is anything in this universe that is worth my help. When they heard that Suhi wanted to go out, the whole family wanted to follow him. Suhi refused sternly. This time I take Jia Jia, Xiao Chun, and Mu Yuan. Su Yachi dragged Suhi's arm. Captain, you despise me. Suhi ruthlessly pulled her hand away. You have a second child. If something happens on the way, Feng Jingyan will have to commit suicide. You should take care of the children at home, get pregnant if you should, and don't disturb the happy life of us singles. Zhao Weiming held Pinganan in his arms, and the two children were like two pendants on him. What about Brother Biao and the others? Captain, you won't take them with you? Suhi looked at the row of big dog heads, bear heads, cat heads, clinging to the window. No, there may not be a place for them to move around outside, and they are not free to stay in space. They all have their own friends now, so they can play on Earth. Not only do they have friends, but they also have partners. All of Suhi's pets are not sterilized, so you know. Yuan Bao found a mutant Siberian tiger as a boyfriend. Although the Siberian tiger looks big, it listens to Yuan Bao very much and can't wait to stick to Yuan Bao. The contrast is very strong. Chung Tuo's girlfriend is a turtle. Although I don't know if there is reproductive isolation, I feel that they should worry about where to live in the future. As for the little sea urchin, I thought there would be no second mutant hedgehog in the world, but I didn't expect Xia Shaochen to bring one back. Now the two are in an ambiguous stage, because they still sleep separately at night. As for Xiongda and Xiong'er, they don't look like adults yet, so they can't fall in love too early. They should continue to watch the orchard. Seeing that Suhi had made plans, Ren Yuchen stood up. When are you going to leave? Aunt May, and I will prepare some food for you. If you are not used to the food in outer space, you can just take it out and eat it. Mu Yuan thought for a while. The spaceship can be modified within half a month, and then we can set off. The matter of going out was decided, and Si Jiajia and Xia Shaochen went to choose the place they wanted to go happily. Mu Yuan changed the appearance of the spaceship into the shape of Dumbo according to Su He's requirements. It also requires 2 ears and big wings that can move. This requirement is really... It's a headache. Sister, is it okay for Dumbo's ears to be this big? Su He looked at it and said, okay, let's do it. Chapter 578 Extra 1. About Aaron, my name is Qing Yan, I am 10 years old, and was born in Wangjiadan. Today is my birthday, and I am looking forward to it. Because every year on my birthday, I will receive many mysterious gifts. There are toys, sweaters, cakes, and postcards from other planets. But I have never seen anyone who gave me gifts. I asked my parents why I had gifts. They said that because I grew up happily, they rewarded me. I hope I will always be happy. But I asked other children, and they didn't have such gifts. On the night of my 18th birthday, I had a very long dream. When I woke up the next day, I looked at the gifts in the room, but there was no one waiting for me outside the window. Before I went out, my mother opened the door and handed me a box. You've woken up, and this is what your friend asked me to give you. He said he must show it to you after you wake up. I've cooked tea eggs and star mango sago in the kitchen. Come down to eat after you wash up. I took the box and opened it after my mother turned and left. It was a letter, and a consumption card that can be used throughout the universe. Recently, the weather has been good, and the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. This clan leader has made great contributions to governance, and is busy traveling around the world. At least within 100 years, I don't need to ask anyone whether I can survive, and I don't need anyone to protect anything for me. I hope that within this 100 years, you can find the life you want. Go chase the wind. Boy. Signature, the most beautiful woman in the universe. I felt a little wet in the corners of my eyes, and I heard my mother calling me for breakfast downstairs. Put the box away and hide it under my bed. Mom, I'd be right there. I want to eat the pickled cabbage noodles you made. Can you cook me one now? About Qiu Yuanwu and Huang Mingdong. After the earth was stable and the universe was peaceful, the young men who followed Qiu Yuanwu before all went to the universe to make great plans. Especially Luo Song and Xiao Kong, who slapped the table and threatened to make a name for themselves. These words were obviously said by Su He to deceive the silly boy Long Qian. How could the soldiers he personally led be so stupid? But this is also good, the superpowers live long. Even the king-level lifespan is hundreds of years. With so much time, you can experience more and live a life worthwhile. Qiu Yuanwu felt a little lonely without the noise of a group of young people around him. Thinking of his childhood, he dreamed of traveling around the world with a sword, all kinds of heroic dreams. So, he opened a Tianyao Universe Transportation Company. It does not transport people, but only transports goods, similar to an escort agency. Running all over the universe, the cargo location is different each time, and you can also experience the customs and habits of different planets. Space travel takes a long time, and is quite boring. But Qiu Yuanwu is not bored at all. He is accompanied by Huang Mingdong. As for Huang Mingdong, his mouth is more chattering than 10 women. He has been flying in the universe for 3 months without saying a word twice. Not only do I have to listen to his nagging, but I also have to cook for him. I really don't know why I agreed to be a partner with him in the first place. It's really annoying. I'm going to cook. About Aunt May and Gao Yingda. Aunt May finally fulfilled her dream of holding her granddaughter. Gao Yingda held hands with a girl. Gao Yingda kissed a girl. Gao Yingda married a girl. These words were all relayed to Aunt May by Su Yaqing, because Su Yaqing often met Gao Yingda and his girlfriend when she was playing outside with Feng Lu. The girlfriend is a member of the city defense team led by Gao Yingda, and has ice-type abilities. With a petite figure, people can't help but want to love her. The cult captain Gao Yingda was disgusted at first, saying that she was so weak and dragged down my team. As a result, the girlfriend worked very hard. Even when facing an opponent stronger than herself and running out of superpowers, she would rush forward with a long sword. All of this was seen by Gao Yingda. Unable to help it, Gao Yingda would correct her. Your way of holding the sword is not right. Superpowers should be used at critical moments. If they are used up in advance, it is easy to expose weaknesses. After the two of them came and went, Gao Yingda fell in love with her without knowing it. It was the girlfriend who confessed first. After the two of them successfully held hands, they progressed rapidly and had a daughter in less than 2 years. When Aunt May heard that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, she happily cooked a lot of food. Xiongda and Xiong'er thought they were going to celebrate the new year in advance. Chapter 579 Extra 2. About Feng Song. Hello everyone, I am the domineering president Feng Song. I was the domineering president of the earth before, and now I am the domineering president of the universe, As the president of the universe parliament, I have a half-vote veto power on all the proposals of the universe. Why only half a vote? Because we need to check and balance power and prevent the emergence of a one-man show, so the other half of the vote is with Long Qian. Many people may think that I was fooled by Suhi, but in fact, it is not. I am a man with a strong sense of career. My development on Earth has reached its peak, and now I am developing the universe. I believe that with my efforts, half of the universe will be in my hands. But who knew that I drank 2 more sips of wine sent by others at a banquet after the parliament, and I got drunk. At that time, my assistant Ji Nong was busy solving the content of the proposal. Really, I am the most important. What about the proposal? Then I accidentally went to the wrong room when I was drunk, and I didn't know how. I actually had a child with someone else. It's a long story. I once thought I was the one who was deceived. Although this female alien looks very pretty, and can turn into a mermaid when it touches water. But am I the kind of person who is seduced by beauty? I am not. But for my reputation, the president of the Universe Council turned his pants and refused to recognize me. It would be bad if it got out. After thinking about it, I decided to marry her. After all, I had a child. I have to be responsible. During this marriage, I gradually found that this little mermaid was pretty good, and then I slowly fell in love with her. As a result, this woman actually wanted to divorce me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a domineering CEO who has fascinated half of the universe, how could I not get the love of my child's mother? I will prove it to her now. About Long Qian. Hello everyone, I am the Long Qian, who has the other half of the veto power mentioned by Feng Song. I was indeed fooled by Suhi. I thought at the time that if the old man was still alive, he would also suggest me to make this choice, right? A man should take on as much responsibility as he can. I can do this job, and as a member of the Star Clan, I am also happy to do this job well. As for feelings, I am no longer entangled. If I meet a suitable person in the future, I will take the initiative to pursue him boldly. Well, the Earth has sent another group of ambitious young people. I have to make arrangements. See you all.